I remember everything from the first tournament. And it was a great feeling.
My first ever EPT, I went there as a 21-year-old unknown kid, and that propelled me into the man that I am today.
Playing on that big stage, of course it's my best memory. Just nothing could compare.
It feels amazing, really.
I can't describe it. Unbelievable.
It's an absolute dream.
It's amazing. I can't tell how much it means.
Okay, I'm in the rush. I'm in the zone. Nobody can stop me.
I told this man 3 weeks ago I was going to win this tournament. And I did.
I can't believe that I've won this. This is incredible.
Winning was magical for me.
Got it.
And that changed my world.
First player to win 2 main event titles.
You know, it's really not an impossible dream.
Hello and welcome to EPT 100. It's final table day in Barcelona as we prepare to crown the first main event champion of Season 11 of the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm James Hartigan, bringing you live coverage of every single hand of this final table as we play down from the final 8 to a champion. Yes, a record-breaking field of 1,496 has become 8, a single table. And today, we will have a winner who'll receive 1.26 million euros. You can watch in the following languages. More streams than ever before. And huge thanks to those of you who've been watching EPT Live from the very beginning of this festival, have followed it through to its conclusion, which is today, whether you watch on your desktop, your laptop, or on the PokerStars TV app, available for iOS and Android devices. Don't forget, we want to hear from you over the course of the day. Tag your tweets, EPT Live, email nuts@pokerstars.tv. To bring you up to speed on what happened yesterday, day 5 saw the final 25 arrive in high spirits. But of course, only 8 would make it to the final table.
Thanks.
Good game.
Dominic Panker's amazing run came to an end when he went out in 11th. And it was our online qualifier, Ram Henrets, who missed out on the final table. But he turned an $82 investment into 98,200 euros. And with Bram's departure late last night, that left us with 8 players. And these are the 8 who'll be competing for the first main event trophy of EPT 11. Hussein Ensan, who won the seniors event here in Barcelona at the start of this festival, comes into the final as chip leader with a stack of more than 10 million. Sam Phillips, an accomplished player, is the second biggest stack. 3 Germans at the final table. Ensan's one of them. The other 2, Zhizang and Andrei Letau, a close friend of Ola Shemian. In fact, he's wearing Shemian's baseball cap.
Okay, guys, that's
Slaven Popov, representing Bulgaria. Andrei Shatilov from Russia. Kirill Radzinov from Belarus, and Andrea Datau from Italy. So here are the players in seat order. They'll be taking those seats very shortly, and we will get cards in the air. And crucially, you will get to see those cards today, because we are on a 1-hour delay. The video picture you're seeing now did happen 60 minutes ago. I'm seeing the picture the same time you're seeing it, and that's why you're able to tweet, and I'm able to read your tweet. People like Triple Espresso, who says, final table time. I'll get to see 90 minutes or so before I have to be away. I'm sure Espresso will be using the replay function later on. Victor chimes in. He says, hello. Hello, Victor. Good to have you with us. Whole cards up. Everyone is now guaranteed 121,300 euros. Money jumps along the way, and a huge jump between second and first. 709,000 euros for the runner-up. The winner of this event, 1.26 million euros. they will have outlasted a record-breaking field here in Barcelona. More viewers get in touch. Rob King asks, is the number of languages on the stream for this final table the 13th record of EPT 100? Possibly, Rob. So the table is set, the stacks are out, the dealer is standing by. Just to let you know where we're at, by the way, we played 15 minutes into level 32, which means there's still about 75 minutes to run at that level. Blinds are currently 80,000 and 160,000 with a 20,000 ante. By my calculations, the average stack right now is 35 big blinds, and that is pretty shallow. So chances are, although in saying this, I know I'm jinxing what's about to happen, chances are we will see some eliminations during the first couple of levels. We will see some consolidation in the stacks. If this thing is going to go the distance, if we're going to be playing into the early hours of Thursday morning, then we are going to need to see some bust-outs and that tournament average come up. Of course, for many of these guys, it's the biggest tournament they've ever played. It'll be the biggest results of their career. So obviously they'll be taking it seriously, and they will be worrying about those money jumps. Almost time to get cards in the air here at the EPT 100 main event final table. Let's go down to the floor. Let's meet the players. Over to my EPT Live co-host, Joe Stapleton, at the final table.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the final table of the 100th EPT main event from here in Barcelona. 1,496 players made up this record-breaking field. Let's meet the final 8. Seat 1 comes into the final table, third in chips with 6,480,000. This is his second ever EPT from Germany, Ji Zhang. Seat 2 is 7th in chips with 1.42 million. He's number 5 on the Belarusian all-time money list, and for some reason chooses to go by the nickname Angry Moron, Kirill Radzivono. Seat 3 hails from Bulgaria. He's got a scoop title to his name and is ranked 6th of this final table with 3,720,000 in chips, Slaven Popov. In seat 4 is another player from Germany. He is playing in his first ever EPT, 4th in chips with 5,410,000, Andre Letau. Seat 5 is our chip leader, and this week he won the EPT's first ever seniors event here in Barcelona. It should be no surprise that he is also from Germany with 10,295,000 in chips, Hossein Ensan. Earlier this week, our short stack in seat 6 went deep in the record-breaking Estrellas Barcelona main event with a 55th-place finish. Today, he's guaranteed nearly 20 times that amount from Italy with 2.825 million in chips, Andrea Dato. Seat 7 is a Supernova Elite and has previous for EPT main event final tables. He finished 6th at the PCA in 2013. He starts today with 3,675,000 chips. From Russia, Andrei Shadolov. Seat 8 hails from the United States of America. His online results speak for themselves, but today will be the biggest live cash of his career. Coming in 2nd in chips with 9,035,000, Samuel Phillips. Congratulations on making it to the final. We have 73 minutes, 30 seconds left on the clock. Blinds are 80,000, 160,000 with a 20,000 ante. Dealer Killian, let's do this. Shuffle up and deal.
And I think Mikey Riley says it best on Twitter. Final table time. Let's do this. Scott R says, hello guys, thanks to you for the last week's fun. Now looking forward to the final table day. Alexander's sentiment in capital letters, go, go, go Bulgaria. Tag your tweets, EPT Live. nuts@pokerstars.tv is the email address. Best way to get in touch though is Twitter. Robert says, I'm voting for whoever the guy is that's wearing Ola Shemian's hat to win this thing.
Can the service please bring water? Lots of water.
Hamza says managing to fit in an hour of the EPT main event final table during lunch break at work. And a reminder, if you want to follow the High Roller event that's also being played here on the final day of the EPT Barcelona Festival, check out the live updates on the PokerStars blog as we welcome Joe Stapleton to the booth.
Hello, my babies. We're going to need a bigger boat. Got through all the announcements, screwed up hello, my babies.
JJ Dunn actually said, amazing job, Stapes, with the announcements.
Thank you, Joe John Dunn. Or is it John Joe? It's one of the two. Happy to have you with us.
Radzivo now is open from the cutoff, raising with ace-7 of hearts.
Yeah, the Russians really led us astray with the pronunciation on that name, huh?
What I didn't realize about Kirill is that he actually has Romanian roots and prefers the Romanian pronunciation of his name rather than the Russian version.
You're Romania. Oh, check out this guy.
Hussein Ensan coming into this final as chip leader. Defends his big blind with 6 deuce of clubs.
I think it's a little loose, but hey, he's got all the chips. They're suited.
Only 1 club on the flop, and it's a Broadway flop. Ace high still ahead.
And Sand checks. Understandable check behind. You're not really going to get many folds if anyone has any piece of that board. And Sand does catch pretty good here, though.
He's paired his 6 to become a 77% favorite in this hand.
You wouldn't normally expect Ensan to have missed that hard defending from the big blind. Usually he's going to have at least a draw.
Ensan checks for a second time. Radzivo now checks behind. 7 of clubs on the river. Gets checked to showdown, and a pair of 6s is going to win this. And Bastian on Twitter predicts that Germany will tear this table apart in the next 20 minutes. And was kind of saying at the start, Joe, that something's got to give here. Quite shallow for an EPT final table, and we can expect some early consolidation.
Yeah, I just don't know that the Germans are going to tear the table apart, because I feel like there's some sort of rule against that. I don't know if it's expressly listed, but certainly there has to be something about destruction of property or you know, just general violence.
Sorry.
Just anything of that nature, destroying of anything. Oh, did he mean? Oh, you meant metaphorically? He's metaphorically going to destroy the final table.
By the way, of course, with the 7 on the river, it meant Radzivo now took down the first hand of the day.
Pair of 7's good.
That'll teach me for actually looking at Twitter rather than the board.
It's look. It's anyone could have made that mistake.
It's been a long week, guys.
Thanks for being with us, everyone. Everyone's been with us all week. We got, we got some payoffs today, James. We're going to be giving away some of the prizes we've been talking about all week. Probably one last free roll today. We've got the winners of a winner of the EPT 100 quiz. We're going to announce the winner of the EPT Moments poll that was on YouTube. I've got a couple of games planned for you all. Josim's Journal, some Team Pros, jam piggity packed.
Yeah, and as far as the EPT Moments are concerned, voting's going to close at 5 p.m. Central European Time. So that's 2 hours and 45 minutes from now. So you might want to head to our YouTube page, check out those videos, and vote for your favorite moment in EPT history.
So Latau opened in his Olashemian hat. Pretty interested, guys, by the way. If you have something like an Olashemian hat, something that you just like picked up one day, we got a 3-bet coming from Ensign. Do you have a lucky piece of clothing out there, guys, when you play? Is there some good luck charm you bring to the table? I want to hear about it. Hashtag at EPT Live. Apparently, Latau and Olashemian have been out late. They were out on the Raz, and Latau woke up in the morning and just kind of swiped all his hat, and now has been wearing it ever since. You guys have any stories like that? A lucky shirt, a lucky pair of socks? I'm wearing my lucky undies today, but only because I ran out of all the rest.
Let's not forget about Kirill's lucky Barcelona shirt, which he's been smuggling into the venue every day. The casino staff tried to stop him from wearing it, so he just stuck it in his bag and puts it on when he gets inside. Jan says now that Bram is out, I don't know who to root for, the American or the Bulgarian. Bogdan says, Shatilov, show him how to play.
In position or not, 6-4 offsuit, maybe not.
How much?
The hand you want to just call with.
5.5 started to hand. Yeah. Yeah.
4 betting is probably a better bet than calling. And he's picked a good hand to do it against. I don't know if he's got a read or if he's just playing the man. But Ensign should give this up most of the time now. I'm sorry, what was that?
Call.
Also fine-ish, I think. No, probably not, but hey, he's a field player.
Rupert says, good final table. There's no one I want to win desperately, so I can just enjoy the poker. Gavin wants to know the chip values. We've got blue chips, which are worth 5,000. Yellow chips, which are worth 25,000. And green and black chips, which are worth 100,000 each.
Pretty good flop for 10-9.
Don't think Ensign's going anywhere yet. Ensign checks to the man with the betting lead.
That's awfully weird, right? Latau 4-betting and then not continuing on that flop.
And Ensign now sees an opportunity to lead the turn. Those are the 100k chips.
bets. 855,000.
855,000.
This is a small bet, but I don't know that he's going to need to bet any more than this to get it done. Just knowing what the actual hands are. And despite making what's probably not like a game theory optimal pre-flop play, Ensign wins a really big pot.
He's back above 10 million. In fact, he's above 11 million. 11.5 million in chips to lead this 8-handed final table. Roughly a quarter of the chips in play. And of course, with our final tables, we often find ourselves with viewers who've never seen EPT Live before. Maybe you're new to poker. And Andrew has a newbie question on Twitter. Why do the players align their hole cards after viewing? Very simply, Andrew, the playing cards have little computer chips in them, and there are the scanners under the table which read the hole cards, so we can tell you what cards they're playing. And we ask that they put those cards side by side in a box in front of them. That's where the scanner is, and then we can read that information.
I assume that when the poker police gets in touch 1 minute ago and shouts, "What is happening?" that he's talking about the pre-flop play there. I think probably between both players. Hey, did you see this tweet from Axley, who says, "I'm going to be at that table next year. Come on down."
I admire your confidence. So reminder, any questions you may have about the EPT, about tournament poker, we're happy to answer them. Happy to welcome all newcomers to the game. You can send your questions via email, nuts@pokerstars.tv, or you can tweet them using the hashtag EPTLive. This is the first time we've seen Sam Phillips play. He raises under the gun, takes the blinds and antes.
Got a question here from Poker Fanatic 112. It says, some prominent online players, it sounds like. Can you please give us their stars screen names? We don't want to give away all the ones, but the ones who've given them to us, we can tell you who they are.
Absolutely. So Kirill, for example, in the 2-seat is Angry Moron. Just to clarify, those of you who thought we were insulting this guy yesterday, no, Angry Moron is his online handle.
It looks like Slaven Popov. He goes by the online name Suarez_BG.
And Sam Phillips, who qualified on PokerStars, is Buck Guy 2200.
I think that's a really sweet online name because I would never think that's a good online poker player. I would just assume that he is a total maroon.
Chris McFadden says, I know the smart money is on another German champ, but I just feel like Shatilov has the edge. He's the only player at this final table with previous. He finaled the PCA 10 main event, the year Dimitar Danchev won his PCA title.
Yeah, and Stanimir wrote in with a similar question. Says, Stapes, hi buddy, who do you think will win this table? In your opinion, is Slavin good enough to do it? I think any of these players are good enough to do it. I think that, you know, that we're shallow enough right now, and it's such a cliche, but I do think that any one of these players could still win this right now. I really do. You know, Hossein Ensan is the chip leader, but he is on a hot streak, which counts for something. I don't care what anybody says, it counts for something. He may not be the most experienced player, though. So there's a lot of balancing going on here.
Blind on blind. Shatilov calls in the small blind with King-Queen. Phillips with the option in the big blind with Ace-9. And just to address Victor's question, he says he'd like to see the guys split the prize money 8 ways. Is this allowed? We do allow deals on the EPT, but we have never seen any deal negotiations between all 8 players at a final table. I think the most number of players I've seen negotiate a deal is 4, but normally it's either 3-handed or heads up.
Yeah, this isn't your local tournament at 4 o'clock in the morning when everybody just wants to go home. This is really big money involved, and some of these players are going to think that they have an edge. So I'm pretty confident saying we are never going to see an 8-way deal.
So Phillips checked his option. Still has the best hand with ace-high. Shatilov checking. Phillips bets 160k. Shatilov calls. Turn card is a 4, doesn't change anything. Patrick Deere says, just tuning into EPT Live, good way to spend the afternoon. Sven asks, what is the prize for first place? 1.26 million euros. And Fawad says a big shout out to our qualifier who bubbled the final table last night. So a double paired board. Ace high's good.
Shatilov with some showdown value with King High. Checks it. Phillips may bet this, but I don't know what better hands will fold. Yeah, he just checks.
So Phillips wins this 800,000 chip pot from Shatilov. And a quick reminder about the EPT Moments vote. If you go to the PokerStars YouTube channel, search to find the videos. At the moment, there are 2 front runners. The speech play that Daniel Negreanu made at EPT 7 London and Vicky Corrin's 2-time victory. And we want you to help us determine a winner. Voting's very close right now. Voting will close today at 5 p.m. Central European Time, and we'll announce the winner after that. So please head to our YouTube page, check out the EPT Moments videos, and please vote for your favourite. But right now, it's very close between those two, Negreanu and Vicky Corrin.
It's pretty cool because I think like on a what would you call it, on a macroscopic level, the Vicky one is really the best moment. But on a micro level, Daniel calling that dude out is really incredible. Very entertaining stuff.
And a bit later on, we'll have a competition for you based on those 8 EPT moments. Quick update from the high roller, courtesy of Jason Mercier on Twitter. Still 15 players left. No one busted for the last 90 minutes. Jason was all in with queens against ace, king, and 1. He has 822,000 chips at the 2040 level. A reminder that updates on that tournament are available on the blog. We're going to stick with the main event as we see Slaven Popov raised to 320,000 with ace 7. Andre Letao has him dominated with ace, queen suited.
I think in general we're not going to see too many 3-bets from this position. Yep, there's just a call. You know, the guy you're 3-betting raised early. There's tons of action still behind you. So even though ace queen suited is pretty strong, it's not one you'll 3-bet from early-ish position too often.
So these guys are going heads up to the flop. Popov with the betting lead, Letao with position, and the best hand. Well, Popov flops an open-ended straight draw. Letao still ahead for now with ace-queen.
There's draws all over the place here. We got a flush draw for Letao, a backdoor flush draw for Popov, up and down for Popov, pair draws.
Of course, Letao a big favorite with the 2 overs and the spade draw.
What happens when the 4 of spades hits the turn?
Popov continues with 325k.
You know, and he's not always going to be continuing with the best hand, but you wouldn't expect your opponent to have this much equity. Nobody raises with 2 overs and a flush draw anymore.
Letao just calls. Turn card is a 9. That's the straight for Popov.
Popov gets a treat.
Plus, of course, he's picked up a flush draw himself.
This is pretty awesome. One guy with a straight, both with the nut flush draw. Obviously, no one can fold. James, what does Popov's hat look like to you?
Looks like a balaclava that's been rolled up. Looks like he's going to put it on and pull off a bank job later on.
Okay, I guess it's just me.
425,000.
That bet's about a quarter of the pot.
425k.
Letao obviously can't fold. Does he choose to raise here?
No, just calls.
Probably the best with 1 card to come.
And there is the king of spades on the river, giving Letao the nut flush.
No treat for Popov.
There's 2.5 million in the middle, and Popov has 2.6 million behind.
I mean, if you're Popov, you kind of have to hate this card, right? Like, he got stationed twice. Okay, he checks. You think he could possibly check fold? We'll have to see what this bet amount is from Latau.
Takuzi points out it was the best card in the deck for Popov on the turn. What a horrible hand for him on the river.
So under half the pot. This is really, I mean, knowing what the hands are, this could get called.
Obviously a significant percentage of Popov's stack.
I guess though if we look at this, okay, let's pretend like we don't know what the 2-hole cards are. This is, I guess, has to be a pure bluff or a flush, right? With a 4-card straight out there,
or a straight,
or another straight.
Popov
sure,
might think they're chopping.
Yeah, that does make it a little bit. What else is a straight though? Just a 7. I mean, you don't expect the person who flats your early raise to have a 7 in their hand unless it's 2 7s.
We saw Popov take his time over his decisions yesterday. This is a big decision.
Yeah, he's right to be stressed out here.
Rob King, not a happy man when he looks at Andre Latau. Says this covering the face thing is starting to get out of control. Nearly bad enough to say bring back sunglasses. Got news for you, Rob. He's got sunglasses as well. Mikhail says, what's next? Playing poker with masks on? And Wally says, all this hiding behind clothing looks a bit funny.
It does look funny, but they're hiding tells and probably also from the tax authority in their home countries.
How long has Popov been thinking now?
Probably closing in on 2 minutes. I'm not even going to give him the sound effect, though, James, because I think this is a totally justifiable tank.
1 million?
You know, there's a lot of the time that we give these guys, you know, a little bit of a needling for how long they take with their decisions. If this is the decision every time, this is worth it.
Popov folds.
Wowee, nice fold.
He makes the correct laydown. And Latau, by the way, chips up to nearly 5.5 million. Popov down to 2.5 million. The St. Ensan still the chip leader with 11.4 million. So we've got 2 players in the immediate danger zone.
Danger zone!
Popov and Datto with 16 big blinds each. Andrei Shatilov also has a sub-20 big blind stack.
James, I asked people a few minutes ago in relation to Latau's lucky hat from Olashemi and if they had other lucky things they like to wear. Dana Craven says she has a lucky hoodie. It's her best fitting hoodie ever. It's bright orange. She found it at a garage sale for 50 cents. Sick brag. Kai says that she puts 3 Tibetan coins in a red envelope and tapes it under her poker table for good luck in the home game.
I think I have many bluffs.
Here's one for you, James. What's the best way to qualify for an EPT with a low bankroll?
Satellites. They're running on PokerStars all the time. Try and qualify now for the next leg of the European Poker Tour in London. Just go to the event section of the PokerStars tournament lobby as Latau picks up Ace-King under the gun +1.
Okay.
Antonio on Twitter says, are my tweets getting through? I can't see them on the feed. Unfortunately, Antonio, they're not getting through. I have no idea that you even tweeted that.
And in answer to Rayvan's question, yes, the fly is still with us. And Joe's €5 bounty still stands.
I'm doubling it. 10 euros. Sam Phillips makes a good lay down on the button, ace-7. Raise and take it for Latau.
Ross says he's surprised that more people haven't participated in the voting for their favorite EPT memory. Well, that's why we're encouraging you to get involved now. You've still got 2 hours and 25 minutes to vote, so please head to our YouTube channel, search for those moments. There are 8 videos, and vote for your favorites.
You know, Lucky All In has got a theory as to why someone might cover their face, too. He says it looks like both players don't want to get cooties from each other. And we have, last year we did have we buried the story. Josem wouldn't let us talk about it, but last year we did have a major cooties problem on the EPT. And, you know, guys like Latau just aren't over it yet, I guess.
Lewis has just sat down, and that hand, Popov versus Latau, was the first hand he watched. Great start to the final, but Latau checking his cards, a big tell, surely?
It depends. Some people check their cards all the time. I do think in general people will check them more when they have a big hand. They want to make sure they've read it right, but some players just always check them. You have to pay attention to what a player's been doing over the course of a tournament. And I think our first guest may be able to help us out with that. Not our first guest, but our first professional poker player guest.
Latau back in the action, raising under the gun with King-Queen this time. Shatilov with Ace-Jack.
A lot of love for that pop-off fold we saw a little while ago. I agree. Excellent fold.
Yeah, Sean Woodford describes it as a pretty sick fold. And a couple of people, Zuli and Chris, saying that despite his face covering, Latau's still giving off a few tells.
I mean, covering your face it can be a tell, depending on how often you do it or when you do it or how you cover it. You have to make sure you stay consistent with these things. Herman has an interesting point of view. Lol, Latau, if you're that insecure about giving off tells, maybe don't play a live 5K MTT. Lol. I'm going to add another lol on there.
So I want to thank all of you who took part in the EPT 100 quiz that we ran over the last 8 days. Coming up, we will reveal the answers for the first 8 questions, and later on we will be drawing for a winner. We had hundreds of entries. Only 13 people got all 16 answers.
So if you got all 16 answers, you got a 1 in 13 shot at winning these headphones and the Sunday Million ticket?
Correct. We're going to do a live draw later on today. So congratulations to the 13 people from the 100 who entered the EPT 100 quiz who got all 16 questions correct. Answers coming up.
You know, also, we haven't been giving it that much attention here at Barcelona, but I believe the proteges, the Team Pro proteges, are at least starting to be picked and announced, because I saw Vanessa announced her protege winner, Vanessa Selbst. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I'm going to be doing a Google Hangout with some of the Team Pros and the protege winners next weekend, next Friday and Saturday, September 5th and 6th. So watch social media for more on that if you want to see a quick little interview between me, the Team Pros, and the proteges.
Our new superfan Marshall says, kind of tilted that I just woke up and missed half an hour, but happy it looks like I haven't missed much.
Rewind function, buddy.
One more what?
Phillips raises to 325,000, gets a call from Latau in the big blind. 8-6 for Phillips, ace-9 for Latau. And it's an ace-high flop, top pair for Latau.
Latau checks to the razor. Phillips is whiffed completely. You would expect him to continue here a lot unless he's just going to give up already.
Continuation bet of 285,000 from Sam Phillips. Sam originally from the US, now lives in Mexico. Although he's currently on an extended trip to Europe, and he's currently based out of Prague.
You know, and that's a tell right there, that Sam Phillips was a good enough online poker player that he was probably making a living doing it in the States, moved to Mexico. So, you know, you didn't have your weekly depositors aren't the ones that move to Playa del Carmen to go play online poker. He's probably a very good online poker player.
Yeah, $3 million in online winnings. But as you said at the start, Joe, this will be his biggest live cash. Well, his C-bet got called. He's drawing dead on the turn. Action's been checked to him for a second time.
Yeah, his only real shot at this, I think, is a full-on triple barrel, which can be tough to pull off. Yeah, Phillips checks the turn. He's going to have to absolutely bomb this river if he wants any shot at winning it. I don't know that he's going to do that. He maybe just is waving the white flag with a check on the turn. He does give up. Pair of aces for Letao. Good and good. James, can you answer this question from Melois? He says, if this is live coverage, how can they make sure the players don't have some kind of spy earpiece telling them what cards they have?
Yeah, just to clarify how we do things on Cards Up final table days on EPT Live. You're watching a delayed picture. Well, let's just run through the EPT 100 quiz questions, Joe, and then we'll deal with that question.
Fair enough.
So here was the first 4 questions we asked you. Whose mum said they looked like Roger Federer during the EPT winners presentation? That was Glenn Shawnee. Alan Medisan was the Romanian player who wore skeleton gloves at the final table of EPT 6 Snowfest. Nikolai Seninger and Diego Gomez connected by a lion. Diego Gomez dressed as a lion. Nikolai Seninger had a lion on the poker table. And Dor Brunson made his debut at EPT 8 London.
That is the only question I knew the answer to.
It was Florian Langman who told Joseph Mauer he played like donkey. Last year here in Barcelona, the main event Bubble Boy didn't show up. Mark Telcher quoted 50 Cent's Candy Shop at the Barcelona final table, telling his opponent he'll make you lick the lollipop. And Thomas Lemach has his own puppet, and it's very creepy.
How would someone have known the puppet question? Because I've seen it, but only like, you know, backstage and stuff. Did it make a show once?
It went on EPT Live several times.
Okay.
So yeah, just to go back to the live streaming.
Yeah, so how does it work? How do they not have people telling them what the whole cards are,
Because
James?
what we're seeing now actually happened an hour ago. There is a 60-minute delay on the video feed. So while we're with you in real time calling the action, we're actually watching a tournament that was played 60 minutes ago. Or this part of the tournament, rather, was played an hour ago. So yes, in an hour's time, Popov will learn that he made a great laydown. And it does change the dynamic. But everyone is exposing their whole cards. It is a level playing field.
We like to keep it fair here in the EPT. We're like Fox News, fair and balanced.
Not really sure I like the comparison. Letao calls in the small blind. Ensan checks his option in the big blind. Ace-9 against Ace-7. And most of the time, this will be a split.
I heard a clap. Did you get it, Cal? I got to see evidence. Bring me the body or no money.
Antonio says, thanks for letting me know that my tweets aren't getting through. I'll try and fix the problem.
Didn't get that one either somehow.
The Towers bet 210,000 on the flop.
Ensan folds the best hand.
Letao on a tear right now, up to 7.4 million. Third in chips at the final table. Got an email from Julian to nuts@pokerstars.tv. Julian says, EPT moments has to be Vicky Corrin winning her second title. It got me all emotional. Love the live stream and commentary, absolutely awesome. Julian, thank you very much for your email. Make sure you vote. Go to our YouTube channel and vote for that moment.
And Julian, you weren't the only one who got emotional. It was a very emotional moment.
What? You tell me what you vote? I haven't voted. I want to what you bet, bro. What you bet, yeah. I can tell you in a break, okay? So, I tell you in break, okay? It's fair for you? Yeah, I'll see you later. Yeah, but probably you want to go smoke or eat and not going to watching TV.
Alex tweets to say, looking forward to sweating the EPT Barcelona final table. Zuli says, being up at 8 AM is so foreign to me, but so far this final table seems like it'll be worth it. Miss K9 has got a crush on one of the players at the final table. I think Andrea is cute. Go, go, go.
He's not bad for a man.
Sam Phillips is raised with Queen 9 suited. It's the chip leader's small blind. He passes. Andrea Dato in the big blind.
I like Rick's tweet here. Tell spotters are prevalent today with hole cards up. Give yourselves a pat on the back.
So Dato actually dominated here. Seems to be considering defending. No, he folds.
Oh, James, we made a major mistake yesterday, by the way. Huge mistake. We were so busy, so bogged down, so into this record-breaking main event that we forgot to plug the fact that a brand new EPT TV show premiered last night in the UK and should be up on PokerStars.tv today.
That's right, also available on the PokerStars YouTube channel. I believe it was the bubble show from the PCA main event. Hopefully you got to see it. Hopefully you enjoyed it.
Now, Chris, there's no reason to be passive-aggressive with me, but I'll read your tweet anyway. Glad you mentioned Stapes, that Vanessa's protege is a reg at Poker School Online. Big congrats to Rob Sharona. There's no need to be passive-aggressive, Chris. I didn't know he was a regular at Poker School Online.
Hand 11 of the final table. And Torodzavo now who's raised. And we haven't caught his cards. They may be a little bit off the scanners that we talked about earlier on.
James, you want to help out Victor here, who says stream from California tomorrow, right?
No.
He's close, though.
Stream from Florida next Tuesday.
And Wednesday. But thank you for playing. We're happy to have you, Victor.
Let's see if Kirill gets any action here. It's on Ensan, on the button. He passes. Dato gives up the small blind. It's Shatalov's big blind, and he folds as well.
James, Rupert says, no offense to you two, but when are the pro guests coming in? I love anyone but you.
Not bad. I saw a good card.
He didn't say it exactly like that. Usually when someone starts off with something by saying no offense, it's a little offensive.
Well, before play got started today, we spoke to Kirill and asked him if that Barcelona t-shirt he's been wearing all week is his lucky shirt.
You know, I can't say that I'm superstitious, but if it gives me like 5% of feeling good at the table, why not? Why not? So I decided to play every day in this t-shirt, especially because they don't allow actually to come to casino in sport t-shirts. And they stopped me and said, you can't enter in casino in this t-shirt. Okay, nowadays, every day, I take a new t-shirt, come here, and dress on this one. I take it with me in the back, and after that, I dress on only for tournaments, only for playing. Even if I go to the dinner, I dress on again new one, and I use it only to play. It's like, you know, something like style now.
He's actually, in addition to being 5th on the Belarusian all-time money list, he's the 5th funniest person in all of Belarusia.
By the way, it was not the bubble show that aired on Channel 4 last night. It was the post-bubble bust-out bonanza. It was the Roger Teska show. As we said, that will be available to see on PokerStars.tv very soon. So let's pick up the action here. Shatilov is called in the small blind. Phillips checks his option in the big blind.
Few diamonds, 8 clubs,
8-3-3 on the flop.
Wow.
Top pair for Phillips. Trips for Shatilov.
You don't expect a lot of coolers to be dealt out with hands like Queen 8 and 9, Trey, but there you go. You're welcome, audience.
Shatilov bets 175K.
Phillips certainly can't fold for one bet. Or can he? No, he can't. But maybe. No, he's not going to. It is possible, but no.
He calls.
Sam calls. You're going to see a turn card. Ace of diamonds.
Ace on the turn.
I think Shatilov is gonna like this card, right? Maybe Phillips has got an ace. He can bet, get value from that, and even if not, he can make it look like he's just firing at the ace on the turn.
380,000 into a pot of 830,000.
I mean, Phillips can start thinking about folding now. Shatilov's range gets narrower. He is beating some eights, but eights worse than his might not fire twice.
And we talked about Phillips's online accomplishments, Joe. We should also mention that Andrei Shatilov is Supernova Elite. And when he made the final table of the PCA a couple of years ago, he bought into that tournament for 750,000 FPPs. So Phillips calls a second time. 4 diamonds on the river. Does put a potential flush out there.
See if Shatilov bets again. He may not think that Phillips would ever take a stab at this when he checks. Did he make this real dirty and tiny too? Yeah, he did. Third of the pot. Exactly 1/3. I mean, I think this bet is specifically designed to get a call from an 8. Maybe Phillips will pick up on the fact that bluffs might be a little bit bigger bet than this usually from a guy whose experience is Andrei Shatilov. Sam might have thought that he was, beating a bunch of 8s on the turn, but would worse 8s bet this river when they bet at this amount? Puts the chips back, makes the fold. Another nice laydown.
Shatilov up to 3.67 million. Sam Phillips still second in chips with 8.67 million. And at this point, we welcome Michael Josem, PokerStars head of PR, to the booth. It's the last Barcelona edition of Josem's Journal.
The final day of the main event. Just a few players left to represent. 1.2 million euros for the winner, which will buy an awful nice dinner.
Yes, it would indeed.
Sorry, guys, on that last hand, obviously, other 8s were chopping, but you don't necessarily want to make a call for a chop most of the time either. Thanks, guys. Thanks for everyone who reminded me of that fact.
So, Joseph, EPT Live fans only have just over 2 hours left to vote for their favourite EPT moment of all time.
That's right, the voting for videos closes very soon. You can vote for Vicky feeling over the moon or Daniel talking his opponents into a fold. Both of those moments are true gold. So if you're looking to cast your vote online, you can search on YouTube for the PokerStars channel to find the videos. The Daniel video and the Vicky video, I'm told, are the current front runners.
Yeah, by some considerable margin. I mean, there's 8 videos in total, and obviously we encourage you to watch all of them. And do vote for the one which is generally your favourite, but as we enter the final furlong of this process, it's pretty much a 2-horse race.
That's right. While everyone might like a chop pot, we do not like chopped EPT moments.
Dato moves all in from the cutoff with Queen Jack. Open shoving for just over 2 million. Gets folds all around. Do you have a personal favourite moment from EPT history, Joseph, whether it was included in those 8 or not?
My favourite moment of those videos is definitely when we see Vanessa Selps getting cranky with Kevin McPhee. they just get, like they're genuinely angry. That passion makes it such a wonderful game that we enjoy, that we watch. That anger and that little grimace of at the end of that video from Liv is outstanding. She's caught between a rock and a hard place between her friend Vanessa and her friend in Kevin McPhee.
Yeah, it was brutally awkward. I loved it. Loved it.
So I understand you've been tasked with saying thank you to all of our EPT 11 sponsors.
Indeed, we've got a whole range of sponsors here today and sponsoring the EPT. It's really showing, I think, the movement of the EPT into becoming a mainstream brand and a sporting festival and a sporting event, and not just for hardcore poker junkies. This is really a festival for all sorts of people, and now we're seeing more and more mainstream brands supporting the tournament series.
And some of those sponsors you can see at the bottom of the screen right now. Button raise from Phillips. Savo now defending his big blind. So we've got sponsors that have been with us for a while, Josem. The likes of Skrill and Slide, but now we've got new sponsors on board. We've got chocolate and we've got headphones added to the mix.
That's right. What's really outstanding about each of these sponsors is they're actually contributing to enhancing the player experience. And that obviously they're keen to get their brand known and their brand name out in the poker community, but they're also enhancing the player experience. So, for example, as the Phillips picks up the pot on the flop,
simple C-bet gets the job done.
So, for example, with the slides, they make watches, and so a watch goes to today's final winner, whether they're a pro or just a beginner. Kindly sponsored by Watchmaker Slide, they will wear it with great pride.
Joseph, do you have one about the chocolate?
I do have one about the chocolate. Funny you should mention that. So we've got a sponsor that's really sweet. They make stuff that's nice to eat. Their name is Zusvar and Grassel, and I'm not even going to try to rhyme that one.
I have a question. How do you respond to Lee Davies' accusation that handing out chocolate at a poker tournament is akin to murder? Have you seen the article?
I haven't seen the article. Did he really write that? Is that true?
We are promoting obesity and diabetes and literally murdering poker players by handing out chocolate. Michael Joseph, how do you respond to that?
Well, they're quite nice chocolates. They're only little ones too, actually.
Are you saying that this 1/4 ounce piece of chocolate could potentially kill me?
Well, if you eat it the wrong way, it might. But I think that people should make their own dietary decisions. But it's certainly an enhancement. We're certainly not forcing chocolate upon anyone. We've had a great response from players to these events. They've been really popular, the chocolate tournament. And so what we're running at each of the EPT stops for the rest of the season is we're running a special chocolate sponsor, a chocolate tournament, where Suspas and Grassel will be the headline sponsor for one of these events, and they're providing over 3,000 bars of chocolate at each EPT event. If one person ate all 3,000 bars of chocolate, that would be a health issue. However, these tournaments are being spread amongst thousands of players.
We should get some of that chocolate down to Florida, James.
We'll take it with us. We'll pack it in our suitcases, because that's where we are going after the weekend. 2 days of live streaming from the US coming up on PokerStars.tv. One of the events we'll be live streaming is the Super High Roller event. Of course, the 10K High Roller is being played here in Barcelona today.
These aren't the players we were looking at before.
And in that High Roller tournament, we've got Jason Mercier and Marc-Andre Ladouceur at the table. 15 players left at the moment, so 2 tables remaining. And the chip leader at the moment, with just over 3 million, is Army Bearer. There he is with the big stacks. Remember, live updates of this tournament available on the PokerStars blog. As we focus on the conclusion of the main event, as we prepare to crown the winner of EPT 100.
I'm really glad that that turned out to be a different tournament we were looking at. I thought it was like Lost Highway, where all of a sudden, like, the main character turns into Bill Pullman. Or is it the other way around?
Sam Phillips has picked up aces. He's raged from under the gun +2. And we haven't heard anything from Xizang so far today. He's got 3s in the hijack. Zhang calls. Andre Latau in the small blind. Folds. Chip leader Hossein Ensan is in the big blind.
Couple of paint cards.
Seems like a good opportunity to call, close the action maybe.
He doesn't necessarily do things the way you would expect, though, this fella. He does just call.
So 3-way to the flop.
Yeah, please.
Phillips with 69% of the equity, 3 ways. Jack 5-4, top pair for Ensan.
What a delicious flop for aces.
Sweeter than that Susvar and chocolate.
None of the health risks.
And Ensan is preparing to lead this flop.
It seems like a courageous decision.
And I wouldn't be surprised if Phillips raised here, because I think a lot of the time players are not leading with super strong hands. This is one of the stronger hands you'd see people lead with. Sometimes they'll do it with sets. But Phillips, you know, and they're also reluctant to fold, you know, because they usually do it with 1 pair hands most of the time. You know, they do it with a 5 or a 4. Like I said, Jack's is a little strong, but if Phillips raises here, I think he's going to get action a lot of the time.
And bear in mind, these are the 2 biggest stacks. Ensan starting this hand with 11.7 million rather. Phillips with just over 9 million. We are assuming that Zhang just gets out of the way.
Why was Zhang get out of the way? He almost flopped the set. He's got it surrounded. Phillips just calls.
There's the fold from Zhang. Heads up to the turn.
You know, one of the benefits of just calling is that obviously your opponent can't fold and get away, and they can just bet into you again on the turn.
Queen on the turn.
That queen could save Ensan a little bit of money here.
I don't know.
I feel like I'm in a situation where Ensan is there's a train coming towards us in the tunnel. We can all see it, and we want to scream to Ensan, get out of the way, get out of the way.
He's Ensan in the membrane, that's why, buddy. He does check.
Okay.
And there is a flush draw out there now, some Broadway draws. Phillips is now going to bet. Seems reasonable.
How much you play?
Oh boy, that is a dangerous question to ask, my friend.
6. 1, 2, 3.
He does not have you covered, but you would have possibly the shortest stack at the table if you somehow got it all in here. And aces somehow hold. And, you know, obviously smaller bet sizing from Phillips. I think he's hoping to get a call from exactly the type of hand that Ensan's got, one pair of hands. 8 on the river, so that changes really nothing about this board. Open-ended got there, 9-10. But I don't think that's really going to affect Phillips' ability to value bet should he be checked to again.
It'd be difficult for him to put Ensan on 9-10, given Ensan let out the flop, check called the turn.
Exactly.
Ensan checks.
And I think Ensan's hand is pretty face up at this point, as being, you know, just either just a wild stab on the flop or, you know, a pair. He hasn't played it very strong at all after that, so I think this is a slam dunk value bet.
How much do you think he pays off?
I'd say a fair amount. I don't know that Phillips is going to bet this much, but I'd say like even 2/3 pot he might pay off. He might get leveled into thinking that he's just being bluffed here.
Well, there's 3.3 million in the middle. Well, it's about a third of the pot.
Yeah.
Just over $1 million, and it gets called by Ensan.
I was about to say, I think a third of the pot gets called pretty quickly, but he called it before I could even get the words out.
And that pot will see Sam Phillips take the chip lead at the final table. He now has 12 million. Hussein Ensan is down to 8.9 million, still second on the leaderboard. But Phillips now in command with a 77 big blind stack, although blinds are going up. In 14 minutes time, they'll be playing 100, 200,000 with a 25k ante. Obviously bad news for the likes of Andrea Datto and Slaven Popov, who are very much in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Highway to the...
A couple of folks on Twitter pointing out that 6-7 will have also gotten there, and also a possibility. But just my point is that not a wide enough hand to not bet the river there.
Oh, the moment he turns over the aces. All right, says very well played, Phillips, with the aces. So, Joseph, what else is there to discuss on today's edition of the Journal?
Well, we talked a little bit about how all the players here today are getting all sorts of chocolates from Susvar and Grassel.
That's Joe opening his chocolate, by the way.
This is like authentic sound effects.
I look forward to the sound effects of him munching said chocolate.
Well, it's funny you should talk about hearing those sound effects, because one of the other sponsors here today are Skull Candy headphones. Skull Candy make the Crusher headphones, which emit some really quite sweet tones. So you can enjoy the bass of James's voice. They will make your ears rejoice.
Not sure I really want someone's skull to be crushed by my voice, but we are giving away a pair of those headphones, of course, in our EPT 100 quiz.
And to every player who qualifies for the EPT main event online on PokerStars.
Wait, everyone got one?
Yeah, if you qualify online, we'll give you a pair of headphones.
Cool.
So remember, 13 people got all of our 16 quiz questions correct. We'll be conducting the draw a bit later on. A pair of those headphones and, of course, a Sunday Million ticket up for grabs.
Continuing on the sponsor theme, if you do want to play one of the qualifiers, which do start from as little as $1 to the next EPT, which is in London in just over a month's time, a lot of players will want a deposit. And so one of the other sponsors here this week are Skrill. Another sponsor is payment processor Skrill. Whether you're in Spain or in Brazil, you can use it to deposit safe and fast. Their services can't be surpassed.
Phillips raising under the gun here with ace-queen.
One day, kids in high school are going to be forced to study those poems.
Sort of, is that like a detention punishment for misbehavior?
No, like Shakespeare in English class. Like I had to learn a sonnet when I was in English class, my first year of high school. One day, someone's going to have to learn Joseph's poems.
And what a glorious day that will be.
Ace-3 of diamonds for Andre Letao.
I certainly understand a call here. Maybe you don't want to 3-bet and play a massive pot against an under-the-gun raiser with ace-3. Maybe you do want to see a flop, though. Maybe flop a little flush draw. No, he gets rid of it. Fine. Also good.
No one ever busted themselves folding ace-3 offsuit pre-flop.
I can agree with that.
Andrei Shatilov defends his big blind with queen-8. So heads up to the flop. King 5-3. Action check to the razor. C-bet of 275,000. And Shatilov folds. By the way, Joseph, on the subject of those headphones, if we have got any qualifiers watching us today, anyone who qualified for EPT Barcelona watching the final table and you're still in town, 423 players qualified for this tournament, but 100 of those,
99 of them.
100 haven't grabbed their headphones yet.
Just 99 of those left. Can I get one?
We're happy to help you out there. So you can enjoy the webcast when you're not on. Maybe if you could listen to Matt and Mark listening
And I
on
will.
your Skull Candy
if I had some delicious Skull Candy headphones to listen to them with, I would.
They have this thing in them where it's like a separate driver for bass. So if you like listening to like doof doof music with more bass, you can turn it up.
Unsun's music?
That's it, yes.
Yeah. I want to answer this question from Fly Martino, who says, why do they always have to think about for 2 minutes and online people play faster?
Such a funny guy.
Well, Fly Martino, they're playing for massive amounts of money right now, and granted, they sometimes play for big money online and they make their decisions faster, but online, they have all of the information at their fingertips. So the bet size is right in front of them. The pot size is right in front of them. Their opponent's chip stack is right in front of them. All that stuff they have to keep. They have to count that. They have to count the number of chips. The dealer can't tell them how much money's in the pot in live poker. They can't really. They can ask their opponent how many chips their opponent has, but
only a million?
It's up to them to verify it themselves. So that all takes time. And of course, there's just the gravity of the decision.
Oh God, I thought it was all in.
Raise and take it, Vedato, who picked up 7s on the button. Here's a question for Michael Josem, PokerStars head of PR. Max Allen says, what is the relationship between Full Tilt and PokerStars?
Well, they've been dating for about 18 months now, hoping to take it to the next stage. It isn't it? No, seriously, the relationship between Full Tilt and PokerStars is they're both owned by the same company. And so there's a company called the Rational Group, which owns the Full Tilt and the PokerStars brands. So.
And what owns the Rational Group?
They're owned by a company, a Canadian company called Amaya, which is listed on the Toronto Stock Exchange.
That's what I'm talking about.
So I'm not licensed to give investment advice, and I certainly wouldn't want to do so. However, it does mean you can actually purchase some shares in, effectively, PokerStars through the Toronto Stock Exchange. This investment advice does not take into account your personal financial circumstances.
Ola Shemian on the rail. He is a friend of Andre Letau's, and we know that Letau is wearing his baseball cap at this final table. Dropping by, see how his friend's getting on.
His friend. Come on. Don't you mean employee?
There is quite a range of interesting headgear all week.
Yeah, it's good stuff. It's given us plenty to talk about. What did you say this hat looked like? A Bakaslava? What was it?
Balaclava.
A balaclava. I think it looks sort of like, I'm just going to, it's got a perfectly round dome, a little ridge around it. Come on.
Popov all in from under the gun, +1. A7 suited. Letau folds and stands out.
Generally, this is a shove you really want to get through.
If he gets caught, he's not going to be happy.
Just Yang in the big blind. Oh. He's got queens.
How much? Why is he asking how much?
He does have... Are there players behind? No, there's not.
No, he's in the big blind.
How much? What? Zhang price.
I don't really like to criticize players at the EPT final table, but this is a slow roll.
Maybe he's misunderstood something.
1,700,000.
This is less than 10 big blinds.
I don't think he understands the correct bet sizing here. I don't think he's deliberately slow rolling. Sure.
Yeah, let me take Zhang's side for a little bit. Again, we're playing for a lot of money here. Some players just like to take their time, make sure they're not making a mistake, making sure that, look, sometimes someone shoves, then someone raises after him, and then you're covered. You know what I mean? He's just being cautious here. He's being really, really slow rolling and cautious.
I'll amend it then. Nit roll.
There we go.
And Popov is going to be amazed when he sees how strong Zhang is.
Toz mislilmazdan bitiyor.
Let's just hope the slow roll karma doesn't affect Zhang here.
I have a degree of sympathy for him here, and that decision is going to cost him or win him somewhere in the order of 50 or 100,000 euros. So taking 60 seconds to make a 100,000 euro decision, probably not unreasonable.
Fair enough. We're all very jaded is the problem.
And Popov accuses him of the slow roll there.
Popov, according to our Bulgarian colleague, has just said to his rail, what was he thinking about with the queens?
He's thinking about, I'm just about to have a pay jump.
Not looking good for A7.
He's a running Jack 10, is that it?
Slava Popov likes to be drawing dead on the turn. He is drawing dead on the turn, and we lose the first player from this final table. Slaven Popov out in 8th place, collecting 121,300 euros.
Everybody else ladders up. Don't forget that.
Good luck, man. Good luck. Good luck, man.
Popov, one of the shorter stacks coming into the final table.
Suarez BG on PokerStars.
He'll be able to play on PokerStars.bg in Bulgaria.
Brilliant.
By the way, Chang does have previous for big decisions with monster hands. He did it earlier in the tournament with aces. Twice.
Yeah.
Popov attempting to steal that shard, the trophy, but unfortunately our quick-thinking security guards were able to protect it.
Go! Please fast play.
So 7-handed now. Zhang third in chips behind Ensan and Phillips. Dato now the short stack with 16 bigs. 2 minutes left on this level.
You know what I just realized, James? Popov didn't get a treat.
I'm sure we can find a chocolate for him.
Yeah, you go out there with a treat for Popov, will you, Joseph?
Well, I'll pop off and do that very shortly.
Anything else to say before you go?
One of the other interesting sidelines here this week has been the Estrella's Poker Tour, which has had their Player of the Year chase. And it's come down to 0.2 points between first and second. The Estrella's Player of the Year award, it really is a fight that can't be ignored. It's going right down to the wire, closer than we've ever seen prior. With Heinz Trout on 190.8 points, leading over Pedro Rodriguez on 190.6 points.
Oh, was that not a phone? 'Cause it just sounded like you were rhyming points with points.
No, was it? 190.8 does not rhyme with 190.6.
That's why I wanted everyone to, come on, go, go, go. And it worked out. Now aces in the big blind, please. Oh, I had 10.
So this will be the last hand of the level. Alex W has just joined us. He says, hi guys, what happened to the great Bram? Last night I had to go to bed. Bram bubbled the final table, Alex.
Nick Vasquez says, can't wait till the EPT 200 quiz, where the question is, who's accused of a slow roll at the EPT 11 Barcelona final table?
All in.
Dato moving all in from under the gun +1 with ace-10.
He doesn't want to stay till the break.
It's 20 minutes of your life you can have back if you go broke first.
Pocket sixes.
This is a big percentage of his stack.
Radzivon now folds. And Letel folds as well. So that takes us to the end of the first level of the day. 1 elimination so far, 7 players remaining. And we thank Michael Josem, PokerStars head of PR, for all of the journals and all of the postums that we have received over the last few days.
Thank you very much. It's been great fun being with each of you, and we'll be looking forward to see who wins tonight.
So more live action coming your way from the final table of the 100th European Poker Tour main event. 7 remain. Sam Phillips is the chip leader. Andrea Detto is the short stack. 20 minutes on the break, then EPT Live continues.
Zoom from PokerStars is fast fold poker. No waiting, just straight to a new hand with new opponents. More poker in less time. We are Zoom. We are poker.
Hello, my babies from Monaco. Now, Monaco is home to some of the richest people in the world, but it's also home to a real live princess. And this time for Challenge Tapes, you guys have voted that I need to dress up like a princess and go take photos with tourists. So I've been given 1 hour to take 30 photographs of tourists. Why that number? Because no one really thought this through. It's arbitrary. Seems like I might not be able to do it. That's why it's a challenge. Anyway, one thing you guys should know is that all princesses are born with magical powers. So right now, watch my princess magical power as I change into my costume. Here we go. Here I am. Look at this. In my princess costume. They told me that I couldn't have a wand because wands are for fairies, but guess what? I'm a princess. I will have a bleeping wand if I want a bleeping wand. Got our first customers over here. So you guys gonna buy a photo or what? Yeah, I see you have a camera. Can we do one photo? Oh, there we go. Okay.
Who's going to kiss the princess?
Who is gonna kiss the princess? That's a good question. For €1 in Monaco, this is easily the cheapest thing you will do all day. Whoop! We got another. It's all right. We'll go real quick here. Okay. If I have to. Un beso, beso. Por favor. Oh, gracias. Uh-oh, wait, hold on. Just 10 euros. Ah, unbelievable. Stiffed. I feel like it's a lot to ask to charge someone to be forced to be seen with me right now. I might throw the whole, you know what? Does anyone have a marker? Let's just make this a little more realistic. Big photo here, big photo. Yes. What do you think? Pretty muscular for a princess, I know. Do you want to hold my wand? Hey, princess photos! Is that your husband on the line? Tell him I'm not here. Okay, here we go. You know, my dad used to call me princess all the time, and I don't think it really messed me up at all. This means kiss a princess, I pay you 10 euros. Actually, it's totally worth it.
10 euros,
Hold on a second, hold on. Does anyone have any change for a 500? He's got one. All right, cool. Thank you very much, sir. I am very popular south of the border, apparently. I truly am princess for a day. Kiss a princess for only 10 euros.
She's my princess.
She's your princess? Okay, well, go ahead. That was the stuff right there. That was the stuff. That was the stuff from fairy tales. The reason I even do stuff like this is just because I don't really have anyone in my life, you know, and it's all for attention, and let's all get to know each other. What are you guys doing later? Enjoy that ice cream. It all gets way worse after that, just so you know. Everything's happy and you're eating ice cream, and then the next day you're dressed up in a princess costume for $100. Well, my babies, I think I smashed the Stapes Challenge. So once again, y'all failed. Y'all can't embarrass me. I embarrass you. You don't embarrass me. So once again, I win the Stapes Challenge. Boop. I broke my wand. I broke my wand! Unbelievable! It's supposed to be my day, and I can't even have one thing go right. I don't even care about any of this anymore. There we go. I'm out. Peace. I'm done. This. I can't see where I'm going.
That is obviously a lineup of the greatest poker players in the world, probably in history.
I'm definitely known as a big bluffer. They don't have a chance.
I always have the advantage. Guys never expect me to bluff.
Every time I come to play, I come to win.
I think this tournament was tailor-made for me, so you can count me as the winner right now.
I think I'm going to need my glasses just to fully appreciate David in the cage. Ideally, I would put them all into the cage at once. This stupid cage!
Be called divas of poker.
It's only because of the cage. You would never call me with that.
Get that cage warmed up!
Pump the cage!
Get in there!
I'm really nervous about playing against the great players. I might have a surprise in my backpack for all the pros.
Please welcome Matthew Hermignano.
When Matthew walked out, I thought, okay, this guy's going to be fun.
What is
Yes!
The sickening factor of the cage.
Dominic raises. It's another one of those things we need a soundboard for. It happens quite often.
Yeah, he was the one who did the damage to Karen Stack, and now looks like he's going after again.
Oh, you're all right, Mark. If you didn't bring rice, I'm sure you probably brought your silica bags with you. Have you bring your silica bags with you?
Again.
Oh, man.
3-bet up to 82,000 from Miranda. No immediate fold for Karen. She's thinking she might have protection, and there's a lot of money in the middle, and she's going to make a move. All in. 557,000. 157,000, that's... You'd expect that she's going to get called on at least one spot. 167,000. Action back on Panka.
Ironic timing. Andreas is asking any dames. Oh, sorry. Do you know what? I thought he said any dames. I thought you meant any women left in. I was saying actually, he's saying any Danes left in. Oh, well, that's far less interesting. I'll come back to you on that. Sorry, I thought you were giving me a great link into the particular hand we're watching. You're being told to turn it off and back on again by quite a lot of people.
Yeah, I did that once.
Technology.
I'll try turning it back on again in a second. It was just that it's weird. It wasn't accepting my my password. So all of a sudden that wasn't working. So I'm thinking one of the keys might be out or something, and it's registering as a different letter. Or
I would pour hot soapy water over it.
Stop it.
That's what I do with all of my electrical.
We've already gone through 2 iPads with with that advice from you.
Really? Oh, I thought that would work fine. Wow, do you know what? Look, Panka is really tanker here. He is. I mean, I know you've got Miranda to worry about, but I kind of didn't give him much credit with the raise, because, like you pointed out, I thought maybe it's just picking on Karen, but is he still desperate to try and isolate?
Yeah, it looks like he is going to try and isolate the short stack shove. Got an extra 205,000 chips. So it's up to 240,000 now. And action back on Miranda.
All in.
And he moves all in.
That is probably...
And he calls.
He calls. This is going to be some
Wow.
big... Is this going to be aces and kings? And poor old Karen is going to find herself drawing... It is aces.
Aces for Panka.
Jacks.
Jacks for Miranda. And ace king. What a cooler. Wow.
And that was...
Someone's just collapsed in the background with the shock of the 3-way all in.
I was going to pretend that was the sound of you blowing up, having submerged your electrical equipment in water. Well, this is not something we've seen much of, but that is just pure cooler. Absolutely nothing else you would have expected Karen to do. And then, of course, suddenly we had to take this fight between Panka and Miranda quite seriously. But it ain't over yet, boys and girls. 5 cards to come.
Yeah, and the main pot's 495,000. That's what Karen can win. But there's a huge side pot, 1.7 million, that Panka and Miranda are battling over.
Well, diamonds are covered already by the aces, so we can't get too excited about that. Don't get your coat and hat just yet, but be prepared for it.
Less than 1%.
So what? So what I throw at you, Mark Comby? We've seen less than 1% come back quite well in recent times.
We have. She's going to need running kings.
I'm not going to commentate. I don't want to jinx anything. I have to keep my mouth shut.
I know how you feel sometimes. Like with passwords.
7 changes nothing except for the fact that we are going to lose the last lady standing.
Yeah. So now that pot and side pot.
It's a queen. Huge pot for Panka. Wow.
That's nice.
Knocks out 2 players. He's going to be above the 2 million chip mark now.
Yeah, unlucky. Some Portuguese support were shouting jacks at me throughout that hand, but there is no jack. And Miranda leaves this game.
Yeah, and actually with that win, Panka's up to nearly 2.6 million and takes over the chip lead of the tournament at large.
Yeah.
So 9 players, 8 spots paid, 217k for 8th, more than $1 million for 2nd, 1.6 million for the winner.
The last time I saw a bubble this big, it was transporting Glenda the Good Witch.
Blinds are up to 30-60, which means Mike McDonald is one of 3 players at the table with fewer than 8 big blinds. As Findiari raises with ace-3, makes it 120k.
He's got the stack to open this hand if he wants.
Newey is among the super short stacks. He folds the button. Ace-jack for Vanessa Selps in the small blind. The chip leader calls.
Even with a huge stack, Vanessa playing this cautiously.
Dan Shack with 9-10 of clubs in the big blind, and he calls as well for an additional 60,000.
He's getting great immediate pot odds with suited connectors, and he's actually the favorite 3-ways.
3-way to the flop, which gives Vanessa top pair, 2nd pair for Dan Shack, plus a flush draw, plus a backdoor straight draw.
Oh boy, this could get uglier than Quato from Total Recall.
Well, it doesn't look like Vanessa intends to play in flow. She leads for 165,000.
To just call pre-flop from the small blind and then lead here, Vanessa's range is rarely nothing.
$400.
Dan Shack raises to 400,000, gets an insta-fold from Antonio Esfandiari.
This board is super wet, which is going to make Vanessa not worry so much about sets and 2 pairs. If Dan had a super monster and Vanessa led into him, wouldn't he probably just call and let her lead again on the turn? It's free money. So no, I don't see Vanessa folding top pair, top kicker here.
Call. She calls. There is now 1.25 million in the middle. Huge pot building here on the bubble, and there are 3 guys at the table running on vapor. The board pairs on the turn. Vanessa now a 3-1 favorite. She checks.
All in.
And Shack shoves!
OMG ICM suicide. I commend Dan Shack for having stones so big. They are now considered the islands of the Bahamas, but this bluff is risking crazy amounts of real money against a person with a stupid strong range.
I call.
Vanessa calls! And Dan Shack is at risk of bubbling the super high roller.
What a ridiculous sweat. Everyone is just giddy with the prospect of making the money. It's like they're 8 and someone announced a pizza party.
The short stacks don't believe it.
Yeah, these two, not quite as giddy. What an unnecessarily huge pot.
Dan Shack does have 11 outs. He can hit a club or a 10 on the river. It's a 10!
That was not supposed to happen. He's doing a victory lap. He's coming back.
Dan Shack doubles up and takes the chip lead from Vanessa Selbst.
I just didn't think you could.
Dan, don't say anything. Don't. Not too late.
I just lost like 2 million chips. I lost 2 million chips. Dan got me on the river, yeah. He pushed on the turn, I called, and he had 11 outs. Yeah. I just lost 2 million chips. No. He raised, and then he just jammed on a bluff, or like a semi-bluff, and I called.
And he got there. That's the crucial part of the story, Miranda. He got there.
How does Vanessa always find herself in these situations on TV tables?
Particularly brutal for her, not so much because she might bubble now, but because she was in such a great spot to win this tournament.
Nice hand, Shaq.
No. Bad hand.
Hard to make it better, hard to make it fair and a flush show, whatever.
I'm trying to win.
I understand.
But obviously I didn't like seeing that hand.
Antonio raised. I have ace-jack, which is too strong a hand to fold, but I didn't necessarily want to 3-bet it because there were so many short stacks. Why am I going to play a huge pot with a big stack on the bubble? It doesn't make sense. So I flat called, and Dan came along as well.
When I flopped, you know, middle pair and a flush draw, and she let out, I sort of put her on a lower flush draw. I raised it, and, you know, I would expect her to call her flush draw. She had almost 5 million chips.
The turn was like the best turn possible because it's really hard for me to be beat on this turn. I checked, and he shoves all in for 1.2 million into a pot of about $1 million.
All in.
All in.
It's just so hard for me to be beat there that I'm just never even considering laying that hand down.
I call.
It would look bad, obviously, once the cards were turned up. First of all, I was surprised she had ace-jack, and second of all, I was surprised she called with it, because I wouldn't. I gotta give her credit. She made a great read, great call. I personally would have folded ace-jack.
He just kind of had a pair and a flush draw and just decided to gamble. He put himself in a position to potentially walk away with no money. We shouldn't have been playing that big a pot at that stage of the tournament, given the situation with all those tiny stacks.
You hit it, you're the chip leader, you miss it. You know, you went from 1.8 million chips and basically guaranteed the final table with, you know, 3 people with, you know, 100,000 chips. So, of course, it was a great risk.
Whoa! I was just a little bit frustrated, just given how absurd it was, given the situation with all those tiny stacks. If I had won that hand, I would have had almost half the chips in play going into an 8-handed final table, which would have been a dream spot to pretty much almost lock up a win.
You know, I'm trying to win, and, you know, I went with my read. It was not quite a right read, but I knew I had outs. Vanessa's a better player than I am, but, you know, I still have the confidence that I can win on any given day with the right circumstances.
People talk about the moneymaker effect and the growth of poker, and the way I perceive it is it's really more about what I represent. People just see themselves in me and my personality. This fat guy that likes to drink beer, likes to watch sports, and then think if this idiot from Tennessee can go and win $2.5 million playing a game of cards, well, heck, I can too. Back in '03, I was more just a recreational player. I was never going to quit my job, but it was a good second source of income. I just saw it was a buy-in that had 8 or 9 people in it. I clicked the register and went and played. I saw I was playing for a satellite, and I was like, well, dang, I was wanted to play for cash. I didn't want to play for a satellite to the World Series, which I'm never going to win. It was David against the Goliath, and then coming out on top. I mean, you can't even make a movie that good. And I know I lived the dang thing. It was incredible. I was out in LA at a house party. Someone comes up, taps me on the shoulder, and I hear him say, I'm a huge fan. I turn around, it's Leonardo DiCaprio. I'm like, what the happening here? People talk about the moneymaker effect. The thing that really struck me is the transformation in poker. This game has gone from casinos shutting down their poker rooms to everybody playing this game. And it doesn't matter if you have $1 billion in the bank or if you're broke and want a satellite. You're sitting and playing on the same tournament table. It's really the only sport where you can actually watch someone on TV and then go play with them.
Welcome back to Barcelona, hosting the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour, EPT 100, a record-breaking main event which is down to the final 7 players. We started this final table with 8, and now there are 7. And right now it's Sam Phillips who leads the pack with 13 million. That equates to 65 big blinds. We've got 3 guys with fewer than 20 bigs, Shatilov, Radzivonau, and Dato. Popov left us, earning himself 121,300 euros, eliminated by Ji Zhang just before the break. Let's hear from our 8th place finisher in the EPT 100 main event.
I just busted from the main event of the biggest EPT so far, which is pretty disappointing, but I'm pretty happy with my result and with my performance. Today I started with not so short stack, but I was one of the short stacks, and I didn't really have a plan for the game. I just decided to sit at the table and see how it goes. I got involved in a pretty big hand in the beginning, which I unfortunately had to make a very tough fold. But I just felt that I'm beat. I just have had some live read on my opponent. I would never fold a hand like that online, for example. And after this fold, it was tough because I was left with like 13 or 14 big blinds. I had to take risks, and I took it with ace-7 from early position, ace-7 suited. I think my push was okay there, but I know the GTO specialist will tell me afterwards if it was good or not. I thought it's time to make a move, and I just did it. So I was unfortunate to this slow road by queens on the big blind, and I lost. That's it.
All right, just one last time for this gag. You know, the very fact that he calls himself Pop-Off shows me he wasn't ready.
Level 33 getting underway. Blinds are now 100,000, 200,000 with a 25,000 ante. It's James Hartigan and Joe Stapleton calling the action here on EPT Live. Very soon we'll be joined by Jonathan Duhamel from Team PokerStars Pro. So if you have a question for Jonathan,
get your questions for Jonathan, maybe about how he won the bracelet.
Email nuts@pokerstars.tv. And of course you can continue to tweet along with the action. Use the hashtag EPT Live. Andrea Dato, one of the short stacks at the table.
You know, I have a theory about Andrea Dato. I think maybe, what if he wins this whole thing, peels the beard off, peels off the mustache, lets down his hair, and is like, boom, it was Andrea Dato the entire time. That would blow your mind, right? Andrea Dato, it could happen, it could be. He's got very pretty features.
He raises under the gun with ace-king, doesn't get any action. Well, Andrea's actually been playing EPTs for years. He won the WPT event in Venice for 105,000 euros, bringing his lifetime tournament winnings to over $1 million. He's currently number 15 on the Italian all-time money list. His best result before this was a 4th place finish in the FPS High Roller during the EPT Deauville Festival, just over 51,000 euros.
Do you think he could be 15th on the Italian all-time money list and still be a losing player?
Harsh.
It's just a question. It's just a math question, James. The guy's won over $1 million. He's probably very good.
Shatilov raises from under the gun with ace-5 offsuit.
I'd also like to mention that my grandmother's from Sicily.
Pocket eights.
Yeah, and Shatilov raising ace-5 under the gun. We are now 2, 4, 7-handed, but that's a little loose.
We're playing a 32 big blind average now. So Ensan defends the small and Dato defends the big. 3-way to the flop.
We got everything covered here. We got ace high, we got 2 paint cards, and we got a pocket pair.
Top pair for Dato.
Second pair for Shatilov. But it's Ensan who's first to act.
It's the kind of hand that he often leads with as well.
He's not leading yet. Oh, he finally checked.
Dato quickly checks. C-bet of 550,000 into 2 opponents. Of course, Ensan started the day as chip leader, lost a big pot to Sam Phillips. giving Phillips the chip lead. Ensan currently second on the leaderboard. He calls the 550. And Datto sees an opportunity to move all in. Gets a fold from Shatilov.
He can pick up the whole pot right here with his shove. I guess he could get called by a worse hand like King 9 or King 10. Maybe by a draw. But it seems more like he just wants to protect and pick the pot up now.
What if Ensan puts Datto on a draw? What if he thinks Datto's making this move with 2 hearts?
He doesn't. Folds the worst hand, gets away from it.
So Datto gets himself out of the immediate danger zone, up to 5.3 million now. Shatilov down to 2.4 million. 12 big blinds. Devonau also pretty short with 15 bigs.
Oh yeah, so not only did he open ace-5, he did it out of a really short stack, huh? Maybe he just thought it would look cray-cray strong and he'd get folds.
8.
By the way, please observe that Sam Phillips is the only player at the final table with more than 50 bigs.
Just to be fair. Yeah, no, I would have told you.
Yeah, I can't say exactly what the hand was, but I saw it's like 9s or 10s or 8s, something.
No, I just saw an 8 flashing,
Phillips the only player with more than 50 bigs. He's not the only player above average, but that's only because the average is so shallow right now. The average is 32 big blinds. Now we're getting to the point where even if we lose 1 or 2 players, it's not really going to lengthen out those average stacks very much.
Under the gun race from the chip leader, Sam Phillips. Ace-10 for Andre Letao in the cutoff. He lets it go.
Now, Sam Phillips can open a little wide with all the chips. And this is like a hand that he can open and pretty easily fold to a shove.
Ace-4 for Datto in the small blind. He folds and Shatilov folds as well. Now, Joe, during the break, we screened Challenge Stakes Monaco edition. That was the challenge where you had to dress up as a princess and have your photo taken with tourists. Many people still commenting on Twitter about the Barcelona edition of Challenge Stakes, where you sell sand on the beach. Obviously, we showed that on the webcast yesterday, but if people want to see that video again, what should they do?
Of course. Well, we won't be showing it again because we want you guys to go to the YouTube page. We want you to drive up those YouTube hits. So you can either do a search for it on YouTube. You can search Challenge Stakes Sand, I think will take you there. You can go to the PokerStars YouTube page. You can go to my Twitter @Stapes, where I have tweeted a link to it yesterday, and I also retweeted a link to it from PokerStars UK today. So there's lots of ways you can get there if you haven't checked out Challenge Stakes in Barcelona yet. And they cut most of it out of the video, but when I pour that sand in my mouth, I did legitimately almost yak.
Under the gun raise from Xizang. Sam Phillips in the big blind. Queen 4 suited. He folds as well, so Zhang is 2 for 2 on the day.
Zhang!
27 hands played so far at this final table. And as promised, we welcome to the booth Jonathan Duhamel from Team PokerStars Pro, to the delight of Marc Champagne. Hi all, great to hear that my 3 PokerStream favourites are online at EPT Live.
Thanks.
Jonathan, welcome.
Thank you.
Jonathan, Marc Champagne wants to know, are you going to hit the playground over the weekend?
I will hit the playground over the weekend. For the tournament over there, it's a 1K re-entry, so 3 starting days. I will be there. I will be playing. having fun with the people over there, and hopefully winning at the same time.
What is the over/under on number of bullets you're willing to fire in this 1K, Jonathan?
Well, it's maximum 3, so hopefully it's gonna be, hopefully it's gonna be 1.
1.
But if it has to be 3, it's gonna be 3. We'll see what happens, but just gonna try to have as many chips as possible, have fun with the people, and just have a good time.
So you've, I mean, you have obviously reloaded in high rollers and super high rollers for like 50K. Is it a little less painful when you have to do it in a 1K?
I guess it's a little less painful, yeah. At the end, it's a little bit the same thing. You're not happy about it. It means you got busted from the tournament, and now you're trying to re-enter. But yeah, of course, it's less money, so it's less bad in a way.
You're like, I could do this 47 more times and only equal 1 high roller bullet.
Yeah, but then you need to finish like top 2, top 2 just to break even.
Action folded to Phillips in the small blind. He raises. Zhang folds. So, Jonathan, we're coming to the end of what's been a record-breaking festival for the European Poker Tour. Have you been as delightfully surprised as the rest of us have by the numbers in Barcelona over the last 2 days?
It's just so crazy. I mean, there's 2 things. First, Barcelona is such a wonderful city, so everyone just happy to be here. And then you look at the numbers, it's absolutely crazy. There's just so many people in the main event, in Estrellas, in the high rollers, and all the side events also. It's just so crazy. So it's a lot of fun. Even though we've not been winning, it's a lot of fun being here. I'm really happy I came, and just can't wait to come back.
Now, you played day 1B of the main event, correct?
Yeah, I did.
And that was the day when we had more than 1,000 entrants on a single day, including alternates. I mean, that room must have been crazy.
Oh, it was packed in the hallways. I mean, it was just tough to go to the restroom during the break. I mean, 20 minutes was almost not enough.
It must have been tough to go to the restroom because it was all over the floor in there, let me tell you.
Yeah, I just went to the beach, you know. It's easy that way.
I assume you didn't take your pants off on the beach this year, buddy?
Not this year.
Do you know that what happened to you on the beach last year also happened 2 years ago, sorry.
Yeah.
Also happened to my buddy. No, that was 3 years ago, wasn't it? That was 3 years ago. 2 years ago, same thing happened to my buddy. This year, I don't think people are taking their pants off on the beach anymore. Just go right in the water with them.
Yeah, gotta be careful. Just find a room or something.
And just in case this is lost in translation, Joe's talking about trousers, not his underpants.
Well, I mean, I could be talking about both.
Phillips opens from the button. Odzavo now shoves from the big blind with Queen Jack.
Much to the delight of his adoring fan, the shove gets through.
Our first question for Jonathan Duhamel from one of our regular viewers, Rob King. Jonathan, what is the Canadian grassroots poker scene like? And is there anyone we should be keeping an eye on?
Well, I think it's getting bigger and bigger now. I mean, there's so many players that plays the game. The tournaments get bigger also in Montreal and everywhere in Canada. I mean, a lot of players, you know, the usual that we see every single time, Marketing McLaughlin, Marc-André Ladouceur, etc. But there's a couple of kids also. Maybe some guys that we don't see often during the EPTs because, you know, some people, I don't know, maybe they don't qualify or something. But I feel like, you know, over the next years, we're going to see a lot of both French-Canadian and Canadians going to make good scores. Yeah, I mean, the scene is getting bigger and bigger over there, so it's fun being part of it.
And is it all of Canada, or is it just Quebec? Is it growing stronger in one section than another? Is it pretty much equal through the whole country?
I don't know much about the other part of the country, but Montreal and Quebec is just getting much bigger. I believe it's probably the one with like the bigger growth, like in the last 2 or 3 years. I feel like Vancouver was already pretty big, so it's still going strong. I'm not sure about Toronto. I mean, they have some tournaments in Niagara Falls that are pretty good as well. But yeah, in Montreal, it's just booming with the playground over there. It's just getting bigger and bigger every year, every single tournament. So it's a lot of fun.
Zhang has raised the button with deuces. Odzavo now folds the small blind. Andre Letao wearing Ola Shemian's baseball cap in the big blind. 9-10.
Too tasty.
He calls, and we are going to the flop.
9-10, that's a hand you're going to defend most of the time, right, with this dynamic?
Absolutely. With an open from the button, you're going to defend a lot of hands, so definitely 9-10 absolute is one of them.
Now, Zhang does ask for a count when he's got monster hands, tends to slow roll a little bit. I don't know if that makes him necessarily a tight player, though. He still has the best hand, even though this isn't a great board for deuces. Most boards aren't.
If he decides to bet there, it's almost a bluff. I mean, there's absolutely no reason to bet on that flop.
Well, he does bet. He gets a fold from Latau.
Somehow Latau missed harder than he did.
Still not sure if it was for value or bluff, but...
Hello to Bill, who joins us from Greece. He says, streaming, baby. Good luck, people.
Oh, yeah.
Jonathan, what else have you done this week besides play poker? What fun stuff have you been up to?
To be fair, not much, because the tournaments are so good, so I feel like I almost had to play them because there were just so many people in every single one of them. Although we have our spot, let's say the French-Canadian, that we go almost every single night here in Barcelona. It's right on the Port Olympic. It's just like a outdoor shisha place where we just meet up over there, have some shisha, have a drink, and just have fun together. It's almost like when you bust a tournament, you go over there, even though you don't even know if people are there. And most of the time, some people are just going to chill, and so you just grab a drink with them.
It's like Saved by the Bell. You guys were going to the max.
Now this is interesting. Shatilov playing 10 big blinds, picks up kings under the gun +1 and min raises. Do you get suspicious, Jonathan, when a guy with a 10 big blind stack just min raises?
Absolutely. It has to be suspicious because, you know, with most of his holding, he would just go all in. So, but now Zhang will wake up with queens, so even though he might think it is suspicious, you just can't get away with queens. He would have called the shove anyways.
So there's the 3-bet, which gives Shatilov the opportunity to stick the rest in. And Sam with threes.
Wow. Yeah, please, thank you.
There goes the rest of Shatilov's chips.
Red triangle of death. And this time, Zhang snap calls with queens.
The one time he snap calls is the time he's in absolute jail.
Shatilov, an 82% favorite to double up through Zhang.
Ну надо, что, куда деваться. Короли в дамы, наши короли.
Let's hope this board doesn't Shatilov the bet on him.
Xi Zhang's girlfriend, watching nervously from the rail, hoping that a queen hits to send Shatilov to the exit. King's holding.
No more paint.
It's a 7 of diamonds.
Shatilov just has to fade a queen on the river. Shatilov survives.
All right. And Xi Zhang's girlfriend is celebrating.
I don't think she understands that he lost.
Maybe she just loves great poker.
That was interesting because Shatilov was such a short stack at that point, so now he's got some room to play. There's no real short stack over there, so we're gonna have some hands going on. It might take a little while before someone busts out. It depends, but there's no one with 10 big blinds, so that's good.
Yeah, the shortest stack playing 17 bigs. Shatilov now up to 22 big blinds.
Now, Jonathan, with Sam Phillips up to 65 big blinds, 13 million in chips. It's got him in a pretty good position, I'm assuming.
Well, don't forget that Andrei Shatilov has made an EPT final table before at the PCA 10.
Action has been folded around to Andrei Shatilov on the button. And he is all in. Owen Crow is also all in with ace-9. And Cherry One calls with ace-king. Wow. One card to come. It's a 7. Ace-King holds, and we have a double elimination.
And we didn't see you in that shot, but I believe you were on the rail for that final table, Jonathan.
Yeah, I was, because my good friend Pascal Lefrançois was playing that final table. So I was trying to watch whenever I could. PCA, always one of the greatest stops of the year. It's always good when you can mix playing poker and be out on the beach. Kind of like here in Barcelona.
Couple of good stops for that. Barcelona, PCA, Monaco.
Yeah, I mean, my two favorites are probably Barcelona and PCA also, because of the beach, I guess. But all of them is just so good. I feel like they're just getting bigger and bigger every single year. So it's really tough to miss them. You just have to be there, and it's a good time every time.
We would miss you. If you weren't at one of these stops, I would definitely notice it. You're a little ray of sunshine, Jonathan.
Oh, gotta be happy, gotta have fun.
So Latau has opened from the button with King 9. It's Ensan small blind. He's got Ace 7.
That's interesting. He can't really call there because his hand is too weak to call, but he can re-raise though.
And you did mention, Jonathan, no one is at immediate risk. No one's hovering around the 10 big blind mark, but no one's got a really meaty stack apart from Sam Phillips. It is a pretty shallow final table right now. There's not a lot of wiggle room.
Yeah, that's true. It means that every single pot means something pretty big. So you really got to think through every single decision over there.
Well, Dato decides to move all in after Ensan calls.
Yeah, that's a good spot. A good move also with his hand. 25 big blinds.
Latau can't really be thinking about calling, can he? How much? He's asking for a count.
That's the count.
It's like 5 million.
5 million? Okay.
A little bit less.
It's got to be Hollywood.
Yeah, just after it goes raise, call, shove. He's not going to be too light, I don't think.
Now, Ensan is probably wondering, could he have like some 9-8 suited or stuff like that in his range?
Isn't one of the problems, though, if you're putting out your opponent on a 9-8 suited or something like that, or even king-queen, that even when you're ahead, you're not that far ahead?
Yeah, absolutely. You're not going to be that much of a favorite, but when you beat, you really are beat. So,
Ensan folds, showing an ace. So Dato chips up to over 6 million.
Tom on Twitter says that Zhang's girlfriend celebrated his loss because no one likes a slow roller.
It is true, though, that no one likes a slow roller.
A lot of people saying that last hand was karma for when Zhang slow roll pop-off with queens. It was a bizarre celebration. It's actually Xi Zhang's wife rather than girlfriend. But even though he lost the hand, she seemed very happy.
Oh, there it is.
Oops.
She stopped pretty quickly. Do we have any shots of him going to the rail and yelling at her? Do we get that?
Couple of questions for you, Jonathan, from Kai. First of all, do you have a piece of anyone at this final table?
I do not. I have a piece of Marc-André Ladouceur, who is in the eye roller right now with 15 left. So that's a good sweat.
Kai's second question, do you invest some of your poker winnings so that you're okay in the future?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you don't want to put all of your money on the table. I mean, whenever you're able to gain, a little bit of dollars, you want to invest a part of it at least. So you want to be careful, you want to be smart, but you want to keep playing at the same time. So it's all about balance.
I like how Jonathan called it the eye roller. Like, oh, Marc-André's out another final table. Oh, God, another poker tournament.
Got to rail another one. Jeez.
Action folded to Dato in the small blind.
If I were Xi Zhang's girlfriend, or wife, by the way, I would probably at this point just move over to Andrei Shatalov's side of the table. You know, I've been wondering what Dato's hands have been when he's glared at people like this. It's the first time we've seen it, and my suspicion was that he's not super strong when he does it.
Well, he's not super strong right now.
And we'll have to, obviously a sample size of 1 is not enough.
Definitely not.
Shatalov's shove gets a fold.
Trying to do some Mike McDonald stare out of there.
Nobody can do the Mike McDonald stare.
No, that's true.
Oh, one thing we haven't talked about, Jonathan, while you were here in Barcelona, you got to play in Shark Cage.
Oh, absolutely. And it was so much fun. I don't think I can say what happened over there.
No, you're not allowed to.
But what I can say is it's kind of a revolutionnaire. So I'm not going to say that in English. But
revolutionary.
Here we go. Like as a TV show, meaning like we've never seen this before on TV. So it's going to be fun to watch. You know, there's been a lot of TV shows about poker, but this one is completely different. So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. It was a lot of fun to play also.
I really hope, and I've said this all week, that the audience enjoys watching it as much as we enjoyed making it. I think the biggest compliment we've had is that every single player who's competed in the show, including yourself, Jonathan, has said that they enjoyed it.
Oh,
they
yeah.
had fun.
It was fun. It was completely different from a normal tournament. Just everyone was just out there having a blast. You know, playing cards, playing serious, but having a lot of fun at the same time.
I think the fun will translate.
Good.
Because I'm a pretty harsh critic of our own stuff. I really am. And I wouldn't say that something's good or fun if I didn't think so. I would just keep my mouth shut. It is really fun.
Yeah. It's a nice concept. Completely new concept.
And TV audiences are going to get to see it in places like the UK and Canada from mid-October. And you'll also get to see it on PokerStars.tv and the PokerStars YouTube channel. As Phillips faces a raise from Datto. Datto on the button with ace-9. Phillips with king-queen in the big blind.
Two strong hands there. Datto's going to be raising much lighter, but he has a hand. And Phillips going to defend much lighter, but he has a hand right now. So could be interesting.
Top pair for Phillips.
Just a beautiful flop for king-queen. King-queen makes a great top pair.
No flush draw, no nothing.
Yeah.
Check, check. An inconsequential deuce.
Great turn for king-queen. Phillips baby starts betting now.
He leads the turn and Datto folds. So Sam Phillips extends his chip lead at the final table, 13.65 million. A significant chip lead because the second biggest stack, Hussein Ensan, has 6.75 million. Well, let's pop over to the high roller event. And on this feature table, Jason Mercier from Team Pro is sat opposite your friend Marc-Andre Ladouceur from Team Online.
The French dog.
Here he is.
Still 15 players left. They've been 15-handed for quite some time.
That was such a crazy tournament. They almost got 400 entries for a 10K high roller. How crazy is this? It was a fun tournament, a lot of players, good value also.
How'd you fare? You play?
I did play twice, actually. So that wasn't good. Yeah, I think made it one was a bad play, the other one was very unlucky. So
when's the last time that you were on stone tilt, just absolute raging monkey tilt?
Boy, a couple of years probably.
It's been years.
I feel like I do tilt a little bit, but never too bad. I mean, what's the most frustrating is when you feel that you've played a hand wrong. So it's your fault if you're knocked out or if you lose a big pot because you made the mistake. Then I get really frustrated. You know, over myself. But if you're just getting unlucky, you know, it's part of the game, so there's nothing you can do about that.
When does that change? Because I feel like as an amateur player that I get more frustrated with getting unlucky than I do with playing bad. At what point do you go through that transition where you can just handle being unlucky and you get mad at yourself?
I guess at some point you just realize that there's some things that you can control and other things that you can't control. So instead of focusing on you know, almost everything or the luck, or just focus on how you play and the decision that you make, and just make sure to make no mistakes, because this is where you can control. You know, for the rest, you have absolutely nothing to do. So,
I mean, it's pretty natural to go through that phase, though, right? We're just getting unlucky, and you blame everything on luck.
Yeah, but I guess the more you play, I guess it just goes easier because you realize that you're gonna get lucky, you're gonna get unlucky. You know, sometimes for a long period of time. So, just learn to deal with it, basically, because you have no choice to do so.
Shatilov has raised the button with 10-7. Phillips in the small blind with Queen 9. Those black chips are worth 100,000. The yellows are 25,000. So this is a 3-bet from Phillips to 925k. Gets a fold from Zhang in the big blind. He folds ace queen.
Oh, wow.
What happened?
I mean, guys, it's got to be like... No, we see the hands, so it's much easier to say, but it's got to be about fold because Phillips is gonna play aggressive. He's the chip leader out there, so he's gonna do some moves. That's what he did right there. So you got to feel like your ace queen there is a monster. It's dangerous because you don't want to be knocked out, but at some point you have to take some risk. You're playing the tournament to win, not to, you know, even though going up the spots are important.
Okay, more answers to our EPT 100 quiz questions. Mads Mikkelsen played EPT Copenhagen in Season 3.
Le Chiffre?
That was the answer to question 9. Question 10. Antonio Matthias had a rabbit cooking in the oven at home. The first ever EPT Live webcast was from Dortmund in Season 3. The shortest EPT final table was in San Remo in Season 4. 2 hours and 40 minutes. Oh, we can but dream.
Are you saying Antonio Matthias was dating Glenn Close?
Question 13. John Duthie was in the bath when he thought of the EPT. Mark Gort was reading poetry at the Dortmund final table. Santiago Terezes called the clock on Mark Goodwin. And Artem Litvinov is the guy who shadow boxes and does the splits to celebrate big hands. So those were the 16 answers. 13 people out of the 100 who entered got all 16 questions right. And we will do the draw for the prize a bit later on, the live draw, see which one of those 13 people wins the Skull Candy headphones and the Sunday Million ticket.
I also have to take issue with one more of those question answers. The John Duthie, when he thought of the idea for the EPT, wasn't he standing on the toilet in the bathroom trying to hang a clock when he fell and hit his head? And that's when he came up with the idea for the EPT?
You're thinking of Doc Brown.
Oh, Doc Brown, and when he thought of the idea for the flux capacitor.
Yes.
Which is what makes time travel possible.
Not to be confused with the world's richest poker tour.
They do have many similarities, though.
You know, guys, I feel like I learned so much every single time I come here.
None of it useful, just cramming your head with useless knowledge.
No, because
right?
what happened was
to know.
Jonathan was born with a pair of hockey skates on, so he didn't watch movies growing up, I assume. He spent most of your time outdoors playing hockey.
Yeah, that's true. And I was watching hockey movies, basically. That's all I was watching.
Your hand go up like this, comme ça.
The hockey season's about to start also in Montreal, so I can't wait for that.
You seeing these rumors, by the way, that there's going to be a team added in Las Vegas?
It might be.
I can tell you I have an inside track. It's pretty much a thing. Pretty much a thing, a team in Vegas.
That would be good.
I'm going to write down a name, someone who told me.
Oh, wow.
So it's a pretty reliable source.
That would be good.
Hello to Joel Monty, who says, I can finally sit down and watch EPT Live for the rest of the day. So decent that this is a free service. You're welcome, Joel. A reminder that if you are new to EPT Live, if you're new to poker, there is no such thing as a stupid question. I understand that some of the terminology might be a bit confusing. Poker speak has become its own language. So ask away. You can email your questions, nuts@pokerstars.tv, and we'll work through as many as we can. Alternatively, you can tag your tweets EPT Live. Ed Kilworth says, I'm one of the 13 in the draw in the EPT 100 quiz. Crossed fingers, I've never played the Sunday Million.
So funny because James called you out specifically when there were 13 players that all had the right answers. He all but guaranteed you would be one of those 13, Ed. So thanks for being with us. Super fan, Ed Kilworth.
And Ed's even sent in a question for Jonathan Duhamel. He says, have you got any ambitions left in poker, Jonathan? What keeps you hungry for more?
Well, just win some more tournaments. I mean, there's so many great tournaments. Like Barcelona was a good one. I really wish I could have won it. You know, there's a lot of big ones. So even though you've won a couple of them, you want to keep winning. Just want to, I don't know, win more money, win more trophies, and keep on learning, I guess.
So Datto has raised from under the gun. Phillips is in the hijack with 8s.
And that's a good spot. If you decide to re-raise over there, you might have to call the all-in. So probably what he's wondering is, does he want to gamble that much right now, or he just want to play a pot in position?
It is a 3-bet. 925,000. Zhang with pocket fours. Interesting that he snap folds ace queen to a 3-bet, but thinks about it with fours.
Also, the ace queen was button in small blind, and he was big blind.
Absolutely.
Now, if you're that, though, you're wondering, is Philip just putting pressure because it's the big stack? So does he want to gamble with it, or just want to play a pot or fold?
Quickly folds the queen jack suited, and Phillips wins another one and is now up to 16.15 million. Shows the eights. And look at this disparity, Jonathan. Sam Phillips is 16.15 million, 81 bigs. Second biggest stack is Hussein Ensan, who's barely got 30 big blinds.
Now, what's going to happen is all the guys, they just want to move up the ladders now because it's so equal, all the stacks. So Phillips really can put even more pressure than what he was doing, because no one want to bust. You just want to wait for someone else to bust, so you have like a pay jump.
And wouldn't that explain sort of why Ji Zhang may have folded that ace-queen there? I mean, he's only got 27 big blinds himself. There are 5 players with fewer chips than him out there.
That is very true, although the thing is, when someone's open from the dealer position and then the big stack 3-bet from the small blind, you know, it doesn't mean that much strength. It could mean a big hand, but I think it's one of those spots that, you know, we've seen the hand, so it's easier, but usually you have to go with it. You have to gamble it up. You don't want to be waiting for aces, because you may win like one pay jump and buzz the next hand after. So you still got to try to win, even though you want to move up the ladders as well.
Folded to Hussein Ensan in the small blind, and he raises with ace deuce. Dato with 8-6 in the big.
Just a min raise, so you want to see a flop in position.
Anytime the stream.
What do you think? You're not folding this very often, are you?
I don't think so. So cheap because it's a min raise, so.
Do you think that you're a little loose as far as players go, that you defend your big blind a little more wide, or are you just standard, do you think?
Probably I'm on the looser side.
But not cray-cray.
Not cray-crazy, but probably on the looser side. I feel like if you fold too many hands over there, it's so easy for the small blind to just min raise with a lot of hands. Now he's probably thinking if you want to call or re-raise, actually. Does he think that Ensen's going to move all in on him if he re-raise?
I think if he's jammed, he might get snap called. I know that wouldn't be a standard thing to happen, but he's kind of looks weak.
Yeah, that's true. Also, if he's taking so long right now, so the longer he takes, I think the weaker it looks.
Yeah.
You win.
Dato folds.
Folds to the min raise. Always that third option, I guess.
Well, we saw when we looked at the VPIP of each player at the final table that Sam Phillips has been the most active player at this table. He's played more hands than anyone else. Let's have a look at the win-loss record so far. Phillips is 14-3, 9-1 pre-flop, 5-2 post-flop. Ensan has a losing record. He's 4-5. Most of those losses post-flop.
Looks like Phillips playing pretty well with his big stack. He's got the chips, he's winning pots. He doesn't want to play big pots, he just want to play a lot of small ones and just try to win as many as possible.
Hello to Stefan, who says, enjoying EPT Live at work. I love being an IT nerd. Good for you, Stefan. And Jeff Corey has a very important question for you, Jonathan. Which is the better hockey movie, Slapshot or Youngblood?
Gotta be Slapshot. You know, Slapshot with the translation, the French-Canadian translation, it's something to see. It's real French Canadians going at it. It's just unbelievable. We've watched that movie as kids, and it just changes our mind our view of what hockey is and what Quebec is. So yeah.
Wonder how much Ola Shemin had to pay those guys to be there.
Raise and take it for Latau.
Let's ask Mr. Whiteman's question, who says, Jonathan, which one do you think is better for a low bankroll online on the micro level? No limit hold'em short stacking or limit Omaha 8?
Well, it's two completely different games, so it depends whichever ones you feel more comfortable playing. I mean, if you think you're a better Hold'em player, go play Hold'em.
It's a very simple answer, yeah. Good call.
This is like any other single, depends on any stakes that you play. You just want to play the game that you're the most comfortable in. If you want to learn the other game, then you can go play lower limits than you would usually. That's what I did when I learned mixed games. I just went and played smaller than usual to get a feeling for the game and try to get some practice over there, and then you move up the ladders after. So just go with whatever the one that you like the most.
Oh, whoop, whoop. It's the sound of the police. The poker police in touch. Jimmy Fricky says people are so terrified to take flops. That Queen-Jack suited fold was instant, getting like 4-1. And 8-6 folds, they're getting 5-1.
That's true.
But Jimmy, 8-6, it's not very good. And what if you miss the flop?
Shatilov calls in the small blind. Sam Phillips checks his option in the big blind. King, Jack, Jack.
Shatilov flops a gut shot.
Jimmy's postscript on that, by the way, kind of an EPT thing. Way more 3-bets, very few calls in position.
It's true. I feel like the EPT usually plays a little bit different than the tournaments in North America, at least from what I've seen. I feel like in California or like Miami, let's say, people tend to see flops more often. When in Europe, there's a lot of 3-bets and 4-bets. So the playing style is a little bit different. Doesn't mean that one is tougher, one is easier, but just different playing styles.
Best piece of advice I ever got at the poker table in America was this guy, this grizzled old guy. The cashing game was, here's a piece of advice for you, kid. Always see a flop. The European Poker Tour neither condones nor condemns the words of that man. Do as you like. Play on PokerStars.
Hand 42 of the final table. Latau with 3s under the gun +1. He's folded it. Action on Shatilov on the button. Eight-10 suited.
Yum. Interesting.
Just calls.
That would have been a good hand to raise, but probably feels like Philip's going to 3-bet him pretty often. So that's why I decided to just call and try to see a cheap flop.
Exactly, he's got that old guy's words ringing in his head.
Always see a flop.
Request may be denied. Phillips raising with Jack-10.
Well, I think this is why maybe you do limp, so that you can call in position and still see a flop with 10-8 suited. Ooh, Zhang's got a decent hand. But one that, given his image, he's probably going to fold to a limp and a raise.
Imagine the reaction from the Russian commentators right now.
What is he doing? Yeah, they don't hold back over there. This is very terrible.
You know how we try to see like every side of things and obviously try and get inside of the minds of the players and talk about the money jumps? No, on the Russian stream it's more like, he is terrible, awful player, he needs to leave.
This play is more terrible than my wife's borscht.
Ace 10-7 on the flop. Both players with a pair of 10s. Phillips' kick is better.
Interesting dynamic. None of the players want to want to get it in pre-flop because they don't want to be busted on, you know, let's say even though you have a 70-30%, you don't want to be knocked out on that. So you're trying to see flops. That's why we see a very different, you know, way of playing with limpings and just calling.
And as I suspected, neither one of these guys wants to play a huge pot with second pair here.
Yeah, absolutely.
So check, check on the flop. 5 of clubs on the turn. Check, check again. 2 pair now for Phillips.
What a fortunate thing to happen to the overwhelming chip leader.
Think he gets a call here?
Not exactly that stellar of a proposition to call with third pair.
Yeah, the jack might be a scary card because it was checked through and then all of a sudden he bet when the jack comes, so you might be thinking that you just hit this jack on the river. But also is the big stack, so he could be bluffing, that's for sure.
But, you know, Phillips did raise after it was limp, so I think that Jack X hands are going to be, you know, make up a decent portion of what he'd raise with.
Yeah, but his range is so wide when he raises from the small blind there. I don't know exactly if Shadilov would have called pre-flop the 200. He would, if he would have limped with, let's say, aces or kings or queens or a real monster ace-king.
We're roughly halfway through this level now. Shatilov decides whether to make a hero call. He folds.
Good fold, buddy.
Yeah.
Here's a good question from Willie Elliott. Jonathan, do you think players in the USA are behind the curve ability-wise by not having online poker? Is Europe/Canada ahead? And if so, how far ahead?
That is a very good question.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I think it was.
Probably, because for sure when you play online, you know, the ability to play a couple of tables at the same time and just play so many more hands helps you, you know, get better. So probably some of them, although, you know, the pros that plays a lot have all moved, so they keep on playing online, but probably for the recreational player who doesn't play that much, the fact that he can't play online, he doesn't see, you know, all the new stuff, all of the new tricks. So he's kind of playing like he was playing 2 years ago. It probably makes a difference. So yeah, it's a good question, but probably, yeah.
By the way, you've got less than half an hour left to vote for your favorite EPT moment. If you go to our YouTube channel and find those videos, we've selected 8 moments from 10 years of the EPT. We want you to vote for your favourites. It's a 2-horse race, really, between a hand that Daniel Negreanu played at EPT 7 London and Vicky Curran winning her 2nd EPT title in San Remo last season. Vote for your favourite. The vote closes at 5 Central European time. That's less than 30 minutes from now, and then we'll announce the winner later on.
And that's easy to find. If you go to youtube.com/PokerStars, and then there's a little tab that says EPT Moments. Click on that, and you can vote for your favorite.
Dato raising here in late position with King 10 suited. Folded around to the blinds, who both fold. And a quick question from Pedro. Says, hi guys, can you tell us the free roll password? Oh. Yes, we can. And it's one of those days when we might have to release it on Twitter as well, because we can't put it on the screen. But we have decided to name today's free roll password after Joe Stapleson's favourite EPT champ of all time.
Kent Lundmark.
Lundmark, Lundmark, all lowercase. Lundmark is the password for today's EPT Live League free roll.
I was actually thinking that we should change the currency of most countries from like the dollar or the Deutschmark to the Lundmark, because that is how big a baller Kent Lundmark is. If Jonathan Duhamel won an EPT, it would be a close race between him and Kent Lundmark as to who my favorite EPT champion is. But at the moment, it's Lundmark by a Lundslide.
8:15 Central European time is when you can play today's free roll. Lundmark, Lundmark, all lowercase, will get you into that tournament. Fold it around to Zhang on the button. Ace-3. Wow, just following Daniel Negreanu's timeline on Twitter, he is ridiculously excited about the NHL coming to Vegas.
They already have an arena at the Orleans Casino, but probably if they bring an NHL team, they're going to have to build a complete new one. So knowing how Vegas does things, it should be a pretty nice arena.
Yeah, right?
Littau defends his big blind with Queen 4 of clubs. Ace, King 4 on the flop.
One club.
Littau checks with bottom pair. Zhang with top pair.
I mean, these guys haven't seen many of Zhang's hands, but if they had, oh, he doesn't bet here. I was going to say when he bets.
Oh!
Yikes!
Littau improves to trips.
Hachi Machi. I was going to say when Zhang bets that flop, you just fold bottom pair because, you know, his image is just so tight.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But now, really, when you raise, you really think that an ace and a king is in his range. So when the second 4 hits, it's a jackpot.
Chris Day wrote in before saying that Littau, despite covering his face, does have plenty of tells. I could see quite a bit of hand trembling there as he fired in this bet with trips.
500,000.
He's probably mostly an online player. It's one of his first EPT stops, so he doesn't have that much experience playing live.
It's actually his very first EPT ever.
Oh, here you go. Pretty good score for first EPT, right?
Yeah.
Oh, is this going to be a raise?
No, don't do it.
He is going to do it.
Oh, my God.
That is a raise.
I mean, and Jonathan, this isn't just a don't do it because your opponent has trips. In general, you probably don't want to raise here anyway,
There's just
right?
no reason. The only reason he would raise is to protect himself from a diamond draw. Because besides that, there's no, I mean, there's, a couple of gut shots, but there's no real draw there. There's no reason to be scared. And by raising, all the kings are going to fold their hands, so you're only going to get called by worse.
So you're chopping with almost every other ace, right?
Yeah.
So, and those hands aren't folding. So you're not going to fold out a chop for the most part.
No, but the king is going to fold, so what
the
else
worst
is calling
hands are
you?
folding, exactly.
Yeah. So there's no point on raising.
1,050,000.
Is there a possibility he could bluff this so hard that Littau folds 3/4s?
No. I mean,
not now at least. Maybe on the river. Look, I'm just trying to find something here.
Littau calls, and just before we go to the river, I want to handle Mike Kelly's tweet. He says, I have a question that's too big to fit on Twitter. Is there another way to ask? Yes, Mike. Email nuts@pokerstars.tv. Nuts@pokerstars.tv. A 6 on the river. Littau checks.
that hand was played so weird, from the start till the end.
All right, well, he makes the right move on the river.
Well, it's a 3.2 million chip pot. Littau slams down the winning hand.
He's happy, but he missed a lot of value over there.
I'll let him have his moment.
That's all right.
Littauering Inferno.
What the fuck?
Oh, easy, dude. How many pieces of himself did he sell? Because he can't have this many actual friends.
Get those guys a drink.
Ich? Ja, Zitterreligion.
You could argue they've had enough.
Nee, warum?
Littau now second in chips, by the way, with 7 million.
Atheist mit ganzem Herzen.
Jonathan just means get them enough drinks so that they eventually go to sleep.
And Zhang now drops below the 20 big blind mark.
No, Zhang's gonna have to make a move. He can't be folding those ace queen and ace tens anymore.
UCAB, I like you. You're typically a pretty fun listener. You don't have to submit your question multiple times. We got it.
Shatilov has raised to 400,000. Phillips with Jack 3 suited. Fold it around to Latau in the small. He passes. Ensan in the big. Seemingly has a decision.
While he gives it a think, I'm going to read this tweet for Jonathan. While Jonathan is commentating EPT Live, your comments are spot on as always. And I loved you in Time Cop and Universal Soldier. Sir, that is an insult. What an insult, because Jonathan was also great in Double Impact and Kickboxer.
Yeah.
He's making, it's a Jean-Claude Van Damme reference. He's saying you sound like Jean-Claude Van Damme. Which, to English speakers, it all sounds the same to us. It's not his fault.
Okay.
It's kind of a compliment, though. He's a cool dude.
All right, thank you.
Ensan flops second pair and a gut shot. Shatilov. Bottom pair. Two pair now.
Now Ensan's open-ended. You're probably going to bet two pair here, right, Jonathan? I mean, there's tons to protect against, eh?
Yeah, exactly. It's a pretty dangerous board, so you want to protect your hand. You know you're going to get a lot of value from naked aces and stuff like that. So,
just going back to that previous hand, Jonathan, a lot of people on Twitter very confused with Latau's reaction, saying he seemed angry. What was his problem there?
Yeah, he did seem angry, probably because he didn't understood what Zhang did on the hand. Why did he raise the turn? I don't think that Zhang showed his hand, but the line just didn't make any sense. So probably that was the reason why. Yeah, I don't know. It was kind of weird of a reaction, to be honest.
You do find that reaction a lot from players who aren't that experienced, where they get angry with people for not playing hands properly.
Yeah, like they should have played their hand that way, and that's why they get angry. But it doesn't make any sense.
You should be happy about that.
You should be happy, exactly. And he just won a hand, so there's no reason to be mad. Maybe he didn't get max value on it, but he did win a hand, so it's pretty big on that final table. And also, if people are playing or making mistakes or stuff like that on the table, don't be angry to them or something. I mean, it's part of the game. Everyone can play the way they want to, so there's absolutely no reason to be angry towards people. Just play how you want to play and let them play how they want to play and see what happens.
So this hand gets checked to showdown, and Shatilov wins with two pair, gets his stack up to 4.77 million.
When?
So earlier we saw a bizarre situation where Shatilov doubled up with kings against Zhizang's queens, and his wife, Chi Lu, seemed to celebrate that result. But we decided to speak to her on the rail.
I am really excited. It's just amazing for us. Actually, I never imagined that before we come here. Yeah, I had planned all my, trips to visit the Barcelona and also buy the ticket. I have brought the tickets, but I have no chance to visit. Yeah, but still, yeah, I'm really excited.
That's adorable. I mean, look, obviously that's what it was. She was just super excited, caught up in the moment. It's really actually hard to follow from the rail. Unless you're a seasoned poker railer, it's hard to figure out what's going on. Not only do I love her excitement, but I love her name. Her first name, worth major, major points in Words with Friends. It's one of my go-to. QI, huge.
Yeah.
Jonathan, one thing I've noticed here as we see a raise from the chip leader, Phillips. Uh-oh, ace-10. Radzia now.
He's only got 12 big blinds, so he's got to go with it.
Yeah, that's what my next question was going to be about, those 12 big blinds. My guess is this is going to get through unless somebody wakes up with a pretty big hand. There goes Ensan, there goes Dato. Back to Phillips, who's certainly going to fold the king deuce. If we don't lose another player during this level, the average big blinds in the next level is going to be, right now it's 32 big blinds, and it's going, the blinds are going up by another 20%, 25%. So we're going to be like a sub 30 big blind average.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be interesting. Now it's really going to be about the ICM, what's going to go towards that, because, I mean, again, the pay jumps are really big, but you're playing for first place. But if you're like 5th in ship or 6th in ship, you're really looking at the pay jumps. But when the blind's going to be higher, people's going to have to take some risk. So people's going to have to gamble even though they don't want to. So it should be interesting. You know, I feel like people like Zhang might not gamble as much as he should have. And when the blind's going to be higher, then you're going to see the effect of that. And he's going to have to gamble even more, and I'm not sure he's going to be able to do it. So that's one of the things. When the blinds get so high, you have to be able to pick up your spots pretty well and gamble. But at the same time, you want to be careful because there's a lot of other short stacks at the table. So
it's a real balancing act, huh?
Yeah, it's really about the timing, I feel like. Just got to have the right timing, do you all in at the right moment, and just hope for the best.
And San raising the button here with 6-5.
Mr. J on Twitter has asked, what's the Supernova Elite's online name? Well, it's him. It's Andrei Shadolov.
He may well be asking for his online handle. And bear in mind, we say to the players, do you want to share that information? Some of them are happy to, some of them would rather remain anonymous, and we have to respect that.
That's true.
Shadolov hasn't specifically told us his online handle. I'm sure you can find it yourself if you do some digging, but we're not going to give it out. And that is some EPT live production synergy right there. We mentioned Supernova Elite. Up comes some of the highlights from those parties that you are invited to. If you make Supernova Elite, you get to go to those things. And from what I've heard, they are awesome.
Next VIP club party in Hamburg this weekend. And you like a party, Jonathan?
Oh yeah, and we had one in July in Montreal, and it was a blast. I think they were expecting a couple of hundred players, and it was twice as many people as expected in the club. There was like there was so many action over there, a lot of fun, a lot of people that you get to meet, you know, people that plays online. So really, if it's somewhere near you, you should go. It is so much fun being out there.
Well, Zivanov opened with eights. Phillips defended his big blind. Well, Zivanov continues, gets a fold.
And Razionov seems to be one of the few players at the table, other than Sam Phillips, who isn't playing totally scared. He seems to be still playing his game somewhat.
Yeah, I think he's playing smart. He knows what to do and what not to do. He doesn't have to think through every single decision because I think he just thought about it before. He's playing well.
You think so?
Look at Phillips.
I hope so.
Pretty much doubled his stack from the start of the day.
Great spot to be in.
Not such a good day for Hossein Ensan, who came into this final table as chip leader and has lost 4 million from the start of play. And Zhang's lost nearly half his stack.
Let's talk potential countries bringing home a winner here. We've had 1,000,001 German winners on the EPT. All the live long daters German winners.
Yes.
Main events I'm talking here. Russia, there's been a few. There hasn't been an American winner in a while, has there?
Wow, that's a good question.
For main events? Last season, there were no American winners, right? What do we count on Steve O'Dwyer in the grand final?
He counts as Ireland, I'm
Ireland,
afraid.
right? Mohsen Tirani is the last one I can think of.
You may well be right, you know.
2 seasons ago. No, 3, right?
Well, Phillips definitely have a good chance today because he's got all the chips and he seems like he's playing pretty well. What I've seen, he's been very good, very solid, aggressive when he needs to. So that's dangerous.
Radzivo now has opened under the gun with 7s. Phillips with deuce 4 suited in the small blind.
That's interesting. He's going to 3-bet even though it's under the gun raise. You know, under the gun raise always means strength. But maybe he has a tell, maybe he has something. Also, it's against a 20 big blind stack, so it really makes him in a tough spot over there. Because it looks strong. When you do 3-bet someone who raised under the gun, it does look strong.
But coming from that position and from the chip leader, it could maybe read as, you know, a move.
It could, but it's a very creative one, to say the least.
Там китайцы, походу, 3 ляма всего осталось.
Сколько?
3 ляма.
Ну, если интересно, то...
Radzivo now folds the 7s.
Well played by Phillips.
To boost his stack.
Even though he was a chip leader, the move looks so strong from there. So that's why he had to fold.
Doing what the chip leader should do.
Yeah.
I just say, Jonathan's got to go in a moment, so I just want to squeeze in one last question before Jonathan has to leave us. And that is, you said you're going to Montreal after Barcelona, Jonathan. What's next for you after that? Have you mapped out the rest of the year?
I mean, not all of it, but after the tournament in Montreal, I will be for sure playing the W Coops from September 7th to September 28th. So I'll be playing a lot of those, playing some mixed games tournaments, some Omaha, some Hold'em as well. Gonna be playing a lot. That's always a blast. Gonna try to have some golf games in between. And then I'm still not sure for the rest. There's a lot of tournaments. There's a lot of things going on. So I'll be everywhere. You see me all the time. You'll see me again. Let's try to win one. Feel like it's been a while.
It has been a while. Let's do it, buddy.
All right, cool.
Well, at this point, we have to say goodbye to Jonathan Durmel from Team PokerStars Pro. Great to see you here in Barcelona, Jonathan.
All right, thank you, guys.
And best of luck for the rest of the year.
Thanks a lot. It was a lot of fun.
Au revoir, Jonathan.
More guests on the way later on.
And he is out of here.
In fact, soon we'll be joined in the booth by a guy who went extremely deep in this tournament and nearly made the final table. The reigning PCA champ, Dominic Panker, will be joining us on EPT Live very soon.
I wanted to address this tweet from DE, but we'll get to it after this hand. Sam Phillips once again with the best of it.
So Phillips raised with 7s. Radzivo now defended his big blind with ace-4. He's flopped second pair and he calls the continuation bet from Phillips.
I mean, eventually Phillips' aggression is going to get called. And let's hope for Radzivo now that it's not going to be right Zavo now.
Die beiden, das sind da 4, 5 und das sind dann halt 8 Treffer.
Checks a second time. Phillips checks behind. Check, check on the turn, check, check on the river. Phillips' 7s are good.
Yeah, just to address this tweet from DE, says Letao is nothing like unexperienced in poker. He's an online beast. I didn't mean that he was inexperienced in live, in poker in general. I just meant in this stage, in this phase of a tournament live, and just in dealing with human beings. A lot of times, online poker players don't exactly have the greatest social skills. And so to sit back down after that hand and say, what the F, I think is something that once you make a lot of final tables and once you become in the public eye, you sort of learn to rein in those emotions.
JJ Dunn says, I'm Irish and I love Steve O'Dwyer, but he's an American winner in my book. You can't ignore the fact that Steve has dual citizenship and he has an Irish passport. He registered for that tournament with his Irish passport and said, I am representing Ireland. I know we get a lot of flag changing on the EPT, but Steve is very proud of his Irish roots and very much wants to be considered a resident of that country.
And Nigel tweets to say, Stapes, you nailed it. Mo Centrania was the last EPT main event winner.
The last American was the grand final in season 8. Wow. Zuli says Phillips is playing so well, liking him a lot. And he's back in the action here, raising from the cutoff with 3-4.
Christian's written in with a question that actually James Hardigan flagged earlier on one of our breaks. He says, how are they going to play the 122.40 level after racing off the 5K chips?
Yeah, there's been a slight change to the structure. The next blind level will be 125.250 with a 25K ante. They've reached the point in the EPT where the structure is at the discretion of the tournament director, and we reached that point many levels ago.
Well, DE is back with a fact that I think
You will be the guy who crushed the biggest EPT
John
main
DeBella
ever.
may be the last American winner.
Really?
Was that before most?
Look at this table.
There you
He's
go.
going to win. A lot of poker
But at
left.
the end, he spews it up.
Yeah. Heaps of poker left.
By the way, we've been encouraging you over the course of today to check out those EPT moments on our YouTube channel. Another video we'd like you to take a look at is House of Negreanu, as we give you a tour of Daniel's home in Vegas. It will not be airing on EPT Live, so if you do want to check out that video, you can follow Daniel Negreanu on Twitter. He has already linked to it. We're going to link to it as well, and it is on our YouTube channel. Shatulovas raised with ace-10. Phillips with ace-7 suited.
We got ace on ace on 6-5.
Yeah, Ensign comes along for the ride. He flops second pair. Shatilov with top pair. A lot of people being a little bit cynical about Steve O'Dwyer's motivation for claiming to be Irish. I think it's more about Steve disowning the US after the events of April 2011 than it is to do with tax.
Or if we want to put a little positive spin on that, maybe just also being very proud of his Irish heritage as well. Checked around to the chip leader on this flop, who's got nada.
So the guy who hasn't connected with this flop is the one who bets. He was the pre-flop aggressor. No, he wasn't. Shatilov was. But with the advantage of position and the advantage of having all of those chips, 18 million of them to be precise, Phillips makes it 550,000.
This is pretty tough, I guess, when the pre-flop raiser checks and the guy with all the chips bets. You've got a hand, but you're not closing the action. That looks like more than 550,000.
Ensan turns his pair of sixes into a bluff?
Yes. You're saying that with a question mark. Maybe this works. There's really very few hands that he could be value raising this flop. There's almost no semi-bluffs.
And now the decision on Shatilov, the original raiser who flops top pair, top kicker, and is now facing a bet and a raise.
I mean, you can eliminate two pairs, right? Maybe he calls pre-flop in the big blind with 6-3 suited, but you know, there's not a lot of 10-6s and 10 trays out there. So then he's pretty much value raising sets only. And would he do that? Would he risk getting folds behind him if he had a set?
All in. Shatilov moves all in.
Sweet read.
And both players fold.
Nice pot right there for Shatilov.
Shout out for Shatilov. Second in chips now with 7 million.
And I guess the all in there is just in case he's semi-bluffing, that he can maybe get him to call it off, and you know, he's protecting and doesn't have to make any more decisions after that.
Let's hear ya. We love you, Andre.
Oh, he's got a bunch of demons on the rail. I thought this was the European Poker Tour, not Hellraiser.
Shatilov playing 35 big blinds. Sam Phillips way ahead with an 86 big blind stack. Zhang and Red now in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
And blinds going up in 14 minutes. As we mentioned a few minutes ago, to 125,000, 250,000 with a 25,000 ante.
James, we have guests and we have contests and we have giveaways and we have videos and we have all this stuff going on. We haven't gotten a chance to give anything away with any of our classic games, one of which I prepared. Do we have time in this level to give something away? Because when there's guests in, it's hard to play a game. Because I'd like to talk about the guests.
Что за доска была? 10?
10, 6, 3.
I tell you what, at the top of the next level, we should definitely play the EPT Moments game, because that poll is going to close, and we should be able to announce the results soon. So we've got a great competition for you based on those EPT Moments videos. So I'm just going to give people a little tip. During the break, and I stress during the break, you don't want to miss any of the live action here. By the way, Zhang moved all in there with queens and got no action. Why not check out, if you haven't already, the 8 videos that we posted of 8 of the best moments from the first 10 seasons of the EPT, because we're going to ask you questions about those videos, or a specific question that relates to all 8 of the videos when we come back from break.
Correct. So watch them, because we're going to actually make this a pretty decent prize. I want to give away more than one prize for this, maybe like a little prize package, like a t-shirt and a button and a deck of cards maybe, because this one, we can do all 3? Perfect. Because this one requires a little bit of sweat on your part. So we're going to make it worth it. We can't give away that trophy, unfortunately.
By the way, Hugh Jones has just watched the Daniel Negreanu video. He says, the TV and games machine are awesome. It's Cribs, Negreanu edition, available for you to watch on our YouTube channel. As Phillips picks up ace-king under the gun and raises. For those of you, including Robert, asking about the fly, it's still in this room. No one has killed it. No one has claimed the bounty, which Joe has doubled to 10 euros.
Hasn't been bothering me today, though. I don't know where it is.
It was all over my arm when Jonathan was here.
Maybe it's attracted to the smell of the Russian commentators.
So Shatilov defended his big blind with queen 10. Flops a gut shot. Checks the action to Phillips.
Because the Russian commentators are very sweet, is what I meant. They smell like sugar.
Ace on the turn. Phillips now with top pair.
TPTK. But it's Shatilov who's going to take a Stabilov.
It's made it 375,000. Sean says, got to go to work shortly. When are you going to make an EPT Live radio station? I'm going to miss the good stuff. Now, Sean, one of our regular viewers, Pete, actually turned EPT Live into a radio station. He had us going on the PokerStars TV app on his smartphone and then plugged his smartphone into his car stereo. Well, you can just have headphones. Just treat it as an audio track.
Just don't wear headphones while you're driving your car. I don't believe that's legal.
Just assuming if Sean was walking. If you're
Yes.
driving, connect it to your car stereo. If you're taking public transport, use headphones. Maybe use the speaker on your phone if you're at work. We'll describe as much as we can for you, Sean. The beautiful 5 of spades dealt on the river of this 5-card board that sits at the center of a blue-based poker table on this futuristic stage in the Casino Barcelona.
James is doing right now what we call on radio, painting a word picture.
Shatilov checks. He took one stab at it on the turn.
Just like Hardigan just took a stab at that fly.
I'm 0 for 20.
Sam motions it for a bet. Quick fold from Shatilov. Couldn't even get the bet out there.
And Phillips now up over 18 million again.
So he's got nearly 3 times.
You lost the pot today, Sam?
The chips of Andre
Yeah.
Letau, who's now in second.
Correct.
Hi-ya!
What a crusher.
So they've played 54 hands so far. We are still 7-handed with 9 minutes left on level 33.
Who's the action on right now? Razi Vo now.
Red triangle of death, he's all in. And trust me, if we go to the next blind level with 7 players, you can see a whole lot of shoving going on. No calls.
And with King Jack, you're generally pretty happy about that.
Yeah.
K-Rad, I believe, is what these the commentators, Matt and Mark, were calling this fella yesterday to avoid that 19-letter last name. Hey, there's our former online qualifier.
Yeah, Bram Henritz qualified for this tournament for less than 100 euros. Walked away with 92,800 euros for finishing 9th. Would love to have been at this final table, but hey, there were 8 seats, 9 players, someone had to go.
He did not have a chair when the music stopped. King Jack for Letau and San folds deuces.
Mateo says, I did that with my phone, connected it to my car audio. Unfortunately, I used all of my internet connection in 3 hours of listening. Unlimited data plans, people.
Gotta have a good data plan.
It's the way of the future.
You know, you gotta be careful though, because even some of those unlimited data plans aren't unlimited, which is messed up.
Read the small print. Term and conditions apply. So Latau's raise. 3-bet by Datto.
How much you play?
For 1, 2, 2.6, 3.6, 4 million even.
4 million? Behind?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct, 4 million? Ah, okay.
Latau folds.
I really like Tom Leach's tweet about Latau. He says, check out Latau's eyebrows. Hashtag Tell City. Hashtag welcome to Telltown. Hashtag Latau. I might have to take Latau for the TV broadcast. Thank you, Tom.
Five minutes until the next break. Are we really going to be coming back with 7 players?
Yeah. By the way, interesting story about Datto. His parents are professional bridge players, and apparently at one point his dad was like the best in all of Europe, but gave it up to take a real job at 30. So when Andrea decided around the same age, after 5 years of playing poker, that he wanted to be a professional poker player, his dad was like, go for it. Because I gave up being a bridge player for a real job, so go for it. And now his parents are both totally on board and very supportive of him. And he says if he wins this, he wants to buy a house in London. Which he'll probably have to, you know, win 2 or 3 of these to buy a house in London.
Yeah, 1.26 million euros might not get you much of a house. 3-bedroom apartment, maybe.
A home. Let's just say he wants to buy a home in London.
Phillips using those chips, using position. 3 bets from the button with Jack 7. Datto open with Queen 10 suited.
Phillips is just working this big stack perfectly. He knows he can put pressure on. People are folding to him. Why stop?
Well, Datto folded Queen Jack suited to a 3-bet from Phillips. And he's going to fold Queen 10 suited to it as well.
I mean, they're just letting him get away with murder. He's like a rich person in the United States.
He's up to 18.6 million now. Shatilov officially second on the leaderboard with 1/3 of that
This
amount.
time you didn't show, which is not good. Last time you showed 8, so now you must have less than 8, which is bad.
That's not a fair assumption. I'm not going to show every time.
James, Chiara has a prediction. Clara, excuse me. She thinks the top 3 are going to be Phillips, Shatilov, Datto.
Well, this is the difference in their stacks from the start of this level. So in the last 87 minutes of play, Phillips has continued to build his chip lead. It's been a good level for Shatilov. Ensan continues to bleed chips. He's down to 4 million now. Zhang's also had a losing level.
James, Kuja's Led wants to know if there's a free roll today. I think it might be worth repeating the free roll password. We can't put it on the screen today, guys.
No, but we are going to tweet it, so make sure you follow at EPT Live. We'll make sure it's out there in writing. But it is Lundmark in honour of the EPT 7 Barcelona winner, Kent Lundmark, Lundmark, all lowercase. Lundmark is the password for today's EPT Live League free roll.
And we are a community EPT Live, so go ahead and put that password on out in the stream and hashtag it EPT Live, so those folks who maybe didn't hear it can look back at the stream, follow along, get the password right out of there. Is that another pot for Sam Phillips? Sure is.
Up to 19 million now. Machine says Datto is also one of the best live cash players in Italy and had some great sessions last summer playing 2040 at the Bellagio. Look at that, 95 big blinds for Phillips. Shatilov, who's second in chips, has 30 bigs. And the blinds are going up in 1 minute and 42 seconds. That's how long we've got till the break.
Jordan wants to know, what hand did I miss between Ensan and Phillips? Jordan, you missed the hand with the rewind function.
Jordan, if you don't want to rewind, if you'd rather stay with us in real time, you can, of course, check the live updates on the PokerStars blog. Remember, the blog guys are working off the stream, so there'll be no spoilers online. Dato with 9s, under the gun, he raises. This will be the last hand of the level. Folded around to the button. Latau in the small blind. Has ace-9.
Let's see how the online wizard handles this situation. I don't really know what you're supposed to do here. I'm inclined to say call. Because I think better hands are going to give you action if you 3-bet.
Everyone's conscious of the fact the blinds are about to go up.
And just gives it up. Okay, I think that's probably all right too.
And San in the big blind has 10s.
Really good now that he folded. To be honest, when I said call, I forgot that there's still the big blind to act behind too.
Just a call with 10s.
This could get dicey for Dato.
Well, an ace-jack deuce flop might save him from doing the lot.
Yeah, action killing board there. I'm not allowed to sing it, guys, but just picture this scene with Take My Breath Away from Top Gun playing.
Check, check, 3 of clubs. Both players do have a club in their hand.
I think these guys are going to check it down. Nobody seems really that interested in playing a bigger pot with the hands they have. There's one check. There's Ensan. There goes Dato. Unless we see a set on the river.
Nope.
I don't think there's going to be much more going in this pot.
Dato's going to bet it.
He is going to bet, huh?
Thin value bet?
Well, we know it's a bluff. I don't know, James. I don't know what worse hand could call with a thin value bet. Someone who rivered an 8? Pocket 7s?
And San calls the 450,000 and wins the pot. And that will end the level as we head into the break, still with 7 players. And Sam Phillips has a ridiculous chip lead over the rest of the table. 19 million. 76 big blinds when we come back. Shatilov, the second biggest stack, has fewer than 25 big blinds. 3 players have fewer than 15 big blinds. Expect plenty of action when we come back in 17 minutes' time.
Serving up a bad batch, too much bacon on it. Assalamu alaikum on it. Got it, lost it, got it, spent it, got it. Now I'm back to ballin'. Whoa.
It's pretty nice how well I've run in EPTs.
I've won so many big pots, you know, year after year and stuff. I'd say over the years I've gotten better at the live dynamic. At first I played a very, you know, mathematical approach and a very like aggression-based approach. The biggest changes have just been getting into more hands where I'm not the aggressor and just being comfortable trying to guess what my opponents are doing. I think a lot of amateurs and also a lot of the weaker pros fear me more than I ever thought would be the case, which is kind of nice. When I was 18, had braces, people would 3-bet me a lot more and, you know, pick on me, and like it was tougher. But I think now there are just plenty of players where, you know, I play with them for a few hours and just realize this guy like will never bluff me. It's nice that that happens sometimes.
So we have 240 players remaining. As a reminder, our bubble is going to get a ticket to the Seminole Hard Rock Open. We will continue right now, so dealers, deal one more hand, please. Can we start the clock?
We had a very interesting situation in that we ended up with 7 players all in on 6 different tables. And we were right on the bubble. We're paying 239 spots. We have 240 players left in the event. So we're on the dead hand for hand bubble, and we end up with 7 players all in across 6 tables.
We have 6 tables with an all-in call. So I'm going to start from the lowest number table, and I'm going to make my way to the highest number table. The final cards are 7. So we have lost 2 players on table number 1. Martin Finger shows 4-5 of hearts for a straight flush. We've lost another player on table number 5. Final cards are 3. We've lost another player on table number 11. Final cards are 6. Pierre remains in the tournament with Trip Queens. Final cards are 6. So Juan Pablo remains in the tournament. So we're on table number 28, it's our final table for the all-in calls. Final cards are 4. We do lose another player here on table number 28. For the remaining players, you've just cashed in PokerStars EPT Barcelona. Congratulations, everybody.
And by the time all the smoke had cleared, we had 5 of the 7 players eliminated. So at this point, then the question becomes, well, we have this bubble prize, fantastic bubble prize of a 5K seat to the 10 million guaranteed Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open, plus the guitar. And then you have the 8,050 euros, which is what's on the line for 239th to 236th place. And we decided the fairest situation was to go ahead and take the 4 cash prizes and to chop it 5 ways. And then we basically spoke to the 5 players and said, we want to send somebody to the Seminole event. What do you guys want to do? They decided to go ahead and play it out for the beautiful guitar they sent us and the 5K seat. We think that this was in the best interest and the fairest decision for all the players involved. You know, it being Barcelona, it just had to be a crazy bubble, and EPT 100 as well. Last year we have a bubble boy who's not even here. This year we get 5 bubble boys. So, you know, I can't wait to see what goofy ruling I'm on camera explaining next year.
Neil Farrell has 8-9 suited under the gun +2. He raises to 13,000. 5-7 off for Christoph de Mulder. He folds. Kimul Kirko is out. Renz Feenstra has just arrived at the feature table and he's got ace-king on the button.
This might be a 3-bet.
This is only Feenstra's second cash on the EPT. His first came in this event last year when he finished 140th. He does re-raise to 31k. Action folded back around to Farrell.
I think 9-8 suited is going to be around the very bottom of most people's calling ranges here, especially since Feenstra is new to the table and Neil may not know how he plays just yet.
Farrell calls. The flop. is King, King 8. Trips for Feenstra.
This is a very bad flop for Neil. Very, very bad.
He has paired his 8. He checks to the razor. Feenstra continues for 23,000.
Farrell's going to have to call one bet, possibly two.
He calls the 23k. 125,000 in the middle.
If Neil improves, he's going to be in big, big trouble.
It's a third diamond on the turn, the queen of diamonds.
You'd think this diamond might kill some of the action, but in a 3-bet heads-up pot, you can't just immediately assume your opponent has a flush.
Also, Feenstra does have the ace of diamonds as insurance. He bets 68,000.
This is a great card for Neil to fold on simply because of board texture. Doesn't look like he's folding.
He decides to turn his hand into a bluff and raise to 169,000.
And I think this is only going to get other bluffs to fold, which will win him the pot sometimes, but I don't see any actual hands folding here.
Sure enough, Feenstra with his trip kings will call. We've got a huge pot now. The better part of $500,000.
Neil's going to have to bet huge on the river if he wants his bluff to work.
It's the inconsequential 5 of hearts. Looks like Farrell is betting.
And boom goes the dynamite.
A huge bluff, 326,000.
Sick bluff. I guess you could say the Scotsman has a brave heart. Oh, yeah. Honestly, I do not know how often this bluff's going to work. Especially against ace-king.
Feenstra looks kind of tortured. And he's folding!
Wow.
Farrell's audacious bluff gets through.
It folds to me in middle position. I look down at 9-8 of hearts. Strong playability rather than absolute strength. So I raise it up to, I believe, 13,000. It folds to Renz on the button. We just got moved to the table and I wasn't quite aware of who he was at the time. He makes it 31k. Now, I kind of straight away don't believe him, and in a lot of spots like that I'm going to 4-bet in order to get him off his hand, but 8-9 hearts is too valuable a hand to waste, so I just elect to flat call. The flop comes King, King 8, 2 diamonds is a favourable flop for my hand. I check, he bets 23k, which is, I think, into a pot of like 70k, so it's smaller than his 3-bet. It's very kind of popular on these kind of drier boards, even though there's a flush draw. There's not any straight draws or anything like that. At this point, I can definitely still have the best hand, and I mean, it's a pretty favourable flop for my hand, so I check call. Well, the turn's the Queen of Diamonds. It's not a terrible card for my range, it's not great, but it's not that good for his either. I check, and he bets 68,000 this time, which is obviously a significant kind of bump up in the bet sizing. At this point, I'm still not entirely sure if he has a value hand or if he's bluffing yet, but my hand is too vulnerable if he's bluffing, and I want to be able to keep my options open on the river in order to, if he turns out he does have a value hand, I can then rep a stronger hand. So I raised to 169,000. And he calls fairly quickly. My plan on the turn was to basically bomb blank rivers and just check fold diamonds. At this point I was pretty sure he had a king, but I didn't think he was too happy with his hand. Well, the 5 of hearts peels on the river, that's a great card for me to continue my bluff, because a lot of the hands he's going to bet and then call or raise with are going to have a diamond of some sort. I bet 326,000, I leave myself like 70,000 behind or something really small behind. I have to bet big on this river because when he calls the turn he almost always has a king. So I bomb the river and I'm just repping such a strong range that if he has like King 10, King 6 suited or something, he's more than likely going to have to find the fold. There are times he's just going to have like King Queen and shut off and I'm going to look like an idiot. After I bombed the river, he banked for like 3 minutes or so.
Nice answer.
He told me afterwards he had ace king with the ace of diamonds, which is a huge fold. If that's what he had, it's a very tough spot for him, and I did not fault the fold at all.
This is the first time I've actually been in this kind of poker environment. Really interesting. Very quiet. I'm usually used to a lot louder environments. Tonight I'm going to be playing at the official party for the PokerStars event, and it's going to be at El Teatro.
DJs like Roger Sanchez, they just create this kind of atmosphere and they create this kind of vibe where you can really, you feel the thrill of the music.
It's awesome. It's like a big party. Everyone's really excited.
Spain is absolutely one of my favorite places to play. Barcelona is almost like a hometown for me. I think it's going to go off.
We're going down, and I'm getting too close to the speakers, and I can feel the whole thing shaking. I'm like, whoa, whoa, what? It felt like an earthquake.
The players are going to definitely get a real party tonight, so hopefully a lot of them will be celebrating, and a lot of champagne pop, and definitely a lot of house music.
It's just so cool to see a superstar DJ here, playing poker one day, partying with him the next. Yeah, it's PokerStars life.
People have asked me if I'm ready to get my cards out. And my whole thing is like, my playing is usually done in the DJ booth. I'll leave the cards to somebody else, but I'm good. Bring all the earnings to the DJ booth. That's what we'll do.
At the first ever EPT London Super High Roller, it was an all-German Final 3. Straight after Bill Perkins and Johannes Strassmann were eliminated in the same hand, Martin Finger and Tobias Reinkemeyer tangled. We're sweating with the chip leader. We'll play this hand from Martin Finger's perspective.
Well, finger sweat. Ew.
40-80 blinds. Christoph Vogelsang first to speak. He folds. Martin Finger on the button has 8-10 offsuit.
Well, we've got position and a massive chip lead, so sure. Why not?
A raise to 160,000. No small blind because of the double bust out in the previous hand. Tobias Reinkemeyer in the big blind.
And if he flats, I'd say he's got something fairly decent. If he 3-bets us, I think it polarizes him.
He decides just to call. We go to the flop, which is King, Queen, 8, all diamonds.
Well, we've got showdown value already. We don't have to continue, but it looks like we're gonna.
Reinkemeier's checked. Finger continues for 200,000.
There are a lot of draws Tobias can call with, so pair of 8s may be out in front, even if we do get called.
There's the call, and as Vogelsang chomps on a sandwich, we go to the turn.
I want to sweat with him.
Jack of hearts. Finger now with an up and down straight draw.
Even though we picked up some equity, I'm still not loving the hand we do have, which is just a pair of 8s.
Reinkemeyer checks again.
I think it's unlikely we're going to get Tobias to fold, so I like a check behind. But then again, I don't win poker tournaments.
Finger is betting again. 470,000.
We're most certainly bluffing here because we are never getting called by worse. I guess sometimes like a naked diamond draw, but not that often.
Reinkemeyer calls. This hand going to the river with nearly 1.7 million in the middle. That river card is the 10 of hearts. 2 pair now for Finger.
And we did pick up some showdown value, but there are a lot of single cards that beat us. Now I really like a check behind.
Finger has the option of getting to showdown.
I don't think we get many better hands to fold unless we empty the entire clip.
Finger checks behind. Reinkemeyer shows Queen Jack for a better two pair.
And All-In may have gotten that to fold and also may not have gotten it to fold. I'm fine with it. Are you?
Well, Martin Finger is still the chip leader, but Tobias Reinkemeyer has closed the gap. After winning that pot, he's up to 4.3 million.
I'm a fan of the way Tobias played it as well. You know why? Because these are millionaire German poker players. There's no reason to look so sad about it. I'm talking to you, Martin Finger.
To watch the full EPT London Super High Roller final table, go to PokerStars.tv or YouTube.com/PokerStars.
That is obviously a lineup of the greatest poker players in the world, probably in history.
I'm definitely known as a big bluffer. They don't have a chance.
I always have the advantage. Guys never expect me to bluff.
Every time I come to play, I come to win.
I think this tournament was tailor-made for me, so you can count me as the winner right now.
I think I'm going to need my glasses just to fully appreciate David in the cage. Ideally, I would put them all into the cage at once. This stupid cage!
Be called divas of poker.
It's only because of the cage. You would never call me with that.
Get that cage warmed up! Up the cage!
Get in there!
I'm really nervous about playing against the great players. I might have a surprise in my backpack for all the pros.
Please welcome Matthew Armignano.
When Matthew walked out, I thought, okay, this guy's going to be fun.
What is...
Yes! The sickening factor of the cage.
Welcome back to Barcelona and the first leg of Season 11 of the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour, the 100th EPT main event. It's final table day in the Catalan capital. 7 players remain competing for the trophy and first prize of 1.26 million euros. And right now, Sam Phillips is in control of this 7-handed final table. A 76 big blind stack. The second biggest stack at the table has 24 bigs. And several players are in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
He's Joe Stapleton, I'm James Hartigan, and we're joined right now by the guy who finished in 11th in this tournament, the reigning PCA champ, Dominic Panker.
Hello, how are you?
Great to see you, Dominic, and obviously you spent a lot of days playing against most of the players at this table.
Exactly. I have a lot of reads of them on them, and I'm happy to share them.
Well, the first question to ask is, are you surprised to see that Sam Phillips is running over this table?
I'm not surprised at all. I mean, he was the chip leader going to the final table, and he very, very well, you know, acts. And in his role of chip leader, he 3-bets a lot and raises like every pot, every hand folded to him, and other players are aware that, you know, they have to wait it out other players, and it's just amazing situation for the chip leader.
And is it possible to bring, from the service, to bring a beer to every German on the way?
Obviously,
every German.
A very accomplished online player, Sam Phillips, as is Andrei Shatlov, who's Supernova Elite. Obviously, Andrei made the final table of the PCA the year before you won.
I've heard about it.
Don't win with playing.
Andrea Dato, we know, has got a fair amount of live experience, $1 million in live tournament earnings, has a WPT title to his name. And Hussein Ensam, what a great story this is. This guy plays a €200 event, the seniors event, the first time we've ever run a seniors event on the EPT, wins it, plays a live satellite to the main event, wins that, and is now at the final table.
Yes, I've played with him during day 3, I think, and also yesterday for an hour or few. And
3 million.
He plays very well. Like, he's very aggressive. and sometimes plays a little bit unorthodoxly, you know, just like re-raising very small, but, you know, I think it works for him, and I think he plays pretty well.
He's a little random. Is it tougher to play against a player who's a little random, or is it easier?
Well, of course, it's easier, you know. It's much better to play against a player like him than, for example, Jason Mercier, I guess. I mean, Hossein is definitely going to make a lot of good plays and play very aggressively against you, but sometimes he maybe play too aggressively or just like make mistakes with his hands. And if you're gonna play correctly, I think you definitely will be able to have advantage on him. But you know, he's here for a reason. Like, he's not just playing incorrectly.
Well, here we've got Angry Moron.
And you know, like, Phillips definitely can just raise like any hand he would like to. I mean, I don't know how light other players have to reshove on him, but even though they know that he's raising like almost every other hand, they still have to, you know, fold a lot of their hands. And
yeah, it's worth mentioning that the average stack now is around 25 big blinds.
Wow.
And so that shove, even though it's for 2.5 million, was just 10 big blinds.
Exactly.
And so as these other, you know, as these stacks start to dwindle, their ability to shove light gets worse and worse because Sam can then call them lighter and lighter. Like to call off Ji Zhang with a 12 big blind shove, Sam doesn't have to be super strong for that.
Now, of course, you can fire in your questions for Dominic Panker. You can tweet using the hashtag EPT Live or email nuts@pokerstars.tv. We are now playing level 34, by the way. 125, 250,000 blinds with a 25,000 ante. And we're also going to kick off a little competition right now, because we did encourage you to check out the EPT Moments videos on our YouTube channel. 8 videos highlighting some of the greatest moments in EPT history. And we asked you to vote as well. But Joe, we've got a competition based on those moments.
We do. This is one question, and we're going to give away a prize package for this question. Whoever's the first person to get all the correct answers, we'll get to it right after this all in.
Yeah, Phillips raises under the gun. Zhang shoves with ace-jack suited.
Do you think Phillips is liable to get impatient and just call with it if it's an 8-7 suited sometime and just take a flyer?
No, I think he is gonna still read the range correctly. Like, I'm pretty sure that, for example, Ji Zhang is not going there all in with like ace-5 offsuit or something like this. He still has to have a pretty strong hand.
All right, back to this competition.
Yes.
So this is a quiz about the EPT moments that are on the YouTube page right now, and if you haven't watched them yet, you still have a chance to win this video. But what I'm looking for is, in each of those moments, someone is the loser in the hand. Someone loses the hand at the end of each of these videos. Now, some of them do have multiple hands in them, but what I want to know is, who are the 8 players who lose the hand at each of the EPT Moments videos?
The last hand played in each video. Who are the losing players in the 8 hands at the conclusion of those videos? So in a tweet, we want 8 surnames and the hashtag EPT Live.
And I'm not going to get too bogged down on spelling, I think, as long as I can tell who you're trying to say.
Sure.
Surnames only, or if you're American, last names only. 8 different names. Ship them to us. Hashtag them EPT Live. First person to get those in is going to get a card protector, a deck of cards, and an EPT Barcelona t-shirt.
Ensan opens with 8s. Shatilov shoves with 9s.
And here it should be a fault from Hossein. I mean, he, in other situation in this tournament, for example, earlier during some other day, you know, 20, 22, 23 big blind shove from small blind against your cutoff open with 8s. It is most likely a call, but I think that in this situation with those stack size, it should be a fault given ICM considerations that you still have. There are some other shorter stacks than you, and
well, Phillips has folded the 6s. Ensan.
But I wish I knew. I wish I didn't know what Shatilov has here, because I'm not just a little bit results oriented. But
sure,
I do think it's a fault.
Makes the right fold.
Actually, I think nines might be like the hand that you should be the bottom of your calling range here. Like eights might be just a little bit too weak.
And Datto announces to the table that he saw Hussein's cards as he folded, so they're shown to the rest of the table as well.
Black chip. Black chip.
Now, Dominic, when we saw you last night after you busted, you were quite philosophical about it. And some of that got to do with the fact that maybe you were kind of living on borrowed time, cracking aces with ace-king, cracking ace-king with ace-queen. Do you kind of feel, okay, you know, maybe I went further than I was meant to, in inverted commas?
You know, it was a weird feeling. You know, once I won with ace-king against aces and doubled up, and then eliminated guard and with ace-queen against ace-king, it was like, you know, it's hard to... I was feeling a little bit, you know, invincible, to be honest. Like, when I was flipping with jacks against ace-queen, you know, I was one card away from a huge, you know, I think chip lead at this point. But, you know, I lost it, but, you know, it's difficult to express how I was feeling when I busted. I think I made a mistake because in the end, when we got back with 12 people left and I was third in chips, I was feeling that, you know, I'm pretty close to final table and maybe favorite to get there, but I was feeling a little bit disappointed that I busted, but I have no regrets in my play.
Just very quickly, those of you entering the contest that Joe set, Patrick Deere, first man in with 8 answers, but Patrick, you got 1 wrong.
Blind on blind.
I wish Joe could make this sound on himself rather than use some sort of sound machine here.
I'll bring my trombone next time.
Gritfab, you got 1 wrong.
Guys, come on, it's such an easy question.
How about VRL? Some people keep writing the same wrong answer.
Maybe you have the answer wrong.
That's what I'm wondering. No, but then other people have it right. I think Chris McFadden might have gotten it.
And Patrick, it was nothing to do with your spelling error, by the way. You're still wrong.
Big hand for the chip leader.
I mean, it's a light open from Shuttleoff on the cutoff, having a chip leader on his left. Like, he's gonna get 3-bet here very, very often, and with a hand like King 8 off, you can do anything about it. And if I were in Shuttleoff's shoes, I would prefer to open way tighter and be ready to, you know, battle against the 3-bet from Phillips that I would expect a lot.
It's just another one of the many benefits of having the chip lead, being so aggressive, is that you can continue the aggression. Eventually someone's going to stand up to you when you have a big hand. Not in this case, but someone could go crazy there, you know, with ace-10 or
exactly.
ace-jack,
I mean,
or something like that.
It would be a very difficult spot if Shuttleoff had ace-10 there, because, you know, on one hand, Phillips is gonna 3-bet like a bunch of hands there, but still there are some short stack players, and, you know.
On credit. Your credit's pretty good, right?
I would probably just raise ace-10 there and have a 3-bet.
I have like 30 euro on me. I doubt it will cover all that. No.
By the way, I think we have a winner in this competition, and I think it's Chris McFadden. By my calculations, he is the first person to get the 8 players. David O'Callaghan was the runner-up to Alexander Stevic. Eric Koskas lost that hand against Jason Mercier. Hafa Khan was the runner-up to Elke. Ariel Shlomi lost the hand to Negreanu. Dol Brunson lost that hand. Remember, he was eliminated and min-cashed. Vanessa Selps lost the hand against Kevin McPhee. Steve O'Dwyer lost that three-way all-in. And Fondero was the player who was the runner-up to Vicky Corrin in San Remo. So Chris McFadden, I think you are the first. We'll just double-check that on the timeline. But it looks like you've won the prize pack. Congratulations.
Congrats.
I'm talking of winners very soon. We'll draw the winner of the EPT 100 quiz. This was an epic competition, Dominic. Over the last 8 days, we've been giving people 2 questions every single day, questions from EPT history, and people were collecting the answers. Hundreds entered, only 13 got all 16 questions correct. So we're going to draw the winner from those 13 in a moment. And that winner will get a pair of Skull Candy headphones and a Sunday Million ticket.
So they are the true fans of EPT.
The true fans who know everything. So this has gone to the flop. Phillips has raised, called by Latau in the big blind. What did you make of Latau as a player?
Well, I think he obviously plays very aggressively, but you know, he definitely gives some tells, in my opinion. If I were to play with him longer, I would definitely will be able to make some of his, like, he sometimes takes chips and shuffle them, sometimes not. Sometimes he checks quicker, sometimes slower. You know, you should not do something like this so deep in the main event, unless you really have a control on it.
Patrick Deere is calling for a steward's inquiry. He says, hang on a second, Lodden and O'Dwyer split the pot, so I was just as right. No, Vasily Thursau and Johnny Lodden split the pot. O'Dwyer was the loser in that hand. Sorry, Patrick. We have considered your objection and we have rejected it. So, Latau with top pair, check calls the flop for 525,000.
And here sometimes it's good to bet in Latau's shoes, because you rarely expect an aggressor to double barrel on the 7 on the turn, because it's very bad card for his range. And you should sometimes bet yourself to, you know, get value from weaker hands and protect your hand. But in this situation, you know, you just prefer to keep the pot as small as possible. You know, being a short stack against the chip leader on the final table. And I think Phillips should give up here. You know, it's very possible Latau has a 7 himself and he's not folding a jack.
Phillips checks behind. 3 on the river. So Latau with a lock on the hand.
I think Latau should bet here. I mean, it's possible that Phillips has a better hand, like better jack, but, you know, Phillips actually can raise like almost every suited jack in this situation, so there are some even worse jack than yours, and you know, you have some draws yourself that you would like to bluff with, so definitely, even though jack 9 is not super strong in this situation, you have to make a value bet.
So there's a better part of 2.4 million in the middle. Latau does bet. The green and black's worth 100,000 each.
You know, in some situation, Phillips can make a call here with ace high because there are, you know, all the draws missed.
Can't believe we've coloured up the blues. Only the yellows and the green and blacks in play right now.
Yeah, I mean, did it happen before? Have it happened?
I think we're going to hit the highest blind level we've ever hit on the EPT. Obviously with so many chips in play, with a field of nearly 1,500 players.
Not that Adam, not that Adam.
The one thing we have got going for us, Dominic, is that yesterday, obviously,
keep them.
Went it was a 13-hour day.
When I saw all those 7s out there, you had to pull.
At the PCA, for example, you guys got down to a final table in no time at all.
I mean, it sometimes happens. Sometimes, you know, players get eliminated very quickly, and then the final table is very deep. Yesterday, we were playing for so long, and, you know, obviously then the average stack size on the final table was much shallower. And
what? 125?
You know, the second in chips, Andrea has only 27 big blinds. It reminds me of a turbo tournament, you know, structure at this point.
Second steward's inquiry into the competition. Joe clearly stated that in the videos where there were multiple hands, we were talking about the last hand. So the hand where Doyle gets eliminated, the hand where Stevic wins against David O'Callaghan. It's been like a poker tournament. You know, rule number one is that the tournament director can do what he wants and overrule all the other decisions. That's basically what I'm doing right now. Zhang with ace-10 in the cutoff.
I think this is a shove here. I wouldn't like to raise this hand because you have to fold to a re-raise, considering other shorter stacks, but it's a hand too strong to fold, and I think it's just a shove for 14 big blinds.
What about Latau if you're with King-Queen in the small blind?
Exactly. It's weird because Zhang is probably one of the tightest player at the table, so, you know, even though it's a great shove with King-Queen there, I think, you know, it's...
Well, let's head down to the floor and join Joe Stapleton. It's time to draw the winner of the EPT 100 quiz.
Hello, my baby. Stapes here, and I am with Gemma Salm, who is one of the floor managers here on the European Poker Tour. We had hundreds of people participate in the EPT 100 quiz. 13 players got every answer correct. So right now we're going to figure out which one of the 13 of you wins this pair of Skull Candy Crusher headphones. All of your names are inside. Gemma, let's make the Skull Candy people happy really quick and let everyone know what the tagline is for these headphones.
Bass you can feel.
Bass you can feel. All right, let's figure out the winner. Gemma, if you will.
Eduardo Amigo.
The winner is Eduardo Amigo. Congratulations. Big round of applause for Eduardo. Huge fans over there on the rail. And what's the time for the Skull Candy people?
Bass you can feel.
Bass you can feel. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joe. And I believe that Eduardo Amigo is Ed Kilworth, one of our regular viewers. So congratulations, Ed. You have won those Skull Candy headphones plus a Sunday Million ticket worth $215.
Woo!
And you even got a woo from Dominic Panker. What
it
more
was a very,
could you
very
want?
quiet woo.
Yeah, but you're a reserved chap, Dominic. I mean, you're not someone who over-celebrates at the table.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I rarely celebrate my own successes, so how can I celebrate some? I think a player like Shuttleworth might have a lot of advantage in this situation because given that he plays a lot of hyper sit and go online, you know, those sit and goes have a structure very low, very short, very shallow structure. So he's very well prepared playing super short stack with other players, and he will probably make a lot of good ICM decisions, folding sometimes strong hands if necessary.
Here's a question from Chris, Dominic. When you say you felt invincible, looking back, do you actually felt you played some hands not optimally?
Well, I might regret only a few hands, like, but it was a post-flop hand when I paid the river, when Gerard, you know, checked back the flop. I bet the turn he called, and on a very coordinated board, I had top pair and I checked, and he bets pretty big. And I thought that, you know, he's representing a hand like two pair there, but on the other hand, I can have a lot of two pairs in my checking range on the river. And I would have to remember the board, but I don't really regret my play that eventually led me to busting, like calling nines against Andrea 20 big blind shove and moving all in with my ace-9 suited for 24 big blinds when Hussein raised on the cutoff and Andrea called on the button. You know, I think I played pretty well.
Stapes is back in the booth. Let's pick up the action on this hand. Phillips raised under the gun. Got a call from Shuttleworth in the big blind. And Phillips wins it with a continuation bet on the flop.
So Phillips is still mashing, I assume. Almost, what's he got, 19.3 million?
Yeah, second biggest stack being Latau with 6.5 million.
Oh man, what a great spot to be in. And you can see right there, 50% VPIP. That means he's voluntarily entering half the pots, which means he's raising half the pots more or less, because I don't think he's limping too often.
Wasim says, Dominic, I was hoping to see you play at the final table. You are a very fun player to watch.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So there we see the VPIP of the 7 remaining players. Sam Phillips, 50%.
You know, it would be very interesting if there were another bigger stacks on this table, that, for example, we could see some battles between the big stacks over the table, but, you know, in this situation, for example, here I would prefer to just go all in with Queen 10 suited for 16 big blinds from the cutoff, because I know it's a correct play, but when we raise and, you know, Phillips can defend so much, and sometimes maybe, no, it's interesting, you know, he has to give up some of his hands. He can just play every hand. I don't know, if he had like deuces here, maybe raise is correct, but...
And he doesn't.
Obviously, we've got a lot of guys who are playing on the stage for the first time. The money jumps are big. I guess with everyone relatively short, there's an amount of hedging going on. People want to raise, they want to play hands, but maybe they don't want to commit because they don't want to go broke. They want to move up to the next money spot.
Exactly, but if you're gonna raise still a decent number of hands, you're gonna get punished for it by the bigger stacks of Phillips or some other players that they're gonna move all in against you, and you have to tighten your calling range way because you can't just call off your stack, and that's why in those situations you have to be the one that is going all in. So I'm not the best at this mathematical approach to poker, where what are the correct hands to go all in on 15, 16 big blinds in this situation, but I would imagine that that would be probably my strategy if I were the shorter stack.
This is hand number 17.
For example, I can imagine that Jose is gonna open here with ace-9 suited, and Phillips is gonna look at, I don't know, like 7-5 off and 3-bet from the small blind here. And here he's just gonna shove because Jose has 20 big blinds and he's covering the big blind as well. And even if Jose had like ace-queen here, he couldn't, he can't call this hand, I think.
Just the 2 stacks.
If he were to raise and then face a shove from Phillips.
You can't call with ace-queen.
It might be true, because, you know, there's 10 big blind stack of Andrea, 12 big blind stack of Kirill, and 16 blind stack. I mean, because you're gonna raise a lot in this situation, facing a shove, and you know you can't afford to raise.
Do we think that Ensan is an experienced enough player to know this, though, or do we think that...
I think he might not be aware of it. I might saying nonsense right now, and maybe ace-queen is a call if Phillips were to shove and Ensan had ace-queen, but...
By the way, Dominic just figured out all those big blind amounts. We don't have those listed anymore. He's just looking at stacks, and immediately, boom, boom, he knows how many big blinds there are. He's like a machine.
Smaller.
Phillips shoves on Ensan. Shang folds the big blind.
And Hossein does fold, so Dominic just completely nails that one.
I mean, I wasn't talked about ace-9 suited, of course. I was thinking what would happen if Jose had a better hand here.
Look at this. Phillips now with 20 million, 80 big blinds. Latau, the second biggest stack, with 26 bigs. 4 of the 7 players with fewer than 20 big blinds each.
Dominic, let's do a little role play real quick. You ready?
Sure.
You're Sam Phillips. You have 20 million in chips, 80 big blinds, and I'm, say, Ji Zhang. And I go, Hey, does anybody want to talk deal? Does anybody, anyone think about maybe chopping this up?
Yeah, I mean, I will be very open to discussion, but probably I would like to, you know, secure like.
You would like first and second place money.
But there are actually some situations when, if the chip leader has such a huge lead over the other players, sometimes the program that calculates how much money he should have at the deal sometimes gives him even more money than it's actually for the first place. But you know, it's a very weird situation, and I can imagine that anyone would agree to it. But
so Ensan is open here with Jack. Shatilov is called with 8.
It's interesting. Like
Zhang with ace king.
Wow.
Oh boy. Wow. Hold on to your butts. Looks like he has a big hand. I don't know if that's like the best poker face.
He shoves. Red triangle of death, please, dealer.
This is so sick.
I am all in.
Ensan reshoves.
Looks like Shatilov made a very good call here, that he didn't just shove before.
Shatilov gets out of the way, and there is a classic race underway at the final table of the EPT 100 main event.
And I'm pretty sure that none of these players is happy in this right now.
Like hipsters versus the Ebola virus, one of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
Carrera Classica and Marcha.
Classic race, and Zhang is the player at risk. Zhang is the player who needs to hit to survive.
Asso K, Jack Jack. Jack Jack, Asso K.
Asso K.
Non lo so. Stanno contando.
What a tense moment. Flipping for your tournament life, for laddering up, for 1.26 million up top.
I mean, you're just gonna have 8 million in chips, which is great, but you know, I'm sure that both these players would prefer to just chop this pot and, you know, move
Continue
on.
playing.
Exactly.
Get it in aces versus kings.
The flop has an ace on it, but also a jack. A set for Ensan.
Zhang should have asked for a count.
Zhang needs running cards.
10 of diamonds. One time. For a sweat.
This time she knows it's not good.
Lass mich mal erst mal bis Ende.
Will the turn card give us a sweat? No. Zhang drawing dead on the turn, and Xi Zhang is eliminated in 7th place. He collects 171,600 euros. We're down to 6.
This 500, my friend. This 500. 500 I raised, this is 500.
Obviously, he's going to be disappointed, but still a really good payday.
We're an amateur player.
This is 500 here.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Remember, this guy's a full-time IT engineer. He only plays poker as a hobby. Mainly plays cash games at his local casino in Baden-Baden.
Yeah? It's okay.
There's that incredibly painful. Even more painful, actually, that you hit your ace and there's a jack on the flop.
Why couldn't he hit queens? That's what he's thinking right now.
I'll say a quick hello to James Cole. He says, hey guys, long time no see. Missed all of your coverage because I've got a new job. Just home catching the final table action and loving it as always. And then there were 6, and Hossein Ensan has now got 8.6 million, but Sam Phillips still has better than a 2-to-1 lead over him.
Exactly, and I imagine that Hossein will not be able to use his stack to his advantage because Sam is still gonna play against him in position, and you know,
Two guys with 10 big blind stacks.
2.4 and 75. What about
And
you?
everyone's now locked up. 224,500 euros. But of course, what's on everyone's mind right now is the 1.26 million up top, plus the trophy and title that come with it.
And with that jack on the flop, everyone at this table just laddered up over 50,000 euros. Action's folded around to Sam Phillips on the button. King Trey. He's raising. He's raising. Fold from the small blind. Latau in the big. Out of here.
Not low. First time you have the best hand. You know I do. As this was a brilliant play, or?
Dominated.
But I sort of... But not on purpose, obviously. I wanted to limp against the other Polish guy who was tight like hell.
Oh, how do you feel about that?
I know what is he talking about. It was an interesting hand when Paweł Brzeski raised under the gun, and Andrea was in the small blind, and he didn't saw the raise, and he wanted to complete against a player from Poland. I'm sorry, I don't remember his name. But it hit deuce 3 offsuit and wanted to complete, which I still don't agree. But ended up calling this race, and they went 3-8 to a flop, and Andrea actually on the river bluffed with not low.
Dato is open shove, queen jack, ace 8 of diamonds. For Radzyvono.
And I think it's a pretty clear fault.
The shove for just under 10 bigs. Dato has Radzyvono slightly covered. He is out of here. Over to Hossein and San. Was ace 5 and makes quick work pitching that into the muck.
I mean, I can imagine that, for example, it would be a call for Hossein with ace 8 suited, given that he has much more chips, but for Kirill, it's a fold.
Because he can only go broke in the hand.
Exactly.
Alexander's written in to say, Stapes, may I have a shout out for my dad, Paul Bond, who is learning poker from me, watching the stream together. James, what does this guy want me to do? Say Paul Bond?
I believe he requires a shout-out to Paul Bond.
So what's a shout-out? Like me just saying, what's up, Paul Bond? Like that?
Yeah.
No, I'm not doing that.
By the way, those of you who've joined us late or missed a specific hand, you have two options. You can rewind the stream, assuming you're watching on a desktop or laptop. Alternatively, if you want to stick with us now and watch this to the end, then you can just catch up on hands you've missed via the live update on the PokerStars blog. Obviously, at various points, we will recap the action, normally when we come back from a break. But obviously, you have seen 2 eliminations so far today. We're down to 6, and I can't help but feeling that with nearly an hour left on this level, we're going to see at least 1, if not 2 more eliminations this level. I just feel that we need that stack consolidation that you'd expect to see, Dominic.
I mean, it's not the most fun final table to watch when, they're just raise and take it.
Yeah.
Some shows, but not real poker, actually.
Look at those chips. Stacks McNasty.
Looks sweet.
America.
Quick question from Daniel. He says, Dominic, what do you think of the payouts at this final table? Do you think they're fair? A lot's been made of the fact that there is a big jump between second and first.
Well, I'm not the best in estimating numbers like that, but, given that I'm a professional and try to play for the first place always, I don't mind it. and I think it's appropriate payouts actually.
Just like all the rest of the professional sickos out there. Make it
but-
winner take all.
But unless the chip leader will have a huge advantage over, for example, a second and third, when there are only 3 players left, I'm pretty sure that they are going to talk about a deal here, because there are huge. There's a huge page up between second and first.
And that's what happened at the PCA when you got down to 3 players. And talking of the PCA, on day 3 of this tournament, you were reunited with Mike McDonald on the main stage. We enjoyed hearing the two of you chat. It looked like it was the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
I hope it was. Yeah, man.
Must have been nice to actually sit there and chat to someone when you're not both ridiculously tired because it's 4 in the morning.
Exactly, but I was constantly. I was the one that provoked the conversation with Mike here. I hope he did it. He wasn't mad at me that maybe he wanted to concentrate on the hands, and I was just like, what do you think about something or something?
Nah, Mike's a pretty affable guy. I think he's happy to chat at the table. I don't know. I couldn't say for sure, but it's really easy, when you're playing for a ton of money and being serious and not everyone speaks the same language, to sit there and not have a conversation. But it looked like you guys were genuinely having fun out there, which we like that.
Hussein Ansan has raised from the cutoff. He's made it 500,000. And Sam with kings. Phillips defending his big blind with Queen Jack. Oh my.
Oh.
A set of kings for Ensan, a straight for Phillips.
I mean, the correct play in Phillips' shoes is to call here, but it will be sick if he... I mean, against such a small bet, just 325 to a pot at 147, 1-75. I think it might be a raise actually. If Ensan would bet just a normal amount, I would call here because I will have a lot of one pair hands, and that I have to protect my hands, that I as well am able to have a very strong hands here, and it's not a board that Phillips would bluff a lot, so raising doesn't make much sense. But now it's a range much better for Ensan, of course, but in this particular situation it's better for Phillips, and it looks like he's raising here, and we could see some fireworks, right?
Oh boy.
It's especially good race against Ensan because I think that he doesn't really like to give up in a lot of situations. So
and plus, you don't give up a set of kings. It's impossible for Phillips to know that. But this is a board that, in general, if you have a piece, it's hard to give up on. So many draws out there.
Yes, but when you're raising, when you check raise this board from the big blind, you look super strong, and there are not many hands to...
Oh, the board's paired.
Sorry.
Ensan improves to a full house.
Phillips drawing dead.
But I still think it's correct to bet here. I mean, you have a straight and there are plenty of just trips in some range, so you have to get value.
Yeah, this is no knock to Sam Phillips at all. This is just an automatic bet.
Yeah, but I think that, for example, there will be call from Ensan, and there will be a bet on the river, and Ensan will move all in, and I think Phillips will fold. I think it's, he's gonna know what is going on.
Mark Bennett tweets, what a cooler. this might even things out of the final table a little bit.
Well, as predicted, it goes bet call.
Taking the pot to over 5 million. 3 of hearts on the river.
So a couple of things that Phillips could get away from now. So before you said, you know, there's plenty of hands that you're beating on the turn, so you have to bet it. When you've been stationed twice now, and then the flush draw comes in, do you have to bet this again on the river? Does it change your perception of the board?
I mean, if you check, you have to check. I mean, it's better to bet because if we're checking, then we're still likely to pay the bet if Hossein bets himself. So, you know, we are losing value if he checks behind, but when we still are likely to, you know, pay a bet.
I guess if you're against an opponent who's like not going to raise you light in the river very often, can you make a small bet on the river and then fold to a raise, or are you just asking to be raised if you make a small bet?
No, I mean, if you bet, doesn't really matter how much you bet, because if you get raised in this situation, you are always beat. And I think it's interesting. It's actually, you know, I'm pretty impressed because Phillips is considering folding in this situation. And
especially because it's a really small bet.
Well, against a small bet, I think he cannot fold because Hossein is still gonna bet here like ace-jack or ace-queen, I think.
1,100,000. I mean, is Ensan missing value here? Shouldn't he be betting more?
I mean, he should bet more because Phillips either has a bluff and has nothing, or he has a pretty good hand to be raising, you know, check raising the flop in first place. So I can imagine you can go a little bit bigger, like 2 million, no problem. But Phillips really looks suspicious, and you know, it sounds like he knows what is going on here.
I mean, he's just probably trying to figure out how likely he is to bet a naked ace, right?
I mean, I think he's more afraid of a flush because...
Cry call here.
Because Ensan should bet bigger on the flop with a set, you know, or 2 pair, like ace-king, because it's a very draw-heavy board and you have to protect your hand, so...
I mean, the only thing he can beat is trip aces. That would bet here. Maybe would bet here.
We've seen some big laydowns at this final table.
Yeah, we have, actually.
Are we going to see another? It's such a small bet.
Yeah, almost 1/6 of a pot. So.
Phillips calls. And Ensan wins a pot. We'll see him move up to 12.5 million. Phillips down to 17.3 million. Still the chip leader, but doesn't have that massive lead that he once had.
I mean, he was just getting a crazy price there, right? I mean, for $1 million.
Yeah, I'm not folding anyway. That's why.
So now there is another player at the table with more than 50 big blinds.
Did you guys cover this question already, Dominic? Did you ever introduce Mike McDonald to your girlfriend's sister?
No, I did not. What are you talking about, actually?
A couple people tweeted about this. Chris asked about that. And also, 2 different people mentioned this on Twitter. Is it just something they made up?
No, it's not like, you know, we were playing next to each other and I three-barrel bluff against the player and, you know, lost half my chips. And then, for example, my girlfriend's sister, was watching the live stream as well. And she said, "No, Dominic, you should never again give so much money to another player, you know." And I was like, "All right, that's cool." And then she said, say something like, "Oh, Mike's handsome," and something. Say to him, and I.
You know what you started with?
And I said, "No, Mike."
Total 2.4. 2,400,000.
Fold to Phillips in the small blind.
I'm just saying, if Mike turns it down, you got me. I'm right in London. It's not far.
All in.
Phillips shoves.
It might be a profitable all-in with almost any two hands.
Wow, and Kirill calls with Queen Jack.
Wow.
The angry moron is at risk and behind.
King 10 for Sam, Queen Jack.
James, the guy's about to go out. You can be a little
You
nicer.
gotta love that call. You gotta love that call.
It's on his shirt.
Queen!
Yeah,
One
Queen.
time!
They should yell for Queen, probably.
It's Latau's rail who's calling for the 7.
No, two Queen!
Rude.
Yeah, they should shout when they Latau is all in rather than other players.
I think Latau obviously sees an opportunity to ladder up here.
I mean, I understand.
Yeah, but if your boy's not in the hand, just keep it quiet.
Exactly.
Embarrassing yourselves. Well, they got it.
Дай, один раз. 9-7-4.
Oh, losing the king high is so frustrating.
Давай, ну разочек.
Odds of Bone out. Went into this with 2 live cards. Needs to hit one of them on the turn or river. One last chance to hit. 6 outs.
7.
I don't think it's appropriate to root, even though you're rooting inside for a player to bust, you should not.
Well, it's a 10 on the river. Phillips wins the hand, and Latau's rail is delighted to see a player eliminated.
Oh, Latau. Act like you've been there before.
Kirill cashes in 6th place for €224,500.
Oh, yeah, the handshake should make up for the extra rail. I like this kid, this Belarusian. He was all right.
And, talking about the shove and the call, it's a profitable call.
One time.
Ja, ik ben echt aan die side rain toetsen weg. Take a second, please.
It's a profitable call in a normal situation, but given that Andrea has the same chips as you, I'm interested in hearing if it's a correct call. Because, for example, if Andrea had 20 big blinds and you are the shortest stack, I think it's correct to call here the Queen Jack because you're ahead of Phillips' range there, but still considering the other player who's as well as short as you, it might be a fault. But I can't be sure.
So we're now 5-handed with half the level to play.
Matt Broughton coming to the defense of the German rail. 7 is an old joke from yesterday when we were at 3 tables. They're a nice bunch, and I don't think it's done out of spite.
And Sam fold.
Could have fooled me.
Do it!
It is easy to get caught up in the moment, though.
Der hat auch nichts, ne? Der hat nichts.
I'm not overly impressed, I'm not going to lie.
Well, if you're wondering if Sam Phillips would raise any 2 cards on the button, the answer is yes. 8 deuce is about as any 2 as it gets.
Especially, you know, with only a big blind in the hand.
Ich hätte defended, aber ich habe voll abgemäßt.
Oh, so Andre did not defend Jack 9 offsuit when he was a sole big blind.
Correct.
I think it's a mistake.
Well, Sam Phillips keeps eliminating people. You just sit there and ladder up, kid.
Well, Phillips is back up above 20 million now.
Oh, sorry.
Andrea Dato, the shortest stack. He's just shy of 10 big blinds.
What's up?
But Andrea is playing his short stack very well. He's patient, you know, he chooses he doesn't raise, you know, with a hand that he's not ready to. I mean, right now he has only 10 big blinds, but
next elimination earns.
he has a lot of my chips, so I hope he has them well.
Put him to good use. Earns 286,000 euro.
A few people commenting on Twitter about Latau's behaviour. The one worth reading is Grant Levy, who is a former EPT finalist. You remember that Grant made the final at the EPT Grand Final in Season 9. He says, I'm not usually one to anti-sweat someone, but I'm really rooting for Latau to get
Oh,
fifth.
jeez. Hey, 2 anti-sweats don't make a sweat. Okay, you know what? That comes out of my salary.
I'm not a fan of loud rails, but you know.
I remember that was something I was so impressed about you at the PCA, because you had people going bananas on your rail, and you turned around and you were like, guys, let's just calm it down a little bit. And I thought that was really classy. I really did.
Oh, thank you. I mean, I thought that perhaps I should not just, you know, told them to shut up, because, you know,
you don't want to upset your friends either, right?
Yeah, but you know, I'm in the middle of the hand, you know. I just won a blinds at 19s. It's not a huge pot, you know. If I were to win an all-in, it's all right, but you know. But of course, you know, it's not a bad thing.
This is hand number 80 of the final table.
Hey, check this out. I just got a tweet. Didn't hashtag it EPT Live.
Ensan all in.
Of course he is.
Shoving on Dato, who's the short stack.
Yeah, I mean, given that Andrea right now is the shortest stack with only 10 big blinds, if Ensan is... Yes.
Dato calls. And he is behind it at risk.
I think it's a good call, you know. If Ensan is moving correctly all in with, you know, correct range, it's a good call by Dato.
Well, they are dang near a flip.
And once again, Latau's rail roots for a player to go out.
Definitely not an appropriate approach, behavior.
Dato does have live cards. Looking for a queen or a 10.
And the clock, please.
10.
Four of spades, four of diamonds.
Dato now the favourite to double up through Ensan.
Dat 10-0.
Jack of clubs.
Jack on the turn, pretty meaningless.
Dato just has to fade an ace on the river to survive. He doubles up.
Where's your rail now?
That is happy.
And a chill filled the room.
I'm happy for Andrea. He, very nice guy.
And
he seemed pretty affable. There's Andrea's girlfriend. James, I'm sorry, I got really excited over the tweet I received. Because Bram Henritz, who was our online qualifier, has gotten in touch. He said, thanks, Stapes. I will play this game for the rest of my life. Well, make sure you play on PokerStars.
Oh yeah, it's a great site.
Phillips still leads, and he's back up to nearly a 2-to-1 advantage over the guy who's second on the leaderboard. Dato's playing 20 bigs now, he's doubled up. Shatilov the short stack with 16 big blinds.
Jonathan Roy not a fan of the Latau rail. Plenty of folks out there. Let's hope they get it together.
Okay. There you go.
Henri says everybody in his position would want the short stack to bust. The moment he is open about that, people are insulted. I mean, yes,
exactly.
Obviously you want a ladder, but you don't have to be so verbal about it.
No, it's exactly. Being open about it is what we have a problem with. Being quiet about it is what you should do.
Dominic, if you were at that final table, would you say something? Or do you think it's not your place as one of the other players?
Well, if I were Diagonal Grano, I would probably will, but you know, I don't feel that I'm like, you know, old, for example, enough, experienced enough, and to express my feelings in this situation. But you know, it would be pretty annoying.
If you're out there too, I don't know, like I would know because I've never been, but I imagine you're thinking about so much stuff, right? There's just so much going through your head that maybe the behavior of the rail in a hand that has nothing to do with you isn't really something you're thinking about.
Like, for example, if I were on the table and...
Like Sam Phillips, you know...
Andrea Ray would go crazy?
Yeah. Like as another player at the table who's really sort of unaffected by all the screaming and shouting, maybe you've got bigger fish to fry.
I mean, first of all, it's just so much noise there, and you know, of course, with aces, let's see. I know it's a pretty good situation for Phillips to 3-bet bluff here. You know, you have a very weak hand, so it's not very good to defend with it, but you know, if you're gonna 3-bet, Latau will have to give up a lot of hands here, so I imagine it's possible, especially that he's considering it.
All right, let's see what happens.
And obviously you say this is a good hand to 3-bet bluff with, playing it from Phillips's perspective. In the knowledge that Latau has aces, obviously, it changes things.
Right now, people construct their ranges to 3-bet from the big blind like this, because normally you would like to call so many hands there. You don't want to 3-bet there with like Queen 9 off or something like this, because it's a perfectly good hand to defend with. So you want to 3-bet like very good hands, and then some really, really weak hands that still have some playability, like 5 3-suited, for example. I mean, I would construct my 3-betting range like this. And in Latau's shoes, I'm calling here 100% of the time, because Phillips, you know, has way more bluffs here than value hands, and with their hands so strong like aces, you definitely want to go to the flop having only 25 bigs to start the hand.
Did Latau just tank for 90 seconds before asking the amount? I see what Dominic's saying here. You know, you 3-bet a hand like this for somehow, if you do end up taking a flop, like there's a lot of...
You know, when there's a low board, it's your board, and when there's a high board, you can represent it, of course. But on the other hand, no.
Very easy for Phillips to get away from that one.
Dominic, what do you think of the play? And again, I think it's worth mentioning, as Dominic said, that Sam Phillips, because he's chip leader, because of the position, he's got way more bluffs in his range. Exactly. And so you're going to get folds so often when you do that.
I mean, if you have ace-king in this situation, you want to go all in, obviously, because, you know, it's much easier to whiff on the flop, but with aces, you know, you're not afraid of anything. And now it's great if you get at least a continuation bet from the aggressor.
Latau with 31 big blinds now. Dato and Shatilov with fewer than 20 each.
But you know, like in this situation, obviously Phillips was bluffing, and it's possible that he would have a value hand as well. But in my opinion, there are way more bluffs in his range than value hands.
I always love that when the rail cheers because the other guy folded, and actually, you wanted action there. Datto with King-Queen in the cutoff.
He probably turned to his rail and was like, don't cheer, guys, you know, it wasn't what I wanted.
Getting ripped apart on the internet. Shut up.
Datto is calling here. It's interesting. He
just calls, right?
Yeah, he tries to establish Olympic strategy. Given how aggressive Philip is, he tries to limp and then be able to call if Phillips isolates here. And you know, because he doesn't want to raise fold a hand so strong as King Queen, and I think I kind of like this play.
So Phillips calls in the small blind, and Latau just folded his big blind when he could have checked and seen a flop.
You know,
whoops! Too eager to talk to his rail.
Exactly, you know, like you're playing the biggest tournament of your life, you know, you stay concentrated.
No, I probably would have missed this flop anyway.
And obviously, you're right, Joey is getting torn up on the internet right now. There's a lot of people tweeting about both him and Israel, and I'm not going to read all of them, but we're getting the message. Most people out there are not fans.
And I would just like to remind people that if you're going to criticize, don't break the same rules that you are yourself holding Latau to. Keep it respectful. Say you're not a fan of whatever's happening over there. But name calling and cussing and stuff like that, not necessary. You got to keep the moral high ground.
Well, this went check on the flop, check on the turn. Phillips, with his pair of jacks, leads the river. 375,000.
Datto can't fold. Yeah, can't call, obviously, you know, so many hands that hit. And if Phillips were to bluff, he would bluff on the turn rather than on the river, you know. If you had like a draw like 10-8, for example.
Dominic, can you go far? Can you win a poker tournament without ever making a hero call with King High?
I rarely call with King High, you know. No, it's not my specialty, but I do like to call, and sometimes it costs me, you know. But I've heard some pros saying that you can't win if you fold, so obviously, you know, from time to time.
I'm always amazed when it happens. Wow, here it is again.
Datto heroes with King High and loses a chunk of chips to Phillips.
I mean, in my opinion, there are not too many hands that you're beating in this situation.
No.
Super connected board.
The chip leader now playing 19.4 million.
And Datto is like...
Latau is criticizing the dealer for not informing him that there had been no raise. Wow. I believe it's the player's responsibility to follow the action.
Couldn't agree more.
Joe says, I'm not a fan, but he is a young player playing for a lot of money, so maybe we should put it down to a lot of excitement in the air.
There's something to that.
Button raised from Phillips. It's Latau small blind. He folds. Sane and Sands big blind.
Michael Waters on Twitter, named at Teetotaler, says, as long as beer is allowed on the rail, this stuff will happen. Can't expect people to behave themselves, James. You have to stop selling them beer. Why should anyone act like a
No,
grown-up?
it's interesting because, for example, when we play like soccer or some other sport, you know, when it's just like a physical activity, you actually don't mind, you know, people cheering and shouting, and you know, poker is a mind game, so I would actually prefer, you know, a quiet environment to play, and I think Ensan here, you know, it's a hand good enough to defend, and I wouldn't be surprised if Phillips 4-bet in this situation.
Also in soccer, the crowd isn't 4 feet
Yeah,
from the players.
exactly. You know, for one thing, I regret that we were playing for so long in the PCA that when I actually won, like, you know, the whole room was pretty empty. But on the other thing, it maybe was good because, you know.
Phillips does not 4-bet, he folds. Ensan up over 10 million now.
But it's not a good approach to try to 3-bet bluff a chip leader, you know, being second in chips. You would rather try to play as small pots as possible against him. Out of position, you know, hand is weak. Me, no like.
The web stays like 4 weeks old or something. And only €7.
Shanuov folds.
So what do we actually know about Andre Latau, by the way? 27 years old, currently lives in Vienna, very well known in the German poker community.
There's a lot of stuff in his bio that he specifically asked us not to say. So I've been trying to respect that. Sorry to cut you off there.
Haven't these been published online?
They have. But when a player specifically asks me not to say something, I try to respect that. But the information is out there if you want to know more about Latau. James, you go for it if you want.
And this might be a better free betting spot because Phillips first is out of position, so it's difficult to call. And you know, if Latau had more chips, Phillips would be able to 4-bet small and then fold. But if he chooses to, but here, you know, Latau has only 30 big blinds, so it's actually quite possible that this free bet would get through. But you know, Phillips has 6s, so I imagine that he's gonna jam or fold. But you know, here's a hand he can play.
Oh, well, someone else has got a hand he can play.
But you know, it's Latau 3-betting here. He's representing a better hand than 10s. So when you have a hand like this,
he's announced re-raise. We're going to see a cold 4-bet from Ensan. The seniors event champ puts in a tower of black. 2,275,000. Quick fold from Phillips. And Latau passes as well. Ensan up to 12.5 million. Latau down to 6.
Ensan's creeping. He's creeping up there. Can you use your computer cyborg brain to tell me how many big blinds Sam Phillips has and how many Ensan has?
once again.
Phillips. Oh, never mind. They read my mind. Thanks, fellas. Appreciate it. So 73 bigs for Phillips, 50 for Ensan.
And guess who's in the poker room, Joe?
I've got my fingers crossed.
EPT 7 Barcelona champ, Ken Lundmark.
Kent Lundmark. Yes! Kent, you didn't answer my text, but if you want to hang later, I'll be outside your hotel room just like I was last night. Just come on out. I brought a book this time. It'll be fine. Let's hang though. Let's get that beer, buddy.
And don't forget that Lundmark is the password for today's EPT Live League free roll. Lundmark, Lundmark, lowercase.
So it's Joe that choosing the passwords, right?
Yes, finally.
First name. First of my name.
I've been begging for Lundmark all week. I just think it should be Lundmark every day, but just once. Paul brings up a good point. It's poker, not golf. We want it to be more commercial all the time, and drama's fun to watch if you're not stoked about hand analysis. And I agree with that, Paul, to a certain extent.
I mean, it's a good for viewers, but obviously, you know.
I like having a quote-unquote villain out there. Like, it's still interesting to watch. I just don't necessarily agree with the behavior. Villains, I should say.
Phillips raised under the gun. Shatilov defended his big blind. Phillips set to continue. He has the best hand with ace high.
Not much you can do here with King 9A.
Yeah, you can't bluff because you have such a short stack. But you know, Andrea showed some plays that, you know, he's not afraid to sometimes commit a big chunk of his short stack if he thinks that's a good situation. But if he's gonna raise here, it doesn't make sense. He's more likely to represent a flush draw if he's raising rather than a jack. So I think he's contemplating maybe calling here, yeah, because you know his king high against Phillips' range is, you know, looks good, and Phillips has to give up sometimes because, I mean, a lot of the time, because Shatilov is gonna have a jack here, a decent amount.
Can Shatilov ever be floating, or is his stack too small for that? Is it only just for the king high showdown value?
I mean, in my opinion, if he has a flash draw, he is just jamming it. I mean, or raising, committing, and he can't. He doesn't have a lot of hands to just pure float. But you know, he's calling king high here because he thinks it's the best hand. But I think it's much better to just try to. It's interesting if it would be better to turn your hand into a bluff on this river, because...
Well, it went check on the turn, check on the river. Phillips wins it with ace high. Shatilov takes a hit. He's down to 3 million.
I mean,
and Phillips is now up to 19.6 million. Well, before play started today, we spoke to our chip leader, Sam Phillips.
I realized I could be successful as a professional poker player the summer before, I think, my junior year of college. I really needed money for rent, so I started to grind online and take the game really seriously. I would always look at the big tournaments, the PCA and all the EPTs, and that was always a dream. Now that it's like come to fruition and I'm getting to play these, I'm just, you know, super excited. Late in the tournament, I had a monster hand with Ji Zhang. I got dealt 2 kings against him, and he was second in chips at the time. When he shoved all in, it was such a big amount of chips that I thought I could never have aces. He would just re-raise me with them. Oh, God, he has aces. It was definitely a brutal moment, but it was nice to be alive after such a brutal hand. I started coaching other players about a year ago. I mostly make videos of tournaments I've played. I teach people how to be solid, yet patient, and attacking. The best video I hope I could make is winning an EPT. If I could show people how to do that, that'd be great.
Great soundtrack. It really pumped me for...
That's good.
So Ensan and Phillips have gone to the flop here. Ensan raised from the cutoff. Phillips defended his big blind. Ensan has flopped second pair. Phillips has top pair.
Yeah, I would like to see check here. It's unnecessary to see bet with your king here.
300,000 apiece. Deuce on the turn, pairing the board. Phillips checks a second time.
Maybe now Ensan checks behind.
Sure enough. 8 on the river.
and I would like to see a small bet from Phillips, because if he's going to bet bigger, you know, he's gonna get called by aces, and you know, and he's chopping with all the aces except ace 8. So.
Wow, quickly called by Ensan, 875,000. Didn't even think about it.
I mean, I think that sort of just happens eventually. You just assume when the chip leader doesn't show down a ton of hands and he's constantly raising and betting, you're just like, okay, here's where I'm taking my stand. I'm calling all the way down.
Yeah, exactly, but you know, when he's calling your c-bet on this flop, the only worst hands that he has are some flush draws and Queen 10, Queen Jack, and Jack 10.
So here we go. Phillips opens up the 2-1 lead over Ensan. 21.5 million, 86 big blinds. Datto and Shatilov both in the danger zone.
Danger zone! It seems like we've kicked off on Twitter, by the way, a debate over whether or not having rowdy rails is something that's good or bad for poker. I don't even want to get into that debate. The only thing we're saying is that if you're on the rail and your player that you're rooting for isn't in the hand, you don't need to root against the other players. That's all. And you should always be rooting for your guy. So if your guy's in the hand and he needs an ace and you want to yell ace and you want to slap the rail, I say go for it. And you want to get super wasted, I say go for it. But if your guy is not in the hand, you can't be there anti-railing someone else. That's all. You shouldn't be. You can be. It's entertaining to me.
Agreed.
I just don't think it's right.
King 10 for Ensan. Under the gun raised to 500,000. Tower with ace queen in the big blind.
Here we go.
I like to see him shoving in this situation. I wouldn't like to 3-bet this hand and call all in, because, you know, there are 2 other short stacks and I don't like to even go in here against 10-9 suited. And if he were to 3-bet, you know, Ensan showed that he's not afraid to, for example, call you with a hand like King 10, and, you know, if you're not gonna...
I'm all in.
Yeah, that's correct.
He does shove. And Ensan folds.
It looked like he couldn't decide. He was going for chips, cards in the muck.
So we've played 88 hands at this final table. 5 players remain. Next player out gets 286,000 euros. The winner, 1.26 million.
Yeah, now's when the real poker starts.
Eljo says, guys, when is the next break? 12 minutes time. That's how long we've got on the level. And level 35 will see the blinds go to 150,000, 300,000, and the anti-double to 50,000.
It's been great having Dominic Panka in here, by the way, to talk about this stuff. You know, these stages of the tournament that James and I don't often get to.
You know, it's not very difficult. You know, most of the time, if you have a medium stack, you have to try to play, you know, a small ball against bigger stacks. Don't try to bluff too much and put, you know, pressure on shorter stacks.
It's not too difficult, he says. Winning poker tournaments, not too difficult.
Yeah, I mean, it is, obviously. Yeah. And here, obviously, I would like to see a defend here. No reason to 3-bet.
Are we sure Litao's hat says Neff and not Naff?
The flop. Ace-5 deuce.
We had that one tremendous flop cooler, and then ever since then, it's just been whiff, 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 whiff.
I mean, that's how poker looks like. You know, it's very difficult to flop a real huge hand. So most of the time, you have to just, you know, have nothing or some 2 overcards or 1 per hand, and that's why sometimes bluffing is really profitable, because people usually have pretty poor hands. But you know, it's a beauty of the game, you know.
Continuation bet from Phillips of 575,000.
I mean, it's a pretty clear call with backdoor flush draw, gut shot, and king high.
That's once, twice, 3 times a call right there.
Exactly. You need only one of those hands to call Phillips, so you know.
7 on the turn.
See, and this is one of those situations where King High is very likely
I mean,
to
it's
be the
not,
best hand.
I mean, this is a situation where Ensan bets will work, but against, you know, he's just bluffing him of a worse hand, but you know, but he's not gonna bluff him of any real hand. Like Phillips obviously not folding an ace, not folding a 7. I think if he turns it, because this lead doesn't make much sense. So you know, you better check and hope to get a free river, but if Phillips double barrels, I would like to see Ensan folding that. In this hand it worked for him, but I don't think it's the correct play.
Hello to Michael on Twitter. He says, good evening, gentlemen. If someone is an online qualifier, do you announce it to the world or can it be kept private? Well, for reasons that should be obvious, Michael, we want to promote the fact that we have online qualifiers in our tournaments and promote the fact that you too can play in an EPT for a very small investment. Doesn't necessarily mean that you're an inexperienced player. The guy sitting next to me, Dominic Panker, very accomplished, qualified for the PCA when you won that.
Exactly.
Mike McDonald, the runner-up in that tournament, was the very first online qualifier for the PCA. And at this table, the guy with all the chips, Sam Phillips, also qualified online. Many of the pros choose to go down the satellite route. I mean, it makes economic sense, doesn't it, Dominic? If you can get into a tournament for as little as possible.
Exactly, I qualified for EPT Barcelona as well. Like, you know. You got a nice hotel and, you know, pretty as close to a casino as possible. It's great.
Diego says, Pank is such a boss. Bring him more often. Well-spoken and very good insight.
Yeah. More like dominate Panka. Just imagine what this kid's capable of when he's speaking Polish.
Exactly. Oh, yeah. I just don't shut up in Polish, never.
So Phillips with a real hand here.
It might be a good defend with 4-3 suited here. You know, even though the hand is super weak, getting 4-1, but it's a pretty good fold here.
Here's a question from Ken for Dominic.
3.2.
Panka, what do you think about players with a favorite hand like 5 deuce and never fold that hand pre-flop?
Is that a close one?
Here's your answer.
I mean, it would be pretty interesting. For example, there would be a player who loves 6-5 off, and you know, if he 6 bets all in against you, you'd never know he has aces or 6-5. You know? Might be good for the game, but.
I think that, at least for me personally, when I started playing poker, I had a quote-unquote favorite hand, and then once you play enough and you realize that favorite hand loses you way more money in the long run than it wins you, you stop having a favorite hand pretty quickly.
I think I will like hearts right now. You know, it's a
just any 2 hearts.
Yeah, it's a good suit. You know,
it's one of the best suits.
Exactly.
It's top 4. Phillips likes hearts too. Min raising, ace-6 suited.
You see the frustration on other players' hands, like faces, like, you know, they know that Phillips is raising everything, but they can't do much about it. And it's just, I think that Phillips is having a really good time at this final table. Apart, obviously, of winning a lot of money, you know, just.
Tarang has got a question for you too, Dominic.
It's a good one.
Panka's one of the toughest players to get a read. How do you stay so composed?
No clue. You know, I just do it. You know, it's not like I train it or anything.
He just looks so ridiculously composed and just so focused.
I mean, I think about the hand in my head. I don't need to shuffle my chips during it or look, you know, to the left, to the right, or just move around my body. I can just stay, you know.
Is it hard
calm.
to stay still?
I mean, for me, no, but I can't answer for everybody. Maybe I'm just really bored with all this situation and, you know.
Oh, Shatilov is shoved from the small blind. Moves all in with Jack 8, Jack 3 for Phillips. That's a fold. Obviously, great to hear from so many people who are big fans of your commentary, Dominic, who've enjoyed watching you play over the course of the last few days, and I'm sure enjoyed watching the PCA TV shows as well. A chance to learn more about Dominic Panker coming up in the tournament break. We'll have a feature on Dominic. That's in around 5 minutes' time when this level comes to an end, and we go on another 20-minute break.
Thank you.
Carl asks, any idea how old Ensign is? Hossein Ensign, 50 years old.
He was exactly 50 because I think seniors event was actually for the players 50 and older.
Yeah, I don't think it would be for much younger than 50.
And he's only just turned 50, so he's only just eligible.
He's like the Joe Cata of seniors events.
But he looks really sharp. I mean, I wouldn't say he's 50. I would say he's, 44 at top. So, in good shape.
Oh, this is a great question from Patrick we'll get to after this hand.
Sure.
Dato with 10s in the cutoff. Action's been folded to him.
Is that a limp?
It is a limp.
Oh boy. Getting creative. We got a limper over here.
If I were on the table, I would shout it then.
Latau gets to see a free flop with ace-3. Didn't fold his big blind this time. 10 still ahead.
Because the dealer told him there was no raise.
I mean, I wish I was better in live reads because, Andrea Latau, just
for all his covering up, he's very animated.
Does a lot of things with his body during the hand. I mean, I'm pretty sure what does he do when, for example, he thinks about raising but has a weak hand. But there was one situation like this. Now it's not a difficult fold in this situation.
Well, as one viewer put it, he's a Latau box.
Nailed it.
See ya.
Do it. What? Do it. No. There's strategy behind it. Believe me.
What is the strategy behind it?
I really had to think about it, so whatever.
I mean, it's alright if he thinks about it, but...
You're happy I folded? You're happy that I fold?
I don't know.
No.
Andrea actually...
Shove. Then I'm happy that I folded.
There was an interesting hand when...
The fake trap limp. I bet.
Yesterday when
The last time I limped with the fold equity, so maybe...
Well, yeah.
And they finished.
Yeah,
I think they're done. Go ahead.
When I raised, and the first player to bust today from Bulgaria, Slavan, 3-betted from the... So I'll maybe get back to it later.
Yeah, Shapovalov has moved all in.
Count, please.
Latau wants a count. He's got ace-jack.
So for a right around 10 big blind shove, 11 big blinds, this is a call, eh?
Exactly. Andrea is the shortest stack.
He calls. Hossein Ensan in the big blind.
I fold.
Gives up the ace-5. So Shapovalov all in and behind.
And board.
And this is likely to be the last hand of the level. Will it see the elimination of Andrei Shapovalov? Will we be down to 4?
Ace jacking, king 10 bro.
Andre against Andre.
One for the good guys.
Not so sure about that one.
Ace jack holding.
Not the worst news.
Shatilov now with 17 outs. Any ace, any king, any nine, any spade. There is that danger of too many out syndrome. Shatilov needs to hit on the river to survive.
Yeah.
He's going for the victory lap.
He's like a boxer.
Wow.
So why not disturb that tournament too?
Meanwhile, we say goodbye to Andrei Shatilov, eliminated in 5th place, collecting €286,600. His second final table appearance on the European Poker Tour. We are down to 4 and we are heading into the break. So we thank Dominic Panker for joining us on EPT Live.
Thank you very much.
Really appreciate your insights, Dominic, and we will be back in around 20 minutes time as we play into the next level, four-handed, with blinds at 150,000, 300,000, with a 50,000 ante. Those are the stacks of the 4 remaining players. Remember, the blinds will be up, so Datto will be shallower for sure. Join us in 20 minutes, here from the Barcelona leg of the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour.
Serving up a bad batch, too much bacon on it, bacon on it, bacon on it. Assalamu alaikum. Got it, lost it, got it, spent it, got it. Now I'm back to ballin', 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 ballin'. Whoa.
It's an ace! Dominic Panker is the first ever Polish winner on the tour.
Winning the PCA was obviously a big moment for me. I can't really remember how I felt at the time. Sometimes I think that I should probably maybe jump or scream or something like that, but it wasn't really my style. I was happy, but obviously in the inside. I was playing Mike McDonald heads up. I was checking some messages on my phone when I was playing, and my girlfriend's sister wrote to me that Mike's handsome, and I should say it to him. I would like to have a Mike in my future family, but it would be probably very good for my career, you know, I could be as good as him, but I'm not going to try to match my girlfriend's sister with him. I don't know what he thinks about it. After winning a PCA, I was lucky to win the high roller in Deauville. It wasn't like, you know, I became a celebrity or something like this. When I'm at home in Poland, no one recognizes me, and I'm just a regular guy. When I go to the EPT, people know me, and I'm just, you know, I'm enjoying my time.
We've got 2 new players at the feature table. Shandor Demian playing his second bullet, and Igor Kurganov is the other.
Welcome to the table, everybody.
King 8 for Kurganov. Thinks and folds. Ace King for Daniel Negreanu.
Oh, apparently someone other than Steve Silverman is allowed to pick up a hand.
Negreanu raises. And raises big.
Oops. 29, buddy.
Whoops.
45 even, not 29.
45?
It's so nice.
I meant to put in 9.
I thought it's 29 first too.
That is an 11x raise from Daniel.
And an apparent misclick. Weird.
How much are you playing? 350, so about 4.
Oh man, this could get real ugly for Steve Silverman if he reads Daniel's sheepishness for weakness.
He's got King Jack suited. He's got everyone at the table covered.
Maybe he won't go too crazy though, because it's clear Daniel did want to raise in the first place. He just didn't want to raise that much. This spot is weirder than walking into a room where people have just been talking about you.
All in.
Silverman shoves!
Whoops.
And Negreanu calls.
Wow. Did you get me?
No, I have ace king, but...
He got you.
Okay.
This is the biggest pot of the tournament.
That really was a misclick.
The misclick may have been genuine, but him feeling bad about it definitely isn't.
Silverman drawing thin. Looking for a jack or some clubs. Not too many clubs, though. Negreanu's got the ace of clubs in his hand.
Just the right number of clubs.
Well, it's mainly spades on the flop. 9-6-4. So far, so good for Negreanu.
Only 3 cards capable of saving Silverman. Finally got that one in.
Hey! You have clubs, right? Oh, okay, I thought it was spades. All right. So now he needs a queen or a jack?
Correct.
It's running hard.
Huh?
Dangerous.
Ah, hey.
It's very dangerous against this guy.
He's running through it, huh?
The river is an ace.
I got 4, 38, 5.
Negreanu doubles up. He wins a massive pot. He's chip leader once again by a considerable margin.
A few minutes ago, Steve Silverman was getting hit in the face with a deck, and now, not.
No doubt he is regretting that shove.
Well, this hand is a little bit weird.
I'd been winning most of the pots I played versus Daniel. He probably felt like I was running over him. The blinds were 2K, 4K, and it folded to Daniel on the button.
I happen to have ace king. I ended up putting in 1 red and 4 blues. Which looks like it could have been 9,000, which would have been what's a standard raise, or it ends up being 45,000. I meant to put in 9. Now the big blind sees what happens here, so he knows, well, my gosh, this could be a spot where Daniel made a big mistake.
Daniel had been opening the button pretty wide. I just decided to shove King Jack suited and try to take down the pot right there.
All in.
And if I get called, I figured I had pretty good equity.
Did you get me?
The question is, did I do it on purpose to trap the big blind, or did I just do what's called a misclick?
Raising to a larger size than normal and then talking about how it's a misclick and how you meant to make it 9, if that's not actually the case, I think that's a little bit shady.
That really was a misclick. I have no problem with that sort of move. It's all part of the psychology of the game, and you have to guess for yourself whether or not I'm acting or not. It's part of the game.
We played a pot for the chip lead, a very big pot that basically just shouldn't have happened.
One of the things about being a good poker player is you got to keep your cards close to the vest.
I think one of the weirdest things that, poker fans do is they just come up to you and without saying anything, stand right in front of you and just take a picture of you. And I'm just looking at them as if, would you want to be in the picture? It's better that way, or, maybe you want to say, can I take a, and then, oh yeah, can I take a picture? And it's just, I think it's just so awkward when somebody walks right up to you, doesn't say anything, and just starts snapping a picture of you. I've autographed a few breasts. That was kind of strange, but rewarding at the same time. No complaints there. Really, the strangest is I actually had a married couple. My wife's a huge fan. She's pretty excited to see me, and I don't know exactly how he worded it, but he basically insinuated if I wanted to sleep with his wife that it would be okay. And it was a little uncomfortable. That was kind of strange when the guy's pawning off his wife to me for the night.
Welcome to Barcelona and the first leg of season 11 of the European Poker Tour and the 100th EPT Festival, a festival that's already breaking records with more than 2,500 players entering the 1K Estrellas main event and a record-breaking field in the 50K Super High Roller. At the start of day 2, the final facts and figures were confirmed. 58 unique entries, 19 re-entries, a prize pool just shy of 3.7 million euros. Cash prizes for the top 11 and a first prize of more than €1 million. Didn't take long for the first players to bite the bullet. Reinkemeyer, Kurganov and Negreanu hit the rail early. While Super High Roller newbie Ryan Fee, EPT 9 Grand Final runner-up Andrew Pantling and 2012 one-drop runner-up Sam Trickett were among the first players to break the $1 million chip mark.
It's gone pretty well. I think I got a fairly decent table. I was happy with my seat, happy with my table, and I built a lot of chips on that table. Got up to like 1.2, 1.3. It's the first time I've played poker here, actually. I've never been to Barcelona before. I've been with my parents and my girlfriend for a holiday for a few days, but it was out of season. But I've come this year and I'm really impressed. I went to a really nice restaurant last night. Great atmosphere. Poker tournament's good as well, 70 players, so, you know, it's probably one of my favourite stops I've been to so far in EPT.
Inaugural Barcelona Super High Roller champ Dan Smith enjoyed a massage after being knocked out. And Fabian Quas was KO'd by the man he beat for the 2014 PCA Super High Roller title, Dan Shack. And as Quas headed out the door, our hand of the day happened. It saw November 9er and EPT regular Martin Jakobsen duel with our most recent Super High Roller winner and 2014 one-drop champ, Dan Coleman.
We're back at the main feature table. Let's get up to speed on this hand.
Where we're on the turn again.
Yeah, well, Coleman was the original raiser. Jakobsen led the flop, having defended his big blind. And now on the turn, Jakobsen set to bet again.
Well, that's a really good turn card for him to bet if you bet the flop. Because let's say you bet a hand like 7-8 or 8-10, you know, like a gut shot. That 10 is pretty meaty. So if Coleman has a hand like ace-queen, ace-jack, he may decide to give up now, where if it was like a paired board or something, it might not be as good a card to bluff at. But also, it's very likely that Jakobsen does have something here. If he led the flop and also bet that 10.
This pot's
feels like, you know, Coleman might just have an overpair here and still just be playing it carefully. So for Jakobsen, I think if he's got like just the 9 or just the 10, he's going to wave the white flag and check. If he can beat that, you should expect to see a pretty sizable bet. And, you know, Coleman, he could have hit 3 kings there. You know, it's very possible that he's got an overpair here to the 10 high board. All in. Oh, he hates it. Look at that. He does have an overpair, I think.
He called.
What's this? Set
of 4s.
Oh, yeah, against ace high. Okay. So Coleman
sure
flopped
that
the set.
was warranted.
Wow, quite a gutsy play from Jakobsen. He's certainly capable of making a big bluff, and he really went for it there. He probably put Coleman on an overpair like I did and thought he would throw it away.
And that's it. Martin Jakobsen, with that triple barrel bluff, is eliminated.
Yeah, but you know, notice like he was disgusted with a set,
the
right?
was real.
So if he didn't have a set, that play would have worked a lot.
What this?
The final 11 were in the money, but despite our best efforts, we weren't able to get down to the official final table of 8. So we're set to award the first trophy of EPT 11. Watch the final table of the 50K Super High Roller on PokerStars.tv from 2 p.m. Central European Time on Wednesday the 20th of August as they play down from 8 to a champion. That's 2 p.m. Central European Time, PokerStars.tv. Cards up coverage of the Super High Roller.
My weirdest fan encounter was before kind of more people started to recognize who I was. I found myself on Venice Beach, and a homeless man came up to me to ask me for some money. but I said no, and I kept walking with my friend. And he stops me and he says, "Hey, you're Vanessa Selbst, right?" I'm just like, "Are you serious? Come on now, man." So at that point, I ended up giving him some money and walking away and feeling a little bit weird about the whole thing.
At the EPT 10 London main event final table, Ludovic Gajlik displayed his trademark aggression in a hand against Greece's Georgios Karakousis and Stefan Wagner from Slovakia. Action's been folded to Karakousis, blinds 30,000, 60,000. Karakousis raises to 120k with 6-7 suited.
Some juicy suited connectors.
Ludovic Gajlik on the button. Aggro Ludo, as we like to call him.
Agrovic Gajlik.
Ace-5 offsuit.
Let's see if he can manage to just call here, if he's going to pile in another bet. I love how he reps the German flag. He's more Scottish than Loch Ness Monster Haggis.
Gajlik raises. It's a 3-bet to 215,000.
At least he's in position.
But he's run into a legitimate hand. Wagner's got ace-king suited in the small blind.
Oh boy, and I would be 4-betting aggro Ludo all the live long day.
Here comes a cold 4-bet. 500,000. Robin Nulatalo in the big blind. Folds. Is back on Karakousis.
Don't see how he can stick around.
He passes.
Wonder if Angus McWienerschnitzel over here levels himself into thinking Wagner's just playing against his image. Even though we know this is a fold.
Well, if there's one thing we've come to know about Ludo, it's that he does not like to fold.
He also does not like to call.
He loves to raise, and I think that's what's coming.
He's going to be in for a rude awakening.
Gajlik counts out a 5-bet to 845,000.
And you can just never, ever, 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 ever fold ace-king suited to this guy. And here's why. I honestly think Ludovic is a tricky enough player that even if he had a monster like aces or kings, he might not 5-bet with them. He's way more likely to 5-bet with a worse hand.
Wagner's next move is to shove.
And the only reason Ludovic Gajlik is not raising again right now is because he can't. But I don't think he can call either.
Wagner's got him covered. And he folds.
Good fold, maybe just a couple of raises too late.
Wagner now the second biggest stack at this final table. Ludovic Gajlik down to 2.6 million, the second shortest stack at the final table.
Massive punt or no, kid's still the wages.
I work in the dealing room in financial markets. It's the room with a lot of computer screens. Everybody is shouting, buy, sell. But I like that pressure. I think that's also one of the reasons I like poker. But I have to say the pressure I have these last couple of days and the rush you get from going all in and then bluff, you don't get that working in a day job. This is my first big live tournament. I played our qualifier on PokerStars online for 82 euros, and I won. Playing with some of the top pros in the world here at the EPT. Maybe it intimidated me on the first day, but after that it didn't intimidate me anymore. I think my game proved that. I think I'm playing the best poker for me I've ever played. And now I'm here, and I think there has to be one goal, and that one goal is to get the first prize.
Welcome back to Barcelona and the 100th main event on the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour. Just before the break, we saw the elimination of Andrei Shatlov from Russia, which means 4 players remain at the final table. And right now, Sam Phillips has the commanding chip lead, 20.8 million, a 69 big blind stack, with the blinds now 150 and 300,000 with a 50k ante. Andrea Dato from Italy is the short stack with 12 bigs. I'm James Hutchkin, he's Joe Stapleton.
Where is Andre Latau? Is he still doing a victory lap? Is he still smacking people high fives around the room?
Quite a lot of commentary on Twitter during the break.
You know what he's probably doing, James? I think he went to track down Andrei Shatlov to give him the handshake that he skipped over, possibly.
A lot of people not overly impressed by Mr. Latau's behaviour. Here's what we're playing for at the final table. 362,000 euros for the next player to exit, 498,000 for third, 709,000 for the runner-up, 1.26 million for the winner, plus the EPT 100 trophy. Players returning to the table, about to get cards back in the air.
It's okay. It's for you.
So 2 denominations of chip in play, the yellow 25k, the green and black 100ks.
That's it?
Okay.
That's weird.
Thanks for waiting.
And very shortly we'll be joined on EPT Live by Jake Cody from Team PokerStars Pro. So if you've got a question for Jake, tag your tweet EPT Live or email nuts@pokerstars.tv. Many people asking for the free roll password. It is Lundmark, as in Kent Lundmark.
Kent Lundmark.
Lundmark. And 95 of the final table. Chip leader Sam Phillips raises to 600,000. And everyone else folds.
So Phillips back at it.
Patrick has a theory about Latau. I think it's part of Latau's cunning strategy to tilt the table. Or he is young and the money means a lot.
Yeah, I look for reasons to try to, to not completely vilify this kid.
There was
Tom
some guy
Watts
coming to me with an autograph of you and asking if I could sign it too. Pretty funny.
Tom
My
Watts.
first autograph ever.
Okay, I'll wait. Tom Watts on Twitter says, the more I see Latau, the more I think it's just an excited kid. He'll look back in embarrassment in a couple of years. I think that could have a lot to do with it, just the capricious youth.
Although he's 27 years old.
Oh, okay.
It's not that young.
I take it back.
Ensan with ace-7 suited raises the button.
Roll in.
Dato shoves from the small blind with ace-deuce. Ensan has called him. So Dato at risk, and he is dominated.
Domination Nation. You know, I'll be sad to see Andrea Dato go. He's been an awfully likable, interesting character. Obviously, we have to play down to a winner. We're going to lose 3 of these guys. Nacion Dominacion.
Dato looking for a deuce. Roughly a third of the time, this will be a chop.
Opportunities.
6-6-5 on the flop.
5. Deuce.
He bumped it up. He went from wanting a chop to wanting the outright win.
Dato needs a deuce. It's an 8. Ace-7 holds, and we lose the Italian, Andrea Dato, in 4th place.
He is all smiles, and he should be.
362,000 euros, and we are now down to 3. Here's the situation. Sam Phillips has 21 million. Hussein Ensan has 14.5 million. Andre Latau has 9.2 million.
And Andre Latau managed to be conspicuously absent for yet another handshake. Well played.
Fast eine halbe Million, Rudi.
Stay classy, Hamburg.
And I'm the big blind, I guess.
Phillips still the only player with more than 50 big blinds.
I didn't put. Oh, sick.
No small blind.
Trying to pay it twice.
Two Germans and an American competing for the 100th European Poker Tour main event title. The final three from a field of 1,496, a record-breaking event here in Barcelona. So many record-breaking events, including the 10K high roller, which is down to a final table now. Remember, there are updates from the high roller final table available for you to read at the PokerStars blog. Carl tweets his support for Hussein Ensan. He says, go, go, Ensan, show the kids how to play and show that us oldies still know how to play poker.
I love the old Ensan Cinderella senior story. Of course, I'd be pretty excited to see an EPT main event get shipped back to the States. Been a while since that happened. Season, what did we decide? It was season 9?
If it was Mohsen Charania, that was the conclusion of season 8.
Season 8.
So Phillips limped in the small. The Tau checked his option. Both players pair their 5.
Oh boy.
The Tau now with 2 pair.
Tal's going to bet his 2 pair. Phillips is going to call at least once.
On the river is a 6, puts a 4-card straight out there.
Makes it a little harder to value bet 2 pair. Very hard for Phillips to value bet this pair. He could bluff though.
Let's see if Latau checks this back and tables the winner.
I mean, not only is it, you know, hard to bet into a 4-card straight board, but it's hard to get paid on a 4-card straight board.
Latau's shaky hands going for chips.
Thin value bet, hoping to get paid by a queen.
Into a pot of 1.45 million, he bet 650,000.
Phillips giving it a think. May think he's got a bluff catcher. Might not be expecting the thin value bet with 2 pair.
For the most part, Phillips's instincts have been pretty strong today. He did make one incorrect hero call earlier on.
A hero raise might work here.
Good lay down by Phillips. The Towels rail, delighted to see him win that pot and move up to 10 million. Well, we promised you Jake Cody from Team PokerStars Pro. We're delivering Jake Cody from Team PokerStars Pro. Welcome to the booth, Jake.
Hey guys, good to be back.
And welcome to this final table, which has not been without controversy.
I love limp pots.
Yeah, not enough.
This is just like,
not enough
for me,
to
it's
call.
really exciting to commentate on. But 50 big blind is the average stack, like the money end of the
Any
tournament.
pair is nuts in a limp pot.
I feel like there's so much skill involved at this stage of the tournament. Free-handed. And so many interesting pots because everyone's just fighting for the chips. And
Yeah,
obviously,
absolutely. I mean, the money's going in soon.
Yeah. And you're in the blinds like 2 out of 3 hands, so you've got to like fight for every pot.
Now, a lot of people are going to be asking you, Jake. In fact, we've already had 2 questions about your opinions on Andre Letao and his rail, but I'm going to give you a pass. If you haven't been watching the action up until now, if you've missed any of the significant action, you don't have to offer an opinion.
If you could give me a recap.
Letao has been very excited. He is an excessive celebrator.
Okay.
In a couple of situations where players have been eliminated, he has...
That's quite unusual for a German player, too.
He is fist pumped and kind of not shaking their hands. And his rail has been actively rooting against the short stacks, even in hands where he's not involved.
Oh, yeah, I don't like that.
Now, Jake, you actually do have experience. You had a super rowdy rail, right?
Yeah,
at the
but
World
I mean,
Series.
I feel mine was always in good spirit, even though obviously if people have a few too many drinks, it sounds quite excessive. But they were always just behind me. They were never like against my opponent.
So
if
they
that makes
weren't
sense.
actively calling for cards that would eliminate your opponents in hands
Yeah,
in which you weren't involved.
No way. It was just like, I think that's out of line.
Well, that's been the case here. And that's sort of what kicked it off. And I think that had Letao's celebration right before the break been an isolated incident.
I agree.
That maybe we wouldn't have judged him so harshly on him. But everything has sort of compounded on itself. And unfortunately, he hasn't painted himself in a very likable light at this point.
Queen high flop, which is great for Ensan.
Yeah, I mean, especially if he hasn't been shaking people's hands and stuff, I feel like you should have some kind of code of conduct. And even just general politeness.
Rich asks on Twitter, has there been deal talk? No, Rich, no talk of a deal. And to Tobias, who says, is there a dinner break today? I believe there is a dinner break planned at the conclusion of this level.
James, can we give the free roll password one more time just because I love this guy's name is Roger America? Lundmark. Password is Lundmark.
Well, it's time to reveal the winner of the EPT Moments poll, ladies and gentlemen. Victoria Corin Mitchell. Journalist. Author. TV presenter. And poker player. At EPT3 London, Vicky made history in her local casino by becoming the first female champion on the tour.
Vicky shows 6-7 to flop the last three. Give me a nice round of applause for Victoria Corin.
We'd have to wait 7 seasons before she made history again. In season 10, at the PCA, Mike McDonald was set to become the EPT's first 2-time champ. It's an ace!
Congrats, Dominic, but I am just gutted for Mike McDonald.
But again, we waited. Fast forward to San Remo, and the poker world was holding its breath.
The entire poker world calling for a deuce. No ace, no king, no 10, no 7. It's a brick! It's a brick! First player in the history of 10 seasons of the European Poker Tour to win 2 main event titles.
And I cannot think of a better ambassador for the game. And just look at the emotion on her face. She doesn't even believe it's over.
I'm in some kind of combination of shock and disbelief. If Timex had been the first person to win 2, and he easily could have been, people would go, well, I could never emulate that. And I hope they look at me and go, I could do that too. And the truth is they really could.
Thank you for all your votes, but you voted Victoria Corin Mitchell's 2-time victory on the European Poker Tour your favourite EPT moment of all time.
You chose wisely.
I think that's the best choice, no doubt.
Obviously, something has mixed emotions for you, Jake. I know you wanted to be the first
Yeah.
two-time winner.
But you know, you've got to like love Vicky. You've got to be happy for her. But obviously at the same time, I wanted it to be me. But you know, oh well. I'll try and be the first guy to ever win two.
Raise here from Hussein Ensan with Jack 10. And he's been 3-bet by Phillips with Ace Queen. Latau in the big blind with not much of a hand. He folds.
I mean, free-handed Jack 10's pretty, like one of the better hands you're going to see on the button here.
Latau looks like he may have had a long night last night. Looks like his long night last night may have continued into the day today.
Possibility. Cool. Yeah, I like the defend here. I feel like Jack 10's pretty playable. You've got position.
And Phillips has been very aggressive, not just with his, his big aces and stuff. So, he's been super wide. Just so happens this is a near monster.
Ace 8-8. It's all Phillips. By the way, this is hand 100 of the final table. At the 100th EPT.
So it's bet 1.5. Can't see this going any further though, unless Ensans decides to make a play.
Seems like a pretty standard give-up spot. Oh boy!
Well, you said maybe Ensan will make a play, Jake, and that's exactly what he's doing.
I think I like calling better if he is going to make a play. I feel like Phillips probably wouldn't just barrel off it on this flop.
Well, this
less likely anyway.
Is ill-timed. And Jake, you like a just call better here too because people don't usually raise with an 8 here, right?
I mean, Phillips obviously is never folding, but at the back of his mind is a bit like, man, I hope we haven't run into it here. And I feel like raising doesn't accomplish anything. He's just going to fold his bluffs. And if he has got an 8, obviously he's getting that. And it seems really unlikely he's raising a worse ace on the flop here. So yeah, I think call's the only play.
Carl Parrish, you're too late. He tweeted, "Don't do it, Ensan."
I want to see the 9 of spades on the turn. You could maybe get him off it with that.
6 sweat.
What should Phillips's response be here? Flat call or re-raise?
Personally, I like just calling better.
Right, because then when he does have an 8, I mean, Phillips is now in the same position Ensan was in a second ago, where you fold out the bluffs.
Mm-hmm.
There is the call from Phillips.
Yep, I like the call.
And this is a huge pot. 12 million in the middle.
We find a spade turn though, and Anson shoves. So you know what? It's a pretty tough spot for Phillips.
Can Anson do it though? Not sure he can.
9 of spades.
3 of clubs. Anson's got 9 million behind. Less than a pot size bet.
Doesn't all in jam work here?
I don't think so.
Well, he is going to barrel again.
Wow.
Problem is, this pot is 12 million.
But I do think betting looks much stronger than jamming. I think if he jams, like, he's probably not going to fold. But if he bets and then jams the river, I don't know, maybe. Just ace queen is just so strong here.
Oh boy.
Is this the first time Enson's done something like this?
I mean, he's played things weird a couple times, but this is the first multi-street bluff I think he's run.
The boldest bluff we've seen him run so far, 3.25 million.
Do you know what? He's putting the pressure on huge here.
I mean, you would, looking at this guy, think that he's gonna have it.
And it's just such a bricky turn. Like, you would expect him to just give up on this turn if he was bluffing. $50 million in the pot, though. He's getting a great price. Probably can't fold. In fact, I can't see him fold into this anyway.
That's what I meant. It's just that, you know, he doesn't really have a ton of, like, a small bet looks stronger, but he doesn't have really any fold equity. When he has 9 million behind, there's 12 million in the middle. But his only shot is to jam.
I mean, it looks so obvious when we can see the cards, but it actually is a pretty awkward situation for Phillips. There's so much on the line here.
How much total?
Now's when you're desperate. You're looking for any information you can get. So you're just like, what do I do now? How much?
I would be studying Ensign really hard right now. I think in these situations, people give away a lot when there's so much pressure.
I mean, when we were calling this card down, James, we were saying when Ensign's betting, he's got it. And that was all we knew based on the information we had, you know, based on the few showdowns we had seen.
I think these streams would be really interesting if we saw the hands after the hand had finished. You know, so we're guessing what they have now, and then we get to see it at the end of the hand. I think that'd be pretty cool.
2 minutes on this decision.
I can honestly say that if the cards were down, if we just saw Phillips' hand, right? Let's say we just saw Phillips' hand. I would say, man, this bet is so small, it'd be a value bet.
You know what? It does look really strong.
But I just don't see this guy doing this and not having it. That's what I would say. And then I would once again thank my lucky stars that I'm in this seat.
It's taken a long time now, and I feel like when you take so long, it feels like you look weak. Would Ensign follow through, though, if he does call here?
Three minutes now. I'll tell you what, the 100th hand of the 100th EPT main event final table is a cracker.
Well, the jumps are just so huge as well. Like, if it's like such a big mistake if he gets this wrong.
Jake, what do you think about Ensign doing this with a hand that doesn't have any equity at all?
I mean, I guess obviously it's better if he's got Jack 10 of spades.
Yeah.
I mean, on ace 8-8, the only really thing you can have is a flush draw. That isn't a made hand.
I thought he was going for the fold.
Coming up on the 4 minute mark now.
I feel like he could talk himself into a fold here.
Ensign's put him in a really tough spot. Darren Reed says Ensan has got his big boy pants on. Has Phillips?
Is that an adult diaper joke? Because that's not cool.
Ensan's just looks stone cold as well. He's not really giving anything away. You know what? I think he's folding. I don't think he takes this amount of time and then calls. Because on the river, Ensan would have 5.8 million back. So, wow.
Right, so this decision is sort of a turn and river decision, eh?
I guess so, but I mean, you really wouldn't expect him to like shove the river without it if he does.
More than 5 minutes now, and he decides to fold. He lays down the best hand.
Wow.
Sick play. Hossein in the membrane. Ensan in the brand.
And we have a new chip leader at our three-handed final table.
What?
He came into the final as the big stack.
Doesn't look like he was bluffing either. Even after the hand, I can kind of believe him.
And now he's in front once again with 21.2 million. Phillips down to 14.8 million.
Wow, that was huge.
That was huge.
Man, what a great hand to kick off with.
In case you don't know the story, Jake, Hossein Ensan came here to play the seniors event. He's just turned 50. It's the first time we've run a seniors event on the EPT. The buy-in, 200 euros. He won the better part of 5k for winning that event.
And just brought it straight in?
No, he decided to play a satellite for the main event, won that satellite, won a seat, and here he is.
Wow.
Chip leader, three-handed at the final table.
That's a great story.
That would be kind of a cool little circle of life type situation if he wins EPT Seniors event #1, EPT main event #100. Not bad.
When he's just turned 50s, the two.
He's like, yeah, he's exactly in between the two. That's amazing.
That's ridiculous.
Phillips back in the action, raising the button with ace-king.
Ensan's got to be feeling so good right now too.
Ace-deuce in the big blind.
I think the momentum swing is just like huge as well in these situations.
Don't get carried away.
Yeah, does he give some of it back to his hand? Oh!
Yeah, I was thinking he just feels
I'm the king of the
unbeatable
world!
right now. I could even see him putting it in actually.
You mean like calling off?
No, if Sam clicks it.
Sam's like, yeah, I got you right where I want you.
Because it kind of looks like Phillips just could be like, you know, frustrated and just like he's lost that huge pot, and then very next hand he gets free bet.
Yeah, you get a little tilt equity here.
Yeah, I mean it's so perfect for Phillips this. Like dream spot.
Looks like we are going to see a click of some sort.
I like between 3.4 and 3.6.
What?
Yeah, I could see that coming.
Wow, Ensan got a little bit carried away there. He responds to the 4-bet by moving all in, and Phillips snap calls.
Oh boy.
You could totally see that coming.
He just got it in with heaps against me with ace-deuce. I got ace-king.
Wow, he's only just claimed the chip lead, and now he's about to give it back to Phillips.
Who's this? I mean, 23% of the time he's basically won the tournament.
3-5.
That is true.
Phillips is the player at risk, but he has got the best hand. He's got his opponent dominated. He's got 72% equity.
Such an ugly deuce as well if he gets that.
Domination Nation.
Man.
A ridiculous chip lead.
Thank you, brother.
Wow.
Or an elimination.
That was just such a dream spot for Phillips. The very next hand he just finds ace king and gets free bet.
Perfect storm.
Yeah. And then Stan just thought he was tilting.
King.
Phillips just wants to see a king. He wants an easy journey through the flop, turn and river. It's an ace-high flop. Of course, Ensan needs a deuce. Phillips now an 87% favourite.
Just put a king out there.
Let's see a 4.
You're a sick man, Jake Cody.
Oh, wow. This would be so brutal.
Just 3 cards in the deck.
I lost it.
Sam Phillips has to fade.
There we go.
The river card is a king. He doubles up and retakes the chip lead.
That was
a commanding chip lead. 30 million chips for Sam Phillips.
Easy come, easy go, eh, Hossein?
Unbelievable.
Wow.
Played that last hand so well, and then just, I guess, confidence took over.
He was must have just been feeling great. Felt everything was getting through.
Yeah. I think that's fair to call a little bit spewy.
Oh, yeah. But I mean,
more nervous than he is.
15,725.
How much?
Yeah, pretty spewy.
And Sam Phillips goes from probably feeling not so great about himself, loses the chip lead for basically the first time for this entire final table, and then regains it with authority, back up to nearly 100 big blinds. And Latau and Ensan are now in big-time danger zone.
Wow, yeah. The jump from third to second is huge too, so I mean...
That's right, third place pays 498,000 euro. 709,000 for second, 1.251, 1.261.
I love how happy he just
first.
looked. He was like kind of proud of it. He's taking it really well. I like that.
I think that's something that a lot of times the older guys at the table aren't the most poker experienced, but they are life experience. And I think that, Hossein Ensan's showing that a lot right now. His composure during that huge bluff.
Yeah.
If you're a guy that's 50 years old, you've probably seen a lot of S in your life. You know what I mean? Maybe this isn't the most ridiculous circumstance you've ever been in.
Yeah, he handled both situations incredibly well, I think.
And he's having a great week regardless.
Yeah.
I mean, he's on a life free roll right now.
I mean, I was thinking about the jump from third to second, but I actually don't think he's going to be too bothered about that. As then we'll be happy to get it in still.
Well, of course, now that Jake's on the air, we've got the lady fans chiming in. Sophie Thompson says, great hearing from Jake Cody, one of my favorite poker players of all time, and great analyzing hands and just talking about the game. Sophie, I agree.
Hi, Sophie.
I'm going to give Jake a little kiss for you.
What food do you have?
Okay, maybe that was a mistake.
No bullshit, please. Tell me good thing. No, good thing. Steaks.
Twitter is ablaze right now.
I want a steak. Is it okay?
Yeah. The Tao's hungry. He wants a steak.
I thought he wanted to stay. He wanted a steak?
No, he's actually requesting a steak.
Huh. Well.
Interesting request. 300 in EPT.
We've seen stranger, let's be honest. 6-4 suited on the button. Ensan starts this hand now with 6.2 million. He's now the shortest stack at the table.
He's wasted no time getting back on the horse.
So raised to 600,000.
Nick Walker says, Ensan with a smile and a tap on the table. Good hand, bud. Class act. I like him. Nick, I agree.
Yeah, me too.
Phillips with ace queen.
Uh-oh.
Well, sir, when did you think you were going to win the tournament?
He said same ways, that's why I folded.
Oh, the towel folded out of turn.
That's...
The problem is,
Pretty hard line,
once
really.
you make a spectacle of yourself, then we're going to watch your every move. Don't spoil your appetite, buddy. You got a steak coming.
Phillips 3 bets. Doesn't really give Ansan anywhere to go.
Like, a lot of the time, I think this is a good situation to be light, because I feel like when someone's just spewed off, it's like so difficult for them to do it again. But I guess you never know.
Wait, you
with
think he
Ansan.
just jams again here? Like,
I think it's much rarer for him to like shove it with a bad hand now, because he will like feel a little bit silly, you know.
sheepish, yeah.
So I just feel like it's a dynamic thing.
Did we handle Jamie Robinson's question?
I don't think so.
We'll come to it after this hand.
Yeah, and Anson gives it up.
So Jake,
not that he had much of a hand he could really do much with either, really.
obviously we have an interesting dynamic at this final table where players will get to see hands play out on the live stream an hour after we've seen them.
Yeah.
They'll get information from their buddies on the rail. Jamie Robinson says, if you're Phillips, would being told about that ace-queen hand an hour later put you on tilt?
Personally, it wouldn't put me on tilt, because I'm always just trying to keep myself like level-headed, you know, try not to let anything affect me, try not to let emotions get involved. But I mean, I think it would tilt some people, yeah. But I don't think you can think about things like that. You've got to try and just make the best decisions in the future.
Sure.
And, you know, you're going to make mistakes sometimes. You have to live with them.
Phillips on the button.
I mean, if you never get bluffed, you're like you're too much of a station.
Forward to
How
the
much you
blinds.
play? Five. How much? 5.
Yeah, I think I'll just put this in. Wibble it out.
All
Just
what I have.
plays kind of poorly post flop.
He says, all that I have.
Yeah.
And there's a fold. Now, this is, of course, day 9 of 9 of EPT Live from Barcelona. But you haven't got long to wait for your next live stream fix here on PokerStars.tv. The 2nd and 3rd of September. That's next Tuesday and Wednesday. The final table of the 100k Super High Roller, the final table of the $10 million guaranteed main event. On both days, hold cards up.
America! You know, I'm going to do the entire webcast in a tank top just so I can exercise my American right to bear arms. Come on, Jake. Give me something on that one.
I was concentrated on this.
Oh, right, the poker.
Latau changes his strategy and just calls on the button. Ensan with ace-king in the small blind. Of course, that question that Jamie asked about getting information in the future, that assumes that on the very next hand you don't reclaim the chip lead and sit there with 31 million.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I really like Ensign sizing there.
George wants to know, Jake, do you do any poker training back in the UK?
I mean, I train myself, as in like I'm always like trying to talk hands and stuff, but I've never really trained other people. Phillips has got to be feeling pretty damn happy right now. 31 million nearly.
I want to say hello to Piotr, who says, I never thought that poker could be so interesting until today.
Well, we did.
And we're glad you're enjoying the live action from this final table.
But I haven't looked so far.
You know what? I think I would just be raising every hand as Phillips.
Table.
You have to, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
Even Jack 4 off there. You like.
Yeah, you have wasted every hand before, so who can
You
hold
put
it?
Latau under like so much pressure, like with Ensign much shorter than him, or decently shorter than him.
I mean, this entire final table has been really well suited for having a massive chip lead, and for the most part, Sam Phillips has exercised his right to smash people's faces in as chip leader.
Yep. I think that you shouldn't slow down though right now. You should just be hammering. You can steal so many blinds just with each of the other opponents trying to outlast each other.
Do you think losing the chip lead, then getting it all back, might make you take a few hands off though and take a breather for a second and just sort of reevaluate and reassess and maybe?
I guess so. He just wants to just chill a bit.
Yeah.
But I mean, even though he had 6-2 suited on the button, I think that's an open for sure.
Latau calls in the small blind.
All in.
Ensign shoves. And Latau folds.
James, maybe a quick question between hands here. Mark Brown wants to know, when is the Shark Cage due to be broadcast in the UK?
I believe it's from mid-October. Shows will also air in Canada and other countries around the world, and they'll also be available to watch on PokerStars.tv and on the PokerStars YouTube channel. The 21st of October is when the first episode airs on Channel 4 in the UK.
Question for Jake from Romani. He wants to know, what's up, Jake Cody? Is PokerStars a good site to play on?
Yes, it's the best site in the world.
Well, there you go. Romani knows. Now you know. PokerStars, the best site in the world. Play on PokerStars.
Yep.
Folded to Ensign in the small blind. Queen Jack suited.
Beautiful hand.
Raises to 600k. Phillips calls.
Yeah, I don't mind the defender.
No one connects with the flop.
There's barely even any backdoors out there.
Definitely not for Phillips. I mean, Ensign could turn a few things.
Smell you later.
Arkan has a question for you, Jake. Do you play aggressively or tight on your first day in a tournament? And do you have a favourite seat at the table? 1 through 10.
Anything but seat 1 or 9. Especially 1, because you're always leaning over to see, like, if it's your turn to act. It's just, like, really annoying. So I don't really mind. Maybe probably, like, 3 or 7 I like best.
I like seat 1 because I can chat with the dealer.
I mean, seat 5 you want then, because then you can look at it.
Sure. Oh, what? He knew it was a her. Good read.
And on day 1s of tournaments, you know, it really does depend on the table. There's sometimes I will like just start going after people, and there will be some days where I've just decided I want to be way more aggressive than usual. But in general, I like to keep things pretty simple. You know, I feel like a lot of people play too loose on day 1s, and the way to like play against that is just to play tighter.
Oh, I see that Romani Knows gets back in touch to say, Jake, not PokerStars, Full Tilt Poker. Is that a good site to play on?
Don't know what that is.
It's okay, we can say Full Tilt okay now.
It's part of the family. Phillips raises small to big, gets a fold from Latau. Roberto Cruz says, are all of you going to the 2015 PCA? I imagine you'll be there, Jake.
Yep, I'm going to be there.
Jake will be there playing and having the time of his life. Joe and I will be there working.
Fingers crossed. Every word that comes out of my mouth is another potential disaster that might end with me not going to the PCA. Play on PokerStars.
What's that? We could look.
Nice shot at dealer Nilu.
Did you hear that?
Oh, yes, I did.
Latau asked Sam, would he be willing to look at the numbers? And Sam said, yes, I would.
He said, we can look? You'd have to imagine he's going to want a lot, huh?
So Sam Phillips, despite having this huge chip lead, is not averse to discussing a deal. I mean, the price jumps are pretty steep, Jay.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know if he might be able to work himself a great deal too. I mean, things can easily change.
When you're talking in terms of double ups, which a lot of these pots are going to be, you know, by the time that the blinds go up even one more level, it's going to be, you know, all in pots pre-flop. Just a couple of doubles up. You guys would say doubles up, double ups.
Double ups.
You know, just a couple of double ups, and that's it. It's over, and it's someone else who's won.
Yep.
All in.
Yeah. I think Latau's got a shove there. You have to imagine Phillips is raising the button just super, super wide.
More than the numbers, quite a bit more.
More than what number? More than ICM? Or more than chip shop? I never...
Chip shop.
You can never have more
than... Chip shop would be the kind of deal I'd be looking to make. Chip shop would be the kind of deal I'd be looking to make. You guys got to be flexible, though. What? You want to stop.
Well, if the players want to discuss a deal, that's their prerogative. We'll bring tournament director Toby Stone to the table to oversee it.
What do you clock's going now?
Break.
Okay.
Yeah.
The clock will be paused while the players look at the numbers and discuss a potential deal.
Ich guck mir Numbers an, ne?
There will not be a deal unless all three players agree to it.
8 Millionen machen wir so eine Deal. Dann gucken wir weiter. Lassen wir erstmal Pokal und erster Platz.
But potentially they will redistribute the remaining prize pool according to their chip stacks.
From the way they were talking, I actually can't see them coming to
It seems
agreement.
right, yeah.
Sure.
I don't think any of them were expecting Sam to say what he's saying, which is actually pretty reasonable of Sam to say.
Pause.
Oh, thank you, guy.
Why?
Charles.
Can you please stop the clock?
Chip shop.
Chip shop. I'd only consider chip shop.
Ey, ohne Scheiße, ich bin wieder live. Das ist so kacke mit dem Essen, ne? Das ist ja so die Scheiße. Hast du ja so einen Bekannten?
Okay.
Das ist nicht
200.000 auf First Platz, die Pokal.
Ich hab so mega Hunger, ey.
Und Rest? Sag ihm mal, wie soll das werden? Frag mal.
He wants to know how do you want to do what do you...
Pretty much chip count is the only thing I would do.
Chip count?
Chip shop.
After chips, of course.
After chips
I might
and...
have some chips.
That's okay.
Whoever has the most
If they do a chip shop, you'll probably get more than first pays.
Not ICM. No ICM.
What is ICM?
There's two different methods to come up with numbers. I don't want to do the ICM one. I would consider the chip chop count.
Here comes Toby Stone with the world's most powerful laptop.
I'm going to go in the middle, okay?
This is always fascinating, I think.
I love this too. I'm glad we show this.
Allowed to do, yeah?
The clock's been paused, by
I'll
the way.
explain in a moment with everybody what you're allowed to do, okay? Guys, please, sir. Guys. Guys, stop. Come, guys, can you come to the table? Come to the table, please. Thank you. So, I can show you like a chip chop.
Yeah.
And I can show you ICM. Then it's up to you to discuss what you want to do. If you want to move. I want to see balls, obvious. Okay.
So
but
I
first of
won't
all,
take
sir, let me just finish. explain some rules to you, okay?
I just don't want to waste anybody's time.
First of all, for the leaderboard points, you'll all receive points for third on the leaderboard points. Doesn't matter who goes on to win it. Okay, that's the EPT leaderboard points. All the deals are published, so you could arrange a deal and you could win more, and but he could come first, for example. You could have less money but come first.
Okay.
If you go ahead to win it, depending on the deal that you do. Okay, and the last one is you have to play for 10% of remaining. Okay. What's remaining? I can figure what that is for you, but that is one of the terms. You must play for 10% of remaining. And as for the deal, let me come here so I can see you all. As for the deal-making process, it must be done here at the table. Okay. Okay. And you're allowed to have one person on. Just let me finish. Yeah, let me finish. You're allowed to have one person only come to the table just for a few minutes to discuss, and then that person has to go back. Okay. Okay. You're not allowed to leave here. You're not allowed to go to the rail. So you're allowed to have one person here just for a few minutes to discuss, and then that person has to go back. Okay. Okay. So I'll show you the numbers first.
Yeah, so chip shop first.
I'll show you the numbers first, and then we can do ICM if you prefer. But this is basically chip shop.
That's obvious.
So we're going to give everybody third place, and we're going to give each chip an exact value. Okay, it's basically an exact chip chop. ICM is a little bit different. ICM will favour the.
We know. Just
you know ICM. Yeah, ICM is a little bit different. Okay. So.
Yeah.
So first is 1261. Second is 709. Can you confirm that for me? I don't see it very well.
First one is 1261.
709.
Yes.
498.
Yeah.
So 498.
Get the chip count number. Well, I guess you guys got to know the numbers.
How much do we have?
I think around.
Okay, so basically, to show you what this is, guys. This is first, second, and third. Okay. This is basically giving you all third place, which we take that off the prize pool. Okay. I don't know what's your name there. Just first name.
No, Andre.
Andre.
This is Andre. I'm Hossein.
You're Andre. Hossein.
I'm Hossein. Yes.
Don't worry if I spell it wrong. It's just for this.
Sam.
Sam.
Yeah.
Can we have chip counts? Do we know the chip counts?
So it looks like about 8.8 million for Latau.
What's that?
In a proposed deal, right?
825 for Andre.
I always consider it.
Okay, 825, yeah.
I can take.
6 million and.
I think we can stop it here because I will not go for chip shop.
The dealer, Hussein.
What are you saying? You won't go chip chop for now?
I won't go for
2
chip
million,
shop.
3 million, 4 million,
I won't
5
give you chip shop.
million, 6 million, 400, 6, 5,
2,
6,
3,
5,
4, 5,
7,
6, 5, 7, 5.
Otherwise.
6, 5, 7, 5.
Let's.
Okay.
I mean, it is the chip counts, guys. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's call them here.
I trust it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5.
Wir gucken uns Numbers an, was sonst?
10, 16, 6, 8, 10, 26.
Was ist das? Sag mir mal. Ich habe meine Lesebrille nicht mit.
29.
Nein, Lesebrille. Ich muss mal lesen.
450.
29,450. These two are good. I didn't check this one. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29.
29, 450.
450. Okay, those counts are correct. So basically, to figure out what's remaining, you have to play for 10%. So I have to take 10% off. Okay. So we have got.
That's not that great. Oh.
Now he's brought out the trusty iPhone calculator.
I thought the inner workings
Pretty exciting situation to be in.
Exactly
These three players.
This is my own one.
Okay.
Yeah, that's kein Problem.
Oh yeah, this
Yeah, I made this.
Yeah,
we don't have an official one. So plus 709, 709, 23, plus 498.
Wouldn't it be awkward if Toby's Tinder just popped up instead of that calculator?
That would be amazing.
Because that's already out of the prize pool. Okay. So there's pretty much... Sir, excuse me. Come to the table, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. This is what's remaining. So you're looking to play for around 90k, give or take. Okay. So if I just take that off there for now, and that basically is your figures here. Okay. This is your figures. So, if you would like somebody to come to the table now, you can.
I want one.
Sure, you want somebody to come to the table, or are you okay?
1,086,000 for Sam.
Sir?
629k for Hussein.
We can bring one advisor in.
662,000 for Andre. Those are the proposed numbers. Playing for an extra 90k.
This is Andre, yeah. John Hussein, yeah.
This should have numbers.
Joby Stone running a tight ship here during the deal. Things got a little murky during the deal in Monaco.
This seems like a good deal
I'm going
for
to give you
Sam.
like 5 minutes to discuss. Please stay here at the table. Okay? That's the number? He was at the chip pound.
That's chip shop, right?
Yeah.
Chip shop, yeah. Yeah, you know. Is there something for first left?
Yeah, 90k.
Yeah,
90,000 out of
So
there.
just do the math. I mean, not to need long discussion or something. It's like if you have something for first left, you have an edge
I
as
just
a chip
saw it,
leader
yeah. Just,
because you're the math is that you're winning it more often. So we gotta not deal chip shop.
Wait, is it?
I mean, there's this true math. I just need to call Ole and stuff and ask.
This is in euro, right?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
It's all in euro, right?
Yes, but it's
1.086.
It's chip shop.
I mean, I can give a little bit off that number. I'm not giving much.
Yeah, can we have a look at the chip ICM number and then maybe we can discuss?
These are the kind of. This is the ballpark I want to work with. These are the numbers.
So this deal's going to fall apart because of Latau's rail.
You have to pull like everything.
I can't see it happening, to be honest.
Whatever.
I don't care. We have Ole.
I'm just saying. He knows how to play.
Listen, you want to come into this conversation?
Can we get the ICM number just to have a look at the ICM number? So
It's probably a waste of time if this isn't in the ballpark for what you want to deal with.
Okay, so I have to just call someone.
Sorry, you can't call anybody. Two people here, you can't call anyone.
Can I go out and call something?
Sorry? What? You're going to have like just a few minutes to discuss this deal and then we need a decision. Okay, and every deal has to be done here, so you can't go call anyone.
Okay.
I have 7 million.
You have 7 million? Oh, okay. I thought you had 6.5. And he has like 8.5, 8.7.
I'll take $1 million. I want $1 million. And then
That's
I'll
good.
split.
How
How much?
No, it's not good. Actually, that's not that much.
I'll take $1 million.
Knock up first.
I won't million.
You want to pay $1 million? $1 million euros, fine, 'cause that's like 100.
You know it's a good day when you can say that.
33 million USD. So,
And I get to play for
and you get to play for 9. So tell him you'll take €1 million, and then you can't budge from that. You got to do €1 million. That's kind of a lot to give up. Maybe I don't know.
How much is it right now? 68 or 86?
What?
ICM.
Sam's offering to give up 86k.
What? Different.
Can I check this out?
A little bit different.
ICM, the other Sam doesn't want to do it with ICM.
Yeah. We can negotiate a little bit from these numbers.
I like Ensan's man up there. Look at him.
You agree on that? With them einverstanden? Yeah, he agrees with that. You don't agree with that.
I'm going to give you 1 more minute.
I'll give you 50.
Because
I need to.
don't want this to take too
maybe
long.
give something from the ICM number, but I will
Guys,
need
I'm going to give you 1 more minute and then I need a decision or we're going to have to sit down and play, okay?
Yeah.
I can give you 40. My total there.
If he's okay with the deal, you said 1 million is fine. We take 100k and we're fine. You have
I get 700.
you get 7.
Ensan just seems really happy.
That's the limit. What? If you're giving him 100k, we are fine.
Not 100. I need at least 100.
You said you win 1 million points.
And 200 for play.
What's this is? Oh yeah. Okay.
This is for you. This is for him. And this is for him.
That's
And
730.
200,
I'm not
200
sure.
you play.
No. This is the wrong
Sure,
number
but-
because this is chip count without first money he gets. 90.
Yeah, I don't think those are.
If you're giving him 150 points.
Wat 100 fijn. Wenn dann geteilt durch 2.
I'll give you 30K euros off my total there.
Sam, 1 million for you. Und, ja, und 68.000, half für mich und André. 86. Ist ja gut.
Okay.
Let's play.
You're not.
Let's play.
It's okay?
Let's play, guys.
It's okay?
Well, start the clock.
That was fun.
And everyone's kind of got the numbers in the head now.
I need more. I can't take
Kind
it.
of magnifies each
Sorry.
decision.
Machst du keinen Deal?
No, I need 70K more or something. I need.
It's okay, then
What's your number?
you play.
What?
How much do you need more than that?
70K?
Yeah.
70 more.
I need 70K from you and not giving anything up. Okay.
I'll give you 40.
What?
I'll give you 40.
Yeah, but he also wants something. I can't do it.
He doesn't want any from you. He just wants from me.
Okay.
40 und 30 ist ja gut. 40 für mich, 40 für dich.
I'll give you guys each. I'll give you 40K euros off of on top of chip chop.
40K more.
Clock's running, by the way.
Good.
For 50, it's okay, but
40. Come on.
Oh yeah, it's 50.
Seem like they're kind of close now.
I think Sam's moving a lot. I don't know. Maybe I'm just biased. But
What? Okay.
We're playing on. The proposed deal was 1,086,000 for Sam, 662,000 for Andre, 629,000 for Hussein, and then they would play for the additional 90,000. But as you heard, no deal. Andre wants more money. Sam is willing to give a bit back, but not enough for Andre's benefit. He's not willing to look at ICM, so they're going to play on. No deal has been reached.
the deal is no deal.
Wait, Latau only got 662 with that deal?
1 million for you, 40,000 for me, and 40,000 for...
Yeah, I would never...
30 and 30? 30 for you.
But Sam just offered him another 40.
36 for me, 50 for him.
So Latau could have had over 7.
30.
Which is basically second place money.
35,000.
35 and 50, yes. Okay? Machen wir Pause. Guck mal, dann
I need more.
Do you agree on that? We can stop the clock.
50 für dich, 35 für mich.
50 für mich. 50 für mich, okay? You give me 50K.
Geht?
Okay, let's play.
Let's play, wait, it's no problem, we play and...
Let's see what happens here.
I'll give you 40, I'll give you 30. Are you willing to talk at 40?
Yeah, obvious, but I prefer to get 50. Like I said before, 50 is fine for me.
They're probably just going to get it in now.
By the way, we don't have to chastise folks for not taking a deal. You don't have to take a deal. You don't have to take a deal that you don't think is fair for you. You can certainly just play on.
Wollen wir das machen oder nicht? Das ist jetzt verblendet, das Ganze.
Ja.
Weil der hat...
Can we pause again?
1 minute, please.
5 minutes, please.
5 minutes.
Yeah, we pause.
Mein Gott. Warte mal, lass uns mal machen. Lass uns mal. Wer ist das? Lass mich mal machen, bitte. Ja, ist er gut? Mein Gott.
Clock's still running.
Somebody get Jimmy Carter on the phone.
35.000 Kikich, 50.000 drüber, also auf diese Dings. Und fertig aus. Mein Gott.
40 akzeptieren, er gibt mir 40 und 35, also 40. 50. Okay, I asked
40, 35, 50, ist egal.
Be a favorite to win 900K. That's almost first place.
No, what are they?
50, I accept. I accept. If you give me 50 more, I accept. No, I just asked it.
Ist okay?
So 50 more, I
35
accept.
und 40 oder 45 für ihn.
Ja. Chris?
Ja, 50 und 30.
50 more and I accept.
Ist Garantie. We play
35.
35 is okay. My God.
Come back to the table, please. Okay.
Clock's been paused again. Toby Stone
Can't
returns.
approach the rail anymore, guys. Really appreciate your cooperation there. Yeah.
Give me, you have still $1 million if you give me 50 more and him 35, and then we have a deal, and it's still super fine for you.
For me 35. Yeah.
Yeah, and I need 50.
And for under for 50. Chip down.
I won't
I need
50.
50K, I need 50K more than chip shop, and I'm okay with it.
Alright, give me a second.
I don't know on the table, huh?
Yeah.
90. You gotta pay. Yeah, well, ask Chris, he was there too.
So Phillips would take $1 million. The 86,000 will be divided. 50 for Andre, 36 for Hussein.
I mean, I'm in a good position.
If you keep talking to him, I'm going to give him a penalty. All right, guys. He's blaming you. So you keep talking to him. I'm going to give him a penalty. Thank you very much.
Go, Toby.
Yeah.
It's super good for you, son.
Super good for you. Super good for you. As a wine for you.
Easy works.
We're still playing for 90 up on top of that.
By the way, I can confirm that Andre and Hussein's chip counts were not messed up. Andre has more chips than Hussein. That's why Andre's being offered more money than Hussein in the deal.
You can mess around with the 90 a little bit. There's a little bit of movement for the 90 if that helps you with your deal, okay? But not so much. Yeah. Okay? Just a little bit. You understand, yeah?
What's that there?
There's like a little bit of movement on the 90. If it helps them make their deal, there's a little bit of leeway for the 90.
Darf ich nicht. I'm not allowed.
Ja, klar. Das ist
40 and 30. That's my final
40 and 30 is a good. Yeah.
That's my final offer.
I need
40,
50.
30.
40 is my final.
I need give me 45 and I'm fine.
40,
40, man, das ist hier 5000.
45.
We can talk a break if not 40.
What?
Let's talk a break.
Mach diese Deal nicht kaputt.
700.
Let's talk a break when
Du
we're
hast
not
doch
taking
deine
our time.
700.000.
40 and
Du hast
30.
deinen zweiten Platz sicher.
That's my
Was willst du
offer
noch?
right now.
Meinst du, willst du Erste?
Warte, chill doch mal. Let me sing. I'm not allowed to ask.
No, but you're allowed to have the one person that you nominated come to the table.
By the way, to anyone on Twitter who's blaming this on a particular nationality, you're an idiot.
The guy you initially had.
You, no, always not allowed to.
No, the guy you initially had at the table.
Chris has to come, and hurry. What the fuck? No,
Come on, Chris.
On time, so,
yeah, sorry.
I'm a little.
So I tell him to
we don't want a circus, you know, that's all. We just have to.
Yay, Chris is here.
Thank God Chris is back. Chris, talk some sense into these guys.
42.
Deine Situation ist halt
702 hast du sogar.
But then we're still playing for 90 euros.
Und der tut bei mir.
So that gives you like 1.01.
Ja, mach das mal mit dem.
You're giving us just 5k more, and then we have a deal. It's 45. And
I'm not
come on.
gonna play this game. It's 40 and 30. That's my final offer.
Chris, I would take.
Okay, then take.
I take a deal. 40 off my chip count
Can you let me know what it is?
40 off. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but this number is 40 more. Not the chips are lost. They're not in count.
No,
We take
whatever
this
they're
number.
at now.
This number.
Whatever the chips are at now. Come on, man. We played 40 off my chip count number and for you.
Yeah,
and then 30 for him.
Okay.
We got a deal?
Let me see the new numbers and then we have 90% sure.
Okay, so yeah,
He's chipped up.
So,
yeah.
You want another chip count to agree to deal?
Yeah, is a normal chip count.
Is that what you want?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be a little more.
Let's start over there.
Jetzt noch mal
I mean, we're
chip
talking
count.
about a lot of money. We got to count it up.
SEM sind 730. Das passt schon. Das passt einfach, ehrlich. Oder? Nee, ich take das jetzt, Chris.
8,425.
You will, but
Still getting.
you're never going to. This is a ridiculous spot.
I'm getting 1-1. Most of
There's
the
a
time.
500k heads. It's a 700k USD heads up match.
It's going to make no difference.
It's too big to be real. I'm all for team note shop if you want.
I'm getting 1-1, so I kind of want to. I'm just going to win this all day.
Huh?
I can whittle them both down.
The other guy's dangerous kind of when he has You're gonna get like 1-1 probably. You're gonna get like 1.03 total or something. You're gonna get like 1.03. So total you can win is probably like after you give up the 70, the total you can get is probably 1.12, which is like 140k euro less than first, and you're gonna win like every 2 weeks.
So that's my max is 140k less than first.
Yeah, that's not a lot.
Guys, that's your new chip count. New numbers.
Okay, revised numbers.
And 30 for him, and we have a deal.
Komm zur Seite, bitte.
40, yeah, 40 for you, 30 for him.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
It's decent.
Bist du sauer jetzt?
You know how quickly this can change?
Yeah. Yeah. It's okay. It's okay.
Andre? I need to answer, guys, otherwise we're going to start the clock.
What's up?
You done the deal? Yeah, if you give me 40 more, I have a deal. I need to know what it is. I need to check it first.
It's the exact chip count.
Yep, it is.
Chip chop, minus 40 for my total to Andre, and 30 to Jose.
Did you say Jose?
1, 2, 7, 5. That's minus 40 from here, right? What?
Yeah.
So we want to win. Where's the 40 going?
Well, minus 70 from me total.
I agree with you. Oh, minus 70 for you. I cannot talk to you.
Obviously, they did play a hand, so the stacks have changed. The numbers will be different.
Oh, crap.
Sam giving up 50,000 euros.
40 to Andre.
Sorry, 70,000 euros. 40 of which is going to Andre.
That's a decent misspelling of Posen.
30 of which is going to Hussein.
Justine.
So Sam's locked up 1,021,000. 704,000 for Andre, and Hussein's number is just shy of 653,000, and they'll play for 90k. That's assuming they agree this deal.
Okay.
I think they've agreed to it.
So the number's obviously slightly different to the original deal because A, they played an extra hand, B,
150k.
Sam's willing to give up 70k, 40 of which will go to Andre, 30 of which will go to Hussein.
I don't think you can blame any of the free players for making the deal here.
No, not at all.
I mean, you don't get to this situation in poker like very often, like maybe like hardly ever, when you're just playing for this amount of money. So to lock up for like a big chunk of what's left, I think is pretty important.
Locked up a millionaire status.
Well, looks like they've shaken on it, but obviously they still have to sign the official deal sheet. The information will be put down on a piece of paper for the payout window, and they all have to agree to it. It's not official until their signatures are on that paper.
Sam Phillips, pretty happy right now. In the words of his friend, you are a bleeping millionaire. Wise words from the poker guru.
Ich will die 90 Kilo haben an der Hacke.
Ihre Gesetze, die 6% von komplette Potplätze 3 müssen gespielt werden. Und du sagst, okay, weil du hast ja jetzt.
James Max wants to know why can't they just talk to their rail? The experience of Ola would help a lot, TBH.
It's a rule we implemented that they can have one advisor at the table and one advisor alone.
It's mass hysteria if the whole rail gets involved. They start calling people. There's arguing within the rail.
And then there are the insurance deals that get done.
Yeah, I think too many people is a problem.
Fuck you, ICM now.
I still think that this is the best way to do it, to have it out in the open, overseen and authorised by the tournament staff, rather than have a public no deals policy which then forces players to do deals in a back room where people can get
screwed.
Yes.
One of the best deals I ever saw, by the way, was in the World Series a few years ago. Lane Flack versus Tom Worthman, heads up for a bracelet. They went to the dinner break. Lane takes him to the strip club. They work out the deal there. Come back and play it out for like a couple $100.
Amazing.
So basically, this is the.
Has there ever been a deal in live poker where the player gets more than first place? I know it's happened online a few times.
I've never seen it live. That's not to say it hasn't happened.
I haven't seen many deals live, only since we started showing them,
Yeah,
you know,
I
like
guess.
a year or two ago have I seen this kind of thing.
Hier, pack mal die Scheiße irgendwie zusammen, bevor ich
The audience is pretty divided whether or not this is boring or interesting. I find it interesting. I can understand why, if you want to watch people play poker, why this might not be your cup of tea. But it's a big part of the game.
They're going to get restarted soon enough. You can see now that the official document is being filled out. We'll just need all 3 player signatures. Toby will authorize it, and then we have our deal in place and we can play on.
I mean, they're still playing for 90,000 euros. It's still so much money.
Huge amount of money, plus of course the 100th EPT title and trophy. So there's the sheet. Let's get the signatures. Sam Phillips in.
They should use 3 different pens for this historic occasion.
He was bluffing? That's why I'm okay with taking this deal. He's sick.
Andre Latau.
That was good.
In.
Now Hossein should make like at the end of the Goonies and just tear up this contract. No pyramid, no sign.
Hussein Ensan in. We have a deal agreed at the final table. 1,021,000 euros for Sam Phillips, the chip leader. 704,000 euros for Andre Latau. 653,000 for Hussein Ensan, and still 90k in play.
You got to love Ensan, I think.
By the way, Neil Johnson, the whole pub, gets in touch and say, yes, there has been. I assume he means a deal where someone gets better than first place money.
Tell us the details, Neil.
Yeah, Neil. Don't just leave us hanging.
Nigel asks, Jake, weren't you on the rail last year when the most ridiculous deal happened at Barcelona involving Tom Middleton?
Yes.
Yeah, I was heavily involved in that.
You were also heavily intoxicated?
Possibly.
So the 90k does not come off Sam's 1,021,000. The 90k was taken off the total remaining prize pool. Sam was due to get 1,091,000, but he gave up 70k, which is divided between the other 2 players.
Yaka points out that Latau's got a good deal right now. He's got second place money and they're 3-handed.
The winner gets all the glory of the trophy and the exploding silver confetti.
Scott asks, fair play to Toby and the dealer, keeping the calm in the storm. Go Sam.
Yeah, Toby, what a boss.
So players back underway. Hand 113. A button raised from Phillips with 6-3 of spades.
Okay, I'm ready to go.
I mean, especially with nothing for second place now, I think especially as the shorter stack, you want to be trying to play way more high variance, trying to gamble it up, get it in pre-flop.
Yeah, you can gamble now because you're risking less.
Yeah, I mean, and you need to win as well to
can
get
only
any more
gain,
money.
really, yeah.
Like, there's no point, there's no laddering involved. There's no like outlasting the other player. You just need to win all the chips.
And with that in mind, if you're Sam Phillips and you've got the big stack, you're playing 102 big blinds there, you can bully the other 2, right? Because you know the other one's waiting.
No, the opposite actually.
Really?
Well, because they're not waiting for each other.
Of course.
Yeah. So you can actually bully less.
LG says, well done, Toby. Good to see someone who knows what they're doing. Chris Gardner says it's a sick deal for Sam Phillips.
Yeah, it takes hard, man. Yeah, for sure.
That's okay.
I think it is a good deal for him, but he has got such a dominating chip lead here. I think he does win the tournament if they play it out like 20 times. He wins it so many times.
So of course the additional 90k is going solely to the winner. There's no additional money for second.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So there's no point that the short stack's playing tight really, because they need to win all the chips to win any money and the title.
Brendan Kelly is requesting a superfluous slow-mo replay of the entire deal negotiations.
Brendan, you are a son of a gun.
Ace Jack for Phillips in the small blind.
Monster in the small blind.
Makes it 725,000 total. Tau in the big blind with ace-7.
All in, Stevie. Yeah, once a deal's been made, do we expect this is just going to get shipped?
I mean, for sure. How many does he have? Oh, 8 million. That's a little bit more than I realised. I think you can make a case for calling or raising her, actually.
How much?
Now he's going to ask how much.
He calls. It's an ace-high flop.
Oh boy. This could get dicey.
Phillips set to continue. 650,000.
Just loving his hand so much on this flop.
And Jake, what has to happen here for Tau to be able to get away from this? Call soul read, really bad run out.
Call, then let's say the queen pairs. I can't see them getting in if that happens. Or comes like a bad run out.
I mean, the move here is obviously just a call, right?
Yeah, for sure. Because I mean,
nothing else makes sense.
That's how it does call. Deuce of spades on the turn. Latau picks up the nut flush draw.
The plot thickens.
I think you got to go ahead and bet again, as Philip said. And Latau going nowhere with top pair and the nut flush draw.
Agreed, Jake Cody. He'll be like the ice bucket challenge, going nowhere.
$1.5 million. Half the pot.
Don't see any reason to raise here. Really is a case of really far ahead or really far behind. But I guess he does have outs against the hands he's behind.
Once again, Latau calls. Better part of 6 million in the middle. Latau with 5.3 million behind. He's looking for a 7 or a spade on the river. It is a spade.
Wow.
This is why you make deals.
And in reality, it's a pretty safe card for Phillips because you would have expected him to get in any kind of ace-king and probably even king-queen pre-flop. I guess he could flat king-queen.
James, by the way, is this the highest level that we've ever reached?
I think we've been at this level before. Once we get to 200, 400, new record.
Sorry, this one.
Or did we get to 200, 400 in Monaco? Do you know what? I can't remember. As I said the other day, I've tried to strike that final table from my memory.
I haven't tried to strike it. It's just gone. Everything that happened post 5 a.m., I no longer recall.
We're going to get our crack research team on that.
And by that, do you mean our research team that's on crack? Yes.
Philip slows down, he checks.
Yeah, looks like he's going into check call mode. I think it's actually quite a close river decision for Phillips, whether he should value bet or check.
He made a good lay down earlier on. in a similar spot.
Oh.
It's an aggressive bet. And I wonder if Phillips will read anything into that. 2.5 million.
I mean, he could maybe be betting worse for value here. I mean, such a tough fold.
Do you think if the river bricks and Phillips checks, he bets ace-7 for value?
If, let's say it was a king, because I feel like...
King of hearts?
King of hearts, yeah, because I feel like it's a card that could have hit Phillips if he's barreling like king, jack, king 10. I feel like it wouldn't be completely unreasonable to value bet a7.
If that's the case, Phillips may make this call.
He doesn't really lose to that many hands, to be honest.
Another good laydown from Sam Phillips.
I don't know how he does it.
I don't know how he did that.
Maybe something physically, you know, Latau makes a big point of trying to cover up his tells, but he has a lot of them.
Yeah. I feel like when you have been playing with someone the whole day, in pressure situations, you do get a great feel for how they play. So,
and maybe you can't even put a finger on it. You can't go like, oh, he blinked his eye, so he must have a flush here. You just have like an innate feeling, right?
That's literally when somebody asks me if I have any poker tells, that's exactly what I say. I'm like, it's not like somebody does something so obvious where they bluff in, they scratch their nose. It's just like sometimes you'll play with them for so long, and then you'll just feel something's different, and you can just sense it. It's not even something you could put your finger on or describe what it is.
You know what I'm really interested in from our production team here, guys. Now, there's a German stream, right? Can we holler at those guys and ask what their impression of Latau is, how he's coming off in Germany? Let's give them a shout. I'm just curious. Because maybe, you know, he's a hero to them right now. Maybe we're just, maybe, you know, because maybe they're loving it. Yeah, so this level that we're at right now, the 150-300 level, is where we got to in Monaco, and that was at like 7 o'clock in the morning. It was 301 hands at the final table. I don't think we're getting to that here, but we are due to reach the highest level ever in an EPT in 30 minutes. And it makes sense because there are more chips in play in this EPT than ever before, other than
the ante right now is more than the starting stack. So that's pretty sick.
Great point, Jake Cody. That hand was a walk for Ensan in the big blind. A lot of love on Twitter. Hakon, Diego, Ava, all giving Sam Phillips some love for his laydown there. I agree.
Yeah, I think that was a pretty sick fold, to be honest.
And Phillips still with the big chip lead, 28 million. Latau now with 11 million. Ensan the shortest stack with 6 million. Ensan pairs his 8. And checks. Unraised pre. Check on the flop. Ace of clubs on the turn.
So all kinds of records being set here in Barcelona. The 200-400 level, first time ever in Europe.
So we concluded Monaco at 153.
Yep.
Wow. And I'll be honest with you, Joe. The biggest PCA we ever had in 2011, the year Galen Hall
You all
won.
agreed to start drinking after dinner break?
I called that final table. It never went to 200-400.
So this is going to be
We all agreed to start
for
drinking after dinner break?
European soil or otherwise.
Absolutely.
I'm going to ask a question that maybe might make me look stupid, but how come we didn't get to 150-300 till 5 o'clock in the morning? Oh, yeah, till 5 o'clock in the morning in Monaco.
Because of the short day 5.
Because because we got to the final table so quickly on day 5.
Absolutely. There were extra level on day 4. That's point 1. Point 2 is that, and we talked about this with Dominic Panker earlier on, at the PCA and in Monaco, we played like 2 levels on day 5 to get down to the final 8. Whereas yesterday we played for 13 hours.
Yeah.
So that ensures that we're not massively behind and we don't, hopefully, have a 20-hour final.
Well, this flop's gone. Latau and Ensan, yep.
Yep. Pretty standard so far.
Awesome check, or? There was no awesome check.
I love the fact he wants validation from the dealer.
Well, he has folded a few hands where he probably shouldn't have. Out of turn, folded a big
Lines
blind.
up, please. Now I want to gamble.
A lot of love out there for Sam Phillips.
I think he's played really well at this final table.
He's played well, he's conducted himself well.
I think he was very fair in the deal negotiations and has guaranteed himself more than $1 million.
I can't believe no one's made the Sam Phillips Glenn Howerton reference from Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Sorry, I'm not familiar with the show.
Well, everyone says I look like Charlie Day.
And
one of the 3 main characters.
And his presence in that TV show is the reason why I'm not familiar with it.
He's a really funny guy. I'm sorry you don't like him. I think he's great.
So A7 of hearts there for Phillips.
Yeah, he's raised the button, made it 600,000.
Thanks for keeping us on track, Jake.
So Latau's counting out.
3 bet.
1.6.
Ace Queen.
Sam just ditches it pre-flop on the button.
Discipline call.
Ludi says, what were first, second and third place prize money meant to be compared to the deal numbers? Third was meant to be 498,000, second 709,000, and first 1.26 million. Just to remind you of the numbers they agreed. The shortest stack, Hussein Ensan, 653,000, Andre Latau, 704,000, and Sam Phillips, 1,021,000, with an additional 90k going to the winner.
Latau's managed to chip up a bit, up to 11.2 now.
Pretty amazing, by the way, for Hossein Ensan to just a few days into being able to play a seniors event, locking up enough money that should last him comfortably throughout retirement.
How much has he made it?
1,050,000. Latau open with a raise to 600,000. Ensan made it 1,050,000. Got a fold.
Wow. I can't believe he folded. And ace-8 as well. Yeah, pretty interesting size increments in there. He's basically just made it less than a min raise, just literally clicked it.
This is hand 121 of the final table. Deuces for Ensan on the button. Ace queen for Phillips in the small blind.
I think they're getting this in.
You think so? You think you got to take a race with deuces?
I think you got to go for it. Free-handed, even deuces is just a pretty strong hand, to be honest. The last few hands have gone raise free bet fold too.
Ensign shoves. Yeah. And Phillips calls.
Pretty standard.
Big race.
Ensign will be happy to see it's not a bigger pair.
Ensign at risk with the deuces.
Like good versus evil, one of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
We got ace queen against deuces. Huh?
Ensign doubles up here. This will really even out the stacks.
I mean, Ensign fully like not happy about this. I mean, he's not like too disappointed. They just made the deal. He needs to make chips.
He's a favorite. Taking a flip is not the worst way to win something.
That's not a good dog card though.
Ace on the flop. Ensign drawing to 2 outs. At least he locked up more than third place prize money.
Now he's like, I feel like a genius for making the deal.
Yes!
Oh my god!
Wow, I would not go directly for the fist bump, but you can
Deuce
see.
out of nowhere.
Just has to fade a 10 on the river now.
Wow.
It's a 5, so Ensign gets the double up, and that changes everything. Phillips 18.45 million. Ensign now the second biggest stack, not that far behind Phillips with 16.2 million. Latau now third in chips with 10.2 million.
But just remember, last time Ensign doubled up, he gave it all away on the very next hand.
Yeah.
By the
Such
way,
a ping in on it, like it looks like you're just dead too, and then it's just wow, out of nowhere.
62 big blinds for Phillips, 54 for Ensign, 34 for Latau. 21 minutes on this level, and then we go on dinner break.
So Latau and his personalities made up a big part of our broadcast today, and I asked the production team to get in touch with the German broadcast to see what they were saying over there, because I thought maybe we were being somewhat harsh on him.
Yeah.
Martin Pott got back in touch. He says, he doesn't throw a very good sign in Germany. Many people, neutral spectators, wrote messages to me how strange he behaves, but he's very popular in a kind of poker community, all the young kiddies. But 98% of German viewers would prefer a heads-up between Ensign and Phillips. So it's not just us, and most of the German players who've written in once I said that, German viewers have said that they're not particularly impressed either. But some are defending him by just saying, hey, he's young and he's excited, and I do see that there's certainly some of that.
I can see that. Gotta say, I'm Team Ensign still though.
And by the way, he seems to have calmed down remarkably since the deal's been made.
Ensign now a contender once again.
And that's got hurt for Phillips too. After that flop, he's just such a huge favourite to be heads up with a huge lead. And now he's got to battle it out free-handed. Because even though he made the deal for most of the money, I'm sure he wants the title really bad.
Yeah, this is a big title.
I know I would.
Ensign defends. Ace, Queen, 5 flop. Top pair for Phillips, gut shot for Ensign.
Ensign checks. It's one of those spots I was going to say where you don't have to continue, right?
Yeah.
And the gut shot now is open-ended.
Ensan chooses to lead the turn, betting his draw. And of
Yeah, I
course,
mean, he can't really just check call with 4 high when it's just, if he doesn't get there, he's not going to win a showdown.
So you like the lead, nice.
Sam Phillips now has the advantage of knowing that Ensan pulled off that big bluff against him.
Yeah.
He knows what his opponent is capable of now.
I think check raisin's an option too here for Ensan.
River is a king. So Ensan left with just 4 high.
Looks like he knows he doesn't have any showdown value.
No, he's actually playing the board.
No, he's playing his aggression.
I think
I see Phillips picking this off, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a great point, James, that now Phillips has the information. He knows Ensan is capable.
Yeah, Phillips looks kind of weak by checking back the flop too, so.
Call!
Yeah, good call.
And Phillips gets some back off Ensan. 21 million for Phillips, 14 million for Ensan, 10 million for Latau.
I'd have to roll that over.
You know this song?
What is that?
Oh, about hit the hole, Mormon soldier.
Ah.
Yeah, but now he's not anymore grinding makeup, so.
That's hilarious. He's referencing the MIDI video.
Yeah, I know.
On YouTube.
So
he loves the game. He loves Bryn Kenny.
Loves Bryn Kenny.
So nice that I have so much action. Yeah. Best shot ever.
Hit the hole.
Hit the hole. The champion of this very event last year.
Good old MIDI.
Yeah, it's a whole different game.
Yeah, for you it's more, you have the big stack. If you don't win, you will be like, if I win, I will be like happy, and if I don't win, I will be like happy.
You got a pre-roll, yeah.
Big hand for Ensan.
Everyone has seemed to have it a lot recently, especially when they've been free betting. We've not seen much light free betting since Ensan decided to go off with his ace deuce.
There's just been enough good hands to go around. Well, Jake. Just a call.
I think that would have been an okay choice of hands to actually free bet there.
All spades on the flop, 8, 9, 10.
Spade check.
Oh, it's the king of clubs.
I wonder how you could look at your cards and then make it look like you saw a spade.
Maybe act surprised,
Yeah.
but like
Oh.
obviously surprised. Fist bump.
Looking at your cards and going, probably not the best way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, Phillips can't do anything but fold there.
On TV right now? So probably lifetime ban from EPT. Next level is off.
No, it's actually Phillips who's will be the most happy with doing the deal. It'd be kind of a bit precarious now if he'd had that number in his head and now he's free-handed.
Yeah.
With a lead, but not as dominant as it was.
Well, that's the point that Anwar makes on Twitter. He says, isn't this situation the exact argument not to make a deal? Say Phillips implodes, he's still going to get pretty much first place money.
That's the argument why Phillips would make a deal.
Yes, but I guess Amwan is saying for the other two, especially for Hussein Ensan.
Oh.
Wow, we got an all in the call here. Ensan raises the button. Latau shoves from the big blind. Ensan calls, and we have a race on our hands.
I mean, think that literally poker tournaments, it can change just a few all-ins and all flip reverses.
That's all it takes. Classic race here, like window versus aisle.
I'm fine with it. I'm really fine with it.
I do kind of like these little, just
Because we all love the
stupid
seven.
little pairs in these situations. I feel like they win way more than the percentages say.
Way more than 52%.
I win it anyway,
Like
so I
56.
don't
Especially when
care.
it's up against like a real legit hand like Ace King
Ace
suited.
on the flop, 3 on the river.
No one has a spade.
No one's got a spade.
Guys, it's going.
Ace on the flop, 3 on the river seems like a long way to go. Opportunities.
Pretty good card for Ensan.
Ensan can win outright with an ace, queen, 10 or 7.
7 one time. 7.
So he's calling for Ensan's out now, at least.
That is odd. Doesn't get it.
So 3s hold. Latau doubles up. And Latau has the chip lead now. 20.1 million. Phillips second in chips with 20 million.
Man.
And Ensan the short stack with 4.8 million.
Man alive.
Oh yeah, that was pretty big.
4 cards. Could be a shot with another one. I hope you're not mad.
Pretty much tied at the top, 67 big blinds apiece, a 16 big blind stack for Ensan. And only 11 minutes left at this level before the blinds go up to 200 and 400,000.
And Jake
Could
called
be in
it.
for a long night.
3s were huge there.
Yeah.
Massive.
Power of the pair.
Oh, sorry.
James, can you help out Azim here?
I'll do my best.
He says, by the deal, Sam had 30 million and they combined had 15 million. So why combined did they get more euros than Sam? I think Azim at first, the first time I read this tweet from Azim, he seems to think, I believe that it seemed like he thought the chips had like a dollar for dollar value. But this question's a little different. Yeah, first place, Azim, was due to pay 1.261 million, and it'll pay more than that now, depending on who wins it. If Sam Phillips wins it, Sam's locked up just over €1 million, and there's 90,000 still to play for first.
All what he has.
Latau shoving on Ensan.
All what he has.
Latau extends his chip lead.
Starting to get a little close there for Ensan, but I think it is a fold.
He extends his chip lead and probably also extends the dislike the audience has for him.
Sorry, I'm so excited.
Okay, all right.
A few points back.
I just want to take it down now.
So raising the button. Gets 2 folds.
You know, even throwing out your chips like that, the dealer's got to stack them back up again.
Yeah.
He's excited, though. He's excited. He just wants to take it down now. That's all. He just wants to take it down.
I didn't see. Did he get a steak?
And just so.
He was chewing something.
Unreal, oder? So unreal.
Somebody's got chirping chips now.
All in.
Ensan shoving the button with ace-10.
Pretty great hand. Into the blinds.
Let's go. Take it off this one. What about it? Put it on my sweatshirt instead? I have a question.
And then keep that one on.
Young lady.
Oh boy.
Young lady with the microphone.
Her name's Donna.
Patricia. Dann nicht. Why I never get PokerStars?
Oh, what was
Why
PokerStars
I never get
done?
the star straps? No one wanted me to put this on. I will ask you in the break, it's no problem. But I like PokerStars too.
Another strong hand on the button.
I actually love it.
Brian Barnes says he's having fun. Can't blame him. Nah, I think you can blame him. I think you can blame him a little.
Phillips is raised with ace-7 on the button. The Tau's got queen-10 in the small.
It's like he's lining up a free bet. The Tau was much shallower last time in this exact same situation, so I think it does give Phillips a bit more room to not just fold. I think I like calling best here as Phillips. They're both nearly 20 million deep, so they're both real deep. Yeah, I like that.
Jake Cody approves.
It's the hand you don't really want to 4-bet fold either, so I think it's good flat.
Yeah, because you don't want to get your entire stack in with it.
Yeah.
Gut shot for Latau. Top pair for Phillips.
This is an auto C-bet situation, Jake.
This is a situation where I think it would be okay to just go fire enter the clip. It's a much better board for Latau.
$1.2 million.
He's got the Queen of Clubs too, gut shot. Can definitely see him in barrel on the turn, and I think it's actually a good spot to fire free. Wow.
Jack of clubs.
Better spot to fire again.
Phillips now drawing dead.
Now would be
better
a good
spot,
time.
yeah, but
yeah.
But we kind of wanted him to fall before, so.
And lovely having the Queen of Clubs in your hand as insurance.
Mm-hmm.
But Phillips has been making some great folds from what I've seen, so.
Yeah, definitely.
He seems to have been reading Latau well.
He did scratch his nose. Live tells are real.
Lewis Swift sends in a bad lookalike. Phillips looks like Wentworth Miller, a.k.a. Michael Schofield from Prison Break.
I don't hate it, but I also can't allow it.
This would be like a soul read if he just folds the turn. It's tough though, there's so many bad rivers for him, he doesn't have a club.
I mean, one
if
thing,
he's behind, he's probably pretty much dead.
One thing that many of our viewers have said on Twitter, Jake, and certainly Dominic Panker said this when he was in the booth earlier on, is he feels that Latau gives off a lot of information.
Yeah. Just seems kind of erratic with the way he puts the chips in.
Well, Phillips calls the turn.
You definitely can't blame him for calling them. Guess Phillips has just got hope for a scary river, what he thinks would be a bad river, but would actually save him.
Time to book a first-class ticket to Latau Value Town.
$6 million into a pot of 11 million.
Wow. I actually think he can fold this. It's hard to think of that many hands that Latau could just be bluffing with here. Unless he's just like losing his mind with like, I don't know, Queen 9 with the Queen of Clubs. Or just a complete just airball like 7-8 of hearts or something.
Are we going to see Sam Phillips make another great laydown at this final table?
Not only would it be a great laydown, but just to continually make them over and over again, that you get more tired, you get fatigued, you lose concentration. I'm sure these guys are hungry.
And he does chop with ace queen now too.
He folds again.
Well done.
It's a great fold. But I think it's one that he has to make though, for sure. There's just so many combinations of great hands for Latau and not that many bluffs he can have.
But a huge pot for Latau, up to 26.4 million. 14 million for Phillips, 4.4 million for Ensan, and the blinds will be going up when we come back from dinner. Huge thanks to Jake Cody from Team PokerStars.
Thanks, guys.
Great to have you here, Jake. Awesome analysis.
Yeah.
So we'll be back in 60 minutes' time, and the final three will play down to a champion. And right now, Andre Latau is the favourite at the Barcelona leg of the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour.
From 7 nations across the continent, 8 players have battled through a field of over 1,200 to make the all-important final table. No matter where they're from, be they amateurs or seasoned professionals, this is the biggest day in their poker lives.
I feel excited. I feel that all my dreams are real now.
I want my wife, my brother, my mother to see this. It's a very special moment for me.
Sono concentrato sul gioco e speriamo sulla vittoria.
It's not every day you get to play for €1 million. Money would be okay, but I don't play for money. I play for kicks. Gagner cet EPT, ça serait vraiment un rêve pour moi. Rêve de toute une vie.
I feel great. I had some lows and highs and getting to the final table. Very excited.
This is a dream for me come true, and I'm living it now. Hopefully I'm gonna wake up tomorrow with even a bigger smile.
One must rise above all and become the first European Poker Tour main event champion of Season 10. It's the final day of the PokerStars.net EPT Barcelona main event. In a city where the sun shines, the sangria always flows, and where the first champion in the tour's 10th season will be crowned. Tom Middleton has been a dominating force on his route to the final table, but several other stories have made headlines. It was a massive main event field this year, only 7 players short of breaking the all-time EPT record that was set in San Remo during Season 6. Alexander Stevic was the first ever EPT champion here in 2004. He returned to celebrate the start of our 10th season. The original champ walked away with more than €12,000 for his 86th place finish and a renewed love for the game.
I really enjoyed this tournament. It gave me back my passion that I somehow lost.
2 other former Barcelona champions made it into the money, and Christoph de Mulder was the last team pro to bow out of the tournament, ending his deep run in 36th place. Several sports stars made an appearance, but there was a notable absence on day 3.
We have one player who hasn't showed up today, and he's going to be all in on the big blinds.
We've had people blinded out and not show up before, but never the bubble boy.
It's already been a very entertaining anniversary event, but the story that most people will remember for years to come has yet to be written. Let's do this. Without further ado, let's go down to the floor and hand things over to EPT event host Neil Johnson.
With over €1 million on the line for first, let's meet our final table. Seat number 1. This is his first cash on the EPT. Andreas, the teacher, Christopher.
Christopher me? Christopher you?
He's had an impressive run at the EPT with 16 cashes. Kimmo Kurko.
Those cashes include 2 side event wins.
Seat 3 is also from Finland. Pasi Sorminen.
Poker's so sick in Finland, if he wins this, he'll only be 5th on their all-time money list.
Better known in the high-stakes online world as Hit the Hole. Seat number 4, Tom Middleton.
Comes complete with Rowdy Rail.
Seat number 5 is from the Netherlands, and he's defending the family honor, Edward Bahu.
Neil, God bless you.
This is his deepest run on the EPT after finishing 36th in EPT 8 San Remo. Luca Fiorini.
And he's thrilled to be here.
He busted so many players during day 1 of EPT 4 Copenhagen that he picked up the nickname The Killer. Creston El Toro Nielsen.
This guy's such a character. He's got 2 nicknames.
Seat number 8, France's Benoit Goury.
He won his buy-in on a French TV show.
Dealers, shuffle up and deal.
Thought I was going to trip on that step.
Bless you, Tom. Well, Middleton leads, and Nielsen is the only other player with more than 50 big blinds. Kurko and Bagu have fewer than 20 big blinds each. We're playing 60,000, 120,000 with a 20,000 ante. Middy's got Queen 9 suited under the gun +1. He raises.
I like this open when you got all the chips.
Get the button.
And while Bagu requests the red triangle of death, he is all in with King Jack suited.
Love that. We got a badass over here.
Luca Fiorini has ace-4. He folds. Creston Nielsen, big Toro. Ace-6.
Well, Toro's going to stay in the pen for this one, I think.
He'll fold.
Benoit Guri. King 8 on the button. That goes in the muck. Christophoru's out. Kimmo Kirko in the big blind has a deuce. He folds.
Count, please. 1.2.
Yeah. Bagu's wife bubbled the money here last year. Bring that up next time she asks you to mow the lawn. But seriously, though, this is a fold. Don't get me wrong, it's close, but this hand is profitable against a total of 0 ranges.
Something tells me Midi knows that.
You still tight?
He folds.
Show an ace or a king?
No. So the shove gets through for Bagu.
Bagu is happy. He's so cute. I mean, he's not cats and sinks cute, but still, he's really cute.
Blinds up already, 80,000, 160,000 with a 20k ante. Action folded to Fiorini. Queen 9. The Italian will pass. Pocket 10s for Big Toro.
Ooh, and they're red.
How much is he going to make it? That's 335,000. Benoit Guri will fold. Andreas Christophoru's got ace-jack.
Looks like we're going to be racing.
He starts the hand with just over 10 big blinds.
He can't fold and he can't call.
He is all in. Whoa there! Pocket jacks for Kimmo Kirko.
How much?
This is all going in.
I'm all in.
He reshoves for just shy of 3 million.
Anybody else want to pick up a huge hand?
Sormanen is in the big blind. He folds. It's back on Nielsen. What does he do here with 10s?
Definite fold. It's one you might give some extra thought to because of the severity of the situation, but this fold is easier than movie theater trivia.
Come on, Big Toro. He passes. So Christophoru is at risk. And he only has one live card.
Don't say what you had, please, please.
I respect, and hopefully K-Dog does too.
But slowly, yes.
Ας το βαλεύεις.
Rude.
They are calling for an ace. Clubs, of course, work for him as well.
Oh, it was an ace.
He flops a gut shot. Nielsen would have flopped a set.
Ew.
Jack still lead. Christophoru drawing to an ace or a king. He's got 7 outs. 4 on the turn. Same outs with one more chance to hit. The river card is a 3. We lose Andreas Christophoru.
Ace queen.
He is our 8th place finisher here at EPT Barcelona.
Oh my god, he so doesn't care.
Christophoru will collect just over 100,000 euros.
Wasn't a full-on cooler, but it was cooler-ish.
As Kirku rakes in that pot, let's check in on the 10k high roller final table. Some big names at this one, none bigger than the chip leader, Daniel Negreanu.
Amazing Daniel made this final table. He punted off his first stack in this event like a giant baby when he didn't like a floor ruling.
Jonathan Duhamel is the other team pro to have made the final 8.
It's a bit frustrating coming here today and losing first pick my spot. I was unlucky, and life goes on.
Congratulations, Andreas.
Back to the main event final table. Action folded around to Tom Middleton. 6-4 offsuit in the cutoff, and he raises to 320,000.
Wants to work the pressure with the big stack.
Bagu folds the button. Luca Fiorini in the small blind has Middleton dominated with ace-6, but he folds. Preston Nielsen, 8-9 in the big.
Big Toro, big blind. You don't mess with the Toro in Barcelona. This is his town.
He calls. Heads up to the flop.
Both these guys have hands it's pretty tough to be excited about.
Queen 10 deuce. That's a gut shot for Nielsen. Nada for Middleton.
9-8 can't be loving this flop. He's drawing to like third pair and his gut shot isn't even to the nuts.
Nielsen checks. Middleton makes a continuation bet of 400,000.
Now, I'm not saying Creston has to fold here, but since your hand's not always going to be good when you hit it, why not put in a little bloop raise, a little bloop in there?
Instead he calls.
Well, you know, Big Toro does what Big Toro wants.
More than 1.6 million in the middle, 7 of clubs on the turn. Nielsen improves, he's now open-ended, and he has a flush draw.
8 high flush draw, not sure how I'd feel about that. I know I'd rather hit the 6.
Nielsen checks a second time. Middleton doesn't barrel, he checks behind. 5 of clubs on the river, Nielsen has a flush.
Again, an 8 high flush.
He checks a third time.
I'd say there's a good chance Tom bluffs this. It's hard for your opponent to call without a big club on this board. And he likely knows if he checks his equity is going to be lower than the inhibitions at a company Christmas party.
Call. Wow! A bet of 800,000 and an insta-call from Nielsen.
That call is faster than the one you make when the delivery guy forgets your rice. I think Big Toro's been drinking a little too much of the red Toro, if you know what I mean.
Middy's down to 7.4 million. Nielsen up to 8.4. What do you think? An EPT title for Big Toro? Are you feeling it? Victoria Coren Mitchell. Journalist. Author. TV presenter. And poker player. At EPT3 London, Vicky made history in her local casino by becoming the first female champion on the tour.
Vicky shows 6-7, she flopped on that. Give me a nice round of applause for Victoria Coren.
We'd have to wait 7 seasons before she made history again. In season 10, at the PCA, Mike McDonald was set to become the EPT's first 2-time champ. It's an ace!
Congrats, Dominic, but I am just gutted for Mike McDonald.
But again, we waited. Fast forward to San Remo, and the poker world was holding its breath. The entire poker world calling for a deuce. No ace, no king, no 10, no 7. It's a brick! It's a brick! First player in the history of 10 seasons of the European Poker Tour to win 2 main event titles!
And I cannot think of a better ambassador for the game. And just look at the emotion on her face. She doesn't even believe it's over.
I'm in some kind of combination of shock and disbelief. If Timex had been the first person to win 2, as he easily could have been, people would go, well, I could never emulate that. And I hope they look at me and go, I could do that too. And the truth is, they really could.
Welcome back to Barcelona and the European Poker Tour main event final table. Before the break, Creston Nielsen became our new chip leader. The colourful Dane seems more than capable of handling the pressure, and he's never shy about expressing his true feelings.
I'm a sensitive guy, and I feel I'm honest, and the things that poker gives me back is emotions. So I'm trying to let all the guys and girls in the scene give some nice atmosphere. The knockout is okay, but it's not a thrill for me. I'm confident. I'm playing the best that I ever did, and if I can keep on doing that, I'm sure I'll be maybe top 5 if I'm lucky. I'm focusing on what I did the last 5 days, play the game that I can, and enjoy every second of it.
I kind of feel the same way about Creston Nielsen that I do about the Fast and Furious movies. I should hate them with every fiber of my being, but I love them.
Blinds are still 80,000 and 160,000 with a 20,000 ante. Action is on Kimokoko. Ace King. And he will raise from under the gun. He makes it 320,000. RC Sormanen folds.
Tom Middleton passes. Edward Bagu has tens.
Dealer, triangle me.
He is all in. And he's going to get called in at least one spot. King 8 for Fiorini. He folds. Nielsen's out. Guri doesn't have a hand, but Kirko does. And he calls, putting Bagu at risk.
And you can see nobody's too thrilled about flipping at this point.
We saw a king folded, which means Bagu is a 60% favorite here to double up.
Exactly, so why would you be thrilled? You're at best 60% for hundreds of thousands in real money equity.
And a huge favorite now with a 10 on the flop.
Bagu's pretty much got this one in the Bagu.
There's a 91% chance he'll be playing a stack of 5 million, and Kirko will be down to 2.1 million. We have a sweat.
I may have misspoken.
A diamond on the turn sees Kirko pick up a flush draw. 8 cards for Bagu to fade. The river is the 4 of diamonds! The thin river's a flush. And Edouard Bagu is out in 7th.
What an awesome run for the amateur. Really like that guy. I want to have him home for dinner. And his family's so sweet.
Kimmo Kirko got there the hard way. He now has more than 7 million.
His daughters are so much nicer than American girls. They'd be like, oh my God, Dad, you finished 8th. How embarrassing. 7th, Dad, whatever.
Runner, diamonds.
Unfortunately, flips are just so crucial when stacks are this shallow.
Just ask this guy. But he will collect 143,000 euros. So we're 6-handed, and it's time to play a hand from Tom Middleton's perspective as we sweat with Tom.
Tell me he's in Middleton position.
I can't because he's in the small blind.
Close enough.
Action. Fold it around to Pasi Sormanen. Fins on the button and folds. So it's a blind-on-blind confrontation. Middleton with 5-4 offsuit in the small.
Well, I think this hand's a little too weak to limp the small blind.
He does limp.
Unless we think the big blind is almost never raising.
Luca Fiorini looks at his cards and checks his option.
Fiorini does play pretty tight, but in general I do prefer a raise there.
It's an 8-7 deuce flop. That's a gut shot for Midi.
We were probably going to bet this flop no matter what, so the fact that we flopped a gutter ball is just bonus.
250,000.
Like the bet.
Fiorini not going anywhere. He calls.
Yeah, now depending on the turn, maybe we just give this up.
The turn card is the King of Spades.
This is actually kind of a sweet card to double barrel.
While Middleton slows down, he checks.
Fiorini seems like someone we could have maybe bluffed off if we had bet this turn, unless he's super strong.
He takes over the betting. 430,000.
Okay, so this is when I tap out. Just raise the white flag and fold. Guy doesn't strike me as the type to run big bluffs on scary turn cards, and subsequently not the type to make big folds here. I do not approve of this.
The green and black chips are worth 100,000 each. Tom Middleton check raises to 1,150,000.
Hit the hole is here, and he's having more fun than ever before. He loves the game, and he loves Bryn Kenny.
Fiorini calls.
Okay, yeah, it's not looking good here for the Mormon soldier, or us.
The river is another king, pairing the board.
First of all, I think we're cooked. Second of all, I think this is not a good card to bluff. Third of all, if we were going to run a bluff, I would have preferred bet the turn, bet the river, instead of the check raise on the turn.
Middleton has bet 650,000.
Yeah, and bluffing for that amount is like trying to throw a bucket of water on a volcano.
Fiorini calls.
Oops. You win. First. You win.
Middleton mucks. Fiorini shows ace-deuce. He called him down with a pair of deuces.
Wow, that bluff got snapped off like the head of a post-coital praying mantis.
Fiorini up to 9.4 million, second in chips behind Creston Nielsen. Things not going Midi's way today, but he's still got the confidence of his friends.
at this stage, obviously, everybody's normally pretty good, but things that he's seen over and over again, different situations, he's really used to them, so he'll make good decisions.
Which tournament is he watching?
Blinds are up to 100,000, 200,000 with a 30,000 ante.
And relative to those blind stacks are still short, so things are going to be a little shovey.
Middleton is the second shortest stack with just 15 big blinds. Guri is the short stack with 10 bigs. He thought about it, and then he passed. Kimo Koko has ace-7 of diamonds.
Maybe tempting if everyone were a little deeper, but most of these kids are playing push-fold at the moment.
He folds.
Ace-7's not exactly a hand you want to get it in with either.
The other thin has 6-8. He passes.
All in.
Midi shoves the button with Jack-10 of hearts.
This is a big shove, but it's a pretty good hand to do it with, especially with just the blinds to get through.
Pocket 9s for Luca Fiorini, and he reshoves. Nielsen folds. Midi is a risk, but he is racing.
Absolute slam dunk reshove with the 9s.
Cheers, bro.
This race is huge.
Midi a slight statistical favourite with 5 cards to come. And a bigger favourite now. He flops a jack.
Jack of clubs. Queen of hearts.
Don't need to tell you how badly he needed that. He really doesn't want a second pair, though.
He's now got Jake Cody on his rail. There's a 4.
That second pair is fine.
Fiorini looking for a 9. The river card is a 10. 2 pair for Middleton, and he doubles up.
See, Jack-10's so good it actually makes 3 pair.
Middleton up to 6.3 million. Fiorini down to 4.5 million.
Wasn't that guy our first online qualifier?
Indeed he was. Fraser McIntyre. I don't know, all this shouting and singing. Do you think Tom Middleton's embarrassed at all?
It's great because, like, it's always good to have support and people rooting you on to win. Yeah, well, a few of my friends came over to play the tournament anyway. Still going to be railing me. Then a few of the lads had flights over this morning.
I'll give him a bit of advice, but I mean, he's been doing great so far. He's been doing the chip lead every day, so more of the same really is what we need.
Great when there's a crowd around poker. It really makes it exciting. It'd be great to win an EPT tournament. Like, a few of my friends have won them in the past, and yeah, pretty jealous of them really.
It is great having a crowd in poker, as long as that crowd's cheering for you.
Action on Kimo Koko. He folds. Pasi Sormanen. That's 4 deuce. That'll get mucked. Midi's out the way. Fiorini folds the button. A6 for Creston Nielsen in the small blinds, knowing he's got a short stack in the big blinds.
All in. I call.
He shoves and Benoit Guri quickly calls because he's got ace-king.
Whoops. Just a cooler.
Kald 6'er.
I think he wants a 6.
Solid analysis, Joe.
Guri came in today 3rd in chips. I'm sure he was not expecting to be at risk so soon.
He's a big favourite, though. Not anymore! A 6 high flop.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't be laughing.
Jeg ved det jo, mand. Kæft, hvor jeg er god, mand.
You can't say this guy doesn't want it.
The turn card is a jack. Benoit Guri needs a king on the river to survive.
The only way Guri's reaction could be more French is if it was in black and white and he was a mime.
He's got 3 outs, but he doesn't hit. He's out in 6th place. And more chips for the chip leader.
Sorry, man. That's pretty good. Okay. Good luck. Thanks.
Big Taro and Lady Taro. Thrilled.
Good luck. Good luck.
Creston Nielsen showing the world that anybody can do it.
Guri will collect 188k. And then there were 5. If you want to play in an EPT event, go to PokerStars.net, where there are qualifiers every day. Whenever Canadian superstar Daniel Negreanu is at the poker table, you can be sure of 2 things. Endless table chat.
Was I right? No. You didn't have the best hand.
You get no information from me. You think I'm stupid?
And world-class poker reads.
Going for the thin value that was happening right here. Like 2 jacks or something stupid.
And both were showcased in Season 7 at the EPT London main event.
Daniel is trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together. And he makes the call. And Shlomi only fires out a 3rd pot on this river. He gives Negreanu a fair price to make this call.
Right.
Daniel is determined. Angel small river bet is a value hand that Kid Poker can't beat. Although it's hard for him to rep a hand, he's bumping it up.
Aces or kings? Can I say that, or is that illegal? I like to make people comfortable, because I find when people are comfortable, they're more relaxed and they put their guard down. I can say what he has, but not what I have. Yeah. Okay. I'm thinking aces or kings.
Daniel really pulled the trigger correctly on that one.
And Shlomi's now thinking, if you've read me for aces or kings, surely you can beat aces or kings. I have to fold.
I can show one if I want to. I don't feel like it. Never mind. I don't have a good one to show. Generally speaking, if it's an amateur player, I'm usually going to do a lot more talking in hands to try to get some sort of a read. Against top professionals, I'm not going to do it. I'm probably just going to try to be as quiet as possible because I don't feel like it's very effective. So for me, it's always dependent upon the player that I'm facing and what I feel their strengths and weaknesses are.
Aces or kings were good, right?
Of course. I'm just saying that's what I thought he had, but not that I could beat it.
5 players remain at the PokerStars.net EPT Barcelona final table.
I like my women like I like my poker. Short and 5-handed. I really did not think that through.
Clearly. Luca Fiorini has absolute junk. That's not junk. Aces for Nielsen. He's counting out a raise. He makes it 435,000 from the cutoff. Queen Jack for Kimo Coco in the small blind.
And while he's got 4.4 million, that's sadly only 22 big blinds.
He shoves! Sormanen in the big blind.
I'm surprised Creston's containing himself over there.
King 8, he'll fold that. Nielsen's calling faux show.
I call.
Eventually.
Sånn here.
I'm going to rule that not so much a slow roll as a big moment.
Someone disagrees with you. I just heard a Finn say slow roll.
Yeah, the Finns also think these hats are a good idea. They didn't work out last year, and they're not doing so hot this year either. Bad juju.
Kirko at risk and way behind. Big Toro stack about to get even bigger. Let's see a flop. Queen 9-8. That does give Kirko some hope. He's got 9 outs.
Oh, now he wants it quiet.
Queen for trips. A jack for 2 pair. A 10 for a straight. A 3 on the turn.
You guys, he said shh.
Kirko is a 76% favourite to go out in 5th. But he gets there on the river again!
Huge double up.
Aces cracked.
And is there an audio problem? Because this place is silent.
What were you saying about those hats?
Sure, those were some choice words about the hats.
Well, this is easily Kimo Koko's best result on the EPT to date. By the way, if you didn't see last year's Barcelona final table, you're probably wondering, what is the deal with those hats?
hats are a tradition for Finns.
Jouhkimainen and Sigmund started it last year.
Where are all these hats coming from? All right, whoever goes out next is going to have to moonwalk out of here.
If we get players from Finland to the final days, they will wear hats from now on. I think it's a tradition.
I hope it's gonna last many years.
I can't stress this enough. The hats aren't lucky. They didn't win. Yanni lost a massive chip lead three-handed, and Ilari choked worse than the drummer from Spinal Tap. Take him off.
Well, Godko just got a double up. Pasi Sormanen is the short stack of the table with less than 5 million.
There's only one hat at this table, and it's Big Toros.
Sormanen's got King 7 of diamonds. He's clearly thinking about playing it.
It could be the best hand.
He raises to 400,000. Luca Fiorini has ace-king in the small blind.
Oh, 3-bet this one, hard.
He re-raises to over 1.1 million.
And I don't know what Pasi's thinking about, but you can't call, and you don't really want to 4-bet bluff the tightest guy at the table. I don't care how Finnish you are.
I'm all in.
Oh dear, bad timing.
Cool.
Luca Fiorini calls. And Pasi Sormanen is way behind and set to exit in 5th.
Favorite schmavorite. We've seen all kinds of suckouts.
Good point. Well made. Here comes the flop. And it's just to prove your point, Joe, there are 2 diamonds on that flop. 12 outs for Sormanen.
Well, that's a friendly-looking rail.
Yep. The turn card is the Queen of Spades. Pasi's looking to hit a 7 or a diamond. Any other card, and he's out. It's the Queen of Hearts. He's busted.
Flopped the flush draw. It came brick, and he is out of here.
We lose one of the 2 Finns.
Gotta give Pasi credit, who is an absolutely fearless player. So much so that I probably wouldn't guess that he only plays poker as a hobby. Well done, dude.
Sormanen collects 253,000 euros. And we are down to the final 4.
You guys wanna have the numbers?
I can look.
Let's try. Him?
Okay.
Should look early.
Players discussing a potential deal.
Back 1 second.
Lots of great poker minds on Middleton's rail. Off to get some advice.
Back 1 second.
I imagine Toby Lewis will be his first port of call.
Tobes.
Story checks out.
Now, deals are allowed on the EPT. The tour acknowledges that it's the player's money. Tournament director Toby Stone will be called to the table so that he can facilitate a discussion about a potential chop of the remaining prize money.
You ready?
Yeah.
Just going to tell you what's going on.
Yeah.
Okay, so first of all, you have to explain that the winner could technically get less money. If you make a deal, then the winner who takes over could technically get less money, and we would still publish him as the winner. Okay. The next thing is, this is an equity split based on everyone receiving 4th place. So we give you all 4th place, and then we equity split on the remaining prize pool. However, you have to play for something.
We better do it like 100 more, 60 more, 40 more, like that.
You can do something like that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to need a bit more than that though. Like the numbers.
Now that's up to you to talk, which we're not going to get involved in. Luca can translate for Luca.
Yeah, cool.
And when you come to an agreement, give us a shout. And
let the bartering commence.
How many pints deep are they? Could affect the deal.
So I need to get like maybe like 15 off each of you.
Fiorini's into this. I think Luca's just showing him Grumpy Cat on there.
I mean,
Nielsen agrees to give up some equity. He seems rather desperate to make a deal.
I would be. Tom is literally sweating it.
If you are strong, strong player, why the deal?
I mean, it's a lot of money in it, but I mean, I got to take into the fact that I'm a stronger player. I mean, it's only a small amount, but like, I mean, I got to do it.
Okay.
Okay, I just need to show the numbers over there. One sec. Can I borrow that piece of paper?
Well, it seems that all four players have agreed to the deal in principle. Midi wants to run it past his mates. Christian Nielsen's already celebrating. Fiorini's grinning. Kirko's happy about it.
We just play it out completely. Yeah.
Fraser McIntyre wants to weigh in.
I mean, when I go back and say no deal, then they might offer me a sick deal.
I don't think they will.
I don't think they will.
Because the chips are too level for anybody to go,
Okay.
like, oh, wait a minute, do you know what, I'll chip that in. So forget that. You're either dealing or no dealing.
Right. All right, let's go. Yeah, go play.
Wait, so everyone agreed and now he's out?
No deal. Got deal, sorry.
What? It's off the table.
No deal?
Yeah, no deal. Sorry.
Why is that?
What was that all about?
He's just saying what we're all thinking. Big Toro speaks his mind.
No deal? No deal.
Okay.
So Middleton orchestrated the deal and then refused it.
Mom and Dad said, we don't care if it's the prop. Your curfew is at midnight.
Let's take a quick check on the high roller final table. They're down to 3 players. Daniel Negreanu still chip leader. His opponents are Jean-Noel Thoreau and Thomas Muroka. And it's time to restart the clock in the main event. And because no deal was agreed, they're still playing for the advertised payout. Next man out, 328,000 euros. The winner, more than a mill ball. Blinds, 120,000, 240,000 with a 30k ante. Luca Fiorini. Ace-Jack.
Well, four-handed, this is pretty dang strong.
He starts the hand with 6.4 million. He raises to 625,000. More than around to Tom Middleton in the big blind. Pocket queens.
You know those ladies are saying, boy, aren't you glad you didn't take that deal. You guys shut up for a second, I got a hand.
He's going for the big chips. 3-bet coming.
Okay, I'm all in.
Fiorini shots and Middleton calls.
Four-handed, there was really no other way this could go. And high-variance situations like this are the exact reason why a talented player would make a deal until he backs out.
Fiorini looking for an ace. It's a 10-9-4 flop. He's set to depart unless he hits one of his 3 outs on the turn or river. It's a queen on the turn. Yes, it's a set for Middleton.
It's a good card for you.
But it gives Fiorini a straight draw.
Quarter of the crowd thought that was a good card for Fiorini. The other 3/4 thought it was a good card for Tom. 100% of the crowd shouted for nearly no reason.
He's looking for a king or an 8. It's a 9, a full house for Middleton. Fiorini is out in 4th place.
So far, Middleton and Israel are loving the fact that they did not take that deal.
Please, guys, a little bit of sensitivity for Luca Fiorini.
I feel sorry for you, man. I really do. Today.
He collects 328,000 euros, but he was hoping to lock up more in the deal that fell apart.
You know what, British Rail? I'm not talking over you, so whenever you're done.
Tom Middleton is back in the driver's seat with a stack of 16 million. And what are your thoughts on the deal that never was? Tweet using the hashtag EPT.
Hello, my babies from Monaco. Now, Monaco is home to some of the richest people in the world, but it's also home to a real live princess. And this time for challenge tapes, you guys have voted that I need to dress up like a princess and go take photos with tourists. So I've been given 1 hour to take 30 photographs of tourists. Why that number? Because no one really thought this through. It's arbitrary. Seems like I might not be able to do it. That's why it's a challenge. Anyway, one thing you guys should know is that all princesses are born with magical powers. So right now, watch my princess magical power as I change into my costume. Here we go. Here I am. Look at this. In my princess costume. They told me that I couldn't have a wand because wands were for fairies, but guess what? I'm a princess. I will have a bleeping wand if I want a bleeping wand. Got our first customers over here. So you guys gonna buy a photo or what? Yeah, I see you have a camera. Can we do one photo? Oh, there we go. Okay.
Who's going to kiss the princess?
Who is gonna kiss the princess? That's a good question. For €1 in Monaco, this is easily the cheapest thing you will do all day. Whoop! We got another. It's all right. We'll go real quick here. Okay. If I have to. Un beso. Por favor. Oh, gracias. Oh, wait, hold on. Just 10 euros. Ah, unbelievable. Stiffed. I feel like it's a lot to ask to charge someone to be forced to be seen with me right now. I might throw the whole. You know what? Does anyone have a marker? Let's just make this a little more realistic. Free photo here. Free photo. Yes. What do you think? Pretty muscular for a princess, I know. Do you want to hold my wand? Hey, princess photos! Is that your husband on the line? Tell him I'm not here. Okay, here we go. You know, my dad used to call me princess all the time, and I don't think it really messed me up at all. This means kiss a princess, I pay you 10 euros. Okay, no, it's totally worth it.
10 euros,
Hold on
10
a second,
euros.
hold on. Does anyone have any change for a 500? He's got one. All right, cool. Thank you very much, sir. I am very popular south on the border, apparently. I truly am princess for a day. Kiss a princess for only 10 euros.
She's my princess.
She's your princess? Okay, well, go ahead. That was the stuff right there. That was the stuff. That was the stuff from fairy tales. The reason I even do stuff like this is just because I don't really have anyone in my life, you know, and it's all for attention and let's all get to know each other. What are you guys doing later? Enjoy that ice cream. It all gets way worse after that, just so you know. Everything's happy and you're eating ice cream, and then the next day you're dressed up in a princess costume for $100. Well, my babies, I think I smashed the Stapes Challenge. So once again, y'all failed. Y'all can't embarrass me. I embarrass you. You don't embarrass me. So once again, I win the Stapes Challenge. Boop. I broke my wand. I broke my wand! Unbelievable! It's supposed to be my day, and I can't even have one thing go right. I don't even care about any of this anymore. There we go. I'm out. Peace. I'm done. This. I can't see where I'm going.
Here at the PokerStars.net EPT Barcelona, we just saw the final 4 players fail to strike a deal. It all appeared to hinge on Tom Middleton's apparent change of heart after speaking with his rail.
He was very eager to do a deal. We felt, when talking amongst ourselves, that Tom definitely had a distinct edge.
You're either dealing or no dealing.
Right. And we really had a lot of faith in him, so we seriously urged him to reconsider the deal and to try and take it another couple of levels, and hopefully he'll now be able to go on and win the competition outright.
Yeah, no deal. Sorry. Urged him. It was more like Noel Edmonds slamming the box down on his fingers.
Blind still 122.40. Middleton on the button, folds. Preston Nielsen in the small blind.
Race.
King 8 of diamonds. And he makes it. 480,000.
Preston should probably raise a little bigger, small to big. Chemo's going to call with all but his absolutely worst hands. To make it more, or just limping's cool too.
7-4 suited. Far from unplayable. Cubco defends, and we go heads up to the flop.
Happy to see a flop for cheap with that hand.
Wow, flop better, Kimo.
Ruh-roh. Despite the fact that he's drawing deader than the crew of the Black Pearl, I do like a bet here.
Nielsen continues with top pair. How is Kirko going to play his straight?
He should probably just call here. No reason to blow out so many hands that are drawing deader than the crew of the Black Pearl.
Looks like he's raising.
That's a big stack of greens.
1.41 million.
How much?
Kirko's very lucky he's up against a hand as strong as top pair. I assume Big Toro's calling at least one more street.
Hang on a sec.
Raise.
He re-raises. Nielsen 3-bets to over 3 million.
No. There's no reason to play a gigantic pot out of position with just top pair and not even top kicker. This raise is only ever getting called by hands that are kicking you around like Patrick Swayze and Roadhouse. I think the only bigger mistake that can be made on this hand is if Chemo folds.
All in.
He shoves.
I call.
And Nielsen calls.
And once he 3-bet, Creston definitely had to call the all-in. He's not drawing totally dead.
Straight, man.
He's drawing pretty thin. Kirko's a 91% favorite.
This happens sometimes when you win too many hands. You think you're invincible.
Oh, Big Toro picks up outs. An 8 or a 5 would see him double up.
Maybe he is invincible.
The river card is a queen. Big Toro is terminated.
Very close.
Okay. Sorry, man. Sorry about the deal.
This town's been pretty good to bulls of late. They banned bullfighting in 2012 and in 2013. Preston the Killer, a.k.a. Big Toro, gored his way into 3rd place in the EPT. And into our hearts. Love you, big guy. Miss you every day. Cash is for 440 grand.
Well, heads up in the main event. Let's head over to the high roller where it's heads up between Daniel Negreanu and Thomas Mulocker. Daniel is all in and at risk and behind. Ace-Queen against Ace-King. A King-10-9 flop.
Right. Now make it a jack. I changed my mind. I want a jack of hearts.
Daniel's got a straight draw.
Jack of hearts. Queen? That's not that bad. Queen. Queen of hearts.
The turn card. 5 of spades.
That didn't help at all.
Nope.
Jack or dinner time?
Vegan dinner time. I'll take the jack.
6 on the river.
Right. Good game, brother. Nothing you can do there. Good luck. Good game.
Mulocker wins the high roller. Daniel finishes second. More deal discussions in the main event.
942.
Okay. So you're playing out for 750 and 942. Yeah, that's
Okay.
cool. All right, good luck, man.
Good luck.
Congratulations on making it to Heads Up, gentlemen. Please shake hands, and good luck to whoever will become our 90-second EPT champion.
So this time there's a deal for reals.
Yes, there is. They've locked up 750,000 each. They're playing for an additional 192,000 plus the trophy and title. Kirko starts the heads-up battle on the button in the small blind with Jack-9 off.
Heads up, you're going to raise almost all of your buttons. Jack-9, definitely one of those hands.
Blind's now 150,300. Kirko raises to 600,000. Middleton with ace-4 of clubs in the big blind defends. It's a 10-5-4 flop. Middleton checks.
To the razor, see if Chemo continues.
He doesn't. He checks behind. 9 of clubs on the turn. Interesting card. Kirko now takes the lead, but Middleton improves to a flush draw to go with bottom pair.
And I'm actually not a huge fan of betting this. 4 is very likely to be good, and better hands are not likely to fold.
He leads for 900,000.
Tom's also got a disguised flush draw and maybe doesn't want to bloat the pot with a marginal hand.
Now Kirko's got a big piece of this. He'll likely call, sure enough. Go to the river. And Middleton retakes the lead, rivering 2 pair.
Well, now isn't he glad the pot is bloated? Looks like he's going to call his travel agent because he wants 2 tickets to Value Dice.
Just over 3 million in the middle. And Middleton overbets the pot, 3.3 million.
His bet might be a little big considering Chemo's best hand is likely to be 1 pair. It's the hand he's hoping Chemo's got at least. I think there's a decent shot Chemo gets away. I think in the long run, Tom makes more in this hand by betting less.
It's all gone quiet in the room, by the way. Things getting serious.
This is a huge decision.
Kirko calls. Middleton tables the best hand, and he reclaims the chip lead.
I stand corrected. That was such a big payday. Tom Middleton passed go, then won $10 in a beauty contest.
Ooh.
Yes, sir, I agree.
Kimmo Kirko not looking like a happy camper. I'll tell you who else isn't smiling right now. Our third place finisher, Christian Nielsen, still a little bit bitter about the deal that never was.
He couldn't decide it for himself, and he shook the hand from all the four of us, and then he said no. I mean, this should be a gentleman's sport, but anyway, never mind. That's a dream come true. This is so nice. I think that I made 2 mistakes for playing poker for 6 days, and that's good. That's very good. So I'm planning to come back to the EPT for more action.
Look, I like Preston, but losing 2 big hands is not the same as only making 2 mistakes.
I hope we do see him again on the EPT. Anytime it's Toro time, I'm going to be happy. 7-3 suited for Kimmo on the button. And he just limps. Middleton checks his option with Jack-8.
I know it sounds weird, but with how deep they are, Kimmo probably should have raised.
6 tray deuce. Kirko with a pair.
Not a bad flop for 7 tray.
Middleton leads, getting 600,000.
Probably just a good spot to call with middle pair, see what happens.
Kimmo calls. Better part of 1.9 million in the middle. 6 of hearts on the turn. Middleton picks up a flush draw.
That's a good/bad turn card for Kimmo.
Middleton now checks.
He's probably going to have the best hand a lot, especially after Tom checks, but it's hard to get called by a worse hand.
Kimmo checks behind. King of hearts, that's the flush for Midi.
Let's see if he's got the wherewithal to value bet it.
Once again, he goes for max value, betting 2 million.
Boy, he knows exactly where he's at and has made a great value bet. At this point for Kimmo, this is an easy fold.
Once again, Kirko calls.
That's round-trip tickets to value dice for Kimmo Kirko. Hurts the stack, and it's got to hurt the will.
Tom Middleton now with a huge chip advantage over Kimmo Kirko. He is on the ropes. Do his fellow Finns think he can get back into this game?
Kimmo is a little bit behind at the moment. If he doubles up once, I think it's going to be his tournament. It's pretty much about cards at the moment.
That's true. Midi's been running well, but he has been making excellent plays.
We have never hit this blind level before on the EPT. 200,000, 400,000 with a 50k ante.
That's over 10 times the starting stack for the big blind. Crazy.
Kimmo Kirko raises his button with ace-4 offsuit. Pocket fives for Tom Middleton.
Stacks are a little deep for Tom to 3-bet, call it off at 2-5, so maybe he just calls here. Nope.
That is a 3-bet to 2 million.
And I think Kirko could go either way here. By either way, I mean fold or shove. Tom has left himself room to fold to a shove. And if Kimmo thinks that'll happen a certain amount of the time, he could easily stick it in.
He does shove. And Middleton calls.
Loose call by Middleton. I think he's really lucky to be up against ace-4.
Tom Middleton is a 70% favorite to win the EPT Barcelona main event on this hand.
That's about as big a favorite as you can be.
Kimmo Kirko looking for an ace. It's a 10-7-6 flop. Fives holding for now.
Not a particularly dicey flop for fives.
Finn's looking for an ace. It doesn't come on the turn. It has to come on the river. Or we have a champion here in Spain. 3 outs for the Finn. That is not one of them, which means Tom takes the title.
Middleton is on Toppleton.
He was the chip leader at the start of day 3, day 4, day 5, and day 6 at the start of the final table. And now he is an EPT winner, joining his friends Jake Cody and Toby Lewis in that elite circle.
Also, let's not forget, good game, Kimmo Kirko, but it's time for Hit the Hole to hit the bar.
He's the first British champion on the EPT St. Zimnanzian back in Lutreki in Season 8. Middleton and the British Rail ecstatic. Kimo Kirko naturally disappointed, but he benefits from the deal that he and Midi agreed heads up. He gets €750,000. For the win, Tom Middleton will collect just under $1 million, 942K. Plus, he will lift that Champions Trophy.
Well, I just tried to play my stack as well as I could and just try and make good decisions all the way through. I mean, that's like the advantage of coming with a chip lead. Like, you can lose some pots and you're still in it.
So the curtain is closing on the first event of the historic 10th season of the EPT. And Barcelona did not disappoint. Bringing us record numbers, superstars, old friends.
The dream continues.
And at the middle of it all was one man. Finishing days 3, 4 and 5 on top of the field, the tournament chip leader had just one goal in mind. Cheered on by his faithful rail, despite a stutter at the start.
That was the hand you were supposed to fold.
Tom Middleton stayed true to his course and emerged victorious to edge his place in history and be crowned the first champion of EPT 10. Next stop, London.
So we have 240 players remaining. As a reminder, our bubble is going to get a ticket to the Seminole Hard Rock Open. We will continue right now, so dealers, deal one more hand, please. Can we start the clock?
We had a very interesting situation in that we ended up with 7 players all in on 6 different tables. And we were right on the bubble. We're paying 239 spots. We have 240 players left in the event. So we're on the dead hand-for-hand bubble, and we end up with 7 players all in across 6 tables.
We have 6 tables with an all-in call. So I'm going to start from the lowest numbered table, and I'm going to make my way to the highest numbered table. The final cards are 7. So we have lost 2 players on table number 1. Martin Finger shows 4-5 of hearts for a straight flush. We've lost another player on table number 5. Final cards are 3. We've lost another player on table number 11. Final cards are 6. Pierre remains in the tournament with Trip Queens. Final cards are 6. So Juan Pablo remains in the tournament. So we're on table number 28, it's our final table for the all-in calls. Final cards are 4. We do lose another player here on table number 28. For the remaining players, you've just cashed in PokerStars EPT Barcelona. Congratulations, everybody.
And by the time all the smoke had cleared, we had 5 of the 7 players eliminated. So at this point, then the question becomes, well, we have this bubble prize, fantastic bubble prize of a 5K seat to the 10 million guaranteed Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open, plus the guitar. And then you have the €8,050, which is what's on the line for 239th to 236th place. And we decided the fairest situation was to go ahead and take the 4 cash prizes and to chop it 5 ways. And then we basically spoke to the 5 players and said, we want to send somebody to the Seminole event. What do you guys want to do? They decided to go ahead and play it out for the beautiful guitar they sent us and the 5K seat. We think that this was in the best interest and the fairest decision for all the players involved. You know, it being Barcelona, it just had to be a crazy bubble. And EPT 100 as well. Last year we have a bubble boy who's not even here. This year we get 5 bubble boys. So, you know, I can't wait to see what goofy ruling I'm on camera explaining next year.
Hello and welcome back to Barcelona and the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour. It's the final table of the 100th EPT main event. Our cards up coverage continues with 3 players remaining. And right now, it's Andre Latau from Germany who has the chip lead, 26.4 million. Sam Phillips from the USA, second in chips with 14 million. Hussein Ensan is the short stack as blinds go to 200,000, 400,000 with a 50,000 ante. I'm James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton, and we welcome to the booth Matt Broughton.
Hello, Joe's babies. How are you doing?
The Waster.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Matt, do you know that you're a part of history right now?
Why?
This is the absolute biggest level that has ever been played on the European Poker Tour, including the PCA, the 200,000, 400,000 level.
Wow. Do we have any new chips? Like, is there a new chip that's never been seen before?
Nope.
Good. Just
Nope.
checking.
Just the normal chips.
Disappointing.
Yeah.
Disappointing, but I'm still happy to be a part of history. Will my name appear somewhere, like, physical that I can go and visit and take people to see? Like a stone memorial?
Maybe, yeah. I think that there should be some symbolic, massively worth chip or plaque or
like an enormous chip on its side in the middle of Hyde Park or something.
Yeah, or maybe I was thinking like maybe something you bring out like the 3 Shankara stones that are worth like 3 million each.
Yes.
Put those into play.
Well, you know I'm a fan of the rectangles, the old school.
The plaques.
The old European plaques.
We like those. We get those in Deauville. Deauville on the schedule again this year. There's a big gap between Deauville and Monaco. Maybe something new and exciting. Maybe something old and exciting. Maybe something that I'm contractually obligated to say is exciting.
Really?
Yeah.
That'll be sweet.
So, you know.
Is this the trio of players you were expecting at the beginning of today to be sitting here now?
Yes, in fact, if by the beginning of the day you mean the start of day one, then yes, I would have picked these. These were 3 of my 7 picks.
No, just today, just the main event.
Also today, yes.
Also today.
No, when I meant day one, I meant day one of the main event. I mean, I didn't pick these guys, you know,
before the whole thing.
Before the whole
Before
event.
you
That
knew
would
who
be,
had signed up.
That would be crazy town.
Well, I'm as viewers will know, Insane Ensan is my man. After Bram was my initial man, but I had quite early on said Hussein was my second pick, so I am delighted.
Matt's, of course, referring to Bram Henritz, who was our online qualifier pick for this week. He actually tweeted at me. He didn't tag at EPT Live, but he tweeted at me earlier saying, "Wow, thanks, I'm hooked for life." Like, that's it. I'm a poker player for life now. And it was fun watching Bram, but there's tons of other fun this week that we had all of the big names out for. Brand new format premiering pretty soon in the UK. We like to call it the Shark Cage.
That is obviously a lineup of the greatest poker players in the world, probably in history.
I'm definitely known as a big bluffer. They don't have a chance.
I always have the advantage. Guys never expect me to bluff.
Every time I come to play, I come to win.
I think this tournament was tailor-made for me, so you can count me as the winner right now.
I think I'm going to need my glasses just to fully appreciate David in the cage. Ideally, I would put them all into the cage at once. This stupid cage!
Be called divas of poker.
It's only because of the cage. You would never call me with that.
Get that cage warmed up.
Up the cage! Get in there!
I'm really nervous about playing against the great players. I might have a surprise in my backpack for all the pros.
Please welcome Matthew Hermaniano.
But when Matthew walked out, I thought, okay, this guy's going to be fun.
What is...
Yes! The sickening factor of the cage.
Shark Cage due to premiere in the UK on October 21st on Channel 4. We hope those episodes will go up on PokerStars TV immediately afterward for the rest of the world. ROW. We're pretty sure they will.
14.
Ordinarily, it's me and Mark just, speculating on the uberness of it because we hear nothing. nothing but good reports, but you have first-hand experience of just how much fun these have turned out to be.
I've seen some of it, which I can certainly agree is fun, but just the testimonials from the players themselves, if they're having that much fun playing, you're probably going to have some fun watching. Looks like there's still only 2 chips in play at this point. The 25K yellows, the 100K green and blacks.
Do you go drinking tonight? Yeah. I'm not.
These three, they all best mates now?
No.
Good.
But I will say that since the deal was made, things have sort of lightened up a little bit. People started chatting more. There's been a little less fist pumping in people's faces.
Yeah. So, fold from Leto. Round to Hussein. And as we just said, 200,000, 400,000 on the blinds, 50K ante. So call from Ensign. In the small blind, quality big blind. All in. Welcome back. All in with the ace-5 off. And it's a call. It's a fast call here.
Yeah, that was a very fast call.
It kind of caught me. I thought, nah, but yeah, he's gone for it. The last 4.37 million in the middle now for Hussein Ensign.
I thought he was just turning his cards over to show he was folding.
Yeah, so did I. That's why I was kind of casual about it. But we got 8.9 million in the middle now.
And Ensign is at risk and behind.
Like a croque monsieur and a ham and cheese sandwich, I would imagine one of these two has a slight...
Not a race, Matt. Oh. But thank you.
Just try and do these things, and they just don't. They don't
No,
feel
you
right.
don't get it. You should just, you know, let it go. Remember, Hossein Ensen's already locked up 652,000 euros.
And would you Adam and Eve it? Slight underdog, but thanks to that flop, connects with the 9.
Very likely to see a Hossein Ensen double up.
Yep, still looking for one of the 3 aces.
Or a club now.
Or a club, of course. Yes, excuse me. That was a hello sailor on the turn there, of course, jack of clubs.
Some more outs for Phillips.
Safe.
Home and dry, as they say. Double up for Ensen. Now on 8.9 million, which is just over 20 big blinds, so still not super safe. Apparently, maybe we've been misled, by the way, since Wizbit on Twitter points out. You just showed Mitty playing 200, 400 at last year's final table. So this can't be the highest level that's ever been played. So, yeah, I guess that's a thing.
Well, no, this still is the highest level that's ever been played.
We don't know, though. I mean, I really couldn't say for sure now because we already thought 150, 300 was the highest.
Ah.
And this was the super highest.
Well, this is the unique equal highest ever that's ever been played. Brackets has been played before.
Yeah.
Perhaps. We'll come back to you on that. 66 bigs for Andre now. Sam and Hussein pretty equal here. 9.6 million, 8.9 million. Don't forget, if you want to get in touch with us, hashtag EPT Live or email nuts@pokerstars.tv. For the first time in a pretty long while, it's Matt and Joe with you. But don't let that put you off. Stay tuned. Also, quick shout out to the PokerStars blog. If you want to pick up any of the action, if you're coming to us late and wondering how we got down to our last 3, all of the action so far, or you can rewind. Hussein is on the button and counting out raise. Min raise, 800,000. Sam Phillips folds, as do Andre Leto. Raise and take it.
Chris K on Twitter wants to know, so why you didn't show the high roller during the dinner break? Well, Chris, because everyone needs to take a dinner break, including the crew, the people who run the cameras, the people who run the webcast. The high roller isn't playing on a TV table. I'm sure there's more reasons. That's enough, though, right?
That'll do it.
That's enough.
Alexander saying, have you realized how many Andres there were? Yeah, they were written down for us. Andre, Andrea, and Andre. We were talking about them for like hours, dude. It's a fair point.
To be fair, this is the first time I've realized how many Andres there were. 1/3, more than a third Andres.
Unbelievable Andre action. Andrade. Button for Sam Phillips, King 8, off. Entirely feasible as a hand, well within the rules of poker.
Allowed.
And as we have come to expect, Minray's 800,000, it was the 7 deuce off for Latau, didn't fancy getting involved. Queen 10 off, entirely defendable for Ansen's big blind. Heads up to a flop. Ensen is the player out of position, 939. 1.95 million in the middle. And checks.
Let's see if Phillips continues with his king high. Pretty good shot. Ensan's missed this board entirely.
I understand the kids are calling this a C-bet, and I think it's going to prove to be very popular as the game progresses.
It is a C-bet, which I just found out today isn't referring to the person who's making it as the C word. It actually stands for continuation bet.
That makes so much more sense.
Yeah.
All in. This guy is just very quietly catching us out with another all in there. Shuts the hand down.
Well, part of it is, Matt, is that because he's already locked up that amount of money, I think it's around 650,000 euros. He doesn't have. There's no additional money for finishing second place, so there's no laddering up for him. So it's only a win. There's only 90,000 left to play for, and that's for the winner. So if he wants to gamble up right now, try to double up, take a flyer, see if he can, just maybe catch something, it sort of makes sense.
Yeah, I kind of forgot about that. I'm still treating this as a pure scenario. Obviously, it is going to make a difference to the way people plays. But of course, the title is so much more than just a title. Opens doors and holds doors open if you keep the trophy down by
They're
it.
very heavy. I actually have one of them.
Why?
Vanessa Selps gave me one in Prague this year. She didn't want to pay the baggage fees.
Cash. Giving them out.
Quick tweet here from Sinessa Velpst, who says, must be nice to lock up $1 million and then blow your massive chip lead. I would say that's probably not that nice. I don't know. What do you think, Matt?
I don't think you're going to be feeling too clever about that.
No, I don't think so. So I'm going to have to disagree with this listener.
I don't think you can go all the way through the number of days these guys have played and then just casually go, well, the deal's done. I just don't care. It's like too much has been invested in this by the individuals. Andre has raised this up to 800,000. And now it's a 3-bet from Ensign up to 2 million. King 9 off. This is a big hand for Andre, though.
Yeah, sure is.
King Queen on the button might not be getting as much respect for the size of the hand. And maybe Andre knows that. But of course, in this situation, the King 9 isn't exactly small fry.
Agreed.
Call.
So Latau just calls, which is fine, just in case Ensign's got an ace or something like that. Maybe you don't want to get it all in before the flop, but King, Queen in position. Perfectly fine hand to play. Latau's got all the chips at this point.
And this might be, I don't know if this is an out of order comment, but it might be that actually a title here means more to Latau as a younger man, ego-wise and prestige-wise and bragging-wise, than it does to Hussein. Maybe Hussein's a bit more, you know what, I won the seniors, I've got my life sorted, I've paid my mortgage.
I think that's fair. I think that, Latau may be looking to be a professional poker player as his career, whereas Ensan may be perfectly fine to collect his 600 some odd thousand euros and have a nice retirement. Latao's got perfect calling hand.
Yeah, Rainbow Ace King 6. 7.15 million in the middle. Now the second diamond comes down, the 8 on the turn. All in from Hussein. Insane.
This could be it for him if Latao makes the call.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny you said, you know, that he just called pre just in case there's some, you know, Insane has some ace. And the thing is here, how do you go about the thought process that says, well, if he's got a king, does he have an ace? You know, how are you gonna find out which of the cards he has? You're just gonna have to go meh.
It's kind of why so serious if you have an ace in your hand. Why overbet the pot with just one pair?
But thinking back to the previous hands in the comments we're saying about if this is the time to make that.
Sure, but I just feel like it's a little too like if he has an ace in his hand, maybe it's a little too strong to make this move. You let your opponent get away from it. It seems it's a little fishy.
Yeah, perhaps so.
And I don't mean fishy in the play that a fish would make. I mean fishy as in suspicious, as in suspect.
Understood. Well, if Ensan could see the cards as we can, he would know that there's a good reason for this sweat from Andre Latao. Maybe he will see this big bet. Ensan bet 1.3 post-flop. And then boom, all in for the last 8 million.
I mean, it seems like a bet that you don't really want to have called.
Yeah, it does seem a bit of a go away wall of water coming at you. He called. He calls.
And this is very likely to be the end for Ensan.
My boy. Gonna feel delighted when he sees those cards over and sees that he took a few moments to make the decision and it was the right one. Only 3 outs now for Hussein Ensan. Is he going to be our 3rd place finisher?
We do have some opportunities, but very likely that this ends a very lucrative week for the 50-year-old from Germany.
The boys are back. That's it. That is it. And we do lose Hussein Ensan. 3rd place finisher here at EPT Barcelona. And a fantastic week's business, as you say, for the man that took down the first senior event. And now a 3rd spot here. Out of 1,496 players that stepped up for this main event. And yeah, I think incredibly well-deserved round of applause from the audience.
Absolutely. What a likable guy he's been this entire time. Hussein in the membrane, Ensan in the brand, 652,667 euros he locked up in that deal. The deal was made 3-handed, so there would have been no additional money for 3rd place anyway. And now we are left heads up. Those prize numbers no longer relevant. Remember, a deal has been reached. They're playing for 90,000 euros difference. Andre Latao versus Sam Phillips. 37.5 million chips for Latao. 7.3 million for Phillips.
I've got to be honest, that wasn't the way around I thought that this might get to. When it was looking at how Sam was doing, you kind of thought if Sam was going to make it all the way that he would be well stacked. But look at the amount of chips in front of Andre now. It's going to take him a little while to stack those up. And then we're going to go heads up. Pretty swiftly, I would say, for the day, considering how deep the stacks were.
For sure, and remember, we are watching this feed on a 1-hour delay, so all these pictures you're looking at, this all happened 1 hour ago, so by 10 p.m., we've reached heads-up play in real time. And it looks like one of our floor staff, Richard, is going to give Andre a little hand stacking those chips, maybe color him up a little bit.
Yeah.
Look at this guy, Hossein has just been an absolute class act all around. He's thrilled. He's taken it very well. Probably doesn't want to leave the stage.
No, but kind of one of the guys that, suddenly remembered, I've just come third. It's so easy to have watched these guys gradually getting peeled off thinking, I really wanted to go deeper. Pretty disappointed. But you got to appreciate the result here. Fantastic.
Pretty cool. He wins EPT Seniors event number 1, finishes third in EPT's main event number 100.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Man, he's doing everybody in the room. Do you think he's going to pop in and...
I would demand no less than a hug and a kiss from that man if he came in here, by the way.
He's missed a couple of people out. He clearly didn't see them out the corner of his eye. He's going to go and rub the camera.
Thank you very much.
No, he's checking another. See, honestly, he
He's
is.
thanking Greg the sound man for the microphones.
Thanks for listening.
Yeah,
Look at that wall of chips now for Andre Latau.
I block the most value combo, so
he didn't want to play anymore. He was done playing.
That's what I saw too.
Yeah,
Wowee.
Good call.
Sam looking at that mountain of chips, a little bit of a mountain to climb here against. That's what 37.5 million chips looks like.
But in a way, don't you think that if you have all those chips, it's your tournament to lose, and when you're this bit much of a dog, you can just sort of take a shot?
Well, the thing is, if you took a snapshot now, we expect Andre to win this. Do you know what I mean? So kind of Sam's got that get out of jail free card that says, you know what, now when I come back, I look like an absolute stud hero. Whereas Andre is, as you say, well, if he gets this wrong, he's going to look back at this particular screenshot thinking, oh my God, look at all the green chips.
Nowhere to go but down. And we did have a couple of Supernova Elite today at our final table. And if you make Supernova Elite, maybe you got something just like this in store for you. And there hasn't been a switcheroony here, guys. This is a new featured table. This is the 10K high roller.
Yeah, ridiculous number of entries into this as well. Another record breaker. We know how to kick off EPT Season 11, don't we?
And we're four-handed now on the high roller. You can see Jason Mercier. He is the short stack. Ismail Erkanov is the chip leader. Jason sort of looks like a madman.
That beard has come on somewhat as the week has progressed. He's got that bouncing up and down kind of thing going on. He kind of looks like he could break any minute. Angry eyes.
Pretty good spot to be in, by the way. Biggest high roller in EPT history. Fourth place going to pay pretty good here. Although you're never happy unless you have the win, am I right?
Oh, well, I can speak from experience, obviously. I would be happy with just being allowed in the room.
We're back to our main event of EPT 100. Heads-up play about to get underway. Chairs have been rearranged. Cameras have been repositioned. Half a dozen bottles of water have been delivered to Andre Latau.
Just in case. Just in case. Yeah, and we are, well, we're certainly in for a battle with this much of a chip lead. It's certainly going to be fists at dawn. No way that this one's going to be slow to kick off.
Uphill battle for sure for Sam Phillips. Quick recap of the chip stacks. 7.3 million for Sam Phillips. Just under 20 big blinds. 37.5 million for Andre Latau. He's the favorite here. And remember, Sam Phillips has already locked up over $1 million. Andre Letao, 704,000 euros, 90,000 left to play for. And let's kick it on down to Richard, who's going to introduce the heads-up play.
We are now heads up at the record-breaking EPT 100 in Barcelona. Congratulations to both the players. If I can ask you now to shake hands. Okay. Good luck, both of you. Dealer, shuffle up and deal.
Here we go. We are heads up, fighting for the first main event title. EPT Season 11, EPT 100.
How much is that? I forgot it.
Already. Asking for the count.
7K? Okay.
Better to ask now than 5 minutes into a tank.
Yeah, you see it's 18 big blinds versus 94. And a passing comment from Marcus Cleaver on Twitter saying, who isn't a Hussein Ensan fan after tonight? Top guy. Absolutely. Fantastic to have him with us. But he is no longer in the main event. It is just about these two players.
All what I have.
Call.
Whoa!
Whoa!
All in with ace-6 suited. Quick call from Phillips.
This is a dream. You shake hands, you sit down. How about aces? And then your opponent shoves.
Yeah.
Well, I'd say Phillips is the favorite here, but 11% of the time, this tournament's going to be over. 88% chance Phillips doubles up.
This could be over in one hand. Has it ever been over in one hand?
I think it has. I can't think of when, but I think heads-up play may have been over in one hand.
There's not much you can do about that other than be philosophical. Ace-6 suited, got the huge chip stack. Sometimes your timing is just off.
Oh, wow, an ace-6 flops a pretty big draw.
Mach deinen Job.
Yeah, what he said, 3 outs to just end this. Sorry, not 3 outs, 4 outs.
3's as outs.
3's as outs, should I say.
Big.
I just saw them and said it. I just couldn't help myself.
Not the card we were looking for, but more outs now. Just, well, different outs. Since a 3 puts a straight on board. Increases the chances of a chopped bill.
Woo!
5 on the river, aces hold, so it's a double up for Sam Phillips on the very first hand of heads-up play.
Well, that's the dream come true. It was looking like a pretty huge task, but immediately on one hand up to 14.6 million against the 30.25 of Andre. That's going to make things slightly less fruity for Sam.
Yeah, now just one more double up, and it's Sam Phillips who has the chip lead.
There were a few shouts on hashtag EPT Live going, is this going to be another record? We've broken so many. Fastest heads up ever? Wow.
This should be 8.
A lot of love coming through on Twitter for Phillips, and even more so now with a big shout out.
What you can do?
Yes, says Kai.
I was like, oh.
Man, if only I was that lucky in heads up. Aces first hand. And there we see some nice black and green chips making their way over to Sam's side of the table. And let's enjoy once again. The moment he saw the aces, actually he seemed incredibly happy with that. He took that as well as you can expect when you're thinking, let's shut down this game, and you run into the best hand on the planet. People seem more pleased than disappointed that we get to carry on with these two. Could be for some while now. Sam's actually got some ammo to fight with.
Are we going to see it again?
Well, now you're thinking, well, he'll be thinking, how many? What's he going to have this time? The ace-king, the kings? No, that won't slow him down. We've had enough of this. He's seen enough of this to know that that is just being unlucky. Ace-queen off. 800,000. 5-6 suited for Phillips.
Certainly defendable heads up. And Phillips has missed, but does flop an open ender. Latau still with the best hand, ace queen high.
Yeah, not much in it, and certainly unlikely to get rid of Sam with a bet here. 1.7 million in the middle. Flamboyant flipper chips. 900,000. Obviously, there's not much in the way of suits working for Sam, so it is just about whether he wants to take the straight further. Not surprisingly, he does. 3.5 million in the middle now. 2 cards to come. No help. But no help for Latau. He's still just continuing in the belief that he is ahead correctly right now.
Latau may not fire again, but he probably isn't folding to a bet either.
Yeah, you could certainly see a check out of Latau here. Depends if Sam is going to take control of the steering wheel here, which it looks very much like that is his intention. 3.5 million in the middle. 1,550,000.
Sam decides just to lead at this, try to take control.
Yeah, absolutely. Knows that that 7 on the turn probably doesn't make a lot of difference to anyone. And
wow.
Nice. Well, and Latau kind of very fast really to act there. That's the kind of hand I think I would have expected him to get into his hoodie and think about.
Absolutely. And now would be a good time to introduce our next guest on EPT Live, so we don't have to fumble our way through this very complex heads-up strategy. Let's welcome into the booth an actual expert on the subject, Dominic Nietzsche.
Hi, guys. It's good to be back.
Thank you for being here, Dominic.
Yeah, my pleasure. It feels good to finally come back here in the booth because I've been playing all week, and yeah, I'm looking forward to watching some heads-up poker and hopefully providing some good insight on the match.
You always do, buddy.
I try my best. Sometimes I'm right, sometimes I'm not, but I feel like, especially heads-up, I've been playing a lot lately, so.
Oh, good.
Well, hopefully I'll get some good reads on the players, and we'll see how it goes. They're both really strong players. I play with them online basically every day.
Oh, wow, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Is one stronger than the other, possibly?
It's hard to say because I heard the drum guy is a really strong player, but he doesn't play quite as high as Phillips. Phillips is a very well-known player, Buckeye 22 on PokerStars, who I play with a lot actually. I think for some reason we always end up on the same table, so we played so many hands together.
We'll pick up this hand, a raise from Phillips. No surprise, 800,000 gets the call from the King 6 off.
Yeah, I mean both plays are obviously fine so far. It's not much happening.
Just a little double up on the first hand of heads up play.
7-8 deuce is the flop. 2 hearts out there. Both players check. We get another 7 down on the turn. 7 of clubs.
And Phillips now has a decision whether he wants to bet and go for thin value here, or wait till the river and check back and then bet the river. Both options can be fine, and I think I prefer a bet on the turn simply because if an 8 shows up, he's going to be counterfeited, and that's going to be hard. And he might as well try and get a street here from ace high. And Andre here has no reason to turn his hand into a bluff, so he checks, and he's going to end up properly check folding. Seems like a well-played hand by both players.
Yeah, exactly as you described. It's almost spooky. It's like you've done this before.
Yeah, that one was easy though.
We're just easing you in.
We're easing you in. Okay, there will be some tougher hands hopefully.
Well, we also caught up with some of Sam's supporters and friends, so let's go see what those guys had to say.
3-0.
Sam's a great guy. We've known each other since college. I met him through my roommate, he was dating his sister. So the first day we went there, we went to a bar. He was into poker, and I was into poker. I think I had rebought on full tilt like 150 times or something. So we started talking strategy, and I got a lot better, and we moved to Mexico. I moved to Mexico like 6 months before him, and then he came after, and then we've been there for over 3 years now. So super impressed. His composure, like I think I'm shaking more than he is. Like I don't know, his demeanor's been great. Super impressed, you know, because this is obviously his biggest spot, you know, ever live. So it's just huge, you know, and he's A+.
Some wise words from Robert Kuhn, the poker guru, number 740.
And a good point, funnily enough, we were talking about this yesterday, how impressive Sam Phillips' composure and general demeanor were, always looking very calm. And not surprising to hear that the guys supporting him actually have probably got more jitters than he has right now.
What do you think about flipping?
What's that? Well, to be fair, you know, Sam's already locked up over €1 million, and this is going to sound terrible, but they're only playing for 90,000.
Yeah, but to be honest, before this was even done, you know, I don't know what you thought yesterday when you caught him, but he just always seemed super duper calm and
oh, he's a wicked cool dude. He's as cool as the other side of the pillow.
Nice. Jack 4, one of life's more ugly starting hands. It's not something I can pretend I've ever looked down and thought, oh good, this one.
If you're a heads-up master, though, like Dominic, you're fine with Jack 4.
Jack 4 seems like a perfectly fine end to open on the button. Yeah, it's just...
Well, I knew you were going to say that, obviously.
No, I mean, if you want to...
Heads up. Is there any hand that you really hate to see heads up?
Well, like anything with a deuce in it is usually a pretty bad start.
Oh, but a 4's okay. Unbelievable.
Well, yeah,
one rule for one.
A 4 and a face card is okay, you know. Like
okay.
Any face card you sort of want to see there. And I was just looking at stack sizes actually, so. So yeah, it seems like they're pretty deep still. So like you can definitely play your Jack 4s and like your 10 4s. What you want to start folding is like the bottom 20% of your hands. So let's say like a deuce 5. You know, that's obviously terrible. So like. Anything that can make good pair sets up, you want to be coming in raising. So.
Interesting tweet here from Mickey Peterson. You see this one, Matt?
Oh, God.
Got a text from Dominic Nietzsche that he is drunk from a B4 because he refuses to call it a beer and is going on EPT Live now.
What?
Oh, dear.
What? No.
That must be an old tweet that's been retweeted from some days ago, I would imagine.
Do you really refuse to type the word beer?
But
Or you just can't, you couldn't?
Wait, I can't even see this tweet. What's Mickey doing? Is he trolling me again?
Harsh. Can't believe Mickey squealed.
Oh, Mickey! I don't even know what a B4 is. I'm sorry. I've never even. Maybe he's making fun of my accent. Maybe. I don't even know.
Just to bring us up to speed on this, Andre raised to 800, got
Saved.
the call.
I
thought I'd swoop in here for you.
Well done.
And this is, well, that's a pretty decent flop, you're going to have to say. It's the ace-4 suited for Phillips, hitting a queen-8 jack, all hearts flop. Latau also got a decent piece of this. Hits the ace and picks up the king-high.
Oh, boy.
Oh, man.
Now, if I'm correct, though, only one of these two players has a straight flush draw.
Yes, that is true, of course. I just had to think about that for a minute.
Yeah, that is true, yes.
Phillips has the nut flush. The 10 of hearts would be a pretty interesting river card.
Technically, it could be a straight flush on the board, but no. I mean, I'm surprised Phillips decided to check the turn here with the ace-high flush. Sort of you want to kind of try and go for your 2 streets there. And, yeah. It turns out Leto is actually not going to lose a lot of chips because he decided to check back the turn, which is fine, I guess. He was planning on betting the river, and he figured he could only get called once. I'd probably try and bet twice, though, still, as Leto.
Well, there's 1.7 million in the middle before this bet.
He doesn't look like someone who's about to raise, right?
No, this is all about the fold or the call right now. It's 1.45 million from Sam Phillips.
See, but that's interesting because he can never fold that hand. It's just... It's so strong, and it's very possible Phillips.
1.4.
Someone's fallen into your trap about the straight flushes, Joe. They don't understand about the blockers.
I guess I have to call.
You don't have to.
Yeah,
Show
yeah.
a straight flush, please.
Nope. Not a straight flush.
That's the appropriate face. A little frowny.
Yeah, I mean, Leto just basically just had a bluff catcher there, so that would make sense for him to tank. But maybe he can be like a 7 of hearts that could be betting there as well. But his hand is definitely not strong enough to raise there. But it's also way too strong to fold, so it's just a call.
Well,
the dynamics of the chips are changing hand by hand. So Sam now up to 19.5 million versus Andre's 25.35 million. A long way from how we started this heads-up battle. But it's all good for us.
Going good so far.
I'm running all right.
I had a pretty good hand. I guess you know what I had.
Right there?
Yeah. What I had? What?
In that hand?
Yeah. So at least you know one card, I guess.
It wasn't King 10 of hearts.
And it was not a 10.
Not a 10?
So Sam Phillips has closed this gap pretty handily.
He really is good, isn't he?
Yeah, he's up to almost 20 million now. Just 25 million for Letao. He starts this hand on the button with pocket threes.
And as with almost all hands, a raise to 800,000. Pretty fast call there, Andre, with the King 9 off. 1.7 million in the middle. And the flop brings us 3-3 jack with, wowee.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, he's been running okay, I think it's fair to say. Wow. And look at his face. You just wouldn't know a thing. You wouldn't know a thing. Cheeky check, check. Good for you, the check back there.
So I was sort of thinking about this, and obviously the check back is fine here once in a while, but I usually like to bet there when I have a 3, and I think like if you had 2 jacks in your hand, those are much better to check. Because like if you have a 3 here, you'd ideally like to go bet, bet, bet to get paid by a jack, and so if you had 2 jacks there, they would remove a lot of jacks from your opponent's range.
Yeah.
So I think like jacks would be a much better hand to have in your slow playing range here, but it's fine, you know, like your 3s are a monster and it's hard to get paid. But you know, just in case.
900?
Oh!
Yeah. I was gonna say, just in case your opponent has an ace high or a king high, or maybe even a jack, then you're just, you know, then you do really well by betting the flop.
Well, the good news for Phillips is that his opponent is already drawing dead and he's still prepared to pay to be involved in this. 3.5 million in the middle.
Letao checks to Phillips. My guess is he's betting.
Yeah.
And he could get paid here sometimes.
Sort of. I would sort of disagree there. I don't see many bluffs he could have. Like 4-5 maybe. But 4-5 is almost certainly c-betting. So that doesn't leave very many bluffs he gets to the turn with. It's pretty likely he has some sort of thin value bet on the turn. Like maybe like a jack X that's not very strong, like a jack 6, 7. So I don't expect Letao to call here, and I wouldn't think it's a good call with king high either. It's very possible for both Phillips and Letao to have a deuce. So yeah, that king high call would just be pretty. It would be a hero call, but I don't think it would be a good hero call.
We've seen Letao make a couple of attempted hero calls, haven't we? They've not always gone well, and he has to show it.
Tide has turned.
A lot of love for Sam. What an incredible player, people are saying. But to be honest, right now, the cards are assisting him to a great degree.
I would not have shown that, actually. I think it's...
That's a momentum hand right there.
And the check back on the flop there is kind of giving away quite a bit of information there that you're capable of slow playing monsters.
Randall Flowers on the rail for Sam Phillips.
Wow, this is a very, very quick turnaround for Sam. Came in as such a massive underdog with a heads-up chip count. Now 23.6 plays 21.2 million, 59 bigs versus 53. Yeah, surprising to see him shake, because also it's going to make your opponent feel good that he, really dodged a bullet there. You know, if Andre had been tempted to make any more of that hand or payoff. Bit of showmanship, bit of adrenaline for Sam there with the quad display.
Yeah, probably what it is.
It's like an unwritten rule. If you have quads or better, you have to show.
It sort of is.
I just expected to have aces.
Or if you're in Spain and they have to fold the big blind, if you have deuce 4 or worse, you have to show that too. Because, you know, otherwise they can't let you take the big blind. They have to show.
Them's the rules.
Sort of what I've discovered this week from playing a lot of tournaments.
I think it's fair to say it's been a pretty good week here, hasn't it?
That's been a lot of fun. Tournaments were amazing. I don't think I've ever seen that many players in one room. It was completely crazy.
Yeah, record-breaking stuff from the moment we got started.
Little side story here. It doesn't have much to do with the main event, but if you guys are following Daniel on Twitter right now, Daniel Negreanu, he sent out a tweet about 20 minutes ago saying, if you had $500 just given to you, what would you do with it? And then he proceeded to tell 10 people whose tweets he favorited that he's going to send them the $500 for the purposes.
Why am I not in this?
That they said they would do it for.
I had a really bad day. I could have used the $500.
And he went on and retweeted all of them. Give my 2 daughters the birth they deserve. Plane tickets to see my parents. Make a friend smile. Make a stranger smile. Take my wife on vacation.
Hey, the 300 EPT turbo. That's what I would use it for.
Start a college fund for my newborn son. Daniel's going to ship all these people $500. The guy is pretty impressive.
Wow. He's doing that. That's awesome. So he's giving away $5,000.
$5K.
Nice. That's very generous.
Well done, Daniel.
Yeah, I respect that.
56 minutes left here. Level 36, just to quickly update you, we are 200,000, 400,000 with the 50k ante. Our final 2 competitors chasing the title for EPT Barcelona.
Yeah, that was just one of the hands you should fold, the 6-2 option.
Yeah, that's one of them. That was when I asked about them.
And it was really fast, too.
They were hanging about.
One of the 2 hands you should fold. Well, I'm glad we got Dominic in here.
And so far, both of these guys are playing pretty well. There's not much, not much where you could say, oh, this guy's playing better than the other one. Or
I'm going to try. I think I'm going to try.
I mean, when you come in and find these 2 players that you know pretty well, sitting on pretty much the same stack, how much is it going to be down to this guy's skill, and how much are we really just waiting for the killer cards to come and make this?
That's a very tough question, because in one way, heads-up poker is definitely a lot of skill, and I think even a lot of good players, they don't play it very well because they only play full ring or 6-max, or less players when they get down to the end of the tournament, which doesn't happen very often. So there could be quite a big skill difference between these 2 players, which I don't know yet. I haven't seen enough of their play. But most likely they're going to be on the same level. So as always, if you're on the same level as your opponent and he's not much better than you or much worse than you, then a lot of it's going to come down to luck. So yeah. I'm obviously rooting for my countryman here. And he has the best rail, for sure.
That's fine. Yeah, he's certainly got a slightly more lively rail than Sam.
It's unbelievable that the American rail is somehow quieter than a European rail.
I don't know what's gone wrong there.
It's been amazing. I could hear the cheers from my side event table just like miles away.
They've been having a good time for sure.
Yeah.
Just to pick this hand up, Sam raised to 800,000. Andre's 3-bet it to 2.2 million.
Yep, looks good to me. Andre has one of these hands that are, you could play them as a flat call, but they also play really well as a 3-bet. My guess is that he would probably tend to call with an 8-7 type of hand, but he'd much rather 3-bet like his 1-gappers. So that's sort of how he's building his 3-betting range, and that's interesting to notice. And we'll see how he keeps playing his 3-bets and his calls later on.
Yeah!
Very well played by Andre. And the rail goes wild.
It's worth mentioning that was only a gain of 850,000 chips. That wasn't the tournament-ending hand. The rail kind of slightly out of proportion.
I wonder what's going to happen if he actually wins. Yeah.
I don't want to be in the building.
I don't think we have a choice.
I think structurally there could be some issues.
They'll take the building down.
They will. I fear our set might not see another day.
Hand number 144 of the final table.
I mean, I was obviously following this from pretty far away, and I was kind of surprised how quickly some players busted. We were down to 3-handed pretty soon.
Went from 7 to 3 pretty quickly.
Yes, yeah, and then 3-handed took a while. 8-5 is then again it's too strong. It's like 8-5 clearly makes like the top 70% of hands. So ideally you'd want to come in for a race there, especially with antis in play.
Reminder, guy, if you have any question, guys or girls, EPT Live is the hashtag. Get in touch on Twitter. Brad King asks, did Elke play this EPT? If so, when did he go busto? Brad, Elke went busto when all his chips were in the middle and he didn't have the best hand.
Yeah.
Just like me.
Standard tournament rules there.
Just like me. And 1,000 others, apparently.
I hear you. Well over 1,000 others.
Yeah.
1,496 runners in this event. 2 remain.
Four, 5 off on the button. I think we're going to see about 800,000 here. It's just a hunch.
And so it's also something to notice is that they min raise when they're playing like 50 big blinds, which I think is a pretty poor choice for a raise size. So you should probably be like going closer to a 2.5x raise if your opponent is playing well, which both of them seem to be doing. So I don't see any use of the min raise here at all right now. But a lot of players like to do it. It's just
a check following the 4-9-3 all diamond flop. Letao checks. Got no piece of that. Different story for Phillips. Hits the 4. Of course, the diamond relevant.
Like the check back. Very smart play by Phillips.
3
spades on the turn.
3, 4, 5, 6. Diamond, 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 diamond. Draws up the wazoo for Phillips plus a pair.
Now, perhaps the time to strike.
Yeah, he's got a bet here. He has. No, he has everything. He has a pair and a straight draw, a flush draw, and yeah.
Letao folds. Marshall, new super fan. Marshall, hashtagging EPT Live. He says, Letao is a friend of Shemian, who we all... What happened? What did we miss? Letao is a friend of Shemian, who we all remember railing Martin Schleich. Hashtag the trend lives on. So if all is on the rail here, that'll be 2 EPT Barcelona champions that he has sweat to victory, because in Season 8, Alla was a random fan who our producer fed some Jaeger shots to and said, please, you're German, will you please watch Martin Schleich? We need a rail for him. And Alla was like, free Jaeger shots, sign me up. We got him wasted. He's screaming at Martin, show the bluff on hands when Martin has like quads.
Yeah, I remember this.
Martin goes on to win, and Alla Shemian goes on to be a massive beast after that. We'd never seen him before. And now Alla's back on the rail, about to sweat another potential EPT Barcelona champion. Thank you, Marshall, for your contribution. What a great correlation.
I think it's one of my all-time favorite EPT Live moments, seeing Ole and his buddy arm in arm.
Show the bluff!
Shouting, Martin, show the bluff.
Martin! Enough!
Das war nicht schlimm, aber allgemein nicht so viel da mit den, also, ja.
Oh, for once, the Russian commentators have a problem with the volume over here.
Yeah, apparently you're bleeding through their mics. I wonder what that experience is like.
It's unbelievable. There's no one from east of Berlin for you guys to be unbelievably biased toward.
It's funny because it's true. Monster hand, 4-8. Suited in puffy clouds of clubness.
Neil Johnson calls them puppy feet.
Puppy feet. Oh, that's how sweet.
It's like equal parts sweet and creepy.
Yeah, and for a grown man, pathetic.
There's no room for cute in poker.
Exactly. Min raising a call. The 4-8 suited up against the 4-king off. Flop is a joyful 3-3-7, 2 hearts.
This is sort of what I've been talking about earlier, where Phillips decided to check back threes on a similar board. Slightly different, nonetheless, but
now when he bets threes, you know he probably doesn't have quads.
It sort of goes hand in hand, and he now ends up betting 8 high, which probably tends. Maybe he's just it's hard to say if he actually does check back too much, but we'll see. It makes it a lot easier for Andre to call with these type of hands, like a king 4. He's not going to fold to 1 bet, and he's going to try to take it to showdown.
Yeah, 3.1 million in the middle now. Queen clubs on the turn.
You think Sam gives up here?
Oh yeah, absolutely. He has no draw, no. He probably doesn't even consider his 8 to be a live card. It's just a very poor hand, and it's one of the worst hands he opens and the worst hand he c-bets. So.
Well, it's hard to rep quads now as he checks behind.
And Andre takes it down, yeah.
All right, let's take a couple of questions from the Twitter. Jordan Cousins wants to know, Dom, what's the weakest hand you'll shove heads up, say 20 big blinds deep each?
Okay, sorry for this answer, but I wouldn't shove 20 big blinds deep heads up usually.
There you
go. You'd much rather still play raise or fold, and then as soon as you get down to 15 big blinds, that's a really good stack size to start limping, for example. And then all the way down to 10, 11 big blinds is probably where you should still be limping.
That's sound advice. Excellent. If we can correct some misconceptions, 20 big blinds, not a shoving stack heads up.
I mean, you can, but you need a much stronger hand, and it's just unnecessary because you end up getting too many folds. For if you have ace 10 or something, you'd much rather raise and then call that guy's all in, then go all in and have the guy potentially fold his, I don't know, king 8 or something, So you probably end up missing out on too much value there if you're shoving 20 big blinds.
So no hand, that's what he's shoving.
I'd probably never shove. Unless maybe I feel completely outclassed and I'm just all in, but no, usually doesn't happen.
when is this guy outclassed?
Hey, I'm playing someone like WCG Ryder or Doug Polk.
And when does that happen? When's the last time you were heads up with WCG Ryder in a tournament?
Never happened, but he was on my 2K turbo.
Really?
Yeah. And I was like, what are you doing here? Just, go play your own games. Let me have this. And then he had 5 times starting stack in 10 minutes or something. It was great.
7.
There it is.
Oh, what just happened here?
It's an old joke with his the railers for Andre shouting 7.
No, I was more talking about the action there.
Nothing very exciting, just Littell raising and Sam folding.
You folded a jack 6 there. That's up. That's a clear mistake to fold a jack 6.
Do you win or do you lose like all Mexican?
No, but it's annoying if you keep like this. Please come.
Das ist meine Spielart, und wenn ich Schwäche sehe bei den Spielern, ich mache das gnadenlos. Wenn ich merke, dass ich das schaffen kann durch Aggressivität, dann mache ich das gnadenlos. Und wenn ich weiß, der macht Kamine, der will jetzt mich erwischen, dann gebe ich auch auf. Ich merke das, ich spüre das.
Yeah,
ich spüre das.
He said, it is his style of playing, and if he sees weakness in his opponent, he uses this and tries to play him out, the opponent, and that's what is his strength. I think to see the weakness of the opponent and yeah, to play him out.
Okay. I don't like flop turn river. I like the ohne showdown.
Yeah, you like to win a lot of pots without showdown.
Pre-flop. Yeah, all pre-flop. 3-bet, 4-bet, 5-bet.
You want to help us out there, Dominic?
Yeah, you probably guessed he was asked about playing aggressively, a friend of him helping him out there.
It's worse where I like to win a lot of pots pre-flop. Not on flop, not on turn. I like to 3-bet, 4-bet, and 5-bet. Those were his words.
Lovely guy.
Story checks out.
Yeah, it does.
Meanwhile, just to recap this hand, Sam raised 800,000, got the call from Andre. Flop came down, Jack, deuce 5 rainbow. Latau checked, Sam bet 600,000. Which again being quickly called here by Andre.
The 7-3 is one of these borderline hands. I'm not even sure if he should be raising it, but yeah, I guess it's fine. It's certainly one of your weakest hands you should be raising.
7-3 is a borderline hand. This is indeed a strange universe.
Man, I don't even know what game we're talking about now. I'm never ever getting heads up ever again. Well, although I could probably guarantee that before this conversation, but I don't know where I am now.
That's what you get me for.
Exactly, thank God. Gets there on the end.
Heads-up poker is in fact very interesting, and I used to not be very good at it, and then I started playing more, and I'm really enjoying it. And it makes you a lot better. You become a lot better at poker.
Latau's ace is good enough to win this. Quick update from Jason Mercier from the high roller. He was short stacked a moment ago, and we checked in on him. Now he was chip leader with 8 million in chips. He doubled jacks versus sevens.
Wow.
And then knocked out Ami Bearer, who he doubled through with aces versus ace jack. Put a terrible beat on him earlier at the final table. GG.
Yeah, that tournament was ridiculous. It would have made amazing TV. There were so many good players, and the final table action was crazy. I was watching this for quite a while because my good friend Stevie was at the final table.
Which Stevie? 444?
Stevie Chidwick, yes. And some really strong players. That was just a very good final.
Can you just say that it wouldn't have made very good TV because the audience gets really irritated that we're
because they
that we
can't
don't
show the
film
high.
it. Yeah.
I'm sorry. It actually seems like one of the best final tables I've ever seen.
One of the worst, most boring. One of the worst, most
Oh.
boring final tables you've ever seen, Dominic. I mean,
Yeah,
all right. Well,
okay,
I mean that's
okay.
fair.
Okay. I'll not talk about it anymore. No, this is great too. You know, you have the awesome German rail, and you have.
And it's EPT 100. Come on.
No, it's all. All of this is EPT 100, right?
Yeah, but it's not the 100th high roller.
They don't have those. Wonder how big that one's gonna be.
This is the 100th main event.
Yeah.
The milestone maker.
It's awesome. Yeah.
Queen 8 for Phillips, raises it up to 800. Queen 5.
Yep, all good here.
Yeah, both suited. Opportunities to get themselves in trouble here.
Especially if they both flop a pair.
Yeah, the 8 and the 5 both happen to arrive on the flop.
Chill jetzt mal.
Keep it down, boys. Keep it down. Check from Andre. Whatever Sam does here, very unlikely to get rid of Andre.
Now, we've been giving Latau a bit of a hard time today for various little behavioral tics he's had, so we should give credit where credit's due. Josper tweets to say, just so you know, guys, Latau actually just told his rail to be quiet.
Yeah. It's hard to blame the kid. It's his first EPT from what I know, and he's getting very excited, and as he should be. He's playing for a lot of money.
We did try to cut him a little bit of slack, but his failure to shake hands with a couple of the people he busted didn't go unnoticed by us. And
that's not something I would agree with, but I didn't notice. I just saw him run around the rail and like jumping up and down.
Yeah, like I said at that point, like as an isolated thing, that would have been fine. But there was, his rail was anti-railing some players when he wasn't in it. It doesn't matter. It seems like all has been forgotten since the deal's been made, pretty much. So I'm cool with it.
Fair enough. The only thing about anti-railing players is that it does happen in tournaments because making a pay jump is so important. So even if it doesn't sound very nice, you have to understand Andre there. I mean, I have to sort of stand up for him, and I can understand where he's coming from.
We just anti-rail quietly.
Right. There's a little fist pump under the table. Yeah, but some people, they can't handle the emotions.
Meanwhile, 3.6 million in the pot, and now 2.3 from Sam Phillips. Still with top pair, having connected with the 8. Second.
And that's just a very fortunate board for Phillips. And it would be very surprising to me if Andre here folded. I don't think he can. His queen 5 years ahead of a lot of hands, and I think he's definitely supposed to call here.
Latau doesn't appear to be folding.
That's because he isn't.
This looks like he's cutting out raising. No. That would be... The raise here would be completely unnecessary and sort of not something I expect of Latau.
Crowd nearly goes wild, but doesn't know why. We got 8.2 million in here now. An ace. Ace on the river. Third club as well. For those of you watching in black and white.
Yeah, and this is going to be interesting to see if Phillips decides to bet here or not. It does complete the flush. But at the same time, you got to ask yourself, how many flushes does Latau really have? And the answer is not very many, because he check called twice. And would he really check call a flush draw there without showdown value? It's pretty unlikely. So it's quite possible Phillips is going to bet here. It'll be a pretty thin bet. But with an 8 as strong as queen 8, I think he should bet. If he had an 8 like 8-7, I think it's much better to check. But at queen 8 or like a king 8, you should probably bet.
How much would you expect him to put out here with 8 million in the middle?
It's hard to say. I feel like around 4 to 5 million in that area. Maybe. Now you could even go bigger. I think like 5 million seems like a good bet.
People's thinnish river bets haven't really been that big this entire final table. I'd be pretty surprised if he went 5 million.
Yeah, they've been quite tiny actually, haven't they?
Even their stronger hands haven't even. It's been pretty rare that we've seen more than half pot bets.
I think this is a pretty tough spot though.
Was that?
He checked.
Oh. So his river bet, his thin river bet was 0.
Yeah, that might be a bit too small. But it is simply because of the queen in his hand that his hand is so much stronger than if he had, let's say, 7-8.
I want to read this tweet here from Yan, who says, "Hey, Graphical Nick, thanks for the great work by you at the EPT Live show. Here. Thank you, Graphical Nick, and everybody else here working behind the scenes, busting their asses to bring you this coverage. Not just the voices you hear, a whole team of people. Thank you, everyone involved."
Everything he says just cracks me up.
The only way I get away with saying the word ass is if I'm making it a compliment for the crew.
Nice. Good little loophole you've discovered there.
Yep.
21,000 in my dreams. 21.9 million. Plays 22.9 million now. Sam has done the unthinkable. Came back from that huge chip deficit at the start, heads up, and is now just slightly ahead. 34 minutes left on level 36.
Does it look like Andre has limped here?
Yeah, looks like he's just completed this. Don't know what he's got.
A little sweat with hand.
Let's sweat with Sam. Gonna just take a cheap and cheerful flop. 4-6 suited.
I just want to start it out by saying it's kind of surprising to me to see Latau just start up a limping here, and I'd really like to see his hand.
Well, we got one.
It's gonna give us a lot of insight on how he approaches the match by seeing the few hands he decides to limp. And yeah, 8-5 offsuit. Wouldn't be my preferred hand to limp with.
Why do you think he suddenly decided to do that?
I don't know. I was actually thinking about that.
Mix it up.
That shouldn't be a good reason usually.
Good try though. Thanks for playing, Joe.
So, but yeah, it's probably maybe that's why he's doing it, but it's hard to actually come up with a reason why now 8-5. But he doesn't know, but we sort of know that Phillips folded Jack-6 to Andre's min raise, which means that he's folding a lot of hands.
Well, he might know that by now. The information's out there.
Is it already? Okay, well, then his rail should definitely tell him. Someone should just be like, he's folding to all your raises, you should try and be more aggressive before the flop. So maybe he doesn't know yet, but if he does, 8-5 would be a pretty good raising hand then.
Sam must have been desperate for Andre to have a go at that.
No such luck.
No, and a pretty small pot really for the size of the hand he made.
And I don't know if we covered this or not yet, but the chip lead has shifted back to Sam Phillips.
Yes,
not
yes.
low, but close to it.
23.8 million to 21 million. So Sam Phillips now the only player who can win this in a single hand.
If you're beat, you're beat.
What?
If you're beat, you're beat.
Yeah.
No flip.
Philosophy 101 at the poker table. Keep smiling, guys. 3-4 suited. Tap of the hat to the guys behind the EPT. Been giving away plenty of stuff. We gave away that headphone that we were chatting on about forever.
Bass you can feel.
Bass you can feel. For all the amateur fishermen out there, tickle the cod. And don't forget all the EPT Monte Carlo free roll VIP packages up there as well. Plenty of stuff given away all week long, just giving it away. Giving away hundreds of decks of cards.
Speaking of decks of cards, Andre writes in to say, where can I buy a deck of cards just like these from the EPT? Andre, we know what you're up to. We know what you're up to.
He's heard about Negreanu going, there's a lot of generous people in poker.
You think you can buy a deck of official cards, maybe sneak one in here? We're on to that. No way, sir.
Leto here counting on a 3-bet again with the same type of hand. The one gapper. I was talking about the one gapper he feels like too weak to call. And
you said exactly that. I remember thinking he said on the big blind if it's a one gapper he's going to come in with a 3-bet. He's done exactly that. You were absolutely not lying to me.
I try my best.
I just want to validate what you're saying and back you up. Congratulations.
I try.
No, because I'm going to totally change my heads-up game to always do that now. I'll probably kind of forget it by the time I get home and get it wrong.
Get to play, yeah.
But yeah. Oh look, even is that enough of it? Is that enough of it?
Okay. The problem is Israel has had quite a lot to drink, actually.
And Israel are probably going, hang on a minute, he's loved it for the last 6 hours. What have we done wrong? They must be, they'll probably will shuffle off embarrassed in a minute.
Israel is also really, really drunk at this point. I was talking to some of them like a while before I came in, and they've had quite some more time to drink since. Yeah, the two people I talked to, they couldn't even walk anymore. So
that rail isn't there to lean on so you can see, it's just to hold you up.
It is for them, yeah. It'll be interesting to see what happens if this match drags on, You
might have to get some more chairs into the venue.
Yeah.
Just a call here with the ace-10.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was the 8-5 off last time, wasn't it, with just the call on the button?
I'm trying to think what made him change his strategy. Then maybe he's trying to limp all his hands now, but why would he start changing his strategy just all of a sudden? Or just...
Well, the Jack-7 deuce gives Phillips a small bit of connection.
I would also start by checking back that flop. If you decide to limp your ace there, it's You know, your hand is even stronger now that you're up against 100. You're not up against 100%, but you're up against a very weak range that checks back there. So your ace high is usually ahead, and when you bet, it doesn't really do much for your hand. It folds out hands you beat, and it gets money in against the deuce that's not folding. And yeah, you also don't want to bluff. So that's just pretty unfortunate to bet there.
Well, with all those pretty cards in his hand, Andre has failed to connect or improve, so the deuce is still good for Phillips.
Yeah, Phillips obviously checks. Andre's going to check, thinking he has showdown value, which I'm not sure he does. There.
Well, Sam Phillips widens his lead just a teensy tiny bit, nearly 24 million for Sam, 21 million for Latau. .28 minutes left in this blind level. And I noticed that the next level, which is typically on the tournament clock, hasn't been posted, which I know that at this point the blinds sort of are at the tournament director's discretion. So I'm not sure if maybe they haven't decided yet what the blinds are going to be next, or if there's just a technical glitch on the clock.
I think it's 6 million, 12 million with a 25 million ante.
Tournament director's discretion, and we are discreting right now that the TD wants a cocktail. All right, well, we have confirmation that the blinds are going to 250, 500,000. No confirmation on ante.
It's got to be 50,000, right?
It's got to stay 50, right? Because they can't do much. They can only double it with the chips that are in play, and doubling it seems like a lot.
Yeah. Looks like raise from Phillips and call by Latau, right?
Yeah. Spicy board, 10-10 King Jack, 2 hearts down in the flop.
Really good check back on the flop by Phillips there. I've sort of given him a hard time for c-betting all his air since I got here, but that was a good check back. He realized that Andre has been 3-betting quite a bit, and he's very likely to be 3-betting low cards. So when he calls, it looks like he sort of hits a board like this. So checking back there with the 8-6 is a very smart play. There's no need to try and win every hand. The check back there is good.
And as it turns out, thanks to the river.
Yeah, and you can always make a pair somehow.
Yeah, that's always one of the options. Gonna go for some value here.
Yeah, I like that too. I was gonna say you can bet there.
Ooh. You all right over there? What? Feeling all right? No? You okay?
Yeah, but I need something to... Yeah, that's you.
We got a look-alike here from Matt that I think mostly only Americans will get. Says Phillips looks like Greg Fitzsimmons. I can get behind that. I don't know if he ever made it over here to Europe, though.
Context?
Stand-up comedian.
No. Hand 156.
Taschentuch. Es ist keine Luft mehr. Taschentuch. Es ist keine Luft mehr.
I don't know. Now Andre is saying he just wanted the EPT playing cards for a home game, but I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure.
Yeah, and a set of chips, I would imagine, to go with that, and an all-in button and a dealer button. Yeah.
Can I just get the passcode to the cash room? It's for my home game. It's just for my home game.
Tao just again completes here, and Phillips checks it through with the ace-7 versus the 9-4 diamonds for Latau.
Interesting. I feel like Latau has just been limping like everything since I talked about him.
Yeah.
So there's a change in strategy, and I'm not quite sure what has made him change.
Because it's not like it's been going horribly wrong for him, other than he's just mostly had the worst cards.
Right.
Showdown.
I mean,
he's
like,
not done anything wrong.
Generally, when you switch to a limping strategy, something goes wrong in the way that, like, your opponent is playing really well by either calling a lot, which is not that much of a problem, or even worse, he's 3-betting you a lot. If you're getting 3-bet a lot, you want to start folding more or limping. Well, either of them can be fine, but yeah, Phillips hasn't been doing either, so I'm sort of surprised to see the limping strategy coming out here.
Yeah, slowing down here. Phillips still ahead. But it is Andre that is going to fire out here. 1.9 million in the middle. And now the bet from Andre of 900,000.
That's a good bet by Andre.
Phillips kicks it in.
Yeah. Best hand folding.
Oh no.
Napkins.
Get comfy, folks.
I like Sam Phillips' laugh. Aha! Yes. That's the one.
That's the one. And once again, the balance tips backwards. 21 million for Andre. Sam still ahead, but not such a lead. 23.85 million. Equals equals.
And one more shout out to the crew. Thanks to Pete and Joe, who have been bringing us pictures from the floor for the last 9 days. Not an easy task out there on your feet all day, hauling cameras around. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, and especially when we sent Joe off to find some of the worst dressed players, because he could have very easily got a punch in the face for some of those zoom-ins.
Were there any non-Russian people in that montage?
Not that I remember.
When you guys do that, I feel like I get filmed quite a bit.
Oops, rumbled.
We've only, I mean, I've never been a part of that, so I don't think we've done it too often. We may be just looking for heroes in the field. You never know with you. It could be, let's look for the worst dressed players and best heads-up players and whatever Venn diagram encompasses both. And it's Dominic Nietzsche.
Right, yeah. I wish I was the best heads-up player. That'd be sweet. But nah.
Is there a heads-up player that is a worse dresser than you? That's the question.
I would think so, yes.
Really? Man, you're not...
What's that supposed to mean?
You got to be number one at something.
I don't even know.
Don't answer him when he's in this kind of a mood, yeah? You're doing us a favor. You've come in here to help us.
I'm just jealous because
he's digging in.
I'm just jealous because he's so good at analyzing poker.
Some big hands
I want to be
here.
number one in something, though. I'm trying to think what it could be. I mean, I feel like Phillips should be 3-betting this, though, for sure. Ace-Jack heads-up is a monster hand.
Yeah,
Even though it's interesting to see Leto's now raising again.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we're back to the min raise at least from Andre. With the pocket sixes, made it 800. Sam Phillips with a suited ace-jack.
Around 20, I think.
2.25 million.
20 to 22. Okay.
Yeah, this is just one of these situations that are kind of hard to play. And they're playing exactly 50 big blinds here. So a lot of people would defend here by calling, which I feel is very hard to play against someone who's just a tight 3-better. And you don't have enough odds to set mine, so you can certainly fold. And if you feel like the guy's 3-betting you to white, then either calling or going all in are both fine at this stack size. But my preferred play here is to fold, given how Phillips has been playing.
Folding pairs heads up, huh? Learn something new every day.
Yeah, I mean...
Well, just because of how tight you're saying that the
right, and also because of the stack size, and also because of the fact that they're much better hands to defend your raises with. Yeah. Like your sixes, you're never going to really flop a top pair kind of hand. But with like a queen-jack hand, you should definitely be defending your raise here.
Oh, turn the mics up. I want to hear that. He actually does. He looks like whatever he's been suffering with, he's been coughing and spluttering a bit. And it seems like the longer the game goes on, you wonder if the fatigue kicks in. Because, you know, it's like when you got a cold, like the more tired you get, the more rough you feel. So you wonder if that might be something that accelerates or impedes the game here.
I mean, calling is fine, but it makes the hand really hard to play. And I feel like sixes are sort of that borderline hand where I'm sure I'd fold fives against someone who plays tight. But I'd not fold sevens, so I'm fine with the call. I'm just saying there could be some problems on certain boards.
Not on this board.
Yeah, beat me to it.
Boom. 4.6 million in the middle as we see Littell hit the 6-3 deuce, 2 diamonds down. Action starts with Sam. Feeling duty bound to continue.
Well, Phillips fires.
Yeah, and Andres hit an absolute dream flop.
Let's see just how much it is that Phillips is dropping into the abyss here. 1.725.
What do you like to see here from Andre at this
A
point?
definite call. There's no reason to raise because this board doesn't really hit your opponent very well, and also your top set. So you'd like your opponent to catch up. And Andre is just going to call you, and hopefully for him we'll see like an overcard on the turn, which Phillips is going to continue barreling like a 10 or higher. That would be quite a good card for Andre here. Right now he just knows that he just has the best hand by far, and there's not much that's gonna. And he's not gonna get paid very much.
He's got to hope Phillips keeps barreling.
Yep, or makes a good hand, like an ace on the turn or something, and
oh yeah,
Andre is loving his life, and he could be winning the tournament right here if an ace or a jack falls.
Seven of spades on the turn.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, I think Phillips should just give up here.
already 8 million in the middle here.
Looks like he's listening, Dominic.
I'd like to see a small bet here from Andre. It's like anything around 40 to 50% of the pot. The nice thing about this bet is that it sets the stack sizes up for a nice river shove, like somewhat close to the size of the pot, and forces Phillips to make a big decision right here, not risking very much.
Well, it looks like he's going for 50% of the pot.
That would be 4 million right there.
4 million even.
Yeah, I can see that. It's fine. It's probably maybe a little bit bigger than you need to, but it's. He has the nuts, then he knows he has the nuts.
Now would be a tremendously poor time to do anything funky, suffice to say.
The correct move.
And the rail goes wild.
Yeah, Sam back down to under 20 million, 25.2 for Andre.
And I just want to reset the stakes here for a second because we have some folks joining us late. If we could just sort of catch everyone up on what's happened. We're heads up right now for EPT 100, Barcelona main event. There was a deal once we reached three-handed. So even though the original payouts were supposed to be 498,000 euros, 709,000 euros, 1.261 million euros, the final table deal ended in Hossein Ensan, who finished in third, taking better than third place money, 652,000 euros. Andre Letao and Sam Phillips chopped up the rest. Letao, 704,000, just over $1 million for Sam, 1,021,000, but they are playing for 90,000 euros still, heads up. And you can see that information scrolling along the bottom of your screen. Sam wants to know, are you guys streaming during UK IPT Isle of Man in a few weeks? Yes, Sam, there will be a stream, but no, it will be neither Matt nor myself. It'll be James Hardigan and Nick Wellthall from that event.
I thought that was Mark. Isn't that Mark and Nick?
I think it is James and Nick.
Okay.
So who's going to Florida? Who's doing that?
Me and James are going to Florida.
All right, Dan, I knew you were. I wasn't sure if James.
You going to Florida, Dominic?
I am not. I'm going to a different tournament. Yeah, I know.
Sam is raised up, min raise, 7-8 off, gets a call from the suited Queen Jacks of Andre Letal. 5-6 deuce, all spades. 1.7 million in the middle.
Horrible flop for Andre, obviously.
I've just realised I think I'm thinking about the UK IPT for Mark and Nick.
Yeah, the UK IPT Isle of Man.
Oh.
You mean UK IPT London?
London, sorry.
Maybe
That's
Mark and Nick.
Do you know, I can think of Mark answering a few people, but yeah, you're absolutely right. It's the UK IPT London. That is where it's Mark and Nick.
What do you think of George's? George's. I'm losing the ability to speak here, Matt.
What, the looky-likey?
The looky-likey here.
Yeah, he's got
Poochie.
It's not actually a long way off, to be honest.
Poochie from The Simpsons.
Poochie is looking a bit more with it than Andre right now. I think Andre is suffering, but yeah, it's not a long way off. Quick flash of the trophy, still up for grabs. Though the deal was done, still money to fight for, and of course the title and associated silverware. Whatever that was, it didn't matter. Oh. Unlucky. Pocket jacks for Andre. Didn't even get a sniff from Sam.
I sort of want to see him get dealt a hand like Ace-8 or something, because I want to know like in what his strategy is there. And I want to see if he limps that or that's to raise.
And
wow. Sorry, go on.
Heads up in the high roller. That's it. That's all I had to say.
Okay, well, I was going to say it's heads up in the high roller, so we're kind of we're good. I think everyone knows.
Did we cover it?
I think we did between us.
And obviously we've got Jason Mercier in the background. And I believe that's the Russian we mentioned before.
Ihar Soika.
That's the one. Thank you, Dominic.
Welcome to the team.
I've played with him a lot. I know who he is. And he's a very strong player.
It looks like he's pretty good at stacking chips.
Well-known online tournament player called OMG, it's Hunt, who's been crushing tournaments for quite a long time. So I'm not surprised to see him finally get his big breakthrough cash.
Oh, meanwhile,
he deserves it.
Yeah, look, these are the kind of hands you wanted to see Sam with. Ish. Min raise from Sam with the ace-9 off. Flat call from Letal with the king-queen off.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm saying I want to see Andre with this hand because I want to know if he limps it or decides to put it in his calling range. But yeah, Phillips has mostly just been playing raise and a lot of c-bets. I haven't seen Phillips limp yet, so.
Check from Andre brings out a bet of 800,000 from Sam.
Yeah, I like the bet. This is like definitely a spot where he should be betting small with his ace-9 because ace-9 is ahead of quite a lot of aces that Andre just calls, and it's ahead even more often simply because Andre is going to 3-bet his ace-jack or better, so he's not going to lose to an ace that check calls. So he's gonna get a clean suit of value on the flop. It's a good bet. And now he has no reason to bet. Betting here would just be outrageous, just turning a hand into a flop. That's very likely to be good.
Here comes some outrage.
Don't know what's going on, to be honest. I don't necessarily agree with this bet. You're not folding out better, and you're definitely not getting caught by worse. So, by definition, that's not when you want to bet. And Andre is out.
What a weak round of applause. Come on, everybody.
I thought you were going to say, what a week of poker, but it was the wrong spelling of week, yeah. It was not a wholehearted congratulatory applause.
Homophones.
What a week. Pair of shins.
And even though things very quickly went from 7 to 3-handed, it's been pretty slow going here, heads up, with no significant movement, a couple of changes in the chip lead. Other than that first double up hand, we haven't seen any giant pots.
Interesting to see again Litto raising the queen 6. So right now for his limps we've seen ace 10, 8-5, 9-4 suited, and only one really good hand so far. He decides to raise his queen 6, which is fine. Phillips here with a queen deuce. That's usually a call, but if your opponent is just raising strong hands, then it's probably a fold. But given that Leto has been sort of active, you should be calling there, and I don't like a 3-bet if that's what he's doing.
Winner, winner.
Yeah, the 3-bet. Right, the problem with 3-betting hands like queen deuce suited is, sorry, queen deuce off, which is even worse, is you're gonna get called by so many queens that just dominate you, and at this stack size depth, you're just gonna play for stacks, and that's a disaster. Because if you 3-bet your queen deuce and the board comes like queen 5-7 or something, you know, you're gonna put all your. Are you gonna put in all your chips? Are you not gonna put in all your chips? So sort of the right strategy for designing your 3-betting range is to do what Andre is doing and be polarized. Use your low cards and use your hands and make really strong hands. You want to be 3-betting 5-7 or like ace-jack, you know, like a queen deuce is just going to make too many problem hands, and it also, queen deuce also plays good for a call, so I don't see any merits in 3-betting.
There's been plenty of German winners on the EPT over the last season or two. We haven't had an American winner since Mohsen Shrania won the grand final at the end of season 8.
I kind of want to know what he folded there. Too bad.
Ace 5 suited there. I wanted to call.
What?
Ace 5 suited. I wanted to call.
Yeah.
City suit too.
I think I disagree. I would take the fold.
Can we take a break?
Ace 5 suited there.
No breaks.
What do you want to do?
Is there a break or is this without breaks? Is he had some with or without breaks?
Oh, there's a break,
that's
baby.
Cool because I need to get some fresh air, I guess.
Yeah, that's
too bad.
Probably what he's going to get.
Week of air conditioning.
Can really give you the sniffles when that AC is blowing on you.
Oh, yeah. And now the Jack 6 off. Being raised from Andre. Phillips looking down the barrel of Queen 5 suited.
Please don't 3-bet. Please don't 3-bet. That means call. Obviously, don't fold either.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say what I just said.
You're all right.
The only thing that I want to notice here is that he 3-bet smaller and that queen.
I think I got him wrong. He's really
a suited
just
queen is even more of a reason to just call.
Yeah, he's just messing
I took it probably wrong.
Yeah, it wasn't ill-natured.
I think he didn't even. If he wanted to say something mean, he more was talking to the whale than to me, I guess. So.
Yeah. He's just trolling a little bit.
Yeah, but it's a long day, so probably you understand sometimes things wrong. So.
Yeah, I feel you.
Just over 4.5 minutes left on this level before the guys do take a break. As it stands, it's 23.7 million for Sam, 21 for Andre. Queen 3 suited. Deja vu.
Those are actually pretty good hands heads up. You're raising the button there, Queen 3 suited. It's very far up.
And what of the 9-3 suited?
Yeah, that's more of a 3-bet than the Queen 3 suited.
Or a fold.
I disagree with a fold. I don't like. I just really hate folding. It's just You can out call or you out 3-bet or... Yeah, I would not fold there.
You're just making it up as you go along, Nietzsche. I know.
Always, that's my, you know, I just mix it up.
Also, I'm kind of wondering if Andre just wants to take an easy ride to the break because he's feeling rough.
Yeah, that could be it. Well,
I mean, if you are just trying to wait it out to the break, maybe playing a massive pot with 9 tray isn't you know,
not the way to do it
on your bucket list.
Right. I mean, like you can certainly just call. You know, like you're getting really good odds. You have a suited hand. Fair play to just call there. You know.
And a great comment from Roland saying, just when you think you get poker, Dominic turns up, make you realize you know nothing.
Sorry, buddy.
Just spin it on his head. Good luck to you. Good luck, everyone that thought they knew poker. Bye-bye.
Right, I mean, if there are any questions, I'm very happy to answer them all, obviously. It's just like the general idea is you want to be 3-betting a very polarized range, which means bad hand and good hands. And nothing that makes, like, weak top pairs, because that's usually very problematic to play.
Well, here we've got a snorting raise to 800,000.
That's one of the good hands.
That's one of the good ones. The ace-5 off, and now Phillips with the ace-king in the big blind.
Those are two of the good ones, actually. Sort of.
See, is this a situation where all of Sam's 3 bets actually now pays off in this instance because he's kind of done it a few times in a row and just got the instant fold?
Yes, for some reason, yes, because he's just been getting all these cards that I don't think were good 3 bets. But yeah, now it's gonna be getting paid off because maybe the whole psychology of Andre really wants to get into break, you know, and you can tell. Maybe he feels like he's getting picked on now because they're.
Yeah.
He's made it. I agree. He has made it quite obvious he wants to go to the break. And generally, Andre's playing pretty well, and he's picked a good hand to 4-bet with, and he's picked a good opponent. So I can't fault him for that play. But maybe the psychology behind it.
Is that going to be ruled a string bet?
That's
right
the
there?
string bet, right?
Did he say anything?
Okay, so we are. Yeah, I was like, what the fuck?
It's actually probably going to save him some money.
Yeah.
Wow. Not seen that for a while.
Let's just hope he doesn't decide to go crazy on the flop.
It's tough when you need to use one hand to hold your hoodie up. You only have one hand to push chips in the middle.
Yeah, and then you have these big stacks. It's tough. Yeah. See, this is extremely interesting simply because Sam knows he was about to get 4-bet, right? As this is a very weird spot.
Now, if you know you're about to get 4-bet, how do you feel about ace-king? Do you love it?
Oh, I'm loving it.
Well, now you're loving it.
I'm loving it before simply.
Even then, you're not worried that he's got jacks or queens or kings?
Yeah, it's in your mind, yes, but at the same time you're like, well, he wants to 4-bet me, that means he's very polarized, that means he has very few queens in his range. It probably means he never has a hand like queen 10, queen 9, queen jack, like these sort of hands. It also means that he doesn't have any kind of Broadway hands that could have made a king. So what Phillips knows is that he's up against jacks, queens, kings, aces, or ace 5, king 5, like some sort of bluffs. And yeah, Phillips is playing it really well by checking the turn. I agree with that play. Really good. Flop check, excellent. Very and it looks like he's about to win a big pot.
Yeah, 4.6 million in the middle, and now Andre successfully makes the bet that he actually wants to make, which is 2 million on the nose.
And this will be the last hand of this level.
Which is also a bet I think he could have saved. I would like to see him bet the flop, maybe. Yeah, I'd like to see him bet the flop, actually.
And Dominic, just the move here is just call, right?
Yeah,
always.
Absolutely.
Also eating into the break that Andre really wanted. bit of psychology accidentally, perhaps. No, that's not the kind of guy Sam is. It's the kind of guy I am. I'd be thinking about that. I would max out, letting this guy go blow his nose all day long.
Or you could be trying to play as many hands as possible and just play super fast.
Also true.
If the guy's not feeling his best, that's sort of what I would be trying to do. But
yeah.
Yeah, Phillips, you're gonna call again, and that's very well played because you can expect Andre to bet his kings. The 3 is also not the greatest card for Phillips, because if Andre somehow had ace-3, it would have now gotten there, but it's just one hand.
Yeah,
something
you're going to worry about one specific hand, you're
right,
kind of in trouble.
He's obviously not folding. The play here is to check call, and
yeah, this is going to really give, well, assuming this goes the way we expect here, which it certainly looks like it is, this is going to give Sam a rather nice flip position to come back.
Yeah.
Is he going to make this?
It just looks like Andre is just drafting one hand, and Phillips has exactly that hand.
How much? 3, 4, 6, 8.
Wait, what? How much did you got? Yeah.
Makes a call, wants to see it too.
Yeah, I think. Let me think. It's no problem.
So what is he thinking about?
No, he's
showing his hand?
Oh.
Anyway, Phillips wins the pot. We're on break.
That was interesting.
You guys, let me think. Just let me think.
Do I want to show? Do I want to mark? Did I have a 3? You had a 4. Could have been a 3.
Ah, 3 to 4 bet. You might get carried away.
What?
Sam Phillips, by the way, after that pot, now up to 32 million.
You tried to 4-bet me.
Yeah, I wanted to.
It might have got in there, huh?
What?
No, I wanted to 4-bet, and then there was a mistake, and so I over-leveled me into the hands. Like, my range looked pretty so.
Yeah, you might have got cheap if you're gonna go with a pre.
Yeah, if I betted him. I don't know.
What is he talking about? Those.
I don't know. Ich weiß nicht, ob ich das mit dem Missgriff bettet.
Well, let's take a look at how this leaves things after that.
Habt ihr das gesehen?
It is Andre Latal now finds himself behind. He's got 12,925,000. Sam Phillips has got 31.9 million. We're going to take a 16-minute break, return and catch up for more from the main event of the PokerStars.net EPT Barcelona.
I don't know. Let's see.
This one's going to be tough.
It's in Monaco. Everyone's dressed in, suits.
Jeez, probably hundreds.
And I'd gotten this, new pair of shorts, half a size too small or something like that.
Getting bluffed by Ole a few minutes ago is pretty embarrassing. Anytime you make a mistake, it's embarrassing.
I got rivered, and I wasn't happy about it.
Sat down at the table, and my shorts just completely ripped.
And I sort of had all these chips in front of me, and I just kind of went, "Ugh!" And chips flew everywhere. Production had to stop. Everyone's like, what the hell?
Walk out of the room trying to hide the fact that my shorts were ripped off.
And then I just started laughing to myself because I realized how loony that was.
That's probably the most embarrassing.
Tom Middleton being railed by Toby Lewis, who may have a stake in Mr. Middleton's action.
It's an absolutely great feeling to be this deep in a tournament and have your friends show up to rail you, I assume.
Blinds 20,000 and 40,000 with a 5,000 ante. Ace-Jack for Pasi Sormanen.
I like the way Posse peels his cards. It's like they're telling him a little story. Ace, Jack.
And from under the gun, he will raise. Makes it 80,000.
He's played it great so far.
Action folded around to Tom Middleton. 9-10 suited on the button. He calls. Preston Nielsen has king-queen in the big blind. He calls as well. We're going three-way to the flop.
Everyone's playing it great so far. Shame two of them have to lose.
Well, Middleton flops best. He's got top pair.
Check.
Nielsen checks.
Posse could continue or just check here, out of position to the guy with all the chips.
Check. He does check.
And once Posse checks, Tom's probably going to feel as if he's got the best hand here a lot.
Into a pot of 290,000, he bets 175k. Nielsen folds.
Yeah, boy.
Sorman check raises to 425,000.
We've seen Posse get a little check raise happy on the flop a few times this tournament.
You start with like 2.5.
Yeah, more or less.
And I'm not a huge fan of this check raise. In order to have top pair beat here, you have to be playing your hand terribly. Why would you ever not continue with a big hand?
Middleton calls.
Excellent call.
King of clubs on the turn.
That's an overcard to Middleton's pair. Posse's picked up an actual draw now.
Looks like he'll continue his aggressive line. He bets 450,000.
That's defo a scare card for Tom. But this bet might look awfully bluffy.
450.
Middleton calls.
Two nice calls.
2 million in the middle. Solomon has 1.7 behind. 5 on the river. Middleton still with the best hand.
Is Posse going to give up, or is he going to run this bluff right off the rails?
I'm on.
He shoves.
Gotta give Posse credit. He has gone for it. And I think Tom's decision here rests mostly on the turn card. If Posse had been raising the flop with an air ball, there's a pretty good chance the king hit him. Sure, he could have been check raising bottom pair, but I think like NASCAR, this is all about the turn. If the turn card were anything but Broadway, this bluff works never.
Good bluff.
Midi folds.
He's got to show the bluff.
I think so too.
Well, I would take a half a dozen Creston Nielsen celebrations over one bluff slam the cards down.
You had ace-10 on yours.
No, I never ace-10.
But you had 10, right?
Cool story, bro.
The Finnish guy opened under the gun, and I was on the button with 9-10 of hearts. We were both quite deep, so I decided to call and see a flop. Flop top pair, and both players checked me, so I bet to try and take it down to like protection and some value. The big blind folded, and the original raiser check raised. At that point, I thought I probably had the best hand still. I decided to call and see what came on the turn. Well, the king is a bad card for me because obviously he could have king, queen, ace, king, all those sort of cards. But at the same time, I think if he's bluffing, he's going to continue with his bluff. 450. But when it came down to 5, I thought that was a card that he isn't going to try bluff.
I'm all in.
It's really hard for him to have a value hand there. I was inclined to think he was bluffing, but at the same time, it's a lot of chips deep in the tournament. Like, I can only beat him like losing his head, and that's what he had done, and I folded. Good bluff.
I think so too.
I could still fold and have 2.8 million deep in an EPT, which is still a great shot. Whereas if I called and got it wrong, I'd have been shot and I'd have been gutted.
That's a great question.
It's kind of tough. I mean,
Oh, man.
The person I'd least like to share a room with is Mike Matiso. I warned my buddy Eric Lingren a while ago. He was sharing a room, and I go, "You're not going to like that." He got a new room like 18 hours later. Yeah, Mike doesn't stop talking, ever.
Daniel. He'd drive me insane.
Holy shit, I got bumps on my arm now.
He never stops talking.
Could be Phil Lack also, just because he talks all the time. So it'd be tough just actually be able to sleep, because I mean he'd probably be talking in his sleep and stuff like that. So you'd just wake up like, why the hell is he talking right now?
Probably one of my good friends, Dan O'Brien, just because we've shared a room so many times, and the last time we did, he was snoring like crazy, and I told him I'll never room with him again.
I better not answer that one.
George 95 Lind is the definition of an online poker veteran. He started playing Limit Hold'em on the world's first online poker site. 9 years later, he discovered the PokerStars VIP Club and transitioned to sit-and-goes where he achieved tremendous success. George uses online poker to travel the world, be his own boss, and most importantly, to support his growing family.
My name is George Lind. I go by the screen name George95 on PokerStars. My main game is Hyper Turbo Sit and Goes. The main stakes I play is anywhere between $100 and $3,500 sit and goes, just whatever goes. Right now, I would guess I average maybe 100,000 sit and goes a year, but I don't really know for sure. Before poker, I was in college studying computer science, and I planned on being, a computer programmer. I enjoyed programming in college, but then once I had a job, I didn't enjoy it at all. I spent a lot of time at work actually thinking about poker and writing poker programs and stuff like that, which probably should have told me back then that maybe working as a programmer as a job wasn't necessarily for me. I discovered poker in 1998 at a casino in Arizona. I fell in love with it from the beginning. I won my first session somehow, even though I really had no clue what I was doing. I played like 3-6, 4-8 Limit Hold'em for about 6 months. I moved up to like 20-40 Limit Hold'em. Within a year, I was playing pretty big mixed games like 1, 200, 200, 400. Well, my main attraction to poker, especially at the time, was just being able to work for myself. I enjoyed the aspect that how hard I work at it directly affected how much I make at poker. While in my programming job, I felt like whether I work hard, don't work at all, the company's going to do the same thing. I'm going to make the same amount of money, so what's my incentive? Kind of like an office space kind of thing. Once I realized I was winning 3 months' salary in one night, it just made financial sense to quit my job and play poker full time.
We had actually met in a singles group, and it was set up like group activities. So you would just pick and choose which activities you went to, and then whoever showed up were the people that you would interact with. And we kind of knew that things were developing between us. So we kind of somehow got off by ourselves and ended up going to a movie, which was The Incredibles. Yeah, that was our first date. Before I met George, I didn't know very much about poker at all. Occasionally, I would watch a tournament on TV, and I didn't understand the concept at all. All I saw was a group of guys sitting at a table with these big stacks of chips. And in my mind, I'm like, just walk away. Just take your chips and leave. I didn't understand that they paid an entry fee, and that's truly all they are losing in the tournament. So that was the extent of my awareness of poker, really.
I think she was a little scared of me playing poker at first because it's not like your common job.
I think I was leery of getting involved with a poker player because I just didn't understand how someone could earn a living consistently in a gaming environment. I assumed there were huge fluctuations, like good months and then terrible months. I didn't think there could be a consistent balance there. The connection between us was strong enough that I felt I had to give that good consideration because I thought there was some longevity there. And then ultimately, I had to ignore my fears and see where things went and just give it a chance. So that's what I did. And obviously I'm glad because I'm pretty happy with the way things have turned out. You like Flynn? Which one's your favorite?
This one's fit. Yeah, oops. I fit. I'm not fit.
Yay! I think we always knew we'd have children. I was a little scared to, but I knew that I wanted to, I guess. It's just one of those things that you know, once you have a child, you can't ever go back, really. So I was just scared to do it. But, you know, since I've had him, it's been, you know, definitely been a blessing.
Cooper! Cooper, where are you?
Life has changed immensely since having a child, and even for all of its challenges, it's certainly enriched my life much more. And looking forward to the 2 that are coming, for sure. As scary as that is.
Well, we already knew we were having twins, but we found out yesterday there'll be 2 girls. So Cooper will have 2 little sisters, and now he'll always be my favorite son. Because we're done after that. Yeah, I'm probably one of a small handful of people who have a wife and kid and still grind Supernova Elite. It gives you something to work for in a way. Like, it makes me want to be able to provide for everyone, obviously. I'm not just working for myself, I'm working for my whole family now.
Since meeting George, I have experienced immense amount of travel, primarily because of the points that he earns online. I would say a lot of his tournaments that he participates in overseas, we tend to turn into vacations.
We just went on a cruise that was paid for by PokerStars because I got 10 million lifetime points.
The unique thing, over and above just being able to go to these places, is the fact that we can spend 2 or 3 weeks in these locations, which is just huge. It's been an incredible experience.
I think the secret to my success is just the fact that I can stay motivated and that I put a lot of work into it. And I'm never satisfied with how good I am. I always want to get better at it. Like, I feel like the theoretical best player is so much better than where I am now that, I mean, I could play the rest of my life and I'll never be anywhere near that. There's just so much gap between what is quote-unquote perfect play and where any player is right now. And poker's been a blessing for me as far as being able to live the life I want to live. We've been able to travel around the world, and we live in a great city now that I never would have imagined 10 years ago that I would ever live in. And I feel very fortunate that I get to play a game that I fell in love with for a living.
Now he's weary and so dizzy from the fun that keeps him busy. With one last spin, he pours the load. He's ready now to leave the road. He takes a bath, gets shiny bright, pulls up his chute, turns off his light, cuts his engine, slows his drum, and dreams sweet dreams of twirly fun.
How many pubs in London?
800. That close?
I'm going to be so wrong.
Yeah, that's a question that can make me look very stupid.
Wait.
I'll go with 8,500 pubs.
20,000. Is that ridiculous?
No, it can't be that many.
You're laughing at me.
I mean, that's a lot of bellies you need to fill. 11.2 thousand.
10,000?
10,000? I think it's over 10,000. 10,000.
What? Am I supposed to be just guessing or what?
My guess is there are 651 pubs in London.
7,000 pubs.
What? Jeez, you alcoholics.
Serving up a bad batch, too much bacon on it. Bacon on it, bacon on it. Assalamu alaikum. Got it, lost it, got it, spent it, got it. Now I'm back to ballin', 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 ballin'. Whoa.
Hello and welcome back to Barcelona and the heads-up battle on the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour here in our 100th European Poker Tour main event. Greg the Sound Guy takes centre stage as we return for level 37 of the tournament. Greg, what are you doing?
Everyone gets their 15 minutes of fame. Now, there's something we need, some players. I'm going to just throw that out there. This is never going to get resolved without two humans.
Well, there's one of them, Andre Letal. Sam Phillips will be coming to the stage shortly, and right now he has the advantage. Stacks as we go into the 250, 500,000 blind level. 31.8 million for Phillips. Letal here playing just shy of 13 million. A huge decisive hand for the break, Matt.
Yeah. I mean, recapping this whole heads-up moment, you know, Sam came in with real small stack compared to Andre, and then managed to get himself back into the lead. Then actually lost the lead slightly. They played for a fair few hands with very equal stacks, and then, yeah, that one big decisive hand at the end there, the Andre didn't even want to show it at the end, put Sam up nearly 32 million versus the near 30 million of Andre.
So as we go to this new blind level, it's 64 big blinds against 26 big blinds. By the way, he's Matt Broughton, I'm James Hartigan. We still have Dominic Nitcher in the booth with us.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Hanging on, ready to blow your minds when it comes to what you thought was the heads-up strategy you loved and understood. Don't forget any questions, hashtag EPT Live to get to us in the booth, or you can email nuts@pokerstars.tv. Details top right of your screen.
So these are uncharted waters, by the way. I know there was some controversy over the 200, 400 blind level, and we did actually hit that level in Barcelona last year. I am pretty confident. I'm going to 95% on this one.
It's good for me. It's good for me. I'm all in.
That we've never played 255. And I'm 99.9% certain that we've never played 300, 600, which we will get to if we're still going in 90 minutes' time.
Good luck. You too, buddy. Sort of what do you expect of the biggest EPT ever, I'd say, right? It's by far the biggest ever.
Well, of course, PCA a few years ago, 2011.
Oh, right, yeah.
That did have 1560, so a very similar field.
Okay, but PCA has a different structure.
Only slightly different, but also the PCA plays so much faster. People play like maniacs in the PCA.
Because they're on holidays, right? That explains my PCA results, at least.
It's that classic excuse, Dominic.
Yeah.
I wanted to be on the beach. That's why I spewed.
Yep, and on the lazy river we go.
So here we go. Hand 167 of the final table. Phillips raising with King 7.
Sam, where's the 2 million? Okay.
He's off into his hoodie.
I fold.
Folds his 9-3 off.
Oh,
a misclick with the raise sizing.
But I got 3-9 off. Oh.
Probably, yeah. No.
Well, I was thinking about
Be interesting to see if Andre is feeling better. He was certainly suffering just before the break and very keen to get to it. Had a chance to gather himself.
Sam, where's the 2 million?
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Okay.
Best slow-mo ever.
Have you been privy to any of the speed-up versions of the replay?
Oh, no, I haven't had one of those yet.
Well, I think we're going to have to line one of those up for James, because they're just as good. We could get that same clip, only like perhaps 3 times as fast as nature intended. Just suggesting.
By the way, Michael Josem has submitted a new Josem Posem in honour of a member of our team. Real good work by Graphical Nick. When it comes to pickies, he is slick. Even though he has never seen, he has big impact upon das screen.
Wow. And it's sort of the language that kids can understand as well. Very cool. Natural.
8-6 against 9-6 here.
Yeah, I like to call here.
Joseph is missing out on one of those blind levels where he can very easily work out everyone's stacks and how many big blinds they got. He's going to be kicking himself when he realizes that maths just got easy.
So, top pair for Phillips. Or second pair rather for Phillips, and bottom pair for Letal. But also Letal with that diamond draw. Board gets straightier on the turn.
The check by Leto I'm not a big fan of. I think you can start betting there quite comfortably. Turn check though, I like the turn check. That's a good play. And that's just truly an awful river for Andre.
Both players now with 2-pair. Suffice to say, Phillips with the better 2-pair.
Phillips gonna bet here. Roughly like 50 to 60% of the pot, I think, seems like a good bet. It's very unlikely Andre has a 10, so his 2-pair is sort of a very strong hand here. I wouldn't call it the nuts, because it's possible for Andre to have improved to a stronger 2-pair, but you can think you have the best hand here if you have 9-6. So easy bet by Phillips.
Yep, that's exactly what he does.
Rodosfort on Twitter says, "Come on, Sam, watching from the UK, watching till the end."
See, with this bet sizing he picked there, it looks like Andre's hand has just turned into a bluff catcher. Maybe I would have preferred a smaller sizing on his part, because this looks like he's sort of polarizing himself.
Yeah.
In a spot where he shouldn't be polarizing himself, because he's looking to gain thin value, and then he's bet so big that he's making the guy fold the one hand that's just slightly worse. And that's always a disaster when that happens.
We've got a tweet from a Dominic with a C to the Dominic with a K in the booth. What do you think the odds are of this heads-up match lasting another 2 hours?
Stacks are like, what, 40 big blinds? It's likely. 40 big blinds is kind of hard, kind of a big stack. But at the same time, Andre has been showing that he's under the weather. He's sick. He's not feeling well. So Andre is clearly not playing his best. So right now, if I had to guess, I'd feel like this is going to be over soon, and Andre's gone if he doesn't.
Do we have this?
If it doesn't improve. But yeah, it's certainly possible. It could go on for like 3-4 more hours easily.
Yay!
Yay! More heads-up poker.
As long as you're here, we'll take it.
Yeah.
Hope you didn't have any plans.
I do not actually.
Bingo.
Flights. Yeah, I got a flight at noon tomorrow, so.
You might just make it.
No, I'll definitely make it.
We actually have a new rule on EPT Live, is when a pro comes into the booth during heads-up play, we literally handcuff them to their seat.
Oh no, I love it. It's so much fun to do it. It's fine. It's action all the time, and it's not like nine-handed play where I have to explain why someone can't play a hand because of ICM pressure or something.
Yeah.
Heads-up is just a very pure form of poker.
And a quick reminder on your screen as well of the deal that was done.
Yes.
That means that Sam is already guaranteed over €1 million here, and Andre guaranteed the 704,058.
Well, we said thank you to a couple of members of our team earlier on, and here they are celebrating the end of a 9-day festival. Pete the floor man, Joe the cameraman. They've been covering the floor, including our world famous bubble coverage over the last few days. Hats off to those two.
Yeah, they certainly earned their crust just in the bubble coverage alone. Never mind looking for the worst dress and catching all the big hands bouncing around the room. Just to conclude what I was saying, it's an extra 90,000 euros these are playing for, as well as being lifted high on the shoulders of everyone and celebrated as the champion here at EPT 100. 8-9 suited on the button, and it's a complete from Andre Letal. Queen 10 off Sam.
The complete here is also interesting again because we've before seen him call with hands like 9-4 suited, 8-5 off, and an ace-10. So the 9-8 is just suited, is just a completely different kind of hand. He's limping now.
Eight deuce 6, 2 diamonds down. Top pair for Letal.
Then again, he only has 20 big blinds now, which I've just noticed, so that makes this a much better limp. So I actually like this limp. At this stack size depth, you can... I'd certainly start by mixing in some limps.
I hope he boils that hoodie when he gets home, because that literally is probably the most germ-ridden piece of garment we're going to find in here. No offense.
He calls the 500k.
Burn it. 2.1 million in the middle as the turn brings a third diamond, the jack.
Obviously that sees Phillips pick up a gut shot. Latau does not want to improve to 2-pair on the river. Aina has a quick question for you, Dominic. What's the longest heads up you've played?
In a live tournament, probably about 2 hours, I think. And yeah, it's heads up for a title. And online, heads up cash game matches for 4 or 5 hours on over 2 or 3 tables for sure.
Phillips has bet 1.15 million here.
Yeah, that's the thing. He probably doesn't want to give up on this turn because now he feels like he has a draw and he has to bet because he doesn't want to check fold. But the problem is he has a pretty weak draw with only the queen being a card. I think it's a good bet, but I also wouldn't bet the flop. I would check the flop. So I feel like if you bet the flop, then you're going to end up making quite a lot of weak hands on the turn like this one, where you're not sure what to do, and that's the problem.
Here's something I don't get. Here's something I don't get. Every time you count out the chips and they're all in a nice pile, and then you give them to the dealer and then throw them all out, and they have to immediately put them up. You'd think after a few hours that you'd realize that actually just put them out. What is it that you gain by flamboyantly spraying them out just for the dealer to have to stack them back up
I have
again?
a lot of things I can complain about that are worse than that.
I'm sure, but it's just
worse.
one weird thing.
But it's funny you bring it up, Matt, because Neil Johnson, our head of live poker operations, one of the things he always comes back to is that PCA final table that we referenced earlier on, where Galen Hall was playing heads up against Chris Oliver. They both had this very splashy betting style, and they actually worked out how much time off the tournament clock these guys had cost themselves by the dealer having to restack and count their bets.
Really?
And basically they lost almost an entire level over the course of that final table.
Wow, I mean, especially in, like we've mentioned it a few times, Mickey Peterson's blog about helping the dealers, and that just seems to be a real no-brainer for me. Like, why? You've got them in front of you already in a nice stack, so you know what they are. So why not just push that forward?
I seriously put I
thought I had the 10 of diamonds.
Check on the river. And the pot gets shipped to Latau.
Oh, okay.
So this heads-up battle continues, but it is all over in the high roller tournament.
Flop is close, I guess.
Ihar Soika wins the trophy and 747,000 euros. Jason Mercier, the runner-up. Second year in a row that a member of Team PokerStars Pro has come second in the 10K high roller. Only this time round it was a record-breaking event, the biggest ever field we've seen in a high roller on the EPT.
Yeah, what else is interesting, I'm not sure if you guys heard him say that, but Sam actually said, I thought I had the 10 of diamonds.
Yes.
And that would make us play a whole lot better. Because then he'd also had a flush draw, which is a huge bonus at this point, and yeah. It's easy to make a mistake like that if you've been playing all day, so can't really blame him for that. It happens to everyone.
I think a lot of people optimistically assume that we've entered the final furlong. The thank you messages have started coming in. The Reflector says, thanks guys for the amazing coverage this week. Always glad when it all starts again. In 15 minutes I'll have to go and get some sleep. That's why he's sending the message.
Right.
He's had enough. He's tuning out. So is it a school night? A lot of people are going to work tomorrow.
No, I don't know. I just think, how can you leave now? You've been with us for so long. You've put in all the groundwork, and now here, at the payday, now you've suddenly got to go to bed?
That's what I told myself at PCA, and then I was there for another 6 hours. It was insane. It was the craziest final table ever.
So a raise from Phillips, a call from Latau, and ace jack 5 all heart flop. Phillips with second pair, Latau with a small flush draw. Trips now for Phillips.
Yeah, I like the turn check by Andre. It's very good. You don't want to be betting into the jack because the jack is a very, very huge part of Phillips' check back range on the flop. So yeah, you just want to fold. And also, it goes back to what I was saying earlier about being polarized. So don't bet your king highs. Your king high might actually win at showdown. And now you should probably just fold. Yeah.
Sean Hoy tweets, "Go Sam Phillips. I know him very indirectly." Sean describes himself as a virtual railbird and points out that Sam has 1 million locked up.
Thanks.
32.8 million, plays just shy of 12 million now. Bit of a groan from Andre. Is he feeling the pressure?
Does Rail look like they're feeling the pressure? Not as active, not as vocal as they were a couple of hours ago.
All the batteries are running dry.
To be fair, he did tell them to calm down.
Yeah.
Ace Jack for Latau. And here's a question: if this heads-up battle is still going in 75 minutes' time, if we play into level 38, will we colour up the yellow chips? Will we actually see a heads-up battle with only one denomination in play?
What a scary thought.
These are the random things that keep me entertained and amused.
No, I
heads-up
understand.
battle.
I've just never seen that. It was even shocking to me at this point. It's like, wait.
All black on the table.
Can we just introduce something bigger? Plex or something? Plex are...
I love the Plex. I'm with you there. I'm all over that.
Those should be the million chips or something. I don't know. Plex are cool. And yeah, I mean, I try not to be too harsh on people. The King 7 3-bet here is just no good for. That just doesn't make any sense at all, because your King 7 is very much ahead of the button's opening range, and now you're turning it into a bluff playing 20 big blinds where you can't really do anything if the guy goes all in. And if he goes all in, you've wasted a really good hand. A hand that can see a flop and make two strong pairs. You can make a king or a 7. So all in all, calling this so much better with King 7, and you've just completely wasted your hand. You might as well have had like a 9-3 suited.
It's how shoves and gets a fold.
Pretty much as you said, is as it was.
And Direflexer has reconsidered his position, Matt. He says, "You're right. I'm staying till the end. Sleep is for the weak."
Exactly.
Coffee!
Exactly. There are ways around these problems.
That's the spirit.
Welcome back.
What you have about? Oh, I will take a look. 8. What much? 14? 14, 15, something. 13, 15. I'm big blind.
What is that you have just tweeted?
Ah! Well,
if you want some, I have some upstairs.
Really?
Yes.
No,
Well,
I don't. I genuinely want no part of this.
Well,
what?
You know, I kind of have a bit of a reputation for going off on these wild walks where if I've got a bit of time in my hand, I will just disappear into a city I don't understand for 5 to 6 hours.
I mean, I don't have the meat cone, but I have the actual ham. It's much better than the meat in there, just saying.
This is what I encountered today. And ordinarily, if anyone's heard much of our broadcast, you know this is the kind of thing I would have made into a 3-hour-long competition, but we've got to focus on our heads up. So I just wanted to share it. It's one of the things I had on my journeys.
It's an ice cream cone filled with ham.
Meat cone.
It's not actually an ice cream cone I had. It's a paper cone.
I know. But you know, the effect is much the same. I would have been saying, what's the incredible flavoured cone that I saw today? And people have been going mint, chocolate, licorice, strawberry. It would have gone for hours. We would have given away card protector. I thought, do you know what?
Come on.
Meanwhile, a race to a 1 million from Mr. Phillips.
And another hand that should just be calling, I feel like.
You think they're just overplaying these hands?
I feel like they're 3-betting for no reason. Like,
Or do you think they just want to try and get this to a conclusion?
Sort of, and just... You can also argue that they're underplaying the hands in a way.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, like they see a good hand and then they turn it into a bluff, but
Yeah.
it would make a fine flat call.
Yeah. So they're over-betting a hand, over-betting a hand, and therefore not even getting to really like exploit it and play it through.
Yeah, like they're not using their hand to their full potential.
He's losing his mind. He is losing his mind. Yeah, that's it. You know you're in trouble when you lose a pot and all you can do is bark.
Dominic, I know you've covered this already. The fact that you've played against these guys and do play against these guys online. What games are they normally playing online?
High stakes tournaments.
Right.
That's what both of these guys are known for, and that's where they've had a lot of success. None of these guys are cash game players or play very much heads up, as far as I know. So like, if you see a few things here and there that are a bit weird to me, or other more experienced heads up players, that's probably why. You know, they're really strong players, but heads up poker is completely different, and it's very hard to completely change your game.
And 174 begins.
Meatco. Again, just check it out. Hashtag EPT Live. Welcome to Barcelona.
Bless Seth. My eyes are starting to hurt a little after watching since 4 o'clock, but I can't stop now.
See, another at 10-5 I would also call, because it's pretty fine hand to see the flop. 10s are strong pairs if they make them, and yeah. Looks like nobody's listening to me though, so I'm just gonna stop.
Well, they can't
hear you.
because number one, they don't have access to the stream. Number
Right.
two, they'd hear you an hour after you'd actually given them that advice.
Right, okay. Maybe they can still use it in an hour, we don't know. But yeah, I think the 10-5 wasn't that bad. It's just the King-7 was a much worse 3-bet and a much better call.
Well, Phillips still has a 2-1 chip lead over Latau. 30 million plays 14.
Can still hear Andre snorting out there. He's clearly not having a great time. Joking aside, if you spend this long surrounded by hundreds of men playing poker in air-conditioned environments, I think we've all at some point had a bit of a sniffle in the last week or so.
Matt, tell me about it. I've had the lurgy for the last 3 days and it's not pleasant.
Yep, I had it for the first couple of days when I got here. It's still not disappeared.
It's so cold in the tournament room, I feel like I'm kind of getting a sick cold as well, and it's just... Yeah,
1 second, please.
sometimes it's just way too cold in there.
Very hard to get it right.
It is, it's impossible.
Yeah.
Some people like it too cold, and then on one side it's warm and the other one is really freezing cold.
Yeah.
So what do we have? We have a raise, and we should have a raise and a call, I think. It's pretty clear.
And again, so this is the same logic. King was just too strong to miss playing through the...
Oh yeah, I mean, like, a king is a lot stronger than a jack even, you know, it makes... Yeah.
But would be wasted if you 3-bet and then...
Definitely wasted if you 3-bet, yeah.
So we see a flop, which is 6-4 deuce.
Oh.
Top pair for Phillips, second pair for Latau.
That could be very expensive for Andre. Very expensive. Potentially tournament ending even, because the stacks are so short.
Phillips continues.
For Andre's sake, we just gotta hope for like a 7 or a 5 or something. Something that makes the board a lot more connected, so where you can actually get away from this. But if this... If that turns a brick, he's gonna end up calling another big bet, and yeah, it's gonna be tough. You can also note Phillips' sizing here, which I don't really like. It's less than his pre-flop raise, and it's just generally not something I like to do. I like to bet around half the pot, a bit bigger even, like 55% to 60%.
Jack on the turn, Phillips still ahead.
Yeah, Phillips should be betting here 100% of the time with the Queen 6. Queen 6 is in fact the monster on this board. Now, I talk a lot about how important a kicker is in that spot, and it really is. If if you have a 6-7 there, you still want to bet it, but you can't really bet it for 3 streets because you're losing to a lot of other 6s. Now, with your queen 6, you beat almost all of the 6s. So a bet here is mandatory.
Well, it looks like he's going to give you your wish. 3.9 million in the middle. At least Sam does put them out in a nice tower, so we get to find out what it is nice and quick. 2.25 million.
A tower of after-dinner mints.
Yum. To wash down your meat cone. I'm thinking about taking that back to the UK. I don't know if they've got a franchise deal, but I think there's a market for it, especially at beer festivals. Meat cone. See, simple. Keep it simple.
I love the way Dominic's nodding along here. You know,
I bought the ham.
He's there.
I bought the ham today. I was there.
Germans love meat.
Yes. I just came from that place where they sell that. I had dinner right next to it.
Well, we've already had the Mickey Peterson apple slicer on the show this week. Maybe we have the Dominic.
Mickey loves that apple slicer.
He loves that. So you could be the face of Meat Cone.
Oh, yeah.
Dominic says, this is great ham.
It is great ham.
Jawohl.
Latau calls. We go to the river with 8.4 million in the middle.
I went to the market today and spent 50 euros on ham.
They are. He is the perfect front for Meat Cone. Meatcone.uk.
Oh! King on the river, 2 pair for Latau.
Oh, so this is how Latau doesn't lose this hand. Yeah, that also makes sense. I was just going to say, like, how does he not lose a lot of chips? This is how.
Very quick check. Sets the trap.
Should Phillips bet a 6 here?
That's such an interesting spot, actually. No, he should not.
Will he take the showdown value?
Yeah, has Andre missed an opportunity here? Or is this the only way you get paid there is if your opponent takes another shot?
Yeah, I mean, like, he should be checking there, I think. Because if he doesn't check, then he has a problem where, you know, he doesn't have enough strong hands to call a bet in the end. So that's very tough. So I don't see a point in ever leading the river, and I think checking there is completely fine. The question is, should Phillips bet here? And that's actually very interesting. And I think the problem with betting there is a lot of hands make 2 pair on the river and heads up, because ranges are so wide, you know, like a deuce king is certainly in there, a king 4 is in there, and a jack 6 would also be in there, or a jack 4. So actually, there are so many 2 pairs in Andre's range that I don't think he could be betting there with the queen 6. I think this is too thin.
Well, it would appear that a thin value bet is coming.
I mean, it's also possible that Andre just doesn't have many combos of it, but he could have a jack X suited or a king X of hearts. Like, you could also be calling just with a king jack off on the flop with 1 heart, or, you know, like quite a few hearts, like a queen jack with 1 heart. Those kind of hands that he does have quite a few jacks there. So I think the bet with the 6 there is just too ambitious, and he's going to get called, obviously. But, you know, Andre would have folded his 4 if he had ace 4 or something.
That's a bet of 3.35 million.
If I were Andre in that spot, the worst thing I'd be calling with is probably something like 4 deuce. Like some sort of... No, that's not true. Hang on. I'd probably call with... No, 4 deuce doesn't make sense. I'd call with a jack.
I'm all in.
Wow, he check raises all in.
I'm not sure about that. But just saying the worst thing I would call with would be like a jack. Yeah.
Look at the way Phillips is staring at him.
What are you staring for, man?
Does not compute.
Oh, kings and 4s?
Spot on.
Bingo!
A little bit too late.
Yeah.
What does she have?
Kings and 4s. Oh, sorry.
Said how much?
Yeah, that would be a really bad thing to miss here, wouldn't it? Just snap answer. Kings 4s. Oh. Started the hand with 14.3 million.
So there's another 6.8 to call.
See, I don't think that he can call there. What is he what does he think he's bluffing with there? I don't even see any reasonable bluffs for Andre to show up with. He has so many two-pair combinations there that I think it's just a fold.
Man, putting himself through the ringer here just doesn't seem to make much sense.
Six, 4, 4. Hang on. Yeah, those probably go all in pre-flop. Is stack size? No, they don't. Yeah.
Phillips folds. Bunch of loud Germans and David Yan.
I thought the lad with the hat had fallen then. I really thought he'd just gone. As it was, he was just leaning down to smash into the holding.
He was one of the people I was talking about when I said I ran into some drunk Germans on the way here.
Right,
that was that guy. I saw him.
And look at this. It's almost even.
Ooh.
Phillips with the slight advantage over Latau.
Yeah.
We're good.
That was... He was drunk. He could not walk anymore. For those that didn't recognize him, that's Christopher Frank, who final tabled EPT London last year. Very good player. Had a really good EPT here as well. And today he just had a little bit too much to drink.
Well, here's a couple of questions for Dominic Nietzsche. This one from Dan Smith. Hey Dominic, who's the bigger baller out of Martin Finger and Ola Shemian? Hashtag Phil Bort's in a league of his own.
Depends on how you define baller. I feel like Martin Finger has a lot more gamble in him than Ola. But that's because I've known Martin Finger a lot longer.
Question, has Ola Shemian ever broken into a kebab shop in the middle of the night?
No, see, that's why.
Martin Finger wins.
See, Martin Finger has done this, he's punched Jonathan Duhamel in the face, you know.
You can't get more baller than that. And still, to this day, no one is 100% sure why.
Yeah.
Diego Thomas has a more serious question. Dominic, in your opinion, who is the best heads-up player, cash game-wise and sit-and-go-wise?
WCG Ryder for heads-up cash and Dan Coleman for heads-up sit-and-goes. Yes, boring answer. Sorry, guys. But they are really just the best.
I'm gonna know soon. What? I'm gonna know soon.
And like for heads-up cash especially, I feel like a lot of people are just really, really close. I think Isaac Haxton is very strong. He makes no mistakes, basically, and...
How to be king 4.
Yeah, I think those would be my top 2.
Oh, flush draw.
Scary good people.
Those people are just so good.
I don't know.
Also, a lot of positive backing for meat cones. You'll be pleased.
20%
to you, by the way, Dominic. I didn't make that clear in the deal.
All right, awesome.
We're taking it to town.
Sign me up. You can pay me in ham.
20% of the profits paid in ham. That is a handshake right here and now.
Sent to my house.
Dominic, Christian Harder's got in touch on Twitter, taking issue with some of your analysis. He says, I feel like Dom is not being fair to these guys. Plenty of good players have a semi-merged 3 betting range. Saying the King 7 off and Jack 3 suited 3 bets are bad is just not fair.
Right, okay. I'm just going by the stack size here, and the stack size are sort of short, where I feel like you're wasting your hand by doing this. I feel like merging is much more effective at bigger stack sizes. So if you're merging here when when you don't have very many streets left to play, it's not something I would recommend personally. It's not how I would approach this match. I would start off by being very polarized, and then as soon as I see my opponent defends a lot against 3 bets, that's when I would start merging. Now, and I feel like, especially in a short heads-up match with antes, I think the antes is another argument to call more and to 3-bet less. So that's sort of how I would approach this. And I think Christian Hart I know him as a very strong player. So yeah, I wonder if maybe he'll get back to us and add some more thoughts to this.
Meanwhile, Alessandro made the same mistake I made. The rail must have known that the king helped Andre because they shouted king, king, king when Andre won the hand. But they're not yelling König, they're yelling Dörnig.
Which is Andre's online name, yes. But I can forgive like non-German speakers for thinking that, because at some point I was like, I know they're shouting Dörnig because I know him. But
it's also very difficult sometimes to
True.
decipher what a bunch of guys who've been having a few drinks, who are yelling and banging our set, are necessarily saying.
Yeah. Also, something I want to say about the depolarized 3-betting range is that if you're playing stack sizes that are under 30 big blinds and your opponent is just going to respond by moving all in or folding, then being depolarized actually does nothing for you. It just hurts you.
Now, Matt, you've been keeping an eye on this hand. Catch us up on the action.
I'll try and catch up.
Okay, yep. Sam made it $1 million. Got the call. We had a flop of 766. It was check from Andre, 750 from Sam that got called. It was check, check, post turn, and now here we find ourselves on the river. Jack of clubs with 3.6 million in the middle.
Yeah, this looks like a very well played hand by both of them. Phillips going for thin value on the flop, which is fine. Obviously, he has the best ace, and he should be betting that there. And I think his sizing is good. Maybe a little bit too small, as I said before. He bet less than his pre-flop raise.
Yeah, he's done that before, hasn't he?
But yeah, it's good. And Andre, nothing he can do. He's getting a great price pre-flop, great price on the flop. As king high, which is showdown value, and he decides to call and then take his showdown value, which wasn't good this time.
And on we go.
Phillips playing 24 million, Latau playing 20.6 million. And Donna's having fun.
People losing their minds out there.
Let's all have fun.
Just under 55 minutes left. Level 37, 250,000, 500,000 on the blinds with a 50k ante. Crazy talk.
Oh, it's my turn.
Yeah, it's really getting to him. He's. I would not have folded that.
Thinking,
not.
why is he waiting
Oh,
so long?
I mean, I would not have folded that in any way, ever. 40 big blinds deep.
Oh, king on the river.
10-4. Pretty
10-4.
strong hand. 10-5 even.
So what you bet folded?
Huh?
What you bet folded?
What did I bet for?
Yeah.
You gotta tell me what you had.
Tell me what you bet fold.
You got a stalemate?
You could impress me.
Huh?
You could impress me, and then I'm.
Just realised I didn't respond to a question that came up on the Twitter stream a while ago that said, just tuning in, what are they playing for? There is 90,000 euros up for grabs here, as well as obviously the prestige of being champion and the trophy.
Not just any old champion,
No.
though. Remember, this is the 100th EPT main event, and it's the biggest EPT main event that we've seen on European soil.
Yeah. Oh, that's nice. Min raised to $1 million from Sam. And now Andre Latau finds himself sitting with pocket rockets.
Unfortunately for him, he's run into one of the worst hands in
Yeah.
Phillips' raising range. And he's certainly going to be 3-betting.
Yeah, gonna need Phillips to hit something interesting on the flop, isn't he, to get any further with this?
That's probably not going to get to a flop, though. That's the
Oh, you
problem.
think? Yeah, he's gonna try and make something here. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Sam has already mentally folded this as soon as he sees this stack coming out.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he should. He has like one of the worst hands he wants to play there, so why would he bother?
2.4 million is the 3-bet from Andre.
Is he thinking of doing something?
Well, I'm going to have to say yes, because I don't really know why else he would be sitting with the 9-4 off. As you said, it's got to be like at the very bottom of his raising range
can't
tree.
do this. This is just it's unnecessary. Just think.
A wry look upon his face here. He's got some self-destructive idea running through. No. Whatever it was, he has given it up.
Good.
And Andrew must have been sitting there just trying to use the force to make Sam do something crazy. Well, Israel, who appears some of them now topless, which is all good fun, are cheering as if that was a good thing, but Andre would have loved to find a bit more action out of Sam Phillips there, holding the pocket aces. And we hurtle towards hand 100 and 180 of our main event final table. We started with 8. We've been playing for some hours, and now we are heads up with 2 very equal stacks. 21.4 million for Andre, 23.3 for Sam. And despite the amount of time they've been playing, despite the deal that's been done, the fact that Andre is clearly under the weather, these guys are still going to put in the time, it looks like, to take this one down legit. 4-5 suited for Letal. So would you want to call here?
He's on the button. He's on the button.
Oh, of course, yeah.
So I'd start off by raising there, yeah. Fine. I would have called there.
With a 10-5.
Oh, yeah, I would have called there. 100%.
Is there a rule about that? Yeah, I heard a weird ruling earlier in the tourney. I heard a different ruling. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I'm just saying I heard a different ruling at some point.
And if you don't want to call, then maybe it's back to 3-betting. You know, if you feel like your hand is slightly too weak to call, then 3-betting is fine. You know, but I guess it looks like I just disagree with some of the hands that they think are slightly too weak. If they think they're, the Jack-3 suitor is too weak to call, I think it's good enough to call. I have a 3-bet weaker.
Well, on the subject of that 3-betting, Christian gets back in touch, Dominic. He said, agree with what you say about the stacks. I haven't been watching much, but from what I have seen, the fairly small 3-bets have been getting quick folds, and it's not like Jack-3 suited and King-7 off are Queen-Jack suited or 10-9 suited.
Right, yes, absolutely. I get that he's saying like these hands are not that great, but I feel like in a heads-up match, your King-7 off is still going to be pretty strong, like you're going to make a lot of money by calling it. And it's always hard to say how much money you make by calling, but it's somewhat easy to calculate how much money you make by 3-betting, so I can see that argument, but just my feeling would be that I would much rather 3-bet any different hand. And especially now that he said, like, the 3-bets have been getting folds, so that would be back to what I said, that I don't want to waste my King-7. Because, like, if the 3-bets are getting folds, then maybe just use your King-Deuce off instead. That's a much worse hand.
And throwing his 2 cents in is WPT champ and PCA finalist Jonathan Roy, who says, I think King-7 off here is a bit too strong to be 3-betting there with 20 big blinds, if that was the case.
Yep, it was like 25 to 30 big blinds. Sup, John, by the way, I haven't seen you in a while. Hope all's good.
Meanwhile, just to bring you into this hand, it was Sam raised it to $1 million, got the call. 6-4-10 on the flop, went check. And now here on the turn, the 9 of hearts.
Yeah, pre-flop these hands have both played well. I assume it's just a raise and a call.
Yeah.
And yeah. This turn situation is pretty interesting, I think, because Leto leading out here with its 6. Yeah, I guess it's fine. It's like he can bet one street, and I think if he bets the turn, that's okay-ish. He could also just check and bet the river. Both are fine. He should definitely be leading out with his 10s. Can be leading out with his draws as well, his 7-8. I'm not sure if the 6 may be a little bit too weak to lead there.
Sam coming along for the ride, got the gut shot, got the ace. 4.5 million in the middle.
Board pairs on the river, 4 of clubs.
It's a clear check for Andre at this point.
He's betting.
Oh, and he's knocked them all over again. Clumsy.
2.4 million.
Seems a bit thin to me. I'm not sure. He also has the 6 of hearts in his hand, which is not a good card to have in your hand. You would much rather have a different 6. So maybe that's what would push me towards checking, because if you have the 6 of hearts in your hand, that makes it less likely your opponent has some sort of draw. It makes it more likely your opponent has like 9 or something. And he looks a bit shocked there to be up against King 6.
Yeah.
And Latau takes the chip lead once again, 26.6 million. And Phillips has 18 million. And Tomka has a question for you, Dominic. What is your favourite poker tournament that you will never ever miss?
I'm gonna say the World Series of Poker main event. Fair enough, right? It's just the biggest. And I also like EPT Barcelona. I'll never miss that as well. Those two are just so massive, and I like big prize pools, so I'll have to go with those two. They're by far the biggest.
This event is just getting bigger and bigger. Nearly 1,500 players this year. Is there the potential for it to grow even further next year?
I demand an extra day of play, if that's the case.
Nice hand.
Nice hand. It certainly seemed to surprise Sam when he saw what he was actually up against.
I love this tweet from James Sparks. How much longer is this going to go on for? I've Sky Plus'd X-Men First Class and want to watch it. Haven't seen it yet. It's not going to disappear from your planner, James. Let this tournament play out in its own time. There'll probably be a conclusion within the next, I don't know, 3 or 4 hours maybe.
3 or 4 hours, easy. Easy labour. Yeah, that's the thing, is that this poker is now. You've got that locked away. Queen Jack off for Andre Latau. $1 million is the asking price. Ace Jack suited for Phillips.
Well, that's just going to be a 3-bet here.
How much?
Hey.
How much?
Okay. Latau calming down his rail so he can actually hear the size of the bet he's facing.
That is a unique situation. Please stop supporting me so wholeheartedly, guys.
I mean, Andre has a pretty excellent hand here to flat with. There's not much else he should be doing there.
How much total? Call.
There's a call.
Yeah.
5.4 million to fight over now. Told you. Oh.
Great flop for Andre.
Yeah, propels Andre into the lead here on this hand. Check to Andre.
Check. It's your turn. It's 3 of clubs.
Three of clubs. 3 clubs out there now.
Andre just has a lock on the hand here with the jack of clubs, and yeah. It's a pretty good check back on the flop, I think, because he does not want to get check raised, and he feels like it's queen jack. While it's really strong, he really doesn't want to face a check raise, and he probably doesn't think he can get 3 streets of value, so he decides to check back, and I think that's a good play. But now he should definitely start betting.
Ah, he does not take your thought process further. Well, it's going to be hard to get anything now.
It's going to, yeah, but he should bet, obviously, and facing a bet he should call. Phillips played the hand really well up until this point. There's no reason for him to bet this flop, which absolutely smashes Andre's range, and yeah. Then on the turn he doesn't have any clubs, so he doesn't bet. So he tries to get a showdown cheaply on the turn, but yeah. The river is just a card where he's just never going to be good if it goes check check. So now he's considering turning his hand into a bluff, which I think is a good play. I mean, there's certainly a lot of clubs in his range. I mean, he could have basically ace-jack 1 club in his range now, or ace-king 1 club, and all of these. And quite a lot of other clubs he should be betting.
So there's 5.4 million in the middle, and now 3.4 million to call this bet. So that's what he looks like. Oh, just briefly, now he's going into the elbow. You can't have a kip now, mate. Clock's running.
$3,400.
3,000. What?
A little bit more than 3,400.
3 million.
That's a lot of chips.
How weak would Litau have to be to actually not want to get involved in this?
What kind of flush? Or
yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean,
or is he always calling with any?
No, he's not calling any flush, because it's also a hand where Phillips 3-bets. So if Phillips has a club, it's probably a very strong club.
Wow.
And the gap widens.
Yeah.
33 million plays 12 million.
Yeah, Phillips has a lot of strong clubs there when he bets there. So yeah, I think the jack of clubs is just too strong for him to fold. Because like he could be beating the 10 of clubs. That would be a reasonable value bet.
A few people on Twitter are referring back to last season's grand final and the epic heads-up battle between Jack Salter and Antonio Buonanno. Eric says, I'm not in for another one of those tonight. Well, one crucial change, which has come into effect on the EPT, and it will come into effect if we get to level 38, is once the final table has been going for 12 hours, we move to 60-minute rather than 90-minute blind levels. So should we get to level 38, should they continue beyond the next 37 minutes, we will be looking at hour-long levels from here on out.
Also, a lot of people interested to know how long until Graphical Nick loses it. Conservative estimates are expecting meltdown at 3:15.
Matt, he never had it. There's nothing to lose.
How much do you have?
Oh, really? Oh, well, yeah, I guess the it in losing it is something that needs better definition.
How much?
12 million.
12 million?
Day 1B is probably the official answer.
Thank you.
big swings in this heads-up battle, Dominic. Both guys have
Yeah.
been in a situation where they were just trying to close it out, and then the momentum has just completely shifted. King 10 against 8-6.
Perfectly fine from either player, obviously. I expect Phillips to bet here because he feels like, you know, the ace-high board is pretty good for his range, and he feels like Andre would be 3-betting quite a lot of his ace hands. Given the stack sizes, he feels like he should be getting in a lot of aces. And Andre is going to call here because he has the king, which could be a good card, or he has a gut shot to the jack, which makes him the nuts. Also, he's getting a really good price because Andre's just Phillips is betting really small again. So he's going to be calling there.
Five of hearts on the turn.
3.9 million in the middle.
You see, and it's very hard for Phillips to bet again with most of his air because all of his air hands are going to be drawing that against Andre and against Andre's ace-x or something, so he doesn't want to bet again. And Andre is going to be very likely to win this pot now with a check, and I don't see how Phillips could bluff here. And that's an interesting bet. But there's a fast hold.
Yeah. Yeah, he already had in his head to just get out there, I guess, if Andre came knocking. And again, the momentum moving towards Andre, now sitting with 34.67 million. Just over 10 million for Sam. Not back to the kind of chip deficit Sam had when we first started heads up, but all that hard work has slid away.
Yeah, I mean,
better than a 3-1 chip lead.
Right.
Still half an hour left to play on this level. And 184 of the final table.
Andre reaches to 1 million.
Queen 9 off, strong.
Vincent tweets to say, been watching EPT Barcelona all week, thought I'd go out drinking tonight, come back, heads up still going on. Glad someone's out there having a life.
Pre-flow action here has been just completely standard. Nothing out of the ordinary.
No. Andre has got the momentum, and now he is going to come out again. 800,000 into 2.1 million.
Yeah, I mean, I like the bet there, given that he bets so small, but I also think you can check back. I think like either options are fine. You can either bet small with, you know, like your bottom pair there, or you could check it back. I think both are okay.
Gets the call, 3.7 million in the middle, as another 3 comes down, a second spade.
Well, that's an excellent card for Andre, obviously.
Yep, give us another lock on this now. Phillips just can't seem to get his car rolling at the moment.
Bets 1 million, 2 million.
I feel like a lot of people are not going to understand why Phillips called the flop, and I think it's important to call there. Phillips made a great play. He realizes he's, Andre is betting very small, and therefore he has to defend with his queen. He has to defend with his queen 9 highs, otherwise he's getting run over. And
yeah, if every time you get 800 at you, you give it up.
Right, yeah. I think Phillips played the hand really well, and I think he's been playing pretty well all match.
Well, Phillips has now got 16 big blinds. Here's
right,
a question,
yeah.
very specific to heads-up play, Dominic. At what point are you just moving all in or folding?
Probably like 11 or 12 big blinds.
Okay.
I think it's just. But even then, maybe there's some certain hands that I want to limp. I feel like a lot of the times, like you can limp your jack highs that play pretty well. These hands always be good limps.
Because this is the kind of range before when someone was saying about shoving with 20 and you're saying no, you're going to be around 15, 16, still limping.
Right,
down to 10 maybe.
I'm not a heads-up sit-and-go expert. If anything, I play heads-up with deeper stacks. So...
Well, Dominic,
so a lot of what I do is just like going after what I see people do, and then
about 8
what
million.
makes sense to me.
8 million? Okay.
And I think a lot of people play a raising strategy too with these stacks.
Well, crucially, Dominic, your analysis has received the all-important Robert Ross stamp of approval.
I saw that.
Robert says, really enjoying Dominic's insight on how he would play, keeping it in the vault for when I never play against him. Come on, Robert, have a dream.
Yeah, dream big.
So yeah, but I agree with Phillips here on the King 5 being a good limp with his stack size. That's something I would have limped, yeah.
Max Allen's a bit out of touch. He says, what's happening in the high roller, guys?
I folded a 7, yes.
Shall I tell him or shall you?
Oh, fuck. Please don't tell him.
You might have missed the conclusion of that, Max.
Jason Mercier was the runner-up. Ihasoika was the winner. Full report on the PokerStars blog, Max.
Sophie's saying the cheering from the row is really helping to keep me awake.
What is Randall Flowers doing?
Randall.
And 186 hurtling towards us. Okay, what's going on there? No doubt we'll be seeing that in slow motion any minute now. Fingers crossed. Don't forget, as well, as if you're interested in exactly how the high roller concluded, if you're interested to know how we got to where we are now, if you're picking up the action late, you can rewind us or check out the PokerStars blog for all of the knockouts.
Sophie says the cheering from the rail is really helping to keep me awake right now. Lost in Poker says, I love long heads-up battles. I get to watch it in daylight. You guys get to feel my regular sleepless nights to view the EPT.
Here we go, 27 minutes left on the clock for level 37. 6-3 suited for Latal.
Interesting. Kind of want to know what he does with this kind of hand here, given the stack sizes. I would say I like a call.
Is there an adjustment that Andre makes now, the fact that Sam is starting to get a little bit shorter than he has been? What sort of adjustments is he likely to make against Sam?
I'd like him to see play a limping strategy as well, because, as always, what matters is the effective stack has up, so the shorter of the two stacks. So I'd like him to see play a limping strategy. And Phillips decides to raise his queen 4. Yeah, I like the sizing, 3 times the big blind there. I think Phillips knows that Andre has mostly been limping weak hands. So that's probably why he decided to raise there with the queen 4. And that's a good play. He's probably getting information from the rail. Yeah.
Josh gets in touch, says just woke up and it's still going. Was any deal done? 3-handed deal, Josh.
Huh?
And basically, the lion's share of the remaining prize money has been locked up by Sam Phillips, even though he's the underdog right now. Sam is guaranteed 1,021,000. You'll see it on the screen right there. Andre Letao locked up 704,000, and they are still playing for 90,000 euros and the trophy. And obviously, Hussein Ensan benefited from the deal, Matt, because he got significantly more than third place prize money.
Yeah. Absolutely, and as you say, especially right now, looking at the chip difference between Sam and Andre, the fact that Sam's got that locked up over €1 million, I doubt that's probably very much in the front of his mind right now, just the job at hand, but certainly a small comfort as Andre fights with his glasses. Queen Jack, and the limp that we were saying, the strategy, 6-3 gets rid of.
Wait, what happened? It was not a limp, right?
10 million again? Yes, sir.
Yeah, it was just Sam just completed.
It would not be the first time at this final table that Andre Letao has folded his big blind with no raise in front of him.
What?
He's done it. He's done it twice already.
Yeah.
Well, now it's 3 times.
It will take a long time, believe me. It's not over. No, it's not over, bro.
Wow. I was gonna say I like the limp. I was gonna say I like how he's playing his stack now.
This is great. You've got fold equity by limping.
Yeah. That's awesome.
How does that happen?
Andre's just too tired, I guess. He's sick. I'd give him a break. I think that's...
How much you play?
10 million.
Okay. Yeah, he's probably going to limp here as well. Yeah. I think the reason why they're now limping is because Andre doesn't want to raise and then face an all-in.
Oh.
With a hand like Jack 10 suited. He would much rather like to see what Phillips does first, then either call in position with a pretty nice hand. Or limp raise all in with some other hands, but I think like a Jack 10 suited is just going to call here. And Phillips is going to make it about 150. Yeah, 1.5.
Yep. On the nose.
I call.
Yeah. I feel like there's some hands he would be limp raising here with, like low pairs, deuces, and like some other things. Like, but I feel like his Broadway kind hands, like his Jack 10s, his King Queens, Queen Jacks, he just wants to call because they hit a lot of flops really well, and unfortunately for him, that isn't one of them.
No, 3.1 million. Sam Phillips back first here.
And it's not a board that hits his range that well either. Because as I said, he's mostly going to have a lot of Broadways. I like the check. Sam is planning on check calling here. Because he knows he dominates Andre's range. So he sees no reason in betting and making Andre fold the best hand. He would much rather check and bluff catch. It's pretty well played so far.
$1,300,000 into the 3.1 mil. What do you think it is? Sorry, what is it that you think Sam's thinking about here?
I don't think he's considering folding here.
No. Oh.
Yeah, I was going to say he's considering check raising all in or calling because of the stack sizes.
Yeah.
Because maybe he feels like he doesn't have enough to check call.
Yeah.
I think that's fine.
Don't know if you saw this tweet from James Sparks, Matt. He says, do you think we'll still be heads up at level 42? If so, would I be permitted to make a retro 80s musical reference?
Wait, what? Do you know what, ironically, actually, let's just tune into what Toby has here.
It's okay for me.
What is that?
Just catching the players being told about, as James explained, that we'll be going to 60-minute levels. Funny enough, on my 5-hour walk, I was actually strangely today having a level 42 retro iPod extravaganza. I know it's not cool to say it, but I went right back to the early stuff. It was very jazz funk fusion back then. So yes, level 42, very much look forward to.
So just to confirm what Toby Stone, the tournament director, was saying to the players, once we reach the end of this level, assuming the tournament is still going and they're still heads up, we're going to 60-minute blind levels. Well, we've been breaking records all over the shop over the last few days, and it all kicked off with the huge Estrellas Poker Tour main event.
We're here at the 100th EPT stop. It's the start of EPT season 11. It's been an amazing success so far. We've broken virtually every record we had the chance to break.
We saw 2,560 players attend, making it the biggest freeze-out in PokerStars history. It's just gone through the roof, really.
2 years ago, when we cleared 1,000, everyone from season 9 was like, oh, you have to go back for season 10. You know, it had 80% growth last year. Now it's 1,800 to 2,600, so it's still 40-45% growth. So if it grows again next year, you're looking at 3,300 players in a 1K freeze-out.
Amateur players have the opportunity to play against their idols, but they also get a chance to play with their friends and people that are at the same level as them. So it doesn't feel as daunting as, let's say, an EPT main event where the field is definitely more professional.
It's basically life-changing money on virtually every tournament that we're playing. So the players seem to be having a good time, which is a fantastic start to the 11th season and the 100th EPT. Look at all of this back here.
Well, Estrellas main event, followed by a record-breaking super high roller, record-breaking EPT main event, and the record-breaking 10K high roller. What a great way to mark the 100th leg on the European Poker Tour.
Absolutely, yeah. Needed to celebrate it in style, and we certainly did that. Sam has raised this one up with the 8-9 off, and the tower with the 10-7 off. Gonna call this. Let's take it to a flop with 2.1 million in the middle of the table.
Yeah, I think Phillips realized, like, they're a bit deeper now, so Phillips feels more comfortable raising instead of limping again. So that's obviously fine. They have more like 25 bigs now, so.
Three diamonds down now. Queen comes on the turn. Yeah, good enough, yeah. That extra equity on the turn. Crazy
33 million for Latau, 11.6 million for Phillips. After 191 hands.
What's the most hands you've ever seen played out, James?
It's got to be that final table in Monaco, right? Got close to 300.
Wow.
In fact, it went over 300. It's on like 306, 307.
What is that? One double and we're even.
Yeah?
So I'm on the number exactly.
How much you have?
11-2.
Okay.
Okay.
Good to know.
That's true, like they're getting kind of shallow. I mean, I'd be surprised if it goes through the next level.
I don't like the
honestly.
idea of getting even again.
Yeah, just over 15 minutes left on this level before another break, and then back in for 60-minute levels. Going to be 300,000, 600,000.
Do you know if you have to do some media stuff if you win?
With 100,000
If
ante.
you have a second to do, also do media stuff? If you get second, have you to do some media stuff, or can you just go home?
I'm not sure.
I would consider it in my strategy.
Things I'd be worried about if I'm playing heads up for 90,000 euros. I won't make the list.
Let's be honest, if you put in this much time to get here, extra 10 minutes, smile for a camera, I'm sure you'll squeeze us in. 6-8 off for Phillips.
Looks like he's sort of mixing it up there with these hands. Just he's trying to decide whether he wants to limp there or is. It's like an in-between stack set. I think both are reasonable options. That's a really good flop for Andre.
Yeah.
Fuck. Was that a bit of a tell, maybe? Don't know.
Subtle. 1.1 million out there. Sam's going to try and see if he can get anywhere, but the bad news is he is not going to just get rid of Andre on this particular hand with that.
It's a good bet, though. I mean, Philip flopped the gut shot. He should definitely be betting there with his 8 high. He'll fold out many better hands.
Andreas says, I've been watching on my phone with the app since 2 p.m. It's the 4th time I've had to charge my phone.
I like. Did you see Dana saying, hubby wants to watch a movie. I tell him I'm still watching poker. He says, is this a different game? No, it's not. Still the same game. Sorry, hubby, I don't think that movie is coming anytime soon.
And he just folds to the check raise.
Yeah.
Something special for you, James. Stay tuned.
One double, we're even again.
What is that?
One double, we're even.
Yeah?
I'm on the number exactly.
How much you have?
11-2.
Okay.
We welcome you to.
I don't like the idea of getting even again.
That's quality. Let's do the whole of the next broadcast in that speed.
Wow.
Yeah, you see what you've been missing. The whole week you've been here, and you've not had that once.
The only fast motion replay I had was when Preston Nielsen was looking for his seat. And if we'd shown it in real speed, we would have been looking at 10 minutes of footage.
Classic EPT Live.
(5-4) against Queen 9. And Latau is the player who's hitting all the flops right now.
Yeah.
That's
what do
true,
you do? And also, so many of the times, Phillips is kind of hitting a bit of it, giving him just enough to sort of take a stab and stay involved. And, well,
that's an interesting card.
That could make things slightly spicy.
Slightly. I mean,
slightly. I'm being cash. Yeah. Trouble.
It's a case of how much is Phillips going to lose.
If I had to guess, he's probably going to lose exactly 2 bets unless the river comes something silly like a 9. Because Andre's just going to call here to keep Phillips bluffs in, and yeah. And Phillips going to think that Andre is, you know, he's very likely to have a hand that is way worse than his. You know, he can have made 2 pair. He could have made. He could have had just a single 8. So I think Andre's going to try. Andre's going to face another bet on the river.
2.4 million in the middle with the 5 down on the river.
Philip's going to bet again here.
Yeah, that doesn't really save him anything, does it, the 5?
Yeah. He's probably looking at it and just like, well, what is that shame? Well, the 9 already made the straight, and now the only hands that make more straights are 4x. Which he does not, you know, he shouldn't be up against too many 4x, which he's now chopping with, so I don't think the river changed very much.
Is there more value to be gained here?
Yeah, he's got to think there's more value to be gained. He's only losing to Jack 9, and
I'm going to go and slap him in a minute if he keeps doing that.
Maybe we can get him a copy of Vicky Peterson's blog.
Or just get him like a little craps rake. Just push him forward.
that was a really fast race. That was just, I don't know, sort of something that would confuse me if I was playing there. Something I've just noticed that it's just really fast. You know, just maybe a very impressive fold if he makes it.
He's made some very impressive folds. So
I know.
far.
I heard about the amazing ace jack fold. I couldn't wrap. He had ace 7. I couldn't wrap my head around this one. I thought it was pretty strong play. So yeah, maybe he has Andre all figured out and he can make another good fold. Right now he's probably thinking like, what kind of 9s does Andre check back on the flop, and he's probably thinking like, he's gonna bet his 10 9s. He's not sure about his 8 9 or his 7 9, and you probably expect him to check back ace 9 as well, because ace 9 is a good hand to check back.
Wow.
So,
and once again, the rails celebrate the exact opposite of what Andre actually wanted to happen.
yep. But they don't care anymore. I think Phillips played the hand well. Andre played the hand well as well. So I'd probably prefer a bet on the flop on his part, simply because he has the queen 9, which is quite a bit stronger than other 9s, simply because he could make a jack. And then if the jack comes, then he has the nuts. Yeah.
Sam Phillips back down to 16 big blinds.
What's that?
Yeah, that's
back to the limp strategy.
Yep. No, they've been limping quite a bit, so.
And Victor is a fan of yours, Dominic. He says, Dominic's commentary is making it so much easier to justify to myself that I'm watching EPT live at 3 a.m.
Oh, it's 3 a.m. already? No, it's not, right?
Obviously, wherever Victor is in the world, it's 3 a.m. It's 2 a.m. Central European time, 1 a.m. in London.
Craig's with us. Hashtag EPT Live. Every time that kid puts his chips in like that, a little piece of me dies. Slightly melodramatic, but yeah.
Oh.
Give him a break. He's playing for so much money.
Exactly. It's not the end of the world. It's just one of them pet peeves.
So Phillips moves all in.
I'm okay with that.
Fair dues.
I'm okay with that simply because Jack 10 suitors is one of these hands that are so strong to just go all in with, and you don't want to give your opponent
I got like 9 now, yeah.
a chance to beat you, and you also don't want to raise, so your option's all in. Someone should send that to him.
I like that.
Best superfluous slow-mo fold ever.
It is very much the case with Sam. It's horrible to watch someone playing so well and just not winning. Just it's like.
No, Sam's playing really well. He's just been getting cooler sort of thing in these last few hands. But that's just how it goes sometimes in heads-up poker.
Yeah.
Oh.
Alright, we don't get any cards.
Oh, you can see that Sam had 8s, but didn't quite catch Andre's cards.
It's interesting. I feel like if we know what they're raising there, it gives away so much information as to what their strategy is. Are they raising 60% of hands? 70? No, maybe more. Sort of something that if I was on a Phillips rail, that's something I would be looking for.
Oh, for heaven's sake, the pedants are out in force. It's not 1 AM in London, it's 12:57. I was rounding up.
Well, if you're going to round up, can you make sure that you make that clear when you mention
I'm
anything?
sorry.
I mean, otherwise